The accomplished figure, Jiang Huaixue, unexpectedly traverses time to become the true daughter of a prestigious family who has fallen into a mountain village, while the false daughter, having been mistakenly embraced, has already blossomed into a celebrated socialite, with everyone eagerly awaiting her misfortunes. Young gentlemen wager that she is coarse and uncouth, while the refined ladies speculate on her lack of beauty, and her parents wish for her to replace the false daughter in marriage to the comatose Master Xie. Yet, at the banquet, Jiang Huaixue captivates the entire gathering. Her mere utterance determines fates, drawing countless magnates to plead before her. Jiang Huaixue proclaims, "I foresee misfortune befalling those who insult me." Master Xie replies, "Madam, should you save my life, I have no means to repay you but to offer myself in service." Chapter 1. A stunning debut. In the imperial capital, the Fengchong Villa district, the night envelopes the surroundings in a shroud of darkness, yet every light in the standalone villa of the Yuan family illuminates brightly. The pale beige stone facade glistens with a hazy sheen, momentarily dazzled by the car headlights that sweep across it, leaving a trail of resplendent brilliance. A sleek luxury vehicle glides through the garden and comes to a gentle halt before the main entrance adjacent to the lawn. The butler, who had been waiting for quite some time, steps forward, ready to open the car door, only to witness a delicate, snow-white hand gracefully push open the rear door, followed by a long, slender leg emerging. The butler instinctively lifts his gaze, colliding with a breathtaking visage. With raven-black brows, skin fairer than snow, and beneath long, thick eyelashes, her eyes resemble a serene spring, clear and flowing. Her exquisitely sculpted nose and lips, soft as cherry blossoms, frame a face that appears diminutive yet exquisitely refined. Just her casual presence radiates an aura akin to a luminous pearl, a glistening jade, so striking that it dares to overshadow even the light beneath her feet. Although her beauty is striking, her demeanor exudes an icy nobility, an unspoken authority envelopes her, compelling the butler to bow his head involuntarily when her gaze passes over him. After lowering his head, the butler remains astonished. Had it not been said that this young lady had grown up in the countryside? Rumor had it she had lived in the mountains, yet her appearance and aura surpasses that of Ruan Rumen, who was nurtured in the opulence of the Ruan household by 1,000-fold. No, to be precise, the butler has encountered many young ladies of high society in the imperial capital, yet none have ever evoked such a sensation within him. As he recalls the Ruan family's plan, a chill runs down the butler's spine, suddenly filled with unease. He bows deeply and cautiously speaks, "Welcome home, young lady. The master and mistress await you in the dining room. I shall escort you there." "In the dining room?" Jiang Huaixue replies with a smirk. The long-lost daughter returns home, and they remain so composed. The butler falls silent, bowing even lower. The story behind this is indeed intricate and bizarre. Gossip in the imperial capital circles has been rampant, and few are unaware of it. It has come to light that Ruan Rumen, the daughter raised by their Ruan family for 19 years, is not their biological child. Instead, their true daughter has been lost in a remote village. In a flurry, numerous wealthy families have begun conducting paternity tests, fearful that they too have fallen victim to such a mix-up. Naturally, upon discovering that their true daughter exists, the Ruan family cannot remain indifferent. Today marks the day of welcoming their genuine young lady home. However, from the butler to the gardener, it is evident that Ruan father and mother do not appear particularly invested in this true daughter. Indeed, it is often said that the bonds formed through nurturing outweigh those of mere blood. For parents, it is no different. One child has been raised under their roof, sharing daily moments, while the other, though related by blood, remains a stranger. It is only natural to favor the former. The butler is even aware that Ruan father and mother have refrained from greeting the young lady, preoccupied with comforting the distraught Ruan Rumen. Yet, it is uncertain whether the true daughter harbors any resentment. Her earlier words carried a hint of sarcasm, yet her tone remained indifferent, suggesting she may not care. The butler finds himself uncertain of her disposition, hesitating to speak freely. Fortunately, Jiang Huaixue does not dwell on the matter. "Lead the way." The butler breathes a sigh of relief and promptly guides her inside the main building, taking the interior elevator down to the dining room on the lower level. In the dining room, Ruan father, Ruan mother, and Ruan Rumen are seated at the table engaged in conversation. Ruan Rumen has her head bowed, her eyes reddened, while Ruan mother softly comforts her. "It's quite all right. It merely means there will be an additional person in the household. The house is so large that if you wish to avoid her, you may never cross paths." Ruan Rumen, on the verge of tears, replies, But now everyone knows she is truly the biological daughter of our parents, and I am not." Ruan mother gently pats her hand, Had it not been for the old lady stirring up such a ruckus, your father and I would have been able to pretend we were unaware. We never intended to bring her back. Moreover, regarding your engagement, we were at a loss for how to resolve it. Her return is indeed fortuitous. Grandmother recalls the document she has perused, furrowing her brow. You are the daughter we have raised since childhood. Your appearance and manners adhere to the standards of a socialite. As for her, emerging from the mountains, she is likely to be quite uncouth and unrefined. Even outsiders will only compare you favorably. At this point, Grandfather, who had been perusing the newspaper, interjects. Make sure to tell her not to wander about, lest she brings shame to our Wan family. The her is evidently referring to Jiang Huaixue. Wan Rumen softly replies, It's fine. I can teach my sister. Though she speaks thus, Wan Rumen feels a sense of relief within. Being a daughter of a prominent family is not an easy feat. From the intricate web of social connections to the cultivation of etiquette, grace, and talent, all require nurturing from childhood. These cultivated attributes are the very foundation upon which socialites pride themselves. Mere bloodline holds little significance. A child raised in the mountains for over a decade cannot seamlessly integrate into their circle. After coming to this realization, Wan Rumen's lingering discontent has somewhat alleviated. She adjusts her posture, resolved to present herself in the best manner possible before the impending arrival of the genuine Miss Wan. The elevator emits a chime, prompting all three in the dining room to glance upward. A tall figure clad in a trench coat steps out first, the butler respectfully following behind. Though the dining room resides on the lower level, it is not subterranean. A large floor-to-ceiling window faces the garden courtyard. The evening breeze stirs the foliage, wafting through one of the partially opened windows, rustling the newcomer's garments and long hair. The opulent crystal chandelier above, adorned with gold, and the streetlights outside create an enchanting interplay of light around her, yet as this halo reaches her face, it quietly dims, as even the densest starlight cannot rival the brilliance of the moon. She halts before the dining table, surveying the three present from her elevated position, and states coolly, I am Jiang Huaixue. Wan father and Wan mother seem to awaken from a dream. The previously confident Wan mother, who had insisted Jiang Huaixue would surely be uncouth and unrefined, stands awkwardly, suddenly somewhat anxious. Huaixue, you must be weary after a day of travel. Please take a seat. Uncle Feng, have the kitchen serve the dishes. Uncle Feng responds affirmatively. Jiang Huaixue pulls out a chair and sits down across from Wan mother and Wan Rumen, displaying an air of ease without a hint of timidity. With the only outsider departing, an inexplicable awkwardness envelopes the atmosphere. Wan father, clearing his throat, addresses Jiang Huaixue. How was your journey? Was everything smooth? Jiang Huaixue replies, It was fine. Wan father inquires again, Have you prepared your enrollment materials? Jiang Huaixue answers, Yes. Wan father furrows his brow. I see you and Rumen both finished the college entrance examination last summer. Why did you not continue your studies after graduating high school? Jiang Huaixue has not attended school for over a year, a fact that stands in stark contrast to Wan Rumen, who is already in her sophomore year. However, upon posing the question, Wan father does not require Jiang Huaixue to respond, as he has already deduced the reason. It must be due to poor academic performance. After all, graduating from high school is commendable for someone raised in the mountains. Wan father remarks, To arrange your admission to this university, I donated a building. It was no small sum. If you find yourself struggling with the coursework, feel free to consult Rumen. We arranged for you both to be in the same major for mutual support. Jiang Huaixue responds with an indifferent oh. Her cool demeanor incites a flicker of irritation in Wan father, who suspects she is deliberately making him uncomfortable. Yet, observing her composed expression, he senses no rebellious intent, leading him to believe she may simply possess a naturally introverted disposition, lacking in verbal fluency. Ultimately, the Wan family does not truly understand Jiang Huaixue. While her attitude may seem distant, she answers every inquiry without fault, leaving no room for criticism. The dishes prepared by the kitchen are served one after another. The dining table falls into silence, with Jiang Huaixue calmly enjoying her meal, while the others are preoccupied. Previously, Wan mother held a dismissive view of Jiang Huaixue. However, now, as she observes the young girl savoring her food across the table, a strange sense of satisfaction rises within her. She remarks, Huaixue, I have yet to introduce you. This is Rumen. She has a wonderful disposition, and since you are of similar ages, you may approach her with any concerns. After addressing Jiang Huaixue, she turns to Wan Rumen saying, Rumen, this is your sister Huaixue. From now on we are family, so you may call her sister. Wan Rumen's gaze glided from Jiang Huaixue's lustrous ebony hair to the elegant contours of her shoulders, pausing momentarily at her casually poised yet graceful seated posture, before finally settling upon her strikingly exquisite visage. Her fingers, which rested upon her lap, tightened into a fist as she slowly uttered, "Sister, is this the power of genetics?" Jiang Huaixue, a mere child raised in a mountain village, exuded no trace of rusticity. Every inch of her radiated beauty and nobility. Her stance, whether standing or seated, bore a figure that surpassed even that of a debutante trained from childhood, and within the opulent confines of the grand mansion, she revealed no hint of discomfort, as if she had always existed amidst such affluent surroundings. Indeed, some individuals are born to embody such grace. Jiang Huaixue remained unaware that her simple act of walking a few paces and exchanging a few words had prompted Wan Rumen to contemplate so much. However, she understood that Wan Rumen did not genuinely welcome her, and thus, she set down her chopsticks and casually remarked, "We are of the same age, so there is no need to call me sister. Simply refer to me as Jiang Huaixue." Ruan's father furrowed his brow and stated, "You still bear the surname Jiang? Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to assist you in changing it." Jiang Huaixue declined, saying, "The surname Jiang is quite agreeable. There is no need for alteration." "What merits does it hold?" Ruan's mother disagreed. "You have returned to the Ruan family. You are the eldest daughter of the Ruan household. How can you still carry the surname Jiang?" Jiang Huaixue responded calmly, "Oh, I am simply not fated to bear the Ruan surname." Her words caused the expressions of the other three individuals to shift noticeably. From birth, she had been mistakenly exchanged with Wan Rumen and had lived with an elderly man of the Jiang surname, devoid of parents. Now, her declaration of having no connection to the Ruan lineage seemed to cast blame upon Ruan's father and mother for their years of absence. Wan Rumen bit her lip and, with a hint of grievance, asked, "Are you implying that this is all my fault, sister?" Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How could you think that?" Her lack of connection to their Wan family was not due to the error of a child swap, but rather the destinies of their Wan family and her own, rendering Wan Rumen insignificant in the grander scheme. Thus, she replied candidly, "You are overthinking. You are not yet worthy." Chapter 2. Wealth is fleeting in her past life. Jiang Huaixue was a paragon of excellence, and for the first decade of this life, she lived with unbridled freedom. She communicated with others in a forthright manner, eschewing the subtleties of euphemism. To her, Wan Rumen's words were not only peculiar, but also devoid of truth. Thus she felt compelled to rectify them. However, Wan Rumen appeared to be insulted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Sister, I know you harbor disdain for me. But how could you utter such things?" Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. "What have I said? I merely spoke the truth." She scrutinized Wan Rumen from head to toe and reiterated, "Your forehead is broad and even, indicative of youthful fortune. However, born in late autumn. You are akin to a withering tree. Furthermore, your eyebrows are shaped in a manner that suggests ephemeral wealth. Had you not been nurtured in the water element-rich capital, your fortune would likely have waned by now." Shaking her head, she continued, "Your own fortune is so lackluster. How could it possibly affect mine?" Wan Rumen did not grasp the intricacies of Jiang Huaixue's metaphysical assertions, yet she comprehended that Jiang Huaixue implied her fortune would not endure. She immediately turned to her father. "Dad, did you hear what sister said? I have no fortune of my own. It is all bestowed by our family. If sister claims my wealth is fleeting, does that not imply their Wan family's fortune is also transitory?" Unsurprisingly, Wan's father cast a displeased glance at Jiang Huaixue. Huaixue refrained from such tricks. He was well aware of the existence of fortune-tellers. Yet those practitioners were invariably elderly, while Jiang Huaixue was merely a young adult, just having reached the age of maturity. What could she possibly know? Wan's mother was even more skeptical of such supernatural beliefs. In her eyes, Jiang Huaixue had merely learned to spout nonsensical phrases, intentionally aimed at provoking others. With this realization, Wan's mother's earlier satisfaction with Jiang Huaixue's appearance and demeanor diminished significantly. Jiang Huaixue crossed her arms and leaned against the cushion, finding the situation simultaneously amusing and absurd. How many had sought her counsel in the past, yearning for a glimpse of her insight? Now, she had generously offered her observations for free, yet her efforts were met with ingratitude. She recalled her time with the elder Jiang in the southwest, where he had once told her that people were inherently foolish, preferring to hear words that flattered their self-interest while shunning those laden with ominous implications, thus giving rise to the phrase "loyal words are harsh to the ear." In her youthful arrogance, she had replied, "With my abilities, whatever I say must be heeded by others." The elder Jiang had chuckled and shaken his head. You are unacquainted with the world and the human heart." In retrospect, it was indeed the elder Jiang who possessed the wisdom of experience. Jiang Huaixue was not one to chase after approval, given that her words were met with skepticism. She saw no need to elaborate further. "I am full. You may continue your meal at your leisure." Jiang Huaixue set down her chopsticks, sipped some warm water, and politely inquired, "Would it be inconvenient for me to excuse myself?" One's mother nodded. "You may return to your room to rest. Tomorrow, driver Xiao Li will take you and Ru Man to school together." "Understood." Jiang Huaixue summoned the butler to escort her to her chamber. The main villa of their Wan family encompassed 6 stories, including a basement, with 8 bedrooms. Wan's parents resided on the 3rd floor. Wan Ruman occupied the 4th floor, while Jiang Huaixue was assigned a room on the 5th floor. Standing before the pristine window of her bedroom, Jiang Huaixue gazed down at the garden below. The moonlight danced like silk across her form, rendering her profile ethereal and enigmatic. The butler hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts, sensing that this recently returned young lady was profoundly inscrutable. Yet, should she not be just 19 years of age? As he pondered, he asked, "Do you find this room satisfactory, miss? If not, I can arrange for a change." Jiang Huaixue replied, "It suffices. I shall reside here temporarily." The butler contemplated the meaning of temporarily, but chose not to press the matter. Once she indicated she required nothing further, he exited the room. Alone, Jiang Huaixue lifted her gaze to the luminous moon overhead, her fingers deftly forming a peculiar gesture. To anyone versed in metaphysics, it would be apparent she was engaged in calculation. Since her arrival in this realm, she had performed this ritual daily, yet the results remained unchanged. Today was no exception. With a silent sigh, she lowered her hands. Chapter 3. Master Xie. The following morning, after inspecting the kitchen's breakfast preparations, the butler intended to ascend and rouse Jiang Huaixue from her slumber. The Wan family maintained a strict morning schedule during weekdays. Yet given that Jiang Huaixue had only just arrived, the butler worried she might oversleep if he did not remind her. However, before he could step into the elevator, he was taken aback to see Jiang Huaixue briskly entering from outside. "Miss, when did you leave?" he inquired, astonished, for he had arisen early and had not noticed her departure. Jiang Huaixue considered for a moment. "I lost track of time. It was likely just before dawn. That would have been around 5 o'clock, as the butler had just risen himself." Although he found it somewhat peculiar, he did not delve further. Little did he know, Jiang Huaixue had not exited through the front door but had instead leapt from the 5th floor into the garden, scaling the high wall beyond. Finding the villa overly convoluted with its elevators and restricted exits, Jiang Huaixue preferred the freedom of movement. If she had not discovered the gardener tending to the flower beds upon her return, she might have attempted to scale the wall once more. After returning to her room for a shower and changing into fresh attire, she organized the documents she would need for school before descending. By the time she reached the small dining area, Wan's parents and Wan Ru Man were already seated at the table. The dining hall on the basement level was opulent and lavish, primarily reserved for formal gatherings. Jiang Huaixue had chosen to dine there on her first evening home to mark the occasion, but typically, the Wan family dined in the smaller dining area on the 1st floor. The butler had already briefed Jiang Huaixue on these arrangements the previous evening, and he waited on the 1st floor to escort her to the dining room. Jiang Huaixue greeted everyone politely before selecting a seat. As they partook of breakfast, Wan's father addressed her. "Your mother and I had intended to personally escort you and Ru Man, but I have a crucial meeting at the company today, and your mother will accompany me. Ru Man has been enrolled for over a year and is well acquainted with the school. It is best that she accompany you." Jiang Huaixue swallowed her soybean milk, setting down the cup before replying, "All right, I understand." Wan's father continued, "You have not been in school for over a year, so you will likely struggle to keep pace with your studies. Although I have invested in your education, poor academic performance is unacceptable. Should you find it difficult to keep up, do not hesitate to inform us. We will arrange for a tutor." Jiang Huaixue found this amusing. This was already the 2nd time Wan's father had expressed concern over her ability to cope with university courses. Despite their seemingly affectionate demeanor, it was evident they had not genuinely taken the time to understand her. Had they thoroughly reviewed her academic records and the competitions she had participated in over the years, such comments would never have escaped their lips. Nevertheless, Jiang Huaixue refrained from contradicting them, nodding in a manner that suggested she absorbed everything they said. Once Wan's father finished speaking, she picked up her chopsticks again and resumed her meal. Wan's father paid little heed to the subtleties. While Wan Ruman was preoccupied with thoughts of attending school with Jiang Huaixue, her mind elsewhere. Only Wan's mother cast a complex glance at Jiang Huaixue. After breakfast, the driver arrived to take Jiang Huaixue and Wan Ruman to school. It was then that Wan's mother hesitated to speak to Wan's father. Do you not think Huaixue seems quite Wan's father? Puzzled, replied, quite what? Quite beautiful. After all, she is our biological daughter, and in terms of appearance, she surpasses even you, Ruman. Not that. Wan's mother chided him lightly. I'm not referring to her looks, I mean her demeanor and eloquence. Do you not sense something amiss? Wan's father misinterpreted her meaning and chuckled. What could possibly be amiss? Before her return, I was concerned that she might lack decorum. However, it now appears that she possesses an abundance of it. Mid-sentence, Mr. Wan faltered, locking eyes with Mrs. Wan, and suddenly comprehended. Something was amiss, her behavior was exemplary, with hardly a flaw to be found. Indeed, as Mrs. Wan observed, he finally understood, sighing softly, during dinner earlier. No one seemed to notice. But her dining etiquette was far more refined than ours. When you spoke to her, she would swallow her food and set down her utensils before responding, only resuming her meal once you ceased speaking. Mr. Wan reflected. It indeed seemed so. Mrs. Wan remarked, our family does not adhere to such strict dining rules. And consider her grasp of chopsticks, her posture while seated, the way she walks and converses. Mr. Wan fell into contemplation. Your words illuminate a distinct impression she imparts. Initially, I thought her beauty alone rendered her actions pleasing, but upon closer inspection, her poise is truly remarkable. Mrs. Wan hesitated, confessing, I had assumed that growing up outside, she must simply be a wild girl, undoubtedly inferior to Man in every regard. Yet, observing her mannerisms, one might ponder, would it be a pity to have her replace Man in marrying into the Xie family? Mr. Wan furrowed his brow. What sort of talk is this? How could she replace Man? Man is not even our biological daughter. The betrothal established during my father's lifetime was meant for the Wan family's granddaughter. It was originally intended for Huaixue to fulfill. The misunderstanding regarding Man arose from the swapped children. However, Mrs. Wan considered the Xie family's situation, reflecting on the current predicament of the third master of the Xie family. Should Huaixue marry into that family, she might end up a widow, and remarrying thereafter would be exceedingly challenging. With her exceptional qualities, would it not be a waste to see her in the Xie family? Indeed. Though Jiang Huaixue was merely 19, she already exhibited the early signs of an unparalleled beauty. Even in her youthful innocence, she was striking. One could only imagine the astonishing beauty she would possess upon reaching adulthood. Mr. Wan tapped the table, somewhat reluctant to see such a remarkable daughter unable to realize her fullest potential. Yet, Man must not marry the third master of the Xie family. Mr. Wan murmured. You know, Man and Xie share a deep connection. With the third master of the Xie family now incapacitated, and no one to support them, Xie stands the best chance. It is fortunate that Man has already established a rapport with him. Mrs. Wan acknowledged this logic with regret. If only the third master were still in his prime, our biological daughter could marry him, and their Wan family would soar to greatness. Now that he is on his deathbed, what good would it do to marry into that family? Mr. Wan reassured her with a gentle pat on the hand. Had it not been for his misfortune, our daughter would never have had the opportunity to wed him. The head of the foremost family in the capital is beyond our reach. Moreover, Huaixue's academic credentials are not impressive. Attending university will require us to make donations. Mr. Wan remained quite dissatisfied with this aspect, recognizing it would not reflect well on them. That is true, Mrs. Wan nodded, concluding that they must focus their efforts on Man. As long as Xie is willing to marry Man, what do we have to worry about regarding the future of their Wan family? Mr. Wan tenderly brushed her hair aside, smiling. You bear the brunt of family affairs, my dear. Mrs. Wan playfully nudged him. Why the formality? Chapter 4. Unfavorable fortune. As Jiang Huaixue and Wan Ruman arrived at the school gate, they immediately attracted numerous gazes. A few girls walked ahead, turning back to glance at Jiang Huaixue. Wow, is that girl a student here? No way. I've seen all the beauties at our school. And there's no way I wouldn't remember someone so stunning. She's on the level of the school flower. Perhaps she's a student from another institution. Could she be from the film academy? Goodness, look at those legs and that waist. When did she debut?
I'm envious.
Oh my, She's so beautiful. Her skin is exceptionally fair. I'm a yellow-skinned person and I genuinely envy her. Jiang Huaixue was accustomed to the attention and praise of others, not batting an eyelash. While Wan Rumen's expression soured. Previously, she had been the center of attention. Now, standing beside Jiang Huaixue, she felt utterly overlooked. Recalling her earlier conversation with friends, Wan Rumen halted her steps, forcing a smile at Jiang Huaixue. Huaixue, I just remembered I have plans with friends. Would you mind handling the registration at the academic office on your own? Jiang Huaixue's gaze flickered over Wan Rumen's brow. It's fine. I can manage myself. However, I must caution you. Your fortune today seems rather poor. Wan Rumen's smile faltered, instinctively sensing Jiang Huaixue was merely trying to be clever. She walked ahead with a hint of indignation, inwardly cursing Jiang Huaixue for her strange fixation on nonsensical remarks. Did she believe such words would intimidate others? Ridiculous. In her haste, Wan Rumen failed to notice someone rounding the corner with a stack of exam papers, colliding directly with them. As the papers threatened to crash down upon her, she quickly stepped back, only to feel a sharp pain as her lower back struck the stairs.
Hey!
Watch where you're going. The person opposite her glared, hurriedly gathering up the scattered papers. They were urgent requests from Professor Zhang. Wan Rumen, feeling disgruntled by the collision, was about to retort when she recognized the other person as a notorious schoolgirl with a prominent background and chose to swallow her irritation instead. My apologies. I was in a hurry. Next time, remember to watch where you're going, the girl shot back, rolling her eyes before dashing off with the papers. Wan Rumen returned to her classroom, relieved to find that her close friends had yet to arrive. Before Jiang Huaixue returned to their Wan family, she had confided in her friends, expressing her anxiety over the return of Ruan's biological daughter and the potential for judgment from others. Her friends had assured her it was unlikely. Mi Ping had even laughed at her for being overly worried. Rumen, you're overthinking it. What does blood relation matter in this day and age? What if she asks the real heiress? Can she surpass your beauty, elegance, or connections in the circle? Mi Ping had hit the nail on the head. Even if she returns to their Wan family, she can only be a nominal young lady. You are the true socialite in others' eyes. Before meeting Jiang Huaixue, Wan Rumen had shared this sentiment, yet upon encountering her, she panicked. Realizing that Jiang Huaixue was impeccable in both appearance and demeanor, clearly outshining her in every aspect. If they walked together, others would undoubtedly perceive Jiang Huaixue as the true pampered young lady raised in luxury. She had mentioned to her friends that Jiang Huaixue would be registering at school today, feigning reluctance when they suggested meeting her, secretly pleased. However, she now wished to delay her friend's encounter with Jiang Huaixue for as long as possible. Alas, as Jiang Huaixue had forewarned, Wan Rumen's fortunes today were indeed lacking. Chapter 5. A friendly reminder. As Mi Ping reached the bottom of the teaching building, she was suddenly called out to. Excuse me, classmate, may I trouble you? She turned to see a captivating figure before her, momentarily stunned. Could you please direct me to the academic office? Mi Ping stood frozen, her mind blank. Noticing her silence, Jiang Huaixue inquired with curiosity, Classmate? Classmate? It took several calls before Mi Ping regained her composure, her face flushing as she quickly diverted her gaze. I apologize. I was lost in thought. What did you ask? How embarrassing. As a girl, she had found herself staring at another girl, a veritable social faux pas. Jiang Huaixue repeated her question. Hello, I would like to know how to get to the academic office. Mi Ping pointed the way. That white building ahead. Take the elevator to the 3rd floor and turn right. The door is marked. Thank you very much. Jiang Huaixue expressed her gratitude before preparing to leave. But Mi Ping suddenly asked, which school do you attend? Given the beauty before her, one would expect her to be from a notable institution. Jiang Huaixue replied, I just came here today to register. Mi Ping was aware that some new students could report a little later. Her eyes brightened, and with a light cough, she extended her hand, saying, Then I shall be your senior. It's quite serendipitous to meet on the first day of registration. My name is Mi Ping, a second-year student in the finance department. Our classroom is 506. Feel free to come find me to hang out when you have time. Jiang Huaixue smiled and shook her hand, replying, Hello, I am Jiang Huaixue. Thank you for your warm welcome. Our encounter is indeed fateful. Allow me to offer you a free divination. Remind your brother to avoid bridges when he goes out tomorrow. Mi Ping was taken aback. What? Why suddenly mention my brother? Wait, how does Jiang Huaixue know I have a brother? But before she could inquire further, Jiang Huaixue waved her hand and walked away, filled with confusion. Mi Ping returned to the classroom. She noticed a few students gathered around Wan Ru Man, engaged in conversation, so she set down her belongings and sat down to listen. They were discussing Wan Ru Man's sister, who had just returned home. Why should she be treated like a princess? By order of arrival. Shouldn't it be Ru Man? Who is the princess? Exactly. She just returned to their Wan family a day ago, and your parents are already showing favoritism? They even want you to call her sister. Wan Ru Man lowered her head, softly explaining, "That's not it. My parents just want to make up for her." In truth, she knew that her parents allowed Jiang Huaixue to be referred to as the eldest to prepare her for marrying Master Xie next year, but she, of course, could not express this. The others were indignant on her behalf. She just got back, and your parents are already like this? Today it's a matter of seniority. Tomorrow will they give her the family estate? Yes, man, be cautious. Although she is the true daughter of the Wan family, you've been with them for over a decade. If we must discuss importance, you both should be regarded equally. Do not allow her to overshadow you. Come now. What can a village girl do to be equal to man? She's probably the kind who doesn't even know how well done a steak should be. A girl with pigtails asked Wan Ru Man, "Did you see her yesterday? Wasn't she especially unattractive? Living in the mountains, does she have that sunburned look? Is she tall and muscular? Plus, she's academically challenged, needing the Wan family to pay to donate buildings for her to attend university. We're already in our second year. And she's still a freshman." Wan Ru Man forced a smile, mumbling, "I saw her. Please don't say that." The others interpreted her response as an admission of guilt and began to laugh softly. Mi Ping frowned. "Why are you all discussing this so extensively? Didn't we say we would go see her today? Why are we still here?" As the one with the most affluent background among the group, Mi Ping's words prompted someone to respond, "Let us go, while we still have time before class." "Wait," Wan Ru Man quickly interjected, "let us not. It feels like we're bullying her, especially since she is my sister. What sister does she think she is?" Someone grabbed Wan Ru Man's arm, insisting, "Come on. Tell us which major and class she is in. We'll just go take a look, not actually bully her." The girls giggled. "We can talk about banquets, clothes, and jewelry in front of her, nothing more." Mi Ping, did you wear that 6 million necklace your brother gave you? Let the village girl have a good look, haha. Wan Ru Man was indeed tempted by their words. No matter how beautiful and graceful Jiang Huaixue was, had she ever seen luxury cars, designer brands, or adorned herself with exquisite jewelry. When she learned the prices of such items, she would surely be astonished. However, upon recalling Jiang Huaixue's face, Wan Ru Man ultimately decided against it. Everyone assumed Jiang Huaixue would be unattractive, and upon seeing her, they might find her breathtaking. Wan Ru Man understood the significance of appearance, particularly in reality, where someone's beauty could far exceed that of ordinary individuals, leading the public to be more forgiving. Perhaps it would be wise to give Jiang Huaixue a few days to prepare, allowing others to perceive her as beautiful yet superficial. By that time, when they encountered Jiang Huaixue, it wouldn't seem remarkable. Wan Ru Man pointed at the clock at the front of the classroom, feigning exasperation. "Class is about to start. The first lesson is calculus, taught by Professor Ma. Are you sure you want to go out?" Their calculus teacher was infamous for flunking students. And after some hesitation, they ultimately decided to prioritize attending that class instead of seeking out Jiang Huaixue. Chapter 6. The presence of Purple Chi. Jiang Huaixue successfully completed her registration process, receiving various books, uniforms, school badges, and meal cards. After which she was personally escorted into the classroom by her advisor. As she entered, the previously chaotic classroom fell into an almost immediate silence. Dozens of eyes turned to her, and a girl in the back exaggeratedly gasped, "Wow." Jiang Huaixue couldn't help but smile slightly, prompting a collective intake of breath from the class. The advisor, somewhat helpless, remarked, "We're about to start class. What are you all doing instead of studying?" "What's the first lesson?" Someone replied, "Western economics." Noticing the economics teacher had yet to arrive, the advisor cleared his throat and said, "All right, before we begin, let me introduce a student who registered a bit late, Jiang Huaixue." He then turned to Jiang Huaixue, "Please go ahead and introduce yourself." Jiang Huaixue wrote her name on the blackboard, scanning the room until her gaze lingered momentarily on a boy in the third-to-last row before quickly retracting it. "Hello, everyone. My name is Jiang Huaixue." The applause was enthusiastic. "Welcome, new student." The advisor, a literature teacher, admired Jiang Huaixue's name on the board. Her handwriting was elegant, seemingly refined, yet when she finished, it conveyed a sense of grandeur and spirit. If she were to engage in calligraphy, Her form would surely be extraordinary. Lost in thought, he finally snapped back to reality when Jiang Huaixue looked at him for a while. "Oh, was that all you wanted to say?" Jiang Huaixue smiled and replied, "Saying too much is less meaningful than building relationships over time. Eventually, everyone will come to understand one another." The advisor glanced at the time. "All right then, choose a seat and take a seat for now. The first lesson is Western economics, and the instructor will be here shortly. If you have any questions, feel free to visit my office." Jiang Huaixue politely thanked him. "Thank you, teacher, I understand." Just before leaving, the advisor turned back to admire the writing on the blackboard, complimenting her. "Your handwriting is impressive. You must participate in school activities or competitions in the future." Jiang Huaixue replied, "I'll keep that in mind." Once the advisor left, the classroom erupted like a drop of water hitting hot oil. How is it that a month into the semester a new student just now arrives? Is she trying to evade military training? Is our school flower about to change? Absolutely. Quick, post about it on the forum. Our finance department is thriving, surpassing the arts department. Is the school flower sitting here? University classrooms are typically spacious with many empty seats. Yet Jiang Huaixue confidently walked to the third-to-last row and tapped the desk. "Hello, do you have someone sitting here?" Niayu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a stunning beauty to approach him directly. He was seated by the window, with no one next to him, and instinctively thought she wanted a seat. Quickly standing up. "Are you wanting to sit by the window?" "I can." Jiang Huaixue gently pressed him back down by the shoulder, saying, "No need. I'll sit beside you." Upon entering the classroom, she had noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The boy exuded a few strands of dark purple qi. This purple qi was quite extraordinary. Legend has it that during the Western Zhou dynasty, a scholar named Yin Shi, who was fond of observing celestial phenomena, one day noticed purple qi emerging from the east and predicted that a sage would come from the west. Indeed. He later encountered Laozi riding a green ox through the Hanggu Pass and followed him to cultivate, eventually ascending to immortality, thus earning the title of Wenshi Zhenren. Hence, the saying purple qi comes from the east originated. From ancient times to the present, purple qi has symbolized auspiciousness, often associated with the true dragon's aura in feudal dynasties. The purple qi surrounding Niayu did not seem to emanate from him, but rather appeared to be accidentally acquired from being in close proximity to someone else for a long time. Among the individuals Jiang Huaixue has encountered in her past and present, few possess the rare aura of purple energy, and even fewer can project it so profoundly as to affect others. Moreover, this purple energy is not entirely pure, suggesting that the person in question is likely facing considerable adversity. Contemplating this, Jiang Huaixue scrutinized Niayu and softly inquired, "Has someone in your family met with misfortune?" Chapter 7. Adding a friend, Niayu's eyes widened in disbelief as he blurted out, "What did you just say?" He was thoroughly astonished. This exceptionally beautiful girl, upon their first meeting, had the audacity to ask him whether someone in his family had encountered disaster. Could it be that his relationship with his cousin had been exposed? That seemed impossible. He had concealed it for years without a hitch. So how could a newcomer be privy to such information? Quickly, Niayu searched the campus forum to confirm that no one had mentioned him, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then denied Jiang Huaixue's assertion, stating, "No, that's not true." After a brief pause, he pressed, "Where did you hear that? Perhaps you misheard?" Jiang Huaixue tilted her head to glance at him and replied lightly, "It is futile to lie in my presence. You are transparent to me." She eloquently recounted the details of Niayu's life. "You hail from a wealthy family. Your parents share a good relationship, and you had a sister who passed away too young. You were frail as a child, having nearly drowned at the age of 6, a calamity you managed to overcome, yet your health remains precarious. But you moved homes at the age of 9, relocating to a different city where you encountered a benefactor, someone related to you by blood." Niayu was left astounded, on the verge of having his secrets unveiled. He quickly pleaded, "Sister, ancestor, I beg you, please stop. At this rate, you will expose my family's secrets." Jiang Huaixue ceased her discourse as he wished, not continuing further. With a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, she stated, "Do not lie before me. Here, you are transparent." Drawing a little closer, Niayu whispered, "How do you know all this? Is your family involved in some sort of intelligence organization that can easily investigate people?" "No. I do not require such means," Jiang Huaixue replied nonchalantly. "I can divine."
Niayu was bewildered. "Divine?
What does that mean?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Huaixue explained, "In your parlance, it would be referred to as metaphysics." Niayu could scarcely believe it. He scrutinized Jiang Huaixue's stunning visage and stammered, metaphysics? Aren't practitioners of metaphysics usually elderly? Have you lived for centuries? Jiang Huaixue, disinterested in contesting, retorted, who says that a master of metaphysics must be of advanced age. Every field and school has its prodigies. A single day's effort can surpass decades of toil from others. Have you never encountered such individuals? Indeed, Niu had encountered prodigies, mathematical, physical, and even business geniuses, but he had never met a prodigy in metaphysics. Yet, observing Jiang Huaixue, he sensed her sincerity, especially as her earlier revelations about his childhood were largely accurate. Thus, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that you are the kind of person whose one day of progress equals decades for others?" He anticipated Jiang Huaixue would readily affirm this. But to his surprise, she chuckled softly, raised a finger and shook her head, saying, "I am the kind whose one day of effort equals several hundred years of others' work." Niu thought to himself that this master of metaphysics seemed rather dubious. He wished to ask further, yet their instructor for Western economics had arrived, compelling him to open his textbook for class. Nevertheless, the thoughts of Jiang Huaixue's earlier statements left him restless. In truth, he harbored skepticism regarding metaphysics, particularly since his cousin's misfortune had led his family to consult many so-called masters. These masters claimed to be enlightened monks or disciples of celestial beings, brandishing various certifications upon entering, performing rituals, invoking deities, and burning offerings, yet ultimately, none had been able to remedy his cousin's plight. Initially, he had held some hope in these arcane methods, but that hope had long since evaporated. However, glancing at the instructor explaining the lesson, he stealthily observed Jiang Huaixue from the corner of his eye. No one had ever been able to reveal so much with a mere glance. Despite her youth and beauty, he could not deny that her words conveyed a powerful sense of credibility. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved his phone and opened the social media app as QR code page, discreetly sliding it toward Jiang Huaixue and whispered, "Shall we become friends and converse online?" Chapter 8. Who is at fault? After Jiang Huaixue sent a friend request, Niu quickly accepted. He sent an emoji as an icebreaker and typed, "Did you deduce that someone in my family was in trouble?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "Yes." Curious to test her further, Niu asked, "Can you determine which person in my family it is?" He caught a glimpse of Jiang Huaixue's fingers pausing momentarily before she typed a response. After a brief wait, he received her answer. Within the 5th degree of kinship, a cousin, most likely a male cousin, perhaps your older or younger brother. Niu was taken aback and quickly probed, "Since you know he is in trouble, do you know how to resolve it?" Jiang Huaixue stated, "I need to see the person."
Niu hesitated,
contemplating for a while before responding, "I cannot decide this matter. I need to consult my elders." Jiang Huaixue did not reply. After some thought, he sent another message. "You made an error earlier. I do not have an older sister, and I have never heard of one." This time, Jiang Huaixue responded swiftly, "I am not mistaken. Go ask your parents." Niu thought to himself that this master was rather arrogant, unwilling to acknowledge any mistake. Wasn't he, as their biological son, more informed than an outsider? A surge of defiance bubbled within Niu, prompting him to switch to a chat page with his mother.
"Mom,
I heard I have a deceased older sister. Is that true?" He thought that as soon as his mother replied, he would screenshot her response to prove Jiang Huaixue wrong. However, after a long wait, his mother replied with, "How did you find out?" "Nya, you nearly jumped up." Gasping in shock and coughing violently, the teacher at the front of the class looked over with concern. "Are you alright, student? If you're unwell, you may excuse yourself to the infirmary." Niu quickly apologized, "I'm fine. Just a slight cold. I'm sorry for disrupting the class." Once the instructor's gaze shifted away, he messaged his mother. A master of metaphysics mentioned it. I was initially skeptical. The chat window indicated that his mother was typing, and yet you felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing she might think he was being nonsensical. "Call me when you have a moment." Niu recognized that his mother had something significant to discuss, and, as soon as class ended, he rushed to a secluded spot to make the call. Once the call connected, his mother directly inquired, "What did the master say?" Niu recounted Jiang Huaixue's words in detail. "She asked me if someone in my family was in trouble, and when I denied it, she claimed I was lying. Then recounted events from my childhood." He continued, "Mom, I know about my frail health as a child, and the incident when I nearly drowned at 6. I also remember moving back to the capital at 9 when Dad's job changed, and my health improved thereafter. But she mentioned I had a deceased older sister." His mother sighed. "That is true. Aside from your father and me, no one else knows about it. I never imagined someone could discern it." Nieyu had intended to ask how the child had died, but sensing the melancholy in his mother's voice, he refrained from prying further and instead skillfully shifted the topic. Previously, you often remarked to my father that I became healthier after relocating to a new city and adapting to a different environment. If we are to take your words at face value, it seems I encountered a benefactor. Could this benefactor be my cousin? Mother, she appears to possess considerable abilities. Perhaps we should consult her regarding my cousin. Nie's mother hesitated, saying, you know that your cousin is not someone whom just anyone can meet. In that case, I will first inquire with your father. If he agrees, then you may invite her over this weekend. The father referred to by Nie's mother is the elder of the Xie family, Nieyu's maternal grandfather. Nieyu understood the sensitivity surrounding his cousin and nodded thoughtfully. Very well, we shall discuss it then. Upon returning to the classroom and settling into his seat, Jiang Huaixue seemed to have an inkling of his recent activities. She cast him a sidelong glance and leisurely inquired, have you confirmed it?
Who was at fault?
Nieyu smiled sheepishly. I was wrong. I admit it. I truly had never heard my mother mention this before. Jiang Huaixue appeared unfazed. I have long said that you are transparent to me. Upon hearing her repeat this, Nieyu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze upon her peculiar, as if he wished to speak but held back. Jiang Huaixue remarked, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. What is with your demeanor? Nieyu cleared his throat, feeling awkward. You mentioned that I am transparent to you. Does that mean you can see everything? Jiang Huaixue responded decisively. Of course. Your past and future, your romantic destiny and elemental fortunes, are all laid bare before me. Nieyu's voice lowered further. His cheeks slightly flushed. Can you see whether I am clothed or not? Jiang Huaixue, now visibly irate, exclaimed, Nieyu, I possess celestial vision, not X-ray vision. Chapter 9. Why return to the Yuan family? Jiang Huaixue found herself both amused and annoyed by Nieyu's whimsical questioning, and she reproached him. What nonsense are you spouting? What absurd thoughts occupy your mind? Nieyu stammered. I just had a sudden burst of inspiration. He was baffled at how he had allowed himself to pose such a question, and now the mere recollection filled him with embarrassment. Fortunately, Jiang Huaixue seemed disinclined to hold it against him. As the second period was about to commence, Nieyu hurriedly searched for his textbook, feigning that nothing had transpired. After the second period concluded, there was an extended break to facilitate students in transitioning between classrooms. Apart from the mandatory courses, the school offered compulsory courses at the institutional level, which were typically scheduled during the latter two periods of the morning or afternoon. Nieyu wished to inquire about the compulsory course Jiang Huaixue had chosen, but felt embarrassed over his previous folly. Just then, he heard a girl at the doorway asking, Are there any new girls who just registered in your class? A classmate in the front row, organizing her books, replied, Yes.
Why?
The four girls at the entrance whispered among themselves. A short-haired girl remarked, We found her. She's in this class. Call her out. We need to speak with her. A voice from the doorway shouted. New beauty registered today. Someone is looking for you. Nieyu found it strange. Isn't this your first day? Why would anyone be looking for you? Do you know anyone at this school? Jiang Huaixue smiled faintly, perhaps. She set down her belongings and stepped out of the classroom. Who is seeking me? A girl at the doorway exclaimed. You are the girl I bumped into this morning while asking for directions. Jiang Huaixue recognized her and recalled her name. Mi Ping? Mi Ping appeared pleasantly surprised. You remember my name? Seeing the two of them poised to catch up, someone nearby hurriedly intervened. Wait. You are the new student who just registered today? Jiang Huaixue affirmed. I am. The four girls exchanged glances and murmured softly. It seems they may have mistaken the individual. Doesn't he appear to fit the description? This girl is far too beautiful. I wonder where she is from. Mi Ping, do you know her? However, we have asked every class, and only this class has a newcomer. Could it be that the village girl from the countryside didn't he come today after all? Let us just ask and find out. The girls were secretly approaching Wan Rumen, unaware of Jiang Huaixue's name, yet they all thought this girl before them, with her striking looks and demeanor, could not possibly be the village girl returning from the mountains. The short-haired girl tentatively asked, Do you know Wan Rumen? Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. If currently living in the same household qualifies as knowing someone, then I suppose I do. The four girls were momentarily stunned, processing her implication. Mi Ping exclaimed in shock. You are the real Miss Wan who was switched at birth? Please don't refer to me in that manner. I dislike it. Jiang Huaixue replied coolly. My name is Jiang Huaixue. I mentioned yesterday at their Wan household that I am not fated to their Wan surname. What is the matter? Didn't Wan Rumen inform you? Her attitude toward their Wan family was unmistakably distant. Even when mentioning them, her expression remained frosty, rendering her altogether more elusive. The girls had initially intended to flaunt their wealth and deliver some lofty jibes before the returning Miss Ruan, only to find themselves first intimidated by her beauty and then overwhelmed by her demeanor, leaving them momentarily speechless. Jiang Huaixue languidly inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, I must change classrooms for my next class."
Wait.
The short-haired girl gathered her courage and stepped forward. "Since you claim to have no ties to their Wan family, why would you return to their household?" Indeed, this was a question that the other three wished to pose as well. If she was so displeased with adopting their Wan surname, why then would she return to their Wan family? Jiang Huaixue's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of intrigue. "That is an excellent question." Standing at the classroom door, the autumn sunlight bathed her, rendering her gaze inscrutable. In that fleeting moment, the four girls felt as if she were enveloped in a shroud of mysterious and distant luminescence, her gaze piercing through them towards something far grander and more immutable. She seemed to smile faintly. "It is simply because I have compelling reasons to return." However, she turned to glance at Niayu, who had been peering curiously from the back of the classroom, and smiled gently. "It appears I have now discovered a more fitting approach." Chapter 10. Avoiding the bridge, what are you doing? A girl with a face full of impatience stepped out of the classroom, glaring at Mi Ping and her companions. "Why are you blocking the girls from our class at the door? Are you looking for a fight?" The way Mi Ping and the others surrounded Jiang Huaixue resembled an act of intimidation through sheer numbers. This girl was a well-known troublemaker in the school, named Miao Zhuzhu. It was rumored that she had once fought with an instructor during military training. Although Mi Ping and her friends were a year her senior, they did not wish to provoke her, and thus stepped back. Jiang Huaixue kindly explained, "Oh, they were just asking me a few questions on behalf of Wan Rumen." "Wan Rumen? The sophomore student council president?" Miao Zhuzhu pondered for a moment and clicked her tongue. "This morning, she bumped into me. It was infuriating. Why is she everywhere?" She turned to Jiang Huaixue. "What is your relationship with her? Do you have a grudge? Did you steal her man?" Jiang Huaixue laughed. "I have no interest in her man. We have a bit of history. Essentially, we were switched at birth, and I was just recently found and returned to my rightful place." Miao Zhuzhu's eyes widened in realization. "You are the true heiress among the tales of the false and genuine daughters." Jiang Huaixue was intrigued. "Am I that famous?" Miao Zhuzhu replied, "Absolutely. You are so famous. It's like a scandal in the upper echelons, driving the thriving business of paternity tests in private hospitals. If only their Wan family had a male heir, you would probably be likened to the heroine of a tragic romance. Come, what class do you have next? Let us chat while we walk." Her words were amusing, and Jiang Huaixue followed her toward the classroom. After taking a few steps, she suddenly recalled something and turned back to Mi Ping. "By the way, don't forget what I mentioned to you this morning. If it comes true, remember to send me the money." After saying this, she entered the classroom with Miao Zhuzhu, disregarding Mi Ping's response. The three girls beside Mi Ping were left utterly perplexed. "Sister Ping, what did she say to you this morning?" If it weren't for Jiang Huaixue's reminder, Mi Ping would have almost forgotten their earlier conversation. She expressed her uncertainty. "This morning, she told me to remind my brother to avoid the bridge when he goes out tomorrow."
Ah?
She knows your brother? How can one speak so cryptically? Sister Ping, do you not wish to inform your brother? Alas, I feel she is not as we envisioned her. And Ru Man is the same. Why did she not confide in us, leaving us to embarrass ourselves? Indeed, Ru Man has shown a lack of consideration. We even sought out others on her behalf, only to end up humiliated. In truth, their relationship with Wan Ru Man is hardly profound, merely a facade of sisterhood. Their quest to find Jiang Huaixue was motivated equally by Ru Man and the idle desire for entertainment. In that moment, feeling humiliated before Jiang Huaixue, they shifted all blame onto Ru Man. Mi Ping, fully aware of everyone's sentiments, chose to refrain from the discussion. Gripping her phone, she recalled Jiang Huaixue's expression during their earlier conversation and ultimately decided to send a message to her brother, Mi Yan. "Brother, remember to avoid bridges tomorrow." Mi Yan, likely preoccupied, replied with a question mark by midday. "Are you once again indulging in astrological predictions?" The use of again was quite telling, indicating Mi Ping had previously subjected him to this. Infuriated, Mi Ping furiously typed, "I am not. This time it's different. A sage has spoken." At that moment, she couldn't care less whether Jiang Huaixue's words were accurate or not. She felt compelled to assert herself. "It's a particularly mysterious sage, who knows everything at a glance. You must heed my advice this time. She was not entirely mistaken. After all, Jiang Huaixue was merely a freshman, a stranger to all, which indeed rendered her somewhat enigmatic. The siblings had a habitual banter, and Mi Yan instinctively replied, "Does the sage also know that you often indulge in astrological forecasts and purchase agate to change your fortune?" Mi Ping, in tears from anger, she thought, "Whoever wants this brother can take him away, quickly." Chapter 11. Remember to heed advice after completing the morning classes. Wan Ruman intended to invite her friends to lunch. Yet each of them wore a sullen expression, claiming they had matters to attend to and suggesting another time, clearly venting their dissatisfaction. Wan Ruman stood there in confusion, unable to comprehend where she had erred. As lunchtime approached, amidst the bustling crowd, someone hurrying to the cafeteria accidentally dropped a pen, which struck Wan Ruman, leaving a dark streak on her clothing. "Hey!" Wan Ruman attempted to call out, but the individual was oblivious and swiftly disappeared. Frustrated, she stomped her foot, settled for a hasty meal, and remained dejected during the afternoon class, even being called upon by the teacher to answer questions she could not. As evening fell and she returned home, the driver parked at the entrance and stepped out for a smoke. It was only when Wan Ruman opened the door that she discovered Jiang Huaixue seated in the back. While others appeared somewhat fatigued after a day of classes, Jiang Huaixue still radiated the same brilliance as when she had left home in the morning, as if not a single strand of hair had been disturbed. Upon seeing Wan Ruman enter, Jiang Huaixue cast her a glance, said nothing, and turned back to her phone. However, Wan Ruman, already in a foul mood, felt utterly disheveled under Jiang Huaixue's gaze, and suddenly her emotions erupted as she forcefully tossed her bag into the car.
What do you mean, Jiang Huaixue?
Jiang Huaixue glanced at the designer bag that had rolled to her feet and calmly replied, "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you?" Wan Ruman's face darkened as she tugged at her clothing. "Did you not see the dirt on me? Feel free to laugh. There's no need to mock me silently, pretending to be concerned." The discomfort in her lower back, the inexplicable nature of her friend, and the unexpected stain on her clothing all compounded her frustration as she grew increasingly agitated, her fingertips trembling. "I know you've disdained me since you returned home yesterday, believing I've usurped your place and stolen your life. You feign indifference, but deep down, you harbor a venomous hatred for me." "Stop!" Jiang Huaixue interjected, raising her palm in a gesture to halt Wan Ruman's tirade. "These accusations are unfounded. Do not indulge in your imagination." Jiang Huaixue's nonchalant demeanor only served to further infuriate Wan Ruman. Without thinking, Wan Ruman blurted, "If you don't care, then why are you back? Is it not for the riches of the Wan family?" "Riches?" Jiang Huaixue responded with a hint of amusement. "What wealth does the Wan family possess? If I desired it, I could have as much as I wished." She regarded Wan Ruman with a calm demeanor that somehow imparted an unsettling pressure, as if she could see into the depths of her soul. "I have my reasons for returning to the Wan family, however. Your words imply you regard their wealth as worthless. Why, then, do you remain here content, knowing you are not truly a daughter of the Wan family?" Wan Ruman froze, about to argue that her adoptive parents could not bear to part with her, only to hear Jiang Huaixue continue. "When I returned to their Wan family yesterday, they lacked even the courtesy to greet me at the door. I can only assume someone has been influencing them."
Who might that be?
"This morning, 4 girls approached me. Although they gained nothing from me, their intentions were clearly malicious." "Who incited them, Wan Ruman?" "Your little schemes are far too numerous. My mood is good today, so I will not hold you accountable, but I advise you to know your limits." Jiang Huaixue looked down at her. "Otherwise, you would not wish to know the consequences of crossing me. Furthermore, I believe I warned you this morning that your fortunes were not in your favor." Jiang Huaixue returned her gaze to her phone, speaking casually. "Young people should not be so oblivious to the world. Remember to heed my advice next time." Wan Ruman felt a chill run through her as she recalled Jiang Huaixue mentioning her unfavorable fortune that morning. She had thought Jiang Huaixue was merely trying to provoke her. Now, as the day's events replayed in her mind, she could not help but shiver. The driver returned from his smoke break, noticing Wan Ruman standing outside the car, slightly trembling. "Miss Wan, it's getting cold. Hurry and get in, lest you catch a cold." He almost called her young miss, as before, but quickly corrected himself. Glancing at Jiang Huaixue inside the car, he noted her lack of reaction and sighed in relief. For some reason, this new young lady returning home exerted quite a formidable pressure. Chapter 12. A life in peril. Meanwhile, after hanging up with Niayu, Nia's mother hurried to the Xie family. Nia's mother, originally named Xie Huili, was the youngest daughter of the Xie family, with an elder brother. The Xie family had once been under her brother's leadership, but several years ago, he, along with his wife and their second son, tragically perished in a plane crash. Her eldest nephew, Xie Qingsun, had already joined the military, leaving the family fortune to her third nephew, Xie Chongyan, who at the time was still a minor. Though young, Xie Chongyan was a natural business prodigy. Within 6 months, he had completely taken over the Xie family's enterprises and expanded their reach in the following years. Initially, people referred to him as Xie Senshao, but in recent years, he had earned the title of Xie Sanyi. During that time, Xie Huili's husband would often express his pride, saying that when others learned he was Xie Sanya's uncle, they would offer him conveniences, proclaiming that with such a talented heir, the family's prosperity was assured. Yet, perhaps fate was envious of such talent, or perhaps the Xie family was simply out of fortune. Last spring, Xie Chongyan suddenly collapsed, although he quickly regained consciousness. His health deteriorated day by day. Despite numerous examinations by top experts both domestically and internationally, no definitive diagnosis could be found. Xie Chongyan managed to hold on until last autumn, when he fell into a coma and was diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. By this summer, doctors assessed that his organs were severely failing, and he likely would not survive another year. A year meant next summer, and autumn was already approaching. As Xie Huili contemplated this, her heart ached. Sometimes, when she looked at her emaciated son lying in the hospital bed, she could not help but lament the injustice of fate. The Xie family is renowned for their benevolence and generosity, their ancestors having accumulated virtue through their good deeds. Each descendant of the Xie clan possesses an upright character, so why must misfortune befall them? After death had taken her beloved brother, sister-in-law, and nephew, it now seemed intent on claiming her youngest nephew. Despite the anguish in her heart, Xie Huili composed herself before entering the house, ensuring her appearance was impeccable, lest the elder patriarch perceive her distress. The Xie family now relies solely on the elderly Mr. Xie, who, having surpassed his 70s, continues to endure the profound grief of losing his wife, children, and grandchildren. She could not afford to burden him further. "Father, I have returned," Xie Huili announced as she entered the living room, where Mr. Xie sat on the sofa, reading financial reports through his spectacles. Upon seeing his daughter, Mr. Xie removed his glasses and rubbed his temples. "What brings you here on a weekday?" he inquired. Xie Huili glanced at the aunt nearby, who understood the cue and promptly began preparing tea. With a note of curiosity, Mr. Xie asked, "Is there something significant you wish to discuss?" Xie Huili recounted Nie Yu's experiences and hesitated. "Little Yu mentioned that the master immediately discerned calamity in our family, but he requires a personal meeting." "I am hesitant to agree. What do you think, father?" Mr. Xie shook his head. "Have we not already consulted enough masters? Which renowned one has not examined Zhongyan? Unless it's a reclusive sage whom none know, perhaps this is simply fate." They were all too aware that such elusive sages were a rarity in this world. Xie Huili interpreted Mr. Xie's words as a dismissal, yet he sighed and continued, "However, I remain unconvinced. Since he could discern little Yu's plight at a glance, we might as well invite him to try. Regardless of the outcome, we shall prepare a generous remuneration for the master." Observing the wrinkles on Mr. Xie's face, Xie Huili felt a pang of sorrow. Xie Zhongyan was the youngest grandson of the Xie family, the one Mr. Xie had always favored most dearly. Following Zhongyan's misfortune, others might crumble under the burden, yet Mr. Xie must remain steadfast, for the family required someone to hold them together. And there was still much to be done for Zhongyan. With each glimmer of hope came an equal measure of despair, and by this day, even Mr. Xie could no longer afford to entertain any illusions. After sharing tea and conversation with Mr. Xie for a while, Xie Huili took her leave from the Xie residence. Just as she was about to exit the courtyard, she halted abruptly, gazing at the magpie perched on the osmanthus tree before the door. It is said that the arrival of a magpie heralds good fortune, when might a miracle grace the Xie family. Chapter 13. Averting calamities. Xie Huili sent a message to Nie Yu, instructing him to finalize a time with the master.
Nie Yu consulted Jiang Huaixue,
who calculated the dates and declared that this Friday evening would be suitable. After applying to his mother, Nie Yu curiously asked Jiang Huaixue, "Is there significance to the dates as well?" Indeed, Jiang Huaixue affirmed, "Not only are the dates important, but the times as well. That is why the almanac lists auspicious and inauspicious timings for matters such as weddings and funerals." Nie Yu remarked, "Your discipline appears quite intricate. It is not overly complex. We adhere to certain scientific principles as well. Hearing a person seemingly devoid of scientific inclination speak of science was a novel experience for Niayu. The day passed swiftly, and after finishing her afternoon classes, Jiang Huaixue set off towards the school exit, pondering the enigmatic cousin Niayu, whose aura seemed to carry an unusual darkness. Jiang Huaixue. Mi Ping called out, sprinting towards her. Jiang Huaixue turned at the sound of her name. Gasping for breath, Mi Ping approached Yu. Jiang Huaixue scrutinized her face before decisively extending a hand. Let us have it. Mi Ping, still catching her breath, stared at her blankly. Huh? Jiang Huaixue reiterated, I mentioned that my predictions come at a cost. Your brother's situation has been resolved. You wouldn't dream of reneging on the agreement.
Would you?
Mi Ping's emotions were conflicted. Do you truly have that much confidence in yourself? I have never erred, Jiang Huaixue replied with a slight smile. However, I was uncertain yesterday whether you would heed my advice, considering your apparent rapport with Ruan Rumen. Ultimately, your brother's ability to evade disaster was a result of your personal choices. Mi Ping instinctively denied, I do not have a particularly close relationship with Ruan Rumen. She is merely a friend from the same circle. That is of no concern to me, Jiang Huaixue replied nonchalantly. You need only inform me. Was I accurate?
Indeed. Mi Ping conceded.
It turned out that Mi Ping's brother, Mi Yan, had gone out to meet a client that day. On his return to the company in the afternoon, he initially chose a shortcut that would take him over a high bridge. As they approached the bridge, Mi Yan was inexplicably reminded of his sister's warning to avoid bridges, and since he was not pressed for time, he instructed the driver to turn around and take a different route. Just as the driver had reversed the vehicle, a resounding crash echoed behind them. They turned to witness the bridge collapse into ruins. Mi Yan and the driver were left astounded. Had they not turned back, they would have been right next to the bridge, and while they might not have faced fatal consequences, serious injury would have been inevitable. The driver looked at Mi Yan with awe, as if beholding a deity, and stammered, Mr. Mi, how did you know not to take that bridge? Mi Yan shook his head in disbelief. I do not know. My sister mentioned encountering a master yesterday and advised me to avoid bridges. Upon seeing the bridge, it simply came to mind. The driver was aware of Mi Yan's sister, and with newfound respect, he thought, it seems Miss Mi has indeed encountered a true sage. Fortunately, no one had crossed the bridge at the time of its collapse, preventing injuries or fatalities. Mi Yan and the driver took a moment to compose themselves before hurrying back. On the way, Mi Yan recounted the incident to Mi Ping, transferring a substantial sum of money to her to invite the master to their home. He made it clear that if the master was unwilling to come, there would be no pressure, just ensuring the payment was made was sufficient. Mi Ping was incredulous, but understood that her brother would not jest about such matters. She requested Jiang Huaixue's account details and promptly transferred the funds, still shaken by her brother's experience. I am truly grateful to you. Our parents are especially eager to invite you to dinner. When might you be available? Jiang Huaixue considered. I have plans this week, but next week should work. I can accompany you next Friday evening. Mi Ping readily agreed. Chapter 14. Good news and bad news. After completing all her classes on Friday afternoon, Jiang Huaixue informed the driver that she would be visiting a classmate and would return home later by herself, then boarded the Nie family's car. Inside, Niayu appeared more anxious than Jiang Huaixue, fidgeting restlessly as they approached the hospital, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Observing Jiang Huaixue absorbed in her phone, he could not help but smile wryly. Are you not the least bit concerned? What if it is a situation beyond your capabilities to manage? Jiang Huaixue replied calmly, there are many matters I cannot resolve. Why worry over this one? Niayu was taken aback by her words. Although he had known Jiang Huaixue for a short time, she had always exuded an air of confidence, as if she held dominion over all affairs, exuding an almost arrogant certainty. He speculated that she must have trained under some obscure and powerful sage. This was the first time he had heard Jiang Huaixue express a sentiment of helplessness. So, you too have matters you cannot resolve? Jiang Huaixue chuckled lightly. What are you saying? I am not a deity. Even deities have their limitations. For instance, my return to the Ruan family. Or, my being here with you today. Niayu was bewildered. What does that have to do with the Ruan family or with me? The secrets of fate cannot be divulged. Jiang Huaixue pocketed her phone. All right, we have arrived. She exited the vehicle first, standing before the entrance of the private hospital, gazing thoughtfully at the chaotic energy that surrounded the building. Is this where your cousin is staying? Niayu inquired as he led her inside. Yes, he confirmed, having previously shared some details about Xie Zhongyan's situation and his connection to the Xie family. My grandfather and mother are both in the hospital, while my father is away on a business trip and could not come today. They ascended to the exclusive VIP floor via a private elevator, where they were immediately greeted by someone wielding a detector. Niu apologized to Jiang Huaixue, saying, "I apologize, but this security check is a necessary procedure." Jiang Huaixue shrugged. "I can understand." After passing through the inspection and under the watchful gaze of bodyguards stationed every few steps, they entered Xie Chongyan's hospital room. Upon the doors opening, both Old Master Xie and Xie Huili rose to their feet. Although Niu had previously informed them that Jiang Huaixue was his university classmate and quite young, he had not mentioned her remarkable beauty. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xie Huili's eyes as she hurried to extend her hand towards Jiang Huaixue, saying, "Greetings, Master. Thank you for coming today." Old Master Xie nodded at her, exhibiting no hint of disdain, and greeted her politely. "Welcome, Master. Please take a seat. Shall you pour a glass of water for the Master?" "No need for water. I will leave after my examination," Jiang Huaixue declined, her gaze sweeping over Old Master Xie and Xie Huili before retracting with satisfaction. Indeed, they were both individuals blessed with fortune. Old Master Xie felt as though her penetrating gaze could see through him entirely, causing a shiver of hope to arise within him. He stepped aside, revealing the individual lying on the hospital bed. "I presume Xiaoyu has informed you, Master. This is my great-grandson, Xie Chongyan." Jiang Huaixue scrutinized the man on the bed, whose eyes were closed, seemingly silent and still. Despite his gaunt cheeks and pallid complexion, his bone structure and features remained undeniably exquisite. His slightly long black hair framed deep-set eyebrows and eyes, a high nose and thin, pale lips. Under the bright lights of the hospital room, he emanated a kind of sickly beauty. However, Jiang Huaixue focused not on his appearance, but on the dense purple aura enveloping him, intertwined with swirling black mist. She reached out, grasping a clump of the black mist in her palm for closer inspection, discovering an almost imperceptible white thread within, pointing far into the distance. Jiang Huaixue appeared contemplative. The three members of the Xie family, observing her silence and peculiar hand gesture, grew anxious. Unable to contain himself, Niu asked, "Have you discerned something?" Jiang Huaixue tightened her grip, crushing the black mist in her palm, and turned to the Xie family, pondering for a moment before saying, "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Chapter 15. The betrothal. The Xie family exchanged glances, perplexed. At such a moment, what difference did it make between good and bad news? Given Xie Chongyan's condition, any glimmer of hope could be deemed good news. How much worse could it truly get? Niu spoke first. "Let us hear the good news." Jiang Huaixue replied casually, "Your cousin, Xie Chongyan, has not succumbed to an unprecedented medical mystery. Rather, he has been schemed against. I can resolve this if you grant me a week to prepare. I can awaken him." The Xie family was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by elation. Old Master Xie leaped to his feet, demanding confirmation. "Is this truly what you mean, Master?" Jiang Huaixue affirmed, "Of course it is." Xie Huili was overwhelmed with joy, quickly supporting her father. "This is wonderful news. Chongyan is saved." For a moment, they forgot Jiang Huaixue's mention of scheming. If Xie Chongyan could recover, everything else would fall into place. Niu was also ecstatic, shouting, "Mom, Grandpa, cousin is saved. Cousin is saved." Old Master Xie, his heart racing with excitement, involuntarily smiled. But then he caught sight of Jiang Huaixue's tranquil demeanor and recalled her mention of bad news, causing his elation to wane. "Master, what is the bad news you alluded to?" Jiang Huaixue paused for a moment, then spoke. "This time he has been schemed against, so I can awaken him. However, his fate is peculiar, and he may not live beyond the age of 30. The once jubilant atmosphere in the hospital room fell into a profound silence. "What?" Niu exclaimed. "What do you mean my cousin won't live past 30? He pressed urgently. "What does a peculiar fate entail? Is there no way to save him?" Jiang Huaixue shook her head. "I do not know if you have heard the saying. The sun at its zenith must wane, and the moon at its fullness must diminish. Everything that flourishes must eventually fade, and fate is no different. Your cousin's fate is extraordinarily favorable. So much so that it should not exist in a time of peace and should not belong to your family." Jiang Huaixue left her statement open-ended, understanding that those present were astute enough to grasp her implication. She continued, "However, I can help him extend his life by 2 more years. 2 additional years would mean he would only reach the age of 32, while Xie Chongyan was already 25. Old Master Xie felt lightheaded. taking a step back and bracing himself on the table to avoid collapsing. Xie Huili stood frozen, even forgetting to assist him. It was at this moment they grasped why Jiang Huaixue had stated there was both good news and bad news. While Xie Chongyan's potential awakening was indeed good news, the reality of his early demise cast a shadow over it, making it an irrefutably grim revelation. Niayu looked anxiously between Xie Huili and Old Master Xie, uncertain whether it would be better for his cousin to awaken or remain in slumber. This initial surge of hope, leading them to believe that a breakthrough was imminent, was followed in an instant by a harrowing notification of death. Revealing a glimpse into the abyss, it was truly tormenting. Once Xie Chongyan awoke, how would they address him? Would they tell him he had only a few years left to live? The room was filled with the disordered sounds of their breathing, a testament to the turmoil within the hearts of the three Xie family members. Ultimately, Old Master Xie made a decisive proclamation, regardless of what lies ahead. We must first ensure Chongyan's recovery. Who knows whether the master might discover a new method in the future. They had thought they had reached a dead end with Chongyan's current condition, believing there was no way out, yet Jiang Huaixue had appeared. Life is unpredictable. The future remains uncertain, and it does not necessarily spell a dead end. Perhaps, in a few years, new opportunities would arise for Xie Chongyan. Jiang Huaixue cast a peculiar glance at the man lying on the bed, remarking, "Indeed, perhaps new opportunities may yet present themselves." Seeing Jiang Huaixue concur with his thoughts, Old Master Xie felt a surge of hope. "Master, what do you require for this undertaking? Is there anything the Xie family can assist with?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "I can manage my preparations. Many things might confuse an outsider and lead to disorder. Next Saturday at noon, please have Niayu come to the Wan family to fetch me." For some reason, upon her utterance, both Old Master Xie and Xie Huili were momentarily taken aback. Old Master Xie scrutinized Jiang Huaixue closely. "Wan family? Are you the granddaughter of Wan Jianguo?" Wan Jianguo was Jiang Huaixue's late grandfather. Jiang Huaixue nodded, "Yes, although I encountered some unforeseen circumstances and did not grow up in their Wan household. I have never met him. Why do you ask?" Old Master Xie and Xie Huili exchanged glances, and Old Master Xie hesitated before continuing, "Master, I wonder if you are aware that you and Chongyan are bound by a childhood betrothal." Jiang Huaixue responded. Chapter 16, A Fated Connection. Jiang Huaixue asked, "Are you familiar with the Wan family situation? Isn't it well known in social circles that the Wan family is embroiled in a scandal involving true and false heirs? Or is it that the Xie family is more formidable and unaware of the rumors circulating?" Old Master Xie replied, "I have heard some whispers." Jiang Huaixue inquired further, "Then can you still be certain that it is I who is engaged to your great-grandson? After all, for many years, Wan Ruman had been living under Jiang Huaixue's identity." Old Master Xie chuckled lightly, leaning on his cane. "At the time of the betrothal, your mother was just pregnant. Your grandparents brought her to visit my wife, and coincidentally, Chongyan was playing nearby. They proposed that if your mother bore a son, he would become brothers with Chongyan, and if a daughter, a childhood betrothal would be arranged. Thus, the betrothal was made for the child yet to be born, which can only refer to you." Jiang Huaixue finally understood the backstory. She cast a glance at the man on the bed, contemplating why she had felt an unusual resonance in his fate earlier. It was because they were already bound by destiny. As dusk descended, she felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, thus she bid farewell to the Xie family. Although Elder Xie intended for Niayu to escort her, she declined. "A driver will suffice. We shall meet again next Saturday," she stated. Consequently, the Xie family escorted her to the entrance of the hospital. Once the vehicle carrying Jiang Huaixue had disappeared from sight, Xie Huili sent her son back home and, with a hint of perplexity, inquired of Elder Xie, "Father, why did you mention the betrothal just now?" Although she was somewhat taken aback to learn that Jiang Huaixue was actually a member of their Wan family, she understood that the younger generation often resists such elder-imposed arrangements. What if Jiang Huaixue reacted unfavorably and was unwilling to assist Zhongyan? Her father had navigated through life's tumult. He should have considered this factor. That night, amidst a blend of joy and pain, Elder Xie, his emotions oscillating, grew weary. He sighed and explained, "I was merely offering her a reminder." Xie Huili, puzzled, asked, "A reminder of what?" Elder Xie replied, "Ever since the late Wan passed away, and his wife ceased to concern herself with her Wan family affairs, the family has been gradually declining. Each passing year has seen it worsen. You know well that Ruan's only son is quite inept. Historically, the Xie family and their Wan family were old acquaintances. though they had grown distant over the past decade. There were still elders from the old generation alive. Elder Xie had kept an eye on his old friends and had even advised Xie Zhongyan to lend assistance if they encountered any members of the Ruan family in business. Unfortunately, under the leadership of Ruan's father, the Ruan family had continued to see a downturn, leaving the Xie family with no means to extend help. Elder Xie snorted. While it is indeed absurd to speak of switched-at-birth children, since they have brought back their biological daughter, they should naturally take good care of her.
Yet.
Look at that girl. Not a single item she wore or used was of any worth. She spoke of the Ruan family with such indifference. Even failing to adopt their name, one can only imagine how poorly she has been treated by them. Upon hearing this, Xie Huili began to reflect, though her thoughts elicited a bittersweet smile. Father, I can scarcely recall what she was wearing, only that she was strikingly beautiful and poised, appearing as though she hailed from a life of luxury. She truly does not seem like someone raised in a humble town. Elder Xie admonished. Such sentiments should not be expressed again. What do you mean by not seeming like someone from a small town? Is it not possible for a humble background to produce a phoenix? Must all affluent families be composed of outstanding talents? Setting aside those who are inherently exceptional, most ordinary individuals have no control over their upbringing. The manner in which they turn out may very well represent the pinnacle of what they can achieve through their utmost efforts. Our Xie family has its roots in humble beginnings, spanning several centuries. Who among us is truly of higher nobility? Xie Huili lowered her head in acknowledgement of her error. I have been influenced by my social circle over the years. I shall certainly remember this and refrain from such comments in the future. Elder Xie regarded her for a moment. The world may label our Xie family as the foremost clan, but this status is not merely defined by wealth, power, or status. It must also be rooted in the family's legacy and heritage. With their daughter now grown and a mother in her own right, Elder Xie chose not to elaborate further. The conversation returned to Jiang Huaixue. The Ruan family has not treated her well. Bringing her back appears to serve ulterior motives. I have heard that their daughter, what was her name, Man, has been getting rather close to the son of the de Yong family. De Yong was Elder Xie's nephew and a branch of the Xie family, particularly active this year. At this mention, Xie Huili felt a surge of indignation. When Xie Zhongyan was in power, these branches were always docile. Now, with the tiger gone, the monkeys are proclaiming themselves kings. She pondered for a moment before adding, the De Yong family has a sole heir named Xie Xian, who is rumored to be involved with the Ruan family's daughter. She could not suppress a smirk. Just look at the allies they have chosen. They are hardly worthy of consideration. Elder Xie remarked, exactly. The Ruan family was previously unaware that their biological daughter was lost to them, believing they had but one child. Yet this child is bound to Zhongyan, a man on the brink of death. They are reluctant to marry their daughter to him, but also fear offending the Xie family. They must be in quite the quandary. And now, learning they have another biological daughter, it seems they think they can have the best of both worlds. Xie Huili rose in anger. What does the Ruan family think they are? How dare they look down upon Zhongyan, even if he has his flaws? They are the ones who should be aspiring to him. At this moment, she recalled Jiang Huaixue. The Ruan family intended to marry their other daughter into the branch family, hoping to elevate themselves through Zhongyan, but did they even consider Jiang Huaixue's feelings? Whether they are aware or not, we have issued our warning. That is our duty, Elder Xie stated, his aged face still bearing a glimmer of determination. The Ruan family is indeed absurd. The Xie family does not lack suitable matches. If they wish to sever ties with Zhongyan, they need only say so. We would not impose a verbal agreement upon them. Yet, they are unwilling to let go of the Xie family, while simultaneously attempting to ally with the De Yong family, even going so far as to exploit their biological daughter. Their greed is insatiable, akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Once the matter concerning Zhongyan is resolved, we shall need to address these restless ambitions. Xie Huili understood that her father's spirit remained vigorous despite his advancing age. He was exceptionally clear-headed in his endeavors, and she felt no concern. In truth, considering all this, Jiang Huaixue seemed to share a connection with our family. She was betrothed to Zhongyan even before her birth, and now, through a twist of fate, she has become his savior. If destiny allows. Such matters are ultimately a matter of fate and cannot be forced. Moreover, I am aware that Xie Zhongyan harbors a strong aversion to arranged marriages. Upon hearing of the betrothal to the Ruan family, he expressed considerable dissatisfaction, asserting that once the Ruan daughter comes of age, he would personally dissolve the engagement. Had it not been for Xie Zhongyan's sudden collapse last year, their engagement would have already been annulled. Jiang Huaixue possesses significant metaphysical abilities, so it is likely she holds no interest in such matters. Alas, this pair of talented individuals may very well be fated to be star-crossed. Upon returning to their Wan household, Jiang Huaixue found her parents still seated in the living room. Upon noticing her late return, Wan father wore a disapproving expression. "I heard from Driverly that you were at a classmate's house?" Jiang Huaixue nonchalantly responded with an Wan father probed. "Was it a male classmate or a female classmate? You have only just arrived in Dijing. Have you already made friends?" As she walked toward the staircase, Jiang Huaixue casually replied, "A male classmate in the same class." "What of it? What of it? You, a girl, going out to play with a male classmate you have just met. Do you think that is appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? This is a matter of self-respect and self-love. It is not the behavior expected of a refined young lady. I understand you were not accustomed to rules before, but you have now returned to the Wan family and must abide by our customs." Leaning against the staircase railing, Jiang Huaixue turned to face him, languidly asserting, "You yourself said I have been accustomed to this way. I will not change. I am not a refined lady and will not adhere to the rules associated with one. You must abide by them." Wan father, seeing her unyielding demeanor, raised his eyebrows. "Stand up straight. How can you speak to your elders in such a manner?" Jiang Huaixue found his indignation amusing. She had heard that some parents and elders impose their preferred set of rules upon their children, hoping to mold them into their ideal version. When a child strays from this ideal, they are reprimanded. When they are left speechless or find no logical argument to present, they resort to moral superiority, critiquing the child's attitude, among other things. It seemed Wan father belonged to this category. His ideal daughter was likely someone malleable and easily controlled. Much like Wan Ruman, Jiang Huaixue observed her Wan father with keen interest. In this world, aside from the law, it appeared there was little that was mandatory. Although we share blood ties, we lack familial affection for each other. We are merely transient encounters in the brief span of life. I do not believe I am obligated to adhere to the customs of the Wan family. Chapter 17. The Struggle of Labor and Effort. Wan father was rendered speechless with fury. Wan mother hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. "Why are you so angry? Are you not concerned for your health? Quick, have some water." She turned to Jiang Huaixue, expressing her displeasure. "Huaixue, apologize to your father. How can you speak in such a manner? Man has never addressed her parents like this throughout her entire life." Mr. Ruan's countenance darkened as he interjected, "There's no need for that. It seems our Wan family can no longer manage her. Coincidentally, you have a marriage engagement pending." He directed his words at Jiang Huaixue. "To prevent you from causing any disgraceful incidents in the future that might tarnish our family's reputation, it would be prudent to arrange your engagement sooner rather than later." Mrs. Ruan's expression softened as she added, "This engagement was arranged even before you were born. Now that you are of age, marriage can wait, but an engagement can be established. The family of your intended is of significantly higher standing than ours. In fact, it is our family that is fortunate to be considered. You need not worry about being wronged." Mr. Wan, half serious, flipped through the calendar. "Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Xie family to finalize the engagement arrangements promptly, allowing you to focus." Mrs. Wan gently countered, "Isn't this a bit rushed? Our daughter has only just returned. I have yet to properly attend to her." "Rushed? Mr. Wan snapped, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Huaixue, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "After all the money I've wasted and the effort expended to secure her a place in university, she repays me by going out with a male classmate at night and then arguing with me upon her return. Who knows what trouble she might get into if she stays at home." One played the villain while the other donned the role of the benefactor, and in the blink of an eye, they were set to finalize the matter. Jiang Huaixue observed the entire scene, finding it simultaneously amusing and absurd. If she had not discerned the underlying motives behind Mr. and Mrs. Ruan's theatrical performance by now, she would have truly wasted her entire existence. Recalling the pale, handsome man she encountered at the hospital earlier that evening, she found it rather intriguing that the powerful heir of the Xie family would be scorned by a pair of ordinary affluent parents. Given the status of the Xie family, even if Xie Chongyan were to pass away, there would be no shortage of suitors vying for his legacy. Their Wan parents, choosing not to reserve this advantageous opportunity for Wan Ruman but rather for her, surely had ulterior motives. What could their reasoning be? Jiang Huaixue pondered Wan Ruman's subtle hints of romantic fortune, and then recalled Nieyu's complaints about a particularly restless branch of the Xie family during their conversation. Swiftly piecing together a likely scenario, The Yuan family, harboring their own schemes, believed Xie Chongyan's demise was inevitable and wished to marry Wan Ru Man into the family. Yet they also harbored concerns about contingencies, thus opting to solidify her engagement with him. In this way, regardless of who ultimately assumed control of the Xie family, they would not suffer loss, merely differing degrees of profit. However, judging by their demeanor, they likely considered themselves expendable. A smirk of irony curled at the corners of Jiang Huaixue's lips. She interrupted the dialogue between Mr. and Mrs. Yuan. I understand now. You all can finalize your plans and inform me later. The living room fell silent as Mr. and Mrs. Yuan exchanged glances. Surprised that she had not inquired about the engagement and was tacitly permitting them to proceed. They had prepared various strategies to manage her reaction, none of which seemed necessary now. If there's nothing else, I shall retire for the night, Jiang Huaixue declared, making her way to the staircase.
Suddenly,
She paused and turned slightly. Oh, I've been reading the book of documents recently and came across a phrase I wanted to share with you. To act with virtue is to have a tranquil heart and effortless days. To act deceitfully is to labor the heart and find oneself in ever-deepening troubles. Isn't that intriguing? She posed it as a question, yet it was evident she sought no response. After delivering her statement, she strode directly to her room. Mr. and Mrs. Yuan were left bewildered by her cryptic words, feeling that their daughter was indeed quite peculiar. Mrs. Yuan sighed. She truly is different from Man, having grown up in the mountains. The butler, who had sensed the awkward atmosphere and retreated from the living room moments earlier, happened to overhear Jiang Huaixue's parting words and, after conducting a brief search based on the phrase's origin and pronunciation, his expression turned grave. The phrase meant that those who act with virtue have peaceful hearts and smooth circumstances, while those who engage in deceit find themselves increasingly mired in difficulties. Did the young lady uncover something? Should he alert Mr. and Mrs. Yuan? After a moment of hesitation, the butler prepared a cup of warm milk and made his way to Jiang Huaixue's room. Jiang Huaixue stood by the window, gazing outside, and upon hearing the knock, she did not turn but simply called out, "Come in." The butler entered with a respectful demeanor. "Miss, noticing that you returned late today, I have prepared a cup of warm milk for you. Please drink it before bed. It may aid your sleep." He placed the milk on the bedside table, holding the tray while observing Jiang Huaixue. She did not turn around or respond. The butler, his emotions complex, lowered his gaze. Then, "Miss, I wish you a good night. Tomorrow is Saturday and Mr. and Mrs. Yuan will have breakfast an hour later than usual. If you wish to dine with them, you may adjust your schedule, or you may choose to have your meal at another time." He slightly bowed, preparing to take his leave, when Jiang Huaixue suddenly asked, "Do you have a son?" The butler froze, his attention snapping to Jiang Huaixue. As the family steward, he was well aware of all matters concerning their Yuan household. Since her arrival, Jiang Huaixue had not engaged in idle chatter. How did she know he had a son? The night glass served as a somewhat unclear mirror, reflecting the expressions of those who stood before it. Jiang Huaixue, positioned at the window, did not need to turn to see the butler's reaction. She could glean it from the reflection beside her. A smile of amusement broke across her face. "You needn't look at me so nervously. I was merely asking casually, with no ulterior motive." "I apologize," the butler quickly composed himself. "I merely did not expect you to ascertain my family circumstances in such a short time." "You are mistaken." Jiang Huaixue shook her head. "It was not in such a short time, but rather upon our first meeting." She gestured towards the bookshelf not far away. "Your son has been unwell recently, hasn't he? From the third shelf on the left, take out a triangular charm and place it under your son's pillow. You shall see improvement within 3 days." The butler obediently located a black box, opened it without perusing its contents further, and retrieved a triangular charm. Holding it tightly in his palm, having once served the late Mr. Yuan, he had encountered many influential figures and quickly discerned Jiang Huaixue's abilities. No wonder her aura was so uniquely commanding. No wonder she claimed to understand his circumstances at their first meeting. The butler felt a shiver run down his spine, his earlier wavering thoughts solidifying entirely. He bowed once more, this time with a deeper inclination. "Is there anything you require of me, miss?" "Not at the moment," Jiang Huaixue replied, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. "Should I need anything, I will reach out to you." The implication was clear. Unless she sought him out, he need not concern himself with her affairs. The butler acknowledged her understanding. As he closed the door behind him, he couldn't resist casting a quick glance back at Jiang Huaixue, who remained at the window, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 18. A glimmer of hope. What was Jiang Huaixue gazing at? She was observing the moonlight shimmering across the Milky Way, tracing the celestial patterns above. The darkness that appeared oppressive to outsiders was transparent to her. Her night vision was akin to daylight, and as she looked up, she beheld a tapestry of silver and soft gold intertwining in the sky, with lines darting back and forth like a fine net woven between heaven and earth. All things possess qi, yet ordinary people cannot perceive it. Only those of exceptional talent can glimpse such wonders. What appeared to be a mundane night to others was a vibrant spectacle in the eyes of a genius. Yet, having witnessed this grandeur for many years, Jiang Huaixue was long since unfazed. After a brief moment of admiration, she intended to retire for the night. Before sleeping, she habitually performed a divination. Ever since her arrival in this world, she had calculated each night, and apart from one peculiar result from a year ago, all her previous calculations had been consistent. However, today was destined to be different. With her jade-like fingers moving swiftly, Jiang Huaixue suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with newfound intensity. Having initially lain down, she immediately sprang up, rummaging through the cabinet for paper and pen to begin her calculations based on the divination techniques. In the stillness of the night, as the bright moon traversed westward, Jiang Huaixue was fervently scribbling at her desk, oblivious to the subtle, speckled glimmers of light that quietly coalesced, flowing into her very being. By the time Jiang Huaixue had completed her calculations, it was nearly 3 a.m. She exhaled deeply, her expression devoid of fatigue, instead illuminated with joy. Earlier that day, Neyu had posed a question to her. "So, you too have matters that confound you?" Jiang Huaixue had replied, "Of course, for instance, the prospect of returning to the Yuan family." Neyu was perplexed by her words, yet she alone comprehended the gravity of her situation. Without a return to the Yuan family, her demise was all but certain. The adage deep affections do not last, and extreme wisdom brings suffering resonated profoundly. Akin to the fate of Xie Chongyan, whose esteemed life was met with insurmountable obstacles. Jiang Huaixue, possessing profound insights and extraordinary abilities, was likewise destined for brevity of life. In other terms, those versed in metaphysics often encounter the afflictions of 5 losses and 3 deficiencies, where the 5 losses denote widowhood, orphanhood, isolation, loneliness, and disability, while the 3 deficiencies refer to wealth, life, and power. Jiang Huaixue was afflicted by the gravest of these. She lacked life itself. In her past existence, she was born into an ancient martial arts family, endowed with top-tier cultivation secrets for prolonging life and a spatial treasure that provided wondrous remedies. Yet, she could not escape the curse of dying at 25. She vividly recalled her 25th birthday, marked by celestial anomalies and purple lightning, drawing countless practitioners of the ancient martial world to her side, yet still failing to defy the will of the heavens. Just before losing consciousness, she had heard someone lamenting loudly, "A genius is fallen. The path of enlightenment is merciless. Does our cultivation realm truly have no way forward?" Had she been able to speak then, she would have retorted, "It is not the cultivation realm that has no way forward, but rather I."
To be candid,
she had not anticipated that she would live again in another form. The true daughter of the Yuan family had been mistakenly exchanged at birth, while the couple who raised her met with an untimely demise in a car accident, leaving a toddler to perish alone in hunger. When Jiang Huaixue opened her eyes in her diminutive form, the sensation of an empty, aching stomach nearly overwhelmed her. She scavenged for some biscuits at home and climbed onto a chair to boil water on the marble countertop of the kitchen. In the desolate kitchen, the frail girl knelt before the kettle, ravenously gulping down the hot water. Her grandfather, Jiang Huaixue, upon receiving news, hurried to the city and, upon entering the house, was met with the heart-wrenching sight. Tears welled in his aged eyes as he embraced Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue, a practitioner of metaphysics residing in a remote village in the southwest, managed the affairs of her biological parents' estate before taking Jiang Huaixue back with him. Having lost his wife in middle age and now facing solitude in his twilight years, he felt unprepared for the responsibility of raising a granddaughter. Yet, he soon discovered Jiang Huaixue's extraordinary intelligence and remarkable talent in metaphysics. While others needed to read the I Ching and Han Long Jing countless times, she could recite them effortlessly after a mere glance. Where others struggled with geomancy, she could intuitively decipher the mysteries at a glance. For those who sought to write charms and incantations, requiring rituals and offerings, her small hand could produce masterpieces with a mere flick. Jiang Huaixue's previous understanding of metaphysical study was entirely upended by Jiang Huaixue. In his astonishment, he felt a sense of unease. It is well known that perfection is an illusion. Every extraordinary achievement comes at a cost. As the saying goes, every drink and every action is preordained. Every orchid has its roots. Indeed, upon calculating Jiang Huaixue's destiny, he discovered that she would not survive beyond 20, and at that time, she was already 15. Overwhelmed with sorrow, he fell gravely ill, while Jiang Huaixue attended to him, preparing medicine and offering comfort. What are you afraid of? A talent like mine means that every year I live is worth 10 years to others. Even if I only live to 20, it surpasses the life of someone who lives to 100. Jiang Huaixue rasped, "Did you know this all along?" Her exceptional abilities surely meant she had calculated her own fate. Jiang Huaixue acquiesced. Jiang Huaixue inquired, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? With more time, perhaps we could find a solution." Jiang Huaixue smiled. "Then you would have known I am not your biological granddaughter. Why didn't you tell me?" They exchanged a glance, fell silent for a moment, and then both burst into laughter. Jiang Huaixue sighed with a smile. "So you knew that as well. Sometimes it feels like you're not a child at all. What does it matter whether you're my real granddaughter? After all these years, you've become even dearer than blood." Indeed, long ago, Jiang Huaixue had uncovered the truth of her origins. If she truly desired to return to the Yuan family, she had countless means at her disposal to do so effortlessly, yet she had never considered the matter. Her days spent with the old man in their small village were comfortable, and she harbored no extravagant hopes for her lifespan. In her previous life, despite possessing extraordinary powers and treasures, she could not evade the decree of the heavens even at 25. In this life, with her limited aptitude, she could not cultivate, and thus saw no need to exert herself. However, Jiang Huaixue would not relent. He scoured ancient texts in search of a method to alter Jiang Huaixue's fate, urging her daily to devise a solution. When she insisted there was none, he would huff and puff in frustration. "Are you not a genius? Can a genius be this foolish? Have you resigned to fate without attempting anything? Get up and think. I do not wish to experience the sorrow of bearing my own child again. I am counting on you to light my incense in the future." Perhaps it was his final words that stirred Jiang Huaixue into action, for she began earnestly seeking a resolution. Yet, as she calculated day after day, no sign of hope emerged. Until a year ago, after graduating high school, she was abruptly awakened one night, sensing something profound. After calculating, she discovered a glimmer of hope, which faintly pointed northward. The next day, upon learning this, Jiang Huaixue wasted no time preparing to travel north with her. Yet, Jiang Huaixue stopped him. "The hope is faint, lacking clear direction, and I do not know how long I will be away. You are older, please remain home and await my news." Alone, she ventured north with her resources. A year later, while appraising antiques in a shop, she received a call from the Yuan family. "Is this Miss Jiang Huaixue? There is a matter you may need to know. Please remain calm." Jiang Huaixue lifted her gaze to the distant horizon, where a streak of golden light suddenly emerged. Chapter 19. The Golden Hall and the Jade Horse. Jiang Huaixue conversed with Jiang Huaixue. "I received a call from my biological parents, the Yuan family in the capital. The divination indicates they harbor ulterior motives, and this journey may encounter some obstacles. However, that glimmer of hope aligns with the Yuan family, so I must go." Jiang Huaixue expressed his concerns. "Shall I accompany you? Should anything happen, I can provide support." Jiang Huaixue declined. "Let me ascertain the situation first. Then I will bring you over." After tidying up her affairs, she arrived in the capital days later, returning to the Yuan family. Upon meeting them, she felt a deep sense of disappointment. This family was filled with foolishness and malice. Not a single virtuous soul could be found. She struggled to comprehend where that glimmer of hope lay. Yet at that moment, as Jiang Huaixue gazed at the intricate calculations before her, the faces of her biological parents flashed in her mind, along with the fortune that had touched Nieyu and the profound purple aura surrounding the comatose Xie. Suddenly, everything became clear. The hope was indeed within the Yuan family, but not necessarily of the Yuan family itself. They were merely a thread leading her through numerous trials, allowing her to eventually meet Xie. The true glimmer of hope resided within him. Reflecting on the nearly 20 years that had passed, she began to perceive a pattern. The Yuan family's daughter was betrothed to the Xie family before her birth, only to be mistakenly exchanged and lost. The child died young, and Jiang Huaixue awakened, years later returning home to encounter the injured Xie. Each event, had it taken a different course, would have led to entirely different outcomes. Was this all mere coincidence? Or was it predestined? In the grand tapestry of fate, was this divine will, or an unseen force at play? Her vitality seems to be intricately entwined with Xie Chongyan. Yet what does that specifically entail? A myriad of enigmas assailed Jiang Huaixue, prompting her to ponder for a considerable while. She took the paper from the table, folding it repeatedly until it transformed into a triangle, which she held delicately between her fingers, gazing intently at it. In the stillness of the night, a mist began to rise, enveloping the room in a veil of vapor, rendering Jiang Huaixue's features slightly ethereal. With a gentle release of her fingertips, the triangular paper wobbled and fell, igniting into flames before it could touch the ground, instantly reducing to a small pile of ash upon the floor. So be it. Where there's a will, there's a way. Regardless of the circumstances, survival is preferable to an untimely demise. Just as Zhang Laotu remarked. He was still anticipating her to offer incense for him in the future. A soft smile graced Jiang Huaixue's lips as she turned back to her bed, kicking off her slippers, inadvertently scattering the nearby dust. The following day, Saturday, an aunt arrived to tidy up Jiang Huaixue's room and suddenly exclaimed, "Miss, did you open the window last night? I distinctly remember mopping the floor clean yesterday, yet today there appears to be a noticeable layer of dust in the crevices." The aunt, who cleaned daily, found it perplexing since everyone in the household wore clean slippers in the bedroom, making such a situation unlikely. Jiang Huaixue, reclining on a lazy couch engrossed in a book, looked up upon hearing her, offering an apologetic smile. "I don't recall. Perhaps I did. I'll be more mindful next time. Thank you for your hard work today." Her beauty radiated, and when she smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes, it was quite enchanting, softening the aunt's heart. The aunt quickly replied, "It's nothing. It's my duty. I merely wish to remind you, miss, that with the recent cold weather, leaving the window open at night could lead to catching a chill. If you wish to ventilate the room, it's advisable to do so during the day." Jiang Huaixue nodded obediently. "Thank you, aunt. I will remember that." The aunt, carrying the dust-filled garbage bag downstairs, decided to make a quick visit to the living room as well, where there was more trash to collect. Suddenly, an unexpected gust of wind swept through, causing the bag's opening to loosen and releasing a cloud of barely visible dust into the air. In the living room, where Mr. Wan was conversing with Mrs. Wan, he felt a sudden chill and sneezed violently. Mrs. Wan paused her speech, placing a concerned hand on his forehead. "What's the matter? Are you coming down with something?" Mr. Wan frowned. "Perhaps just a bit. I've arranged to meet with the Xie family tomorrow to discuss the marriage contract. Do you think we should take Huaixue along?" Mrs. Wan hesitated. Are we truly going to marry Huaixue off? Given the circumstances surrounding Third Master Xie, she is still our biological daughter. Mr. Wan stood up, intending to check his phone for messages, but felt lightheaded from rising too quickly. He rubbed his temples. De Yong's side is already preparing to act. I cannot make any definitive claims regarding the Xie family's situation. I can only ensure that Huaixue is linked to the main family. In case of any unforeseen events, we will have an escape route. I understand you find Huaixue elegant and beautiful, fulfilling your expectations of a daughter, but given the current predicament, we should provide her with ample financial support to guarantee her a prosperous life. What do you think? Mrs. Wan replied, that seems to be the only option. Though she felt a pang of regret, she couldn't deny it. Over the years, she had enjoyed a close relationship with Wan Rumen, who was also a celebrated socialite within the same elite circle. Yet, she always sensed something lacking in Wan Rumen, failing to meet her ideals for a daughter. It was only upon Jiang Huaixue's return home that she recognized the innate beauty and poise of her dining companion, Jiang Huaixue, and suddenly understood. Wan Rumen was missing an inherent nobility that could not be cultivated by mere upbringing, something Jiang Huaixue possessed effortlessly. In that moment, Mrs. Wan felt a profound sense of loss, unable to shake the thought that if Jiang Huaixue had not been mistakenly taken in, raised within their Wan family, she would undoubtedly be exceptional now. As the matriarch of their Wan family, she would have commanded immense respect within the socialite circles. Mrs. Wan sighed. Akin to losing a remarkable jewel she could have proudly showcased. In the morning, when Mr. Wan sneezed, no one paid it any mind, yet unexpectedly, by the afternoon, he developed a high fever, his face flushed and head heavy, making it difficult for him to rise. After a visit from the family doctor, it was determined he must be admitted to the hospital to prevent any complications arising from the fever. The Wan family promptly took Mr. Wan to the nearest hospital for an intravenous drip and, following the doctor's advice, allowed him to stay for observation for a few days.
Consequently,
Their planned meeting with the Xie family to discuss the marriage contract the following day was rendered moot. After accompanying their Wan family to the hospital, Jiang Huaixue returned home and strolled through the garden, admiring a cluster of large flowers surrounded by a pristine white hue, and inquired of the passing steward, "What kind of flower is this?" The steward scrutinized it closely, beckoning the gardener for confirmation, before replying, "It's a type of autumn chrysanthemum, specifically called Jin Tangyuma, which Mr. Wan requested by name." Jiang Huaixue chuckled softly. He specifically requested white chrysanthemums? Though this particular white chrysanthemum is not the same as others, it is still a white chrysanthemum. The steward, ignoring her evident sarcasm, added, "Mr. Wan liked the name when procuring it and specifically requested it. However, upon discovering it was a white chrysanthemum, he lost interest." Indeed, who would plant a patch of white chrysanthemums in their garden? Jiang Huaixue speculated that Mr. Wan likely wished to have it uprooted, but felt embarrassed to do so since he had initially requested it. Jin Tangyuma, a splendid name, Jiang Huaixue mused, gently caressing the petals, her words imbued with deeper meaning. Perhaps many matters are akin to selecting flowers. One focuses on the name and surface beauty, believing the outcome will be splendid, yet remains unaware of the hidden tribulations awaiting in the shadows. The steward, seemingly oblivious to her reflections, stood quietly beside her, his head downward, pretending he had not heard. Chapter 20. The peaceful coin. Throughout that week, Mr. Wan remained in the hospital, with Mrs. Wan by his side nursing him, resulting in a notably quieter household. Ever since Jiang Huaixue had warned Wan Rumen, the latter seemed somewhat apprehensive regarding Jiang Huaixue and refrained from causing further disturbances. Jiang Huaixue, relishing the newfound tranquility, spent her days preparing for the upcoming Saturday, aside from attending classes. Nieyu was particularly invested in the preparations, filled with curiosity, relentlessly questioning Jiang Huaixue about every detail. When Jiang Huaixue decided to skip class to visit the antique street, he insisted on accompanying her. "Will you be orchestrating quite the spectacle, with thunder and lightning? Should we reserve a venue? Do we need a lightning rod? I've noticed others are setting up altars to invite deities. Don't those require large basins? Should we have one custom-made?" Jiang Huaixue responded with a sigh. "No need for a lightning rod, but a large basin would be necessary, preferably custom-made, using your height and build as a standard." Nieyu, initially attentive, found himself puzzled. Why should it be based on me? While Jiang Huaixue scanned the surroundings, her eyes fell upon a splendid item at a nearby stall, and she casually drifted towards it, flashing a friendly smile at him. "Because you'll be placed inside it, along with some scallions, ginger, and garlic, sprinkled with cumin powder, for a fresh stew. The deities above are often lonely and appreciate a bit of noise. What do you think?" Nieyu gasped in horror. No. I'm tough and chewy, not appetizing at all. Deities wouldn't tea like me." As they conversed, they arrived at the stall where Jiang Huaixue had spotted the item of interest. The stall owner, a man in his 40s, sat on a stool playing a casual game on his phone. Upon noticing their presence, he didn't lift his gaze, casually stating, "All genuine items, feel free to browse. If you find something you like, just ask for the price." Jiang Huaixue crouched down, seemingly inspecting a porcelain plate, while her peripheral vision fell upon a piece coin nearby. The piece coin, resembling the size of a copper coin, was a pale green, interspersed with delicate white threads, giving it an appearance that suggested it was not of high quality. Yet, Jiang Huaixue was immediately captivated by the faint aura it emanated. After examining other items for a while, she picked up the piece coin, inquiring, "How much for this, good sir?" The owner looked up at her, momentarily taken aback by the beauty of the young woman before him, a flash of astonishment crossing his face as he paused his game. In the antique street, the eyes of the vendors were keen, and they immediately discerned that Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu Fei were of affluent stature. Thus, when confronted with Jiang Huaixue's inquiry about the price, he unabashedly signaled a 5 with his fingers. Jiang Huaixue, with a smile that was neither entirely a smile nor a frown, asked, 500? The proprietor chuckled. "Add 2 zeros to that." 500 plus 2 zeros amounted to 50,000. Nieyu frowned at once and advised Jiang Huaixue, "This is merely a small trinket made from horse-tooth jade. It is hardly worth 50,000. If you have an affinity for jade, I can select a piece from home and gift it to you." He casually mentioned the type of jade used for the piece pendant, causing the proprietor to feel uneasy, and he hastily amended his offer. "But since you two seem to have a good rapport, I can let it go for a loss at 3,000. He quoted a price that was neither too high nor too low, confident that these second-generation rich individuals would not regard such a small sum with disdain and would squander it without a second thought. However, Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu did not conform to expectations. Nieyu firmly stated, "It's not worth it. Don't buy it." Jiang Huaixue retorted, 500 already gives you a profit. I won't pay a single penny more." As she spoke, she pretended to place the piece pendant down. This trivial item had been displayed for quite some time without any inquiries. Now, with a chance to sell and make a profit, the proprietor could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. He quickly thrust the payment code before Jiang Huaixue, feigning reluctance. All right, just pay and take it." After Jiang Huaixue completed the transaction and departed, Nieyu felt a lingering dissatisfaction. He only quoted such a high price because he sees us as young and naive. We've already lost with 500 for such a subpar item. He was not particularly distressed about the money, but rather irked by the proprietor's initial intent to deceive them. Jiang Huaixue cradled the jade pendant in her palm, musing. To others, it may be a low-quality item, but to me, it transforms into something else. Nieyu burst into laughter. "I believe you can predict fortunes, but surely you cannot transform waste into treasure, can you? No way it can become an old pit jade." His laughter was cut short as he suddenly gaped, astonished by the piece pendant Jiang Huaixue held aloft. The rough, muddled jade ornament now glimmered under the sunlight, revealing a translucent quality, pristine and pure, with an intensely deep emerald hue. "How does this resemble imperial green?" Nieyu exclaimed, taking it to inspect, his words tumbling over one another. "It didn't look like this a moment ago." Old pit jade is prized for its bright and even coloration, pure and transparent texture, and delicate touch. Often likened to glass, the old pit glass type imperial green is particularly esteemed. My cousin once owned a guanine pendant, said to be exceptionally rare, and it was even blessed. 4 or 5 years ago, a collector appraised it at no less than 500 million. Nieyu lamented, "Your piece pendant appears no less valuable than my cousin's." It certainly didn't look like this just now. He began to doubt his own eyes, glancing between the piece pendant and Jiang Huaixue, muttering, "If you can transform every piece of low-quality jade into a masterpiece, wouldn't you quickly amass wealth?" He said it casually. Yet Jiang Huaixue pondered for a few moments before responding, "You've actually presented an intriguing idea." Nieyu, pointing at the piece pendant and lowering his voice, asked, "Can you really change the type of jade?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "Not only that, I can also alter the essence of a person." Upon hearing of such a secret ability, Nieyu perked up, casting furtive glances around, and whispered, "What do you mean? Is it a skill akin to the 72 transformations?" Jiang Huaixue tucked the piece pendant away and smiled. "No, it's more about turning someone into a fool." Nieyu was taken aback. "How does one turn a person into a fool?" Jiang Huaixue replied leisurely, "Just open the front camera on your phone and you'll see."
Nie post.
Instinctively complied, and when he beheld his own large face on the screen, realization struck him. "Jiang Huaixue, I feel utterly embarrassed. You tricked me," he lamented, smacking his forehead. "Goodness, how could I be so foolish?" Jiang Huaixue couldn't help but laugh. After her laughter subsided, she reflected, what is wrong with being foolish? The foolish often find fortune. If a person can still be foolish in adulthood, it indicates that they have support and protection, shielding them from the chaos of the world outside. Nieyu fell silent for a moment. "My parents say the same. They are very forgiving and never pressure me to inherit the family business. My grandfather also said that even if I achieve nothing in the future, I can still live comfortably under my cousin's protection." But now, Nieyu felt a wave of sorrow. Is there really no hope for his lifespan? Jiang Huaixue contemplated the glimmer of hope she had finally discovered over the years, and then thought of Xie Zhongyan's unique fortune, deep in thought. Surely there must be a way, but what that way might be remained uncertain. Chapter 21. The Mi family's feng shui. On Friday afternoon, after concluding a week of classes, Jiang Huaixue boarded the vehicle belonging to Mi Ping. Mi Ping expressed her grievances. "Initially, I suggested taking you out to eat, but my parents insisted on hosting at home. I don't understand their reasoning." Jiang Huaixue was engrossed in replying to messages, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh," and stated, "They likely wish for me to assess the feng shui of your home as well."
Ah?
Mi Ping had not considered that aspect, feeling somewhat awkward. "Will that be a bother to you?" Having yet to enter society, she had been indulged by her family and possessed a simple mindset, believing that her family's invitation to Jiang Huaixue for dinner was merely a gesture of gratitude for her past assistance in saving Mi Yan, which had made her quite happy. Now, upon hearing Jiang Huaixue's words, she felt her family had not communicated their intentions clearly, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Jiang Huaixue reassured her, "It's no trouble, I charge for my services in feng shui." Mi Ping's family resided in a well-known villa community, renowned for its lush greenery, nestled against verdant mountains with flowing waters at its entrance. As the car entered the community, the vehicle slowed down, and Jiang Huaixue gazed out of the backseat window, admiring the scenery. "This community is quite nice. What are the property prices here?" She was currently on the lookout for a residence to bring Jiang Lao Tu over. Mi Ping scratched her head. "I'm not quite sure. I haven't inquired about that." The car halted at the Mi family's doorstep, where her family awaited their arrival. Mi Yan proactively opened the car door, catching the tail end of their conversation. "What are you discussing?" Mi Ping replied, "Huaixue asked me about the property prices in our community, and I told her I didn't know." Mi Fu, upon realizing, beamed at Jiang Huaixue. "So this is the esteemed master? Please come in. Do you wish to purchase a house? I know the developers of this community, and can introduce you." Mi Ping interjected, "Dad, you're getting old, yet you still call Huaixue a master. It makes her sound ancient." Mi Mu reproached, "What's wrong with that? The master has saved your brother. It's only fitting we show our respect. You have your perspective, and we have ours. Besides, calling her master is just a term of endearment." Mi Ping stamped her foot and turned to Mi Yan. "Brother, don't you think so?" But she saw Mi Yan standing there, dazed and lost in thought. Mi Ping curiously waved her hand in front of his face. Brother, snap out of it. What are you thinking about?" Mi Yan, as if awakening from a dream, appeared slightly unnerved. Just lost in thought about work." Mi Ping, unimpressed, pouted. Work, that is all you think about. Can't you show a little more concern for your sister?" Mi Yan cast a furtive glance at Jiang Huaixue's graceful figure ahead, his mind consumed by the stunning beauty she had displayed when she first stepped out of the car. He absent-mindedly replied to his sister, Oh, what snack do you want? I'll have the kitchen prepare it." Up ahead, Jiang Huaixue was engaging in pleasantries with Mi Ping's parents. She spoke gently. "Mi Ping and I are alumni. You may call me Huaixue." Upon hearing this, Mi Mu promptly adjusted her address, Huaixue. She beamed. "The moment I saw you, I felt an affinity. Don't laugh, Huaixue, but when I was pregnant, I envisioned what my future daughter would be like, and I imagined she should resemble you."
Mi Ping, overeating, protested, "Mom."
"I heard that." Mi Mu shot her a glance. "Are you not proud of it?" Mi Ping's gaze swept over Jiang Huaixue, and after a moment of silence, she wore an expression of melancholy. "Let us pretend I never uttered that previous remark, shall we? I actually didn't hear it." Laughter erupted from everyone, and Jiang Huaixue's eyes sparkled with mirth. It was evident that the familial bonds and the atmosphere within the Mi household were quite harmonious. "Mr. Mi took the opportunity to introduce the scenic views to Jiang Huaixue, and only after they settled in the living room with tea did he speak. "In truth, we invited the master here today for a rather delicate request." Mrs. Mi chimed in promptly. "It's not for any other reason. But ever since the incident with Xiao Yan, we have been rather unsettled. Last time, it was Huaixue who informed Ping in advance, allowing Xiao Yan to avert disaster, yet we remain uncertain if further troubles may arise." Mr. Mi sighed in agreement. "Primarily, we wish for the master to discern whether there are any unresolved tribulations in our family. Is what transpired with Mi Yan fated? Or is it a matter of our household's feng shui being amiss? Or perhaps something else altogether?" Jiang Huaixue, having anticipated their concerns, was not taken aback. She suggested, "Why not take a tour of the house?" Mr. Mi, elated, promptly rose to lead the way. The Mi residence boasted a predominantly traditional Chinese decor, with meticulous arrangements and warm hues, clearly reflecting the owner's dedication. Following behind, Jiang Huaixue felt an easy flow of energy as they ascended to the third floor. Sensing no apparent issues, she casually pointed out a few adjustments to the placements of certain decorative items, such as the fish tank in the living room. "Has this fish tank been moved?" Mrs. Mi pondered. "It seems so. It used to be next to the television. During a thorough cleaning 2 months ago, it was shifted." Jiang Huaixue pointed ahead from the fish tank, directing their attention to where the goldfish faced. Goldfish are considered auspicious, often kept for their wealth-attracting qualities. But being water creatures, they should not face the kitchen. Otherwise, the conflict between water and fire may lead to misfortunes, while it may not cause a complete financial loss. Some setbacks are inevitable. Mr. Mi recalled a recent troubling situation with his company, realizing that a previously secured collaboration had encountered numerous complications. He remarked seriously, "Very well. I shall have someone change its position at once." As they prepared to leave the master bedroom, Jiang Huaixue's gaze suddenly sharpened, drawn to the swimming pool outside. She found it peculiar. Has no one examined this house since you moved in? Generally, business people like Mr. Mi would pay considerable attention to feng shui. And while the Mi family's home appeared commendable, it lacked the guidance of an expert. Mrs. Mi explained, "We had intended to consult someone. But that year when we moved in, Xiaoyan was preparing for his college entrance exams, and we were so preoccupied with that we neglected it. Eventually, it slipped our minds." Jiang Huaixue mused. No wonder there was such a significant issue lurking in the backyard. Was this swimming pool part of the property from the beginning? They turned to look at the elongated deep-water pool in the backyard. "Yes, it was here from the start," she replied, puzzled. "Is there something wrong with the pool? Most community pools resemble this one." Jiang Huaixue stepped back, allowing Mr. and Mrs. Mi to view from her vantage point. "Do you not find it appear somewhat unusual from this angle?" Mr. Mi furrowed his brow, unable to discern anything, while Mrs. Mi hesitated. "Does it seem slightly deformed?" "Precisely," Jiang Huaixue inquired. "Have you experienced any health issues over the past few years?" "Not particularly," Mrs. Mi replied, perplexed. "If anything, I often feel a bit of tightness in my chest, and Lao Mi has a persistent cough, but the doctors have said there's nothing wrong." She reasoned that, considering their ages in their 50s, minor ailments were somewhat normal, and Mr. Mi had enjoyed smoking in his youth, though he had long since quit, leaving behind a lingering cough. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently. "It seems the swimming pool may require reconstruction." Mr. Mi finally grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting there is an issue with the pool?" Jiang Huaixue clarified. "The pool itself is not problematic. But viewed from the master bedroom, it forms a concave shape, which we refer to as a tang xiumark, prone to attracting negative energy, leading to respiratory discomfort for the occupants over time." Mrs. Mi hurriedly asked, "What would be the best approach after reconstruction?" Jiang Huaixue pointed towards the southwest. "It should be built there, ideally in an 8-sided or gourd shape, appearing more rounded, yet not entirely circular. As the saying goes, the sea possesses the true capacity to accommodate, and the bright moon is not always full. Surrounding shallow waters with a deeper center, gently embracing the main residence, is indeed a sign of accumulated blessings." Mr. Mi nodded vigorously, quickly jotting it down on his phone to avoid forgetting it later. "Nothing more than that." Jiang Huaixue surveyed her surroundings and then added, "Oh, and that vase at the corner of the foyer should be moved too. Not only does it obstruct the flow of energy, but if it were to shatter, wouldn't you be distressed over such a genuine piece?" "What? A genuine piece?" As Jiang Huaixue's words hung in the air, the Mi family was left astonished. Mi Ping sprang up. "That vase is genuine?" Jiang Huaixue, observing their reaction, was taken aback. "You didn't know?" She approached the vase, admiring its lustrous sheen, and touched it lightly. The vase stood approximately 20 centimeters tall, with a broad neck and a rounded base, adorned with intricate blue and white patterns, vividly depicting entwined peonies, its texture refined and exquisite. Jiang Huaixue confirmed, "Undoubtedly genuine. Most likely an imitation of the Chenghua, albeit a high-quality replica." Mr. and Mrs. Mi exchanged startled glances, gasping in disbelief. Mi Ping, lacking knowledge on the subject, asked, "If it's genuine, why is it also described as an imitation? Can an imitation still be considered genuine?" Jiang Huaixue smirked. "In our era, replicas hold little value, but what if it was a replica made 300 years ago of something from 600 years ago? Chenghua is unparalleled throughout history. A true treasure, even in its own time. Historical records from the Ming Dynasty state that during the reign of Emperor Shenzong, a pair of Chenghua chicken cups were valued at 70 to 80,000 taels. While the vase may not be as valuable as the cups, it still reflects its rarity. However, due to various circumstances, authentic Chenghua pieces are scarce, and later generations have revered its beauty, leading to numerous imitations, with those from the Kangxi and Yongjing periods being the most similar. In recent years, the appreciation for Yongjing's aesthetic has garnered much praise online, often humorously compared to that of Qianlong, with countless jokes circulating, leaving Qianlong looking quite diminished in stature. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Yongjing possessed a high level of artistic discernment, and the Chenghua replicas from his era are indeed masterpieces among imitations, with some even achieving a level of craftsmanship that can deceive the eye. There is a saying in the antique world, "Look to Chenghua in the Ming, and Yongzheng in the Qing. As for the vase in the Mi household, in Jiang Huaixue's eyes, it is likely a Yongzheng imitation of Chenghua Doucai. Her explanation resonated with Mi Ping, who, though anxious, harbored a flicker of hope. What do you think, Huaixue? How much is this vase worth? Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment. Based on current market prices, it should be valued around 5 million. Mi Ping was utterly astonished, but I bought it for 25,000 at the antique street. She had once harbored a fondness for wandering through antique streets, often returning with various trinkets, hoping to stumble upon genuine pieces. However, after several appraisals, she had come to realize that finding true treasures was no easy feat. After purchasing the vase, Mi Yan had teased her for spending 25,000 on what he deemed a foolish purchase, saying, "The owner asked for 25,000, implying that you must be a bit dim-witted, huh?" In a fit of anger, Mi Ping had chased him around the living room with a cushion. Mr. and Mrs. Mi had dismissed it, believing their daughter simply enjoyed collecting and thought nothing of it, considering the vase a decorative piece. None of them had imagined that Mi Ping's purchase would turn out to be genuine. It was likely that the seller, lacking knowledge, had sold the antique to Mi Ping with a mindset of offloading a mere craft item. Mrs. Mi murmured, "While 5 million isn't an exorbitant amount, this is the first time I've seen any return on investment from Ping Ping." The group erupted in laughter. Mi Ping, undeterred by the mockery, held her head high, resembling a triumphant little rooster. "What does this indicate? It shows I have an eye for quality." Mi Yan quipped, "Your keen eye led you to buy so many fakes before." Mi Ping huffed in response. Even the wisest of individuals may falter. Having a discerning eye doesn't exempt one from occasional errors. "So what?" Mi Yan chuckled. "It seems you are a fool who, despite your countless worries, has stumbled upon a stroke of luck." The two siblings immediately began to bicker. Their parents, undisturbed, beamed with smiles as they conversed with Jiang Huaixue. "Please, don't mind them. These two have never settled down since childhood." They were pleased to discover that, through fortune-telling, an overlooked antique was revealed. "This young lady truly impresses. Though she is not of considerable age, her breadth of knowledge and keen insights are remarkable." Jiang Huaixue's demeanor was gentle, her lips curving slightly into a smile. "It is evident that your family shares a strong bond. A harmonious home fosters prosperity, which is indeed a blessing, particularly for Mr.
Mi.
Her gaze lingered on Mr. Mi's face, as if perceiving something profound. Deep marital affection, a complete family, and if all goes well, not only could his career advance, but he could also enjoy a peaceful retirement. Mr. Mi felt as though she had seen right through him. His spine stiffened, and her seemingly significant words echoed in his mind. Over the years, his business had flourished, and during social engagements, he inevitably frequented some dubious places. Observing that many of his peers maintained a facade of a stable home while indulging in affairs. Yet, he had never strayed. After hearing Jiang Huaixue's words, any fleeting thoughts of infidelity vanished completely. Indeed, indeed. Mr. Mi embraced his wife, sincerely declaring, "I shall be content and cherish my blessings." Mrs. Mi, oblivious to the undercurrents, cheerfully led Jiang Huaixue to the dining room. At the dinner table, Mr. and Mrs. Mi lavished compliments on Jiang Huaixue, using such flowery language that even Mi Ping felt her cheeks flush. She leaned in to whisper to Mi Yan, "Mom and Dad have never praised us like this." It seems all their best words are reserved for Huaixue. Mi Yan, distracted, was munching on his food, occasionally glancing at Jiang Huaixue. He barely caught her words, something about praising Huaixue, and nodded, "You are right. We should indeed praise her more."
Mi Ping.
She felt utterly perplexed. What was going on with her family? And what about her brother? After the meal, Mr. and Mrs. Mi warmly invited Jiang Huaixue to stay overnight. After several polite refusals, Jiang Huaixue eventually stated that she had an appointment the following day, prompting the Mi family to relent. They exchanged contact information, promising to keep in touch. Before getting into the car, Jiang Huaixue glanced at Mi Yan and addressed the Mi family. "The last time was a fateful ordeal, which I have managed to evade. However, should any human issues arise, feel free to reach out to me." Mi Yan felt his ears flush at her gaze, utterly speechless, while Mr. Mi sensed something amiss.
What do you mean by that?
Jiang Huaixue shook her head slightly. "It is still uncertain. Fate and fortune are intertwined. While fate may not dictate, fortune remains undetermined. I merely observe that your young master bears signs of potential romantic entanglements. Hence I offer this forewarning, though it may or may not come to pass. Should it truly occur, you may seek my assistance." The realm of destiny is not fixed. As the saying goes, 1's fate, 2's fortune, 3's feng shui, 4's virtuous deeds, 5's learning, 6's reputation, 7's appearance, 8's reverence to the divine, 9's noble connections, and 10's health. The myriad factors influencing a person's fate and choices are indeed overwhelming, rendering Jiang Huaixue unable to make definitive claims at this moment. With that, she entered the car and departed. En route, she received a notification on her phone, revealing a substantial deposit. She smiled, instinctively locating her frequently used account for the Women and Children's Relief Fund, transferring half of the funds. Xie Zhongyan, I haven't even woken up yet. And my wife has already met my rival's parents? Chapter 23. Who are you last Saturday? Jiang Huaixue had arranged with the Xie family to visit the hospital this Saturday, instructing Nieyu to send a car to pick her up from the Yuan family. However, she later changed her mind, wishing to conceal her connection with the Xie family from the Yuan family, and specifically instructed Nieyu to park outside the community. Nieyu personally brought the driver and, upon meeting her, handed her the milk tea she requested. I can't believe you wanted milk tea too. When I received the message, I thought your account had been hacked. Jiang Huaixue took a sip of the rich, robust taro milk tea, deeming it one of the most significant inventions of contemporary times. She lazily settled into her seat. What else would I drink? Do you think I consume something different? Having rarely interacted with ordinary young people of her age, she found Nieyu's occasional remarks and actions amusing, his thoughts quite unique.
Nieygreku awkwardly replied.
Something like drinking dew in the morning and frost at night. Jiang Huaixue chuckled. That refers to immortals, not masters. Masters not only avoid drinking dew, but might also enjoy durian and stinky tofu. Nieyu's expression cracked into a grin. After finishing her cup of milk tea, the car arrived at the hospital they had previously visited. This time, besides Nieyu's mother, Xie Huili, and the elder Mr. Xie, there were also Nieyu's father and a tall, handsome man. The man had a stern countenance, exuding a wild and untamed aura. When he shook hands with Jiang Huaixue, he managed a slight smile, clearly making an effort to appear more approachable. Hello, I am Zhong Yan's elder brother, Xie Chengsun. Thank you for coming today, and for your assistance to the Xie family. Jiang Huaixue thought the formality of his speech was rather official. Anyone aware of the context would know she was there to help Xie Zhongyan, while those unaware might think it was a diplomatic meeting. Clearly, Xie Chengsun held a significant position, accustomed to formalities. After exchanging pleasantries, she placed her bag on the table and began to retrieve items from it. The others watched in astonishment as she pulled out several incense sticks, a box of vermilion powder, a stack of talisman paper, and finally, a jade roi. Elder Mr. Xie's eyes lit up at the sight of the jade roi. Master, this roi is indeed a remarkable piece. Jiang Huaixue handed it to him for inspection. You need not call me master, just Huaixue will suffice. This roi serves as a talisman, and is not typically brought out for use. Elder Mr. Xie carefully accepted it, examining it closely. The jade roi was pure white, exquisitely crafted, measuring merely a few inches in length, adorned with swirling clouds and a dragon motif at its head, radiating a subtle warmth when held. Having seen countless treasures, Elder Mr. Xie couldn't help but exclaim, rare indeed. This is a true gem among jades. It is evident that Huaixue has put in considerable effort. Jiang Huaixue smiled. It is said that jade nurtures a person, but in reality, jade also requires care from people. Nurturing it to this extent takes quite a bit of effort. Listening to this, Nieyu suddenly recalled the peace pendant she had purchased last time. Before she acquired it, it had appeared rough and unrefined, but after it came into her possession, it transformed into a treasure. Could it be that Jiang Huaixue truly possessed some mystical methods? If Jiang Huaixue were aware of his thoughts, she would be surprised that he had guessed so closely to the truth. What she had was not mystical methods but rather cultivation techniques. However, these techniques had become nearly useless in her hands, akin to a chicken rib, flavorless yet regrettable to discard. Thus, she could only continue to trade in jade artifacts. Logically, in her past life, she was born into a family of martial artists with exceptional talent, progressing at an astonishing rate. Even in this life, despite her physical limitations, she could rely on her past experiences to be an ordinary practitioner. Yet, the challenge lay in the fact that this world lacked sufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. Some antique treasures possessed inherent spiritual energy, but either the energy flow was chaotic, like the peace pendant she had bought, which appeared to be of poor quality due to its chaotic energy, or the spiritual energy was limited, yielding minimal results when absorbed. It was better used to care for her talisman, the jade rui, which she had nurtured with considerable spiritual energy. Reflecting on this, Jiang Huaixue cast a wistful glance at the man lying on the bed, coveting the purple aura surrounding him. If only she possessed such fortune, she could ascend to the heavens. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Huaixue affixed a talisman to Xie Zhongyan's forehead and took several incense sticks, tossing them into the air. Astonishingly, the incense sticks ignited without flame, remaining suspended in midair, completely motionless. The others stared wide-eyed at this utterly unscientific spectacle. Nieyu's previously materialistic views, shaped by his scientific education, were shattered in an instant. He murmured, "What about gravitational force?" The weight of Newton's coffin could not suppress the tension in the air. No one paid heed to it, their gazes fixated intently on Jiang Huaixue. Yet, Jiang Huaixue closed her eyes, pressed her finger to her brow, and, as if wielding a pen, swiftly began to inscribe symbols in the air. At that moment, the sun shone its brightest, illuminating the room, but with her movements, an unexpected darkness enveloped the space. Initially, Nyeyu suspected it was merely an illusion, rubbing his eyes vigorously, only to discover that the darkness was indeed real and deepening. Tao of heaven and earth, the root of myriad energies, vast and profound. Grant me my divine powers, Jiang Huaixue murmured softly, her hands producing afterimages as they danced. The members of the Xie family sensed an extraordinary quality in her voice. It resonated through the room devoid of emotion, yet strangely enveloping them. Each word was distinct and distant, akin to a deity whispering from the ninth heaven. Within the three realms, the Tao alone reigns supreme, my body aglow with golden light, reflecting upon me. Suddenly, a wind swept through the room, causing the talismans laid upon the table to flutter and whirl in the air. Nyeyu instinctively stepped forward to seize them, but was restrained by Xie Qingsun, who firmly instructed, "Do not move." Guardians of the three realms, the five emperors' attendants, all deities in attendance, command the thunder. It seemed as though an invisible hand meticulously organized the wildly dancing talismans, which circled above Xie Chongyan, quivering gently like candle flames swaying in the night. The incense sticks, suspended in midair, burned ever more rapidly, and in an instant, half of them had vanished. Five energies surging forth, golden light manifesting swiftly. Jiang Huaixue withdrew her hands, abruptly opened her eyes, and commanded, "Break." A thunderous roar echoed, fierce winds arose, and the incense and talismans disintegrated into dust. In the very air where Jiang Huaixue had been inscribing, a character of dazzling golden light emerged. It swayed precariously before Jiang Huaixue pushed it, causing it to shatter into countless shimmering points that silently dissipated within Xie Chongyan's being. The Xie family beheld a blinding purple light erupting from the yellow talisman between Xie Chongyan's brows, surging towards Jiang Huaixue, who was struck forcefully, collapsing onto Xie Chongyan. "Master Huaixue." The Xie family gasped in shock, rushing to assist Jiang Huaixue. Yet, she gestured for them to halt, struggling to support herself against the bed as she rose. As she propped herself up, her gaze met a pair of inky black eyes. The owner of those eyes appeared somewhat bewildered, hoarsely inquiring, "Who are you?" "Today's Xie Chongyan, confused, who are you?" "Future Xie Chongyan, confident you are my wife." Jiang Huaixue. Chapter 24. The one behind Chongyan. Cousin. The Xie family finally realized Xie Chongyan had awakened and hurriedly surrounded him. Xie Huili fell to her knees beside his bed, tears streaming down her face. "Chongyan, you have finally awakened. We nearly thought." Clutching Xie Chongyan's arm, she wept uncontrollably. Nieyu's father stepped forward to comfort her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Enough, do not cry. Chongyan has awakened." Old Master Xie's eyes were also reddened. However, his age afforded him some restraint. He solemnly bowed to Jiang Huaixue, expressing his gratitude for her deeds today, which the Xie family would forever cherish and remember. Should they ever require assistance, the Xie family would be at her service. Jiang Huaixue raised a finger. A gentle current of energy flowing forth, softly halting old Master Xie from bending down. "Our meeting is a matter of fate. There is no need for such grand gestures." Old Master Xie was taken aback, unable to comprehend how she possessed such extraordinary abilities. He glanced back at the Xie family, who were engrossed in conversation at Xie Chongyan's bedside, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Huaixue, why is my cousin still so weak?"
Nieyue inquired anxiously.
"Is there something more that needs to be done?" Though Xie Chongyan had opened his eyes, he could only speak slowly. his fingers twitching without the strength to lift them, let alone move the rest of his body. Jiang Huaixue approached to examine him. The curse placed upon him has been lifted. His current state is likely a residual effect, a matter of physical condition. You should summon a doctor. He should recover within 3 months. Her knowledge of medicine allowed her to discern the basic situation. Upon her reminder, the Xie family calmed slightly from their earlier excitement over Xie Chongyan's awakening and recalled her previous assertion that his coma was not a medical issue, but rather a result of external manipulation.
Heiress.
I remember Huaixue mentioned last Saturday when she visited Chongyan that he was harmed by someone. I wonder if Huaixue has any leads? The others turned their gazes towards Jiang Huaixue in unison. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaixue replied, "The curse placed upon Mr. Xie is called Nine Ghosts Transference. This spell transfers the victim's good fortune to a designated person. However, due to Mr. Xie's unique fate, even the most powerful practitioner cannot transfer luck from him. Therefore, the spellcaster altered the original method of casting, aiming solely to disrupt Mr. Xie's fate." She paused, sensing that the Xie family understood, and thus glossed over the details. This led to Mr. Xie's coma. I've heard Niayu mention that old Master Xie previously consulted many practitioners to no avail. The reason lies here. The spellcaster possesses profound cultivation and remarkable talent, having innovatively combined old knowledge to create a new method of cursing, rendering many masters powerless. Seeing the Xie family grasping her explanation, she offered a simple analogy. For instance, a middle school student learns derivatives in math class, but calculus is only taught in high school. While derivatives and calculus are deeply interconnected, one pertains to elementary mathematics and the other to advanced mathematics. They are not on the same level. As she spoke of genuine academic education, understanding dawned upon them. This is akin to an ordinary middle school student encountering a university professor. Those masters of metaphysics can only solve middle school math problems, yet are baffled when faced with a calculus question. However, if the spellcaster is so formidable, will he return? Or might he seek vengeance upon you? Niayu voiced his concerns anxiously. He will not, Jiang Huaixue assured. He has not seen me, nor does he know who I am. I suspect he is already suffering from backlash. Moreover, even if he is exceptionally gifted, it should not have been so easy for him to place a curse upon Mr.
Xie.
If I am not mistaken, he must have possessed a personal item of Mr. Xie. She turned her attention to Xie Chongyan, who was quietly listening on the bed. Mr. Xie, do you possess any item that you have carried for many years but lost before the incident? Xie Chongyan's dry lips moved, yet he had yet to speak when Niayu interjected. Yes. Cousin has a jade, guanyin pendant. It inexplicably went missing. Xie Chongyan responded softly. I later recalled that only my uncle had visited my room at that time. His uncle was Xie Yong, the nephew of old Master Xie. The expressions of the Xie family darkened, and Xie Qingsun scoffed coldly. A wolf in sheep's clothing. Does he think the Xie family is so easy to manipulate? The burden of leading a prominent family is immense, while Xie Chongyan is a commercial genius. Managing alone is no small feat. His ability to navigate these challenges is closely tied to Xie Qingsun. Given their familial bond, Xie Qingsun's unique position complemented the Xie family, and together they worked in unison. However, what was Xie Yong's ambition? He had not considered that once he ascended, Xie Qingsun would willingly support him. Jiang Huaixue nodded. I suspect it is indeed someone from your own family. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to acquire your birth date and personal items, such as hair or blood. After a moment's thought, she addressed Xie Chongyan with a hint of apology. While I was contending with that individual, your guanyin pendant was likely destroyed. I have heard it was quite valuable. I apologize. Not only was it quite expensive, but she also recalled Niayu mentioning that the jade pendant had been appraised at over 5 billion 5 years ago, and that a jade ornament worn since childhood would undoubtedly carry sentimental value. Xie Chongyan was still adjusting to fluent conversation, his words emerging slowly. It's all right. I should thank you for saving me. Jiang Huaixue smiled softly. Upon seeing his frail appearance, old Master Xie felt a pang of heartbreak and had already made up his mind. Huaixue, I have a favor to ask of you. Jiang Huaixue replied. Old Mr. Xie, please feel free to speak. Old Master Xie continued. I implore you, Huaixue, not to disclose that Chongyan has awakened to outsiders. We wish to address some internal matters within the Xie family first. Jiang Huaixue understood that they intended to tidy up their affairs, fearing any premature revelations. No problem. I merely came to visit my classmate's family, and have done nothing else. She added with a smile. To prevent any external gossip, I shall assist you in this matter. She picked up the talisman that had fallen from Xie Chongyan's brow, approached the window, recited a few incantations, and the talisman immediately ignited into ashes, drifting out the window. In a distant villa on the outskirts of Su province, someone coughed up blood once more. Scattered across the ground before him were fragments of jade and nearly dried blood. Just as he was about to call Xie Daong to confront him, he sensed that the curse breaker had struck again. An ally had turned into an enemy. Clutching his chest in pain, he muttered with hatred, "Don't let me discover your identity, or else." Blood splattered forth as he collapsed, managing to send a message to his disciples outside before losing consciousness. The sect is in peril. Return swiftly. Chapter 25. The invitation to cohabitate the Xie family members. Observing Jiang Huaixue's actions, vaguely guessed her intentions. Xie Huili expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Huaixue." Xie Qingxuan added, "Chongyan's awakening is entirely due to Miss Zhang's efforts. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." Huaixue shyly interjected, "From today onward you are my sister." "I'll call you Sister Huaixue." Jiang Huaixue shot him a glance. "I acknowledge you as my younger brother. I wonder who is truly benefiting here."
Huaixue retorted, "Sister Huaix."
"That's not quite right. As the old saying goes, suffering is a blessing." Laughter erupted in the room. Even a hint of amusement flickered in Xie Chongyan's obsidian-like eyes. Feeling the lingering strength within her, Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment. "Actually, I do have something to discuss." Old Master Xie perked up, eager to assist. "Huaixue, please speak freely." Jiang Huaixue glanced at Xie Chongyan, hesitating slightly before addressing the Xie family. "This matter requires a private discussion with Mr. Xie. I hope that's convenient." A few of them were taken aback, exchanging glances before hastily retreating. "Convenient, convenient," Xie Huili reassured, pulling the perplexed Huaixue out with a smile. "Call us if you need anything, Huaixue." Once the hospital room door closed, Xie Huili's expression shifted, and she raised her arm to tap Huaixue on the head. "Why do you always act like a fool? When you saw Huaixue wanted to say something, you just stood there, hesitating." Huaixue rubbed his head in grievance. "I just found it strange. Sister Huaixue didn't know cousin before, so I wanted to ask what she needed. If she could share it with you. Why would she need to talk privately with Chongyan?" Xie Huili shot him a disapproving look.
"But,"
Xie Huili whispered, "could it be about the betrothal? Is Huaixue in such a hurry to dissolve the engagement? Can't wait until Chongyan just woke up?" Huaixue's father had also heard her mention this matter before and remarked, "Young people today indeed do not favor traditional customs. They do not acknowledge engagements set by elders." Xie Qingxuan said solemnly, "Regardless, we shall respect Miss Zhang's wishes. She is a benefactor to the Xie family." Xie Huili sighed in regret. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Huaixue was indeed discussing the matter of the marriage contract with Xie Chongyan. However, contrary to the Xie family's assumptions, she was not seeking to dissolve the engagement immediately. Rather, she wished for Xie Chongyan to reside in her home under the pretense of their engagement. Even Xie Chongyan, with his typically calm demeanor, could not suppress the widening of his pupils as he incredulously asked, "Miss Jiang, what did you just say?" He suspected that his hearing might be impaired due to his recovery. Otherwise, how could he hear such an outrageous proposition from this exquisitely graceful Jiang Huaixue? Jiang Huaixue reiterated, "I intend for you to move into my house, once your health improves a bit, under the name of my fiancé." Xie Chongyan. He could hardly believe his ears. That statement was indeed real. After a moment of silence, he inquired, "Does Miss Jiang have a specific intention behind this?" Jiang Huaixue glanced at his parched lips, nearly cracking from dryness, and said, "I forgot you are still a patient. Please wait a moment." She stood up, poured a glass of water, and retrieved a cotton swab from the bedside table, moistening his lips gently. As she leaned closer to apply the moisture, Jiang Huaixue felt no discomfort. Considering Xie Chongyan lay bedridden, capable of little movement beyond his eyes and mouth, hardly better than a vegetative state, it felt like a small act of kindness. However, Xie Chongyan found himself momentarily breathless, distracted by her delicate features and the sudden, subtle fragrance that enveloped him, instinctively averting his gaze. After tending to the patient, Jiang Huaixue returned to her seat. She began detailing the intricacies of his fate, explaining the words she had shared with the Xie family previously. Finally, she stated, "Today, I thought of a new method, though it remains merely a trial and cannot guarantee success." Perhaps due to Jiang Huaixue's earlier attentiveness in moistening his lips, Xie Chongyan found his speech flowing more smoothly. "Miss Jiang mentioned my fate dictates I shall not live past 30. Does this trial imply an extension of 2 years? Or perhaps more?" More years, Jiang Huaixue clarified. Previously, when I spoke to your family about 2 more years, that was before I discovered the new method today. It may very well extend your life to 70 or 80 years. She silently mused. Reaching 100 years is not impossible. However, such a statement seemed exaggerated. So she refrained from voicing it. May I daringly inquire about this method? Xie Chongyan asked softly, or will it harm innocent individuals, including Miss Jiang herself? Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. Despite his seemingly domineering demeanor, he prioritized the welfare of others when faced with questions regarding his own lifespan. She found herself admiring him and replied candidly, "No, this matter concerns only you and me. It will not involve a third party." Contemplating briefly, she decided to reveal a bit more. In fact, it may even be beneficial for me. Xie Chongyan's lips curled into a slight smile. That is reassuring. Once I recover a bit, could Miss Jiang inform me 2 or 3 days in advance, so I can prepare? Certainly, I will need about a week's time to prepare. Jiang Huaixue responded. Although she yearned to conduct the experiment the very next day, she had yet to acquire a residence. Noticing Xie Chongyan's hesitance regarding cohabitation, she added, "You need not feel any pressure about living together. The primary reason is that this method requires as much shared time as possible. Living together would spare us the inconvenience of constant traveling." Xie Chongyan spoke gently. "I am merely concerned about the impact on Miss Jiang's reputation." Jiang Huaixue found his concern endearing, a rare inclination to meddle in others' affairs. She extended her right hand. "Please grant me some of your auspicious energy." Xie Chongyan had previously learned that her unique fate was characterized by an abundance of auspicious energy, which hindered her longevity, and thus had a basic understanding of the concept. He hesitated momentarily. "Auspicious energy? How do I provide that to you?" "Simply speak it," she instructed. After a brief pause, Xie Chongyan complied. "I bestow some of my auspicious energy to Miss Jiang Huaixue." Unbeknownst to him, as his words fell, several strands of pure, untainted auspicious energy, free from any dark mist, surged into Jiang Huaixue's body. Jiang Huaixue felt a renewed lightness in her bones, as the latent genes of a prodigious cultivator within her blood stirred with anticipation. Seizing this momentum, she conjured a resplendent talisman before Xie Chongyan, and with a deft motion, she thrust the talisman into his chest. Although Xie Chongyan could not discern her exact actions, he sensed a warmth radiating from his chest almost instantaneously after she gestured to press down. He tentatively tested his newfound ability, and managed to lift his left hand with considerable effort. Mini-theater. Today as Xie Chongyan, hesitant living together? Isn't that rather inappropriate? Future Xie Chongyan, with righteous conviction mere cohabitation is insufficient. I propose we share a bed. Today as Jiang Huaixue, somewhat moved Mr. Xie appears to be quite the gentleman. Future Jiang Huaixue, gritting her teeth. Hand on her waist, an old man who indulges in carnal pleasures is nothing but a scoundrel. Chapter 26. Announcement of engagement. When Jiang Huaixue called the Xie family back in, they were filled with astonishment to find Xie Chongyan capable of movement, and they expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jiang Huaixue. After sharing her plan, she anticipated some skepticism from the Xie family. However, to her surprise, they rejoiced at the prospect of her ability to save Xie Chongyan. Xie Huili showed particular concern regarding the engagement between Jiang Huaixue and Xie Chongyan. Did Huaixue intend to make the engagement public? To use the engagement as a pretext for you and Chongyan to enter and exit together with propriety? Jiang Huaixue affirmed, stating that it was primarily to divert attention. The Xie family pondered over her words, not noticing the oddity of her statement, save for Xie Chongyan, who subtly inclined his head in her direction. Jiang Huaixue had never concealed her extraordinary abilities, and few were aware of the precariousness of her situation. What need had she to obscure anything? She hardly appeared enamored with him. Why would she wish to publicize their engagement? Xie Chongyan's rational mind informed him that Jiang Huaixue's actions were not so straightforward, likely hiding some undisclosed plan. Yet, his instincts could not raise caution against her. It was as if his body and spirit had already discerned that she was not a malevolent individual. Such a significant matter required the selection of an auspicious date. Xie Huili was eager, and since Huaixue understood these matters, why not determine a favorable day? Jiang Huaixue, as a master of metaphysics, admitted she had not considered the selection of an auspicious date. She candidly stated that the upcoming days were quite favorable, and she intended to resolve her housing situation within the week and move in directly. Huaixue had yet to purchase a home. Old Master Xie tapped his cane. It was already a considerable burden for Huaixue to save Chongyan, How could they impose further demands upon her? Better she reside in the Xie family's ancestral home, or select any property from the Xie estate.
Indeed, 11e Julie concurred.
Asserting that the Xie family had ample wealth and property, why should Huaixue squander her resources? A master of metaphysics as skilled and talented as Jiang Huaixue would surely gain renown in the future, and her services would be invaluable. At present, while her fame was not yet established, the Xie family could cultivate a favorable relationship with her, which could be deemed a fortunate circumstance. Moreover, given her significant contributions to the Xie family, they would not hesitate to offer her a villa, or even 10 or 20, without reluctance. Jiang Huaixue responded, "There is no need for such courtesy. I still have to bring my grandfather over." They all understood that her grandfather was the elder of the Jiang family who had raised her, and he too was a master of metaphysics.
11e Julie.
Eager to establish a rapport with Jiang Huaixue, proposed, "Huaixue, we haven't compensated you for your assistance. How about we gift you a property from the Xie South by Taoyuan estate as a token of gratitude?" Fearing she might decline, she added softly, "Bai Taoyuan is no longer on the market. It consists of standalone villas, and the entire community houses just over 30 families, ensuring a serene and tranquil environment that the elderly would surely appreciate." Upon hearing her description, Jiang Huaixue recognized the property as considerable value. In the densely populated capital, for a community to accommodate only 30 families, the financial investment must be substantial. Old Master Xie remarked, "This property is quite good, and it is conveniently located near both Huaixue's school and Chongyan's company headquarters, facilitating transportation." Currently lacking the ability to fly and suffering from the capital's notorious traffic congestion, Jiang Huaixue readily agreed. "Then, I shall defer to your arrangements." She was uncertain of how much the Xie family initially intended to offer her, but she had no need for money. A property would indeed save her considerable trouble. Xie Huili beamed. "Then it's settled. You needn't worry about anything. I will take care of the arrangements." Jiang Huaixue inquired, "What arrangements?" Xie Huili smiled elegantly and mysteriously. "First, we shall conduct a small survey. Huaixue, do you have time now?" Jiang Huaixue thought a small survey was inconsequential and casually nodded. Little did she expect that upon her agreement, Xie Huili swiftly pulled out her phone. The Xie family members surrounding them wore expressions of horror, and sensing trouble, Jiang Huaixue was about to interject when Xie Huili began firing questions in rapid succession. "What is your favorite color? Do you prefer a spacious bedroom or a cozy one? Do you favor a pastoral, European, or traditional Chinese style? Do you like roses, lilies, or perhaps jasmine and peonies? Do you have a preference for cats, dogs, or other animals? What are your culinary inclinations? Do you prefer Sichuan, Cantonese, Hunan, or Shandong cuisine? Are you fond of desserts and cakes? Do you prefer a British, American, French, or German butler? Would you like the housekeeper to reside with you?" "Wait a moment." Jiang Huaixue struggled to interject, halting the exuberant Xie Huili. "Could you repeat that initial question?" Xie Huili replied, "You needn't worry about anything. I will take care of it." "No, the next line. We are conducting a small survey. Huaixue, do you have time?" "I do not," Jiang Huaixue declared resolutely. She stood up, her expression serious. "I just remembered that I have something very important to attend to, since Mr. Xie has just awakened and requires rest. I shall not impose further. As for the arrangements for the house," Jiang Huaixue glanced at Xie Chongyan, "please handle everything according to Mr. Xie's preferences." With that, she feigned composure as she exited the hospital room, her retreating figure resembling one fleeing in haste. Xie Huili turned to Xie Chongyan. Xie Chongyan froze. Observing her cousin on the verge of falling into a trap, Niayu quietly lamented to old Master Xie, "My mother is at it again. I often think she would be better suited to run a design company than to be a wealthy matron." Last year, when the fountain at Niayu's home was redesigned, Xie Huili took an astonishing 2 months to finalize the design, switching contractors 12 times during that period, torturing Niayu and his father with her daily influx of new ideas. During that time, Niayu could hardly bear to hear anyone mention a fountain. Once, upon hearing classmates discuss going to a hot spring, he turned pale, nearly pleading, "Mom, please spare me." Fortunately, Niayu's father eventually enforced the design, saving him from a lifetime of fountain-induced PTSD. Mini theater. When Jiang Huaixue and Xie Chongyan wed, Niayu's mother, Xie Huili, took it upon herself to oversee the decoration of their new home, inundating the couple with countless inquiries based on her years of marital experience. Should the bed be a waterbed or one with vibrations? Should the swing accommodate one person or two? The floor-to-ceiling windows must be one-way transparent, otherwise it would be quite inconvenient. Xie Chong, Yan's eyes gleamed. We shall heed Anna's guidance. Chapter 27. Qianshan Hotel. Jiang Huaixue instructed the Xie family's vehicle to halt at the entrance of the community and chose to walk back to the Yuan family's residence, wishing to keep her ties to the Xie family under wraps for the time being. That evening, during dinner, Yuan father and Yuan mother revisited an old matter. We should have discussed your engagement with the Xie family last week, but my illness has delayed our plans, Yuan father remarked with a furrowed brow. I have already scheduled a meeting with the Xie family for next week to expedite the resolution of this matter. Before today, if Jiang Huaixue had been contemplating ways to dissolve this engagement, the events of the day have now rendered her in need of it. With a tranquil demeanor, she replied, All right, I understand. Yuan Rumen glanced at her, surprised by her acceptance of a betrothal arranged by their forebears, but then reconsidered. After all, Jiang Huaixue had only recently returned to the capital and was likely unfamiliar with the matters of the Xie family. The former patriarch of the Xie family had maintained a low profile, rarely appearing in public, and although Yuan Rumen had never met him, she speculated that he must be quite unappealing in appearance. Otherwise, why would a young man prefer to remain in the shadows? She felt a sense of pride. Even if Jiang Huaixue possessed some extraordinary abilities, she would still be wed to a man who was not only unattractive, but also nearing death. In contrast, her own circumstances were different. One of the most significant and joyous days of her life was fast approaching. The elders of both the Yuan and Xie families had long arranged that her 19th birthday at the end of the month would also mark her engagement to Xie Xian. The mere thought of Xie Xian made her cheeks flush, a blend of shyness and sweetness washing over her. He was youthful and handsome, and although he was often preoccupied with his numerous commitments, he was generous with his affections, showering her with gifts on every occasion, which elevated her status among the social elite. After establishing their romantic relationship, countless individuals envied her. She could already envision the envy she would inspire at her birthday and engagement celebrations, where the most distinguished guests would gather, and the entire elite circle of the capital would bear witness to her happiness. Invitations had been dispatched that week, and on the day of the engagement banquet, the venue would be abuzz, with notable figures arriving in droves. Indeed, Yuan mother remarked, Huaixue, I forgot to mention that at the end of the month, it will be Man and Xie Xian's engagement banquet. The dresses and jewelry for the others are all prepared, and since you've just returned, there's no time for customization. You can go shopping for one later. Feel free to select any jewelry you fancy. After speaking, she recalled that Jiang Huaixue had not been raised in high society like Yuan Rumen, who was accustomed to the etiquette of attending social gatherings. Thus, she added delicately, the engagement banquet will be held at the Qianshan Hotel. We have reserved the third floor, and if you prefer to avoid the commotion, you can retreat upstairs to rest. Yuan Rumen exclaimed in delight. You reserve the third floor? What else could I do, my dear? Yuan mother replied with exasperation, playfully tapping her nose. All our guests are distinguished. Every detail, from dressing rooms to makeup areas, must be considered. Yuan Rumen cooed, Mom, you are wonderful. She turned to Jiang Huaixue with a soft smile. Sister Huaixue, you must not have heard of the Qianshan Hotel, right? It is a premier luxury hotel under the Qianshan Group, catering exclusively to the affluent. She emphasized the word affluent. It was said that even the most basic, least expensive room in that hotel cost 50,000 yuan, and the lobby alone was adorned with 32 tons of gold and immeasurable pearls and crystals. The banquet hall we will use for our engagement is of the second tier. The first tier is reserved for hosting foreign dignitaries. Though she masked her delight, a hint of regret seeped through as she lamented, if only our family were in Bindu, we could host the engagement at the Qianshan Hotel there. I hear it has a beautiful beach, while the one here in the capital only offers hot springs. Bindu was the financial center of the country, and the headquarters of the Qianshan Group was located there, where the most luxurious Qianshan Hotel was built. Yuan mother sensed her daughter's intention to flaunt her connections, but felt no offense. Securing 3 floors for the engagement banquet at the Qianshan Hotel was a considerable achievement. At this point, Yuan father interjected, I heard from Daong that he has some connections with the owner of the Qianshan Hotel, who will also be present that day. Yuan Rumen covered her mouth in surprise. Uncle Xie must be quite capable to know the hotel owner. No wonder he could secure the 3rd floor. Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. He has connections with the owner of the Qianshan Hotel? Yuan Rumen misinterpreted the expression on her face as jealousy and beamed even more. Uncle Xie's network is vast. It's not surprising he knows influential figures. To ensure Jiang Huaixue understood, she elaborated. The owner of the Qianshan Hotel is named Song Junliang. He often appears in business magazine features and is also the vice president of the Qianshan Group. He typically mingles with high-ranking officials and elites, making it difficult for ordinary people to even catch a glimpse of him. Jiang Huaixue responded slowly with an O. Wan Rumen, caught up in her excitement, continued to discuss various topics about the Qianshan Hotel, and even Wan Mother joined in, clearly feeling honored by the prospect of hosting their engagement banquet there. After dinner, Jiang Huaixue returned to her room upstairs. She locked the door, enacted a metaphysical barrier to ensure no one could intrude, then sat cross-legged on the floor, swiftly calling forth the purple energy she had absorbed from Xie Chongyan earlier that day. After breaking the curse for Xie Chongyan, she was astonished when the purple energy surged into her body. Initially startled, she soon realized this purple energy was akin to a concentrated form of spiritual essence, available for her to wield. At that moment, when old Xie bowed to her, she could effortlessly manipulate the flow of energy with just a thought. It was astonishing to think that even a small amount of purple energy could yield such results. What if she were to acquire more? Would she be able to cleanse her meridians and reshape her constitution? Could the cultivation techniques she practiced in her previous life ascend to even greater heights? Perhaps she could not only prolong her life but also enjoy many more years. Furthermore, this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. She gained unparalleled advantages, while Xie Chongyan alleviated the constraints on his fate by sharing his purple energy with her. The only complication was that to continue receiving Xie Chongyan's purple energy, she needed to establish a deeper karmic connection with him. Thus, her decision to maintain the engagement was precisely to strengthen that bond, thereby facilitating her absorption of the purple energy. As night deepened, the room remained unlit, the pristine glass resembling an impenetrable barrier, blocking even the moonlight from entering. The darkness enveloped the space, devoid of sound, as if no one existed within. After a considerable time, a faint glow emerged in one corner, as if a curtain had been drawn back from a treasure. Jiang Huaixue's raven-like lashes fluttered gently as she opened her eyes, now bright with clarity. She exhaled deeply, headed to the bathroom for a shower to cleanse herself of the lingering residue. The process of purging her meridians required time, during which her pores expelled impurities. After another 2 or 3 sessions, she believed she could completely transform her physical constitution. Jiang Huaixue felt a surge of joy as she toweled her hair and reached for her phone, dialing a number. The phone rang once before being answered promptly by a resonant voice filled with cheer. President Xue. The barrier she had set earlier was lifted, allowing the soft moonlight to fill the room. On the phone screen, the name of the individual they had discussed at their Wan dinner that evening appeared clearly, Song Junliang. Today is the 520th day. I declare that you are no longer just adorable, but my wife, she playfully asserted. Hi, wife. Happy holiday. Chapter 28. An alias Jiang Huaixue responded affirmatively, inquiring, Are you busy now? I have something to discuss. Not at all, Song Junliang replied, waving his hand at the people at the dining table to signal for silence as he stepped out of the private room. Please go ahead. Why do you keep saying you and your? Jiang Huaixue sighed, exasperated. I've told you countless times, no need to be so formal. It's a habit I can't shake. He chuckled sheepishly, his response automatic. Jiang Huaixue shook her head in resignation. Suit yourself. I need a favor. Could you help me bring my grandfather to your place next weekend? There's no rush on the journey. He hasn't traveled far in years, and it would be nice for him to see some scenery. No problem. Song Junliang exclaimed with delight. Is old Jiang finally willing to come to the capital? Previously, they had tried everything to persuade old Jiang to come to the capital with Jiang Huaixue, but he had steadfastly refused, insisting on staying in the southwest. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently. I am here, so my grandfather will undoubtedly be willing to come. Song Junliang nearly leapt from his seat. What? You are in the capital? Good heavens. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival in Dijing? Why haven't you stayed at Qianshan? What do you typically eat, and who accompanies you? Enough, enough. Jiang Huaixue tossed aside her towel and ran her fingers through her hair. Why do you sound like a nagging old woman, endlessly fussing? Hearing her words, Song Junliang felt no shame. Rather, he brimmed with pride. Indeed, they all say I am the Grand Steward of the Imperial Court. Jiang Huaixue thought to herself that she truly did not wish to remind him that the Grand Steward was a eunuch. I haven't been here long. Just about half a month. Aside from the old man Jiang, no one was aware of Jiang Huaixue's predicament regarding her lifespan. She deftly avoided that topic and briefly mentioned the matter of their Wan family switching the children. I have some matters to attend to, making it inconvenient to stay at their Wan family, so I need to bring my grandfather over to live elsewhere. Having navigated the business world for many years, Song Junliang, a shrewd man, instantly perceived that their Wan family must have treated her poorly, even without her explicitly stating it. The thought of someone causing Jiang Huaixue distress ignited a quiet fury within him, but instead of voicing it immediately, he inquired, "Will Elder Jiang be residing in Dijing permanently?" If Elder Jiang could settle in the capital, it would imply that Jiang Huaixue would also remain there. That would be splendid. The rivalry between Dijing and Bindu for the favor of General Xue has ultimately culminated in a victory for the capital. Not necessarily. Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment, but she should stay for 2 to 3 years. Song Junliang felt a tinge of disappointment, but then thought that 2 to 3 years were still quite favorable. Besides, who knows, if they grew fond of the capital, they might choose to stay longer. Then I shall prepare a suite for you. Would you prefer to be closer to somewhere in particular? No need, Jiang Huaixue replied, taking a sip of water as she leaned against the cabinet. Someone has already arranged accommodations for me. Please have my grandfather settled in a hotel first, and once my house is ready, I will bring the old man over. Song Junliang's body tensed, and he became alert. Who discovered General Xue's itinerary ahead of me and prepared accommodations. This was an affront to his dignity as the Grand Steward of the Imperial Court. He subtly probed, "It has already been arranged?" "Quite well. I wonder which colleague from the group took the trouble?" Jiang Huaixue, unaware of his twisting thoughts, replied casually, "It's not from our side, it's from my fiancé's side." Song Junliang relaxed slightly. Oh, it's from your fiancé. Wait, what? He raised his voice abruptly. Fiancé. Song Junliang resembled a farmer who had just discovered his prized cabbage was being devoured by a pig, his face flushed with indignation. Heedless of the restaurant's corridor. Fiancé? Who? What sort of toad dares to aspire to a swan's meat? Bah! Jiang Huaixue recoiled slightly from his outburst, moving her phone away from her ear. Why are you so agitated? You sound like an old father marrying off his daughter. Song Junliang nearly retorted that there was no difference between this and marrying off a daughter, but he retained a shred of rationality, cognizant that she was his superior, and swallowed the words. Yet, he could not restrain his emotions, growling, "General Xue, I shouldn't say this, but having worked with you for so many years, and being almost 20 years your senior, I feel it is my duty to share some life experience. You're just coming of age. You are too young to be contemplating marriage. As the old saying goes, marriage is a grave, marriage is a prison." He hardly bothered to use formalities, his mind racing with 1,000 reasons against early marriage, preparing to counsel Jiang Huaixue to dismiss that unknown toad. "I'm not getting married," Jiang Huaixue interjected hastily, not wishing for him to launch into a lengthy discourse. "Please don't misunderstand. I didn't clarify. He is a fake fiancé. More like a..." She pondered her wording carefully. "More like a collaborative partner, I suppose?" Song Junliang furrowed his brow, wanting to ask what sort of collaboration necessitated a pretense of being engaged, but understanding Jiang Huaixue's nature, he realized her reluctance to elaborate signified deeper circumstances. He could only concede begrudgingly. "All right then," he muttered. "That lad must have accrued 8 generations worth of virtue." Jiang Huaixue laughed. "All right, enough of this. If there's nothing else, we'll discuss it in detail next time we meet. When I received your call, I heard some commotion on your end. You are out dining, aren't you? Go ahead and finish up quickly and return home to accompany your wife." "Okay," Song Junliang readily agreed. "I'll head back now, General Xue. Do rest early." After Jiang Huaixue ended the call, Song Junliang stood in place, dialing his assistant. "Hello. This is Song Junliang. Starting next Friday, reserve 10 days for me. I need to go out. No, I need to go pick up an important person. No need to book me a flight. I'll drive." "How important?" "Important enough to affect our entire conglomerate? An engagement? I'm not the MC. What use is my presence? What does it matter whether it's the Xie family or not? Why should I be concerned?" He ordered that all other matters be postponed, irritated by the questions. He gave his assistant a rough outline for the itinerary, planning to finalize details at the office the next day before returning to the private room. After spending nearly half an hour on the phone, the people in the private room waited quietly for his return, and when he finally entered, they all stood up. "Has General returned? Has the food gone cold? Let us change it out." Yes. "Waiter, clear this table and bring fresh dishes. General, you've worked hard. It has been an exceptionally busy day. I raise a glass to you. Song Junliang waved his hand dismissively. The concern or exasperation that had surfaced during his conversation with Jiang Huaixue had completely vanished, leaving only a calm and composed demeanor. No need to change the dishes. It's too late. Our general just advised me to return home early to spend time with my wife and children. He spoke casually, seemingly quite pleased. Yet the content of his statement was rather unremarkable. The others were puzzled by his thoughts, exchanging glances. One ventured cautiously. The higher-ups seemed detached from reality. How could they understand the challenges faced by us senior employees? How could we manage without social engagements? He was halfway through his comment when he noticed Song Junliang's expression darken, promptly changing his tone. But your boss is different. It's evident he cares about you. General Song, the president of Qianshan must hold you in high regard. Song Junliang's expression brightened, responding nonchalantly, It's all right. He just informed me of the itinerary. It's nothing extraordinary. First time letting you know the schedule? How is that a sign of regard? The sycophant who had spoken earlier was momentarily struck dumb, unable to respond. Someone beside him quickly sought to amend. Indeed, it shows great respect. Someone as low-key and enigmatic as the president of Qianshan is rarely seen by ordinary folk, let alone informed of anything else. General Song is evidently a trusted confidant, well aware of the itinerary, a clear sign of deep trust. Feeling comfortable with the praise, Song Junliang glanced at the speaker. You must be President Wang from Jichuang, right? A true pragmatist, well acquainted with the company's situation and possessing a comprehensive, in-depth perspective. Very good. President Wang perked up, realizing his words had struck a chord. Calling you at this time must indicate something significant, right? You see, this important matter sought you out first, which highlights your esteemed position. Song Junliang humbly replied, It's nothing particularly important, just that I'll personally take your family out for a bit. The crowd murmured, That indeed sounds trivial. Who is this person of such importance that the vice president is acting as a tour guide? Is there no work to handle at Qianshan Hotel? Yet, seeing Song Junliang's demeanor, they hesitated to voice any dissent, fearing immediate exclusion from potential collaborations. The room filled with uneasy laughter and support. Indeed, important. Very important. President Wang, seizing the moment, slapped his thigh, adopting a disapproving expression. General Song, that's where you're mistaken. The crowd collectively turned to him, wondering if he had lost his mind. Song Junliang suppressed a smile. Oh, General Manager Wang, with a countenance brimming with heartfelt sincerity, exclaimed, How can you possibly deem this matter inconsequential? It is of utmost importance. Consider the high degree of privacy associated with travel, especially for someone as privacy-conscious as the General Manager of Qianshan. For him to allow you to accompany his family on an outing speaks volumes about your trustworthiness. What a twist of fate this was, with unexpected turns and heart-pounding revelations that filled Song Junliang with delight. He adopted an exceptionally amiable demeanor, patting General Manager Wang on the shoulder. Your profound insights are truly promising for the future. Seizing the opportunity, Wang handed him a business card, humbly stating, Oh, not at all. I still have a long way to go compared to you, Song. Here's my card. If you find it acceptable, please keep it. Should you ever require my assistance, I would be more than willing to oblige, even if it is merely to observe your triumphs at Qianshan Group from afar. Song Junliang chuckled heartily, genuinely accepting the card and tucking it into his suit pocket. The others, envious, soon gathered around to echo similar sentiments, extolling the virtues of Qianshan Group, which was ostensibly a branch, but in reality served as the headquarters. They lauded the general manager, suggesting he held Song in the highest regard, and proclaimed Song to be a paragon among men, perfectly aligned with the esteemed general manager of Qianshan. With his spirits uplifted, Song Junliang found the evening's gathering quite enjoyable, unable to suppress his enthusiasm as he remarked, Honestly, I care little for anything else. If I can spend my life alongside General Xie and witness her future happiness in marriage and motherhood, I shall consider myself truly fortunate. In that bustling banquet room, a sudden silence ensued. It was rather amusing to note that the illustrious general manager of Qianshan had never been seen by anyone save for a few trusted confidants. The public only gleaned vague details from these confidants, vaguely identifying the elusive general manager as Mr. Xue, as he was commonly referred to. The prevailing belief among the masses was that Mr. Xue was the head of a prominent family, in his 40s or 50s, and due to his sensitive status, he refrained from public appearances. However, upon hearing Song Junliang's mention of future marriage and children, the attendees felt a chill run down their spines. What did this imply? Was it possible that the general manager of Qianshan was still unmarried? How old could he be? Perhaps in his 30s. Minds began to race. Was there a low-profile young talent in the capital in their 30s? Realizing he had misspoken, Song Junliang hastily redirected the conversation. By the way, before I stepped out to take a call, where were we? Let us wrap this up and head home. With the room's energy restored like a play resumed after an intermission, no one dared to pry further. And the subject of the general manager of Qianshan was not broached again until the conclusion of the banquet. Yet, while this matter was glossed over during the gathering, it spread like wildfire in whispers outside. In the following days, the atmosphere among the circles was tinged with mystery as people exchanged furtive glances and discussed the latest gossip. Have you heard? The general manager of Qianshan is actually in his 30s and still unmarried. A new rumor emerged, claiming the general manager was merely 28, of ordinary appearance, hailing from a military political family with a substantial background. Oh, dear, my friend. I've recently heard that the general manager of Qianshan is a woman who just got married and is expecting a child? That's clearly false information.
How could that be?
The general manager is undoubtedly a 50-something confirmed bachelor, leaving their subordinates in despair. The rumors were as varied as they were bizarre, with some fabricating details that wove together a logical narrative, worthy of applause from Jiang Huaixue herself. The news even reached the Ruan household, where Jiang Huaixue overheard the family discussing it. Ruan's father, perusing the newspaper, remarked, "There are recent rumors that Song, the manager at Qianshan Hotel, revealed information about the general manager of Qianshan being an expatriate who left with his family years ago and has an ambiguous identity, which is why he never makes public appearances." The mention of the general manager of Qianshan caught Jiang Huaixue's attention as she entered the house. Ruan's mother interjected, "Those are mere rumors. I just met with Mrs. Wang today. Her husband was present at the banquet that evening and had quite a conversation with Song. Song's exact words were that he hopes to witness their general manager's future happiness in marriage and children. Sometimes, the information gleaned through social diplomacy is far more accurate than the distorted rumors circulating in the business world." This was precisely why Ruan's parents, fully aware of Jiang Huaixue's superior qualifications, chose to focus on cultivating Ruan Rumen instead. While etiquette can be taught, the invisible wealth accumulated over many years cannot be imparted. The network of connections and the circle of elite women that Ruan Rumen had cultivated since childhood could not be achieved overnight. Even if they began nurturing Jiang Huaixue now, how long would it take for her to amass that intangible wealth? Ruan's father suddenly recalled, old brother Wang was at the banquet as well. His wife's words must surely hold some truth. Indeed, Ruan's mother replied with a smile. I even heard someone claim that the general manager of Qianshan is a woman. While there are many unreliable rumors, such absurdity is beyond belief. They even misattribute gender. Ruan's father casually remarked, "Certainly, that sounds like pure gossip. There are very few women in business who achieve significant status." Upon hearing this, Jiang Huaixue subtly shook her head, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Who could have imagined that the most ludicrous of claims was, in fact, the closest to the truth? She had no intention of lingering further, preparing to ascend the stairs to cultivate the new aura she had absorbed from the Xie family, only to be halted by Ruan's mother. Huaixue, wait a moment. Chapter 30. Residing in Dunhuang, Jiang Huaixue paused on the stairs, turning back in confusion. What is it? Ruan's mother hesitated, feeling as though after just 2 days of not closely observing her daughter, Jiang Huaixue had grown even more radiant. Upon a closer look, she was truly like the finest jade, with a complexion as smooth as cream, and her casual glance was poetic and picturesque. Although she had anticipated Jiang Huaixue's increasing beauty, the speed of this transformation took her by surprise. Ruan's mother collected herself and said, when Man ordered her custom gown, "She had a few extras made. We just received them, and we picked out 2 lovely pieces for you. Man should be waiting for you in your room. Go try them on." Custom gowns intended for Ruan Rumen were now being offered to her? Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow, responding, "I understand." She ascended to her room and opened the door, only to find Ruan Rumen lounging on her bed, engrossed in her phone, completely devoid of the obedient demeanor she exhibited in front of Ruan's parents. "You're back? The clothes are on the bed. Give them a try." Her tone was dismissive, as if to say, "They're all unattractive colors on me. Consider it a bargain for you." After their quarrel in the car, Ruan Rumen had indeed been intimidated by Jiang Huaixue, but as time passed without incident, she began to ponder it anew, convinced that she had been deceived by Jiang Huaixue. If Jiang Huaixue possessed any extraordinary abilities, could she really refrain from harming herself? Did she not resent having usurped her identity, status, and parental affection? Wan Ruman, placing herself in Jiang Huaixue's shoes, found it implausible. The previous incident seemed more like an accident to her. During those days, everything had gone awry for her. Even her typically diligent efforts to maintain relationships with the Mi family's Miss Mi Ping had inexplicably faltered. Was this something Jiang Huaixue could orchestrate? Wan Ruman scoffed inwardly. Sometimes, misfortune is merely a natural occurrence. Jiang Huaixue simply capitalized on her misfortunes to utter vague words that left a psychological impression. With this thought, Wan Ruman felt deeply embarrassed about nearly believing Jiang Huaixue, and for the past few days, she had not treated Jiang Huaixue kindly when they crossed paths. Jiang Huaixue cast a glance at the gift box on the bed and said nonchalantly, "There's no need to try them on. Just take them away. I will prepare my own attire." Wan Ruman laughed derisively. "No need to try? What will you wear? Surely, you don't plan to attend the banquet in a shirt and jeans?" She opened the gift box, revealing a deep green backless gown and a navy blue knitted striped dress. The colors and styles of these garments were utterly disappointing. Upon seeing them, she instantly felt a sense of dread. Purposely telling Ruan's mother that she wanted to share the clothes with Jiang Huaixue, and Ruan's mother, without a second glance, had readily agreed. No matter how beautiful a face may be, it is inevitably diminished by unattractive attire. The thought of Jiang Huaixue being ridiculed and mocked at her engagement banquet brought a sense of satisfaction to Wan Ruman. She intentionally provoked Jiang Huaixue with a half-serious, half-mocking smile. "Oh, I forgot you grew up in the mountains. Aside from seeing them on television, you probably haven't encountered a formal gown before, have you? However, there are certain things that television won't teach you. For instance," she said, lifting a deep green gown with her fingertips, "do you know it needs to be crisscrossed at the back? I learned that when I was 5. This exquisite piece was crafted by the renowned designer William Hughes, the most sought-after couturier among the elite of Daijing society, whose mentor is the globally acclaimed Chris Vian. You probably wouldn't know that. Let's get straight to the price. This gown is worth 190,000 RMB.
Ruan Uman sympathie.
Aware that Huaixue had never seen such wealth, let alone a dress of this caliber. But fret not, I shall teach you. She handed the gown to Jiang Huaixue, saying, "Here, take it for a fitting." Jiang Huaixue felt bewildered by her condescending tone. "I distinctly mentioned that I do not require it upon entering. Why do you persist? Are you a zebra in disguise?" Wan Ruman sensed the insult but inquired, "What do you mean?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "You're quite articulate."
You.
Wan Ruman, infuriated, leapt to her feet, tossing the gown onto the bed. "I prepared this dress for your benefit. I advise you against being ungrateful." "Thank you, but I do not require assistance," Jiang Huaixue retorted lightly, gesturing towards the door. "Please, kindly vacate this room."
Fine, Jiang Huaixue.
"I shall see what you wear to the event. Do not dare to blame their Wan family for your embarrassment." Wan Ruman sneered as she turned to leave.
Wait.
As she reached the door, Jiang Huaixue called out to her, placing the gown into a gift box and thrusting it into her arms. "Take your dress back. I would find it unsatisfactory for cleaning the table."
Ruan Uman pauset.
Taking a deep breath. "I never realized you were so articulate. I assumed you were at a loss for words all this time." Jiang Huaixue humbly replied, "I appreciate the compliment. It's merely a matter of observing your performance. Failing to react would be inappropriate." Wan Ruman gritted her teeth. "Very well. You have a sharp tongue." She lowered her voice maliciously. "I sincerely hope you can speak so well in the future. When you become engaged to the Xie family and realize you are marrying a dying man, when you comprehend the true disparities between us, when you witness my splendor and my fiancé at the engagement banquet, and when you discover just how much I've obtained in your stead over the years, Jiang Huaixue, I hope you can still find joy. My future happiness is of no concern to you. As for you." Jiang Huaixue held the doorknob, her gaze surveying Wan Ruman. Among the features of a person, the lower part of the face signifies emotions. Wan Ruman's lower eyes bore a hint of blush, slightly reminiscent of peach blossoms, indicating she was in a romantic relationship. Yet the sharpness at the corners of her eyes hinted that the one she was involved with was not entirely sincere. Reflecting on the well-regarded Xie Xian mentioned by Ruan's parents, Jiang Huaixue felt a twinge of complexity. "I wish you the best." Wan Ruman sensed an oddity in her gaze and words, convinced of her ill intent. With a huff, she turned to leave. "By the way, there is something else." Jiang Huaixue suddenly recalled. "I heard that dress was custom-made for you? When I glanced at it as you picked it up, it seemed the bust was too small, the waist too large, and the length too short. It appears only you could wear it appropriately. And please refrain from speaking so much in my presence. I might mistakenly think you live in Dunhuang rather than Daijing. With that, Jiang Huaixue smiled faintly and closed the door. Wanru Man was momentarily stunned. Realizing Jiang Huaixue had implied her bust was small, waist was thick, and legs were short. Infuriated, she nearly knocked on the door to argue but hesitated, recalling the last remark. She pulled out her phone to search. What does it mean if people say your family lives in Dunhuang? Popular response: there are many murals, implying a lack of sophistication. In a small skit, Xie, wife, where did you learn to insult people? Jiang Huaixue showed him the gaming chat page on her phone, where two individuals were engaging in friendly banter. The first person remarked, God has scattered wisdom across the world, yet gave you an umbrella, while the second responded, you resemble the beautiful sheep on the green pastures. Yet in over 3,000 episodes, you cannot find your mother. Xie. Chapter 31. No discounts. Jiang Huaixue was quite indifferent to quarreling with Wanru Man, provided the latter did not provoke her. If Wanru Man insisted on presenting herself to be humiliated, Jiang Huaixue could only afford to waste a little time in amusement. After closing the door, she sat down again, utilizing the purple energy she had absorbed from Xie Chongyan for her cultivation. Upon completing this round of training, the progress bar for cleansing her marrow had reached 2/3 completion. After a couple more sessions, her physique would undergo a complete transformation, allowing her to reclaim the techniques from her past life. Jiang Huaixue began visiting the hospital where Xie Chongyan was located with increasing frequency. The bodyguards on his floor became familiar with her and greeted her upon her arrival. Miss Jiang has arrived. Good day, Miss Jiang. Good afternoon, Miss Jiang. One bodyguard, with a serious demeanor, spoke to Jiang Huaixue while reaching into his clothing as if to reveal a weapon, reminiscent of scenes from older Hong Kong films. However, after a couple of attempts, he produced not a firearm but a thick red envelope, presenting it to Jiang Huaixue with both hands. Thank you for the talisman you provided last time. My wife is much better now. We are both immensely grateful to you. We understand you are not in need of money, but this is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Those stationed on this floor were not ordinary bodyguards. Their connections to the Xie family were intricate, and as a result, they were privy to many secrets. They were all aware of Jiang Huaixue's identity. Yet they had not anticipated that she would take notice of them. Just a couple of days prior, after exiting Xie Chongyan's ward, Jiang Huaixue had stopped in front of one bodyguard and asked, Has your wife been hospitalized? The bodyguard was startled and instinctively replied, How did you know? Jiang Huaixue scrutinized his face, returned to the ward, and quickly wrote a talisman, folding it neatly and handing it to him. Burn this at your home in the northwest direction. Do not worry about the ashes. Your wife will be discharged shortly. The bodyguard followed her instructions. And the very next evening, his wife, who had been suffering from a persistent low fever, was completely healed and discharged. His comrades in the security team, upon learning the details, were astonished and discussed the matter during their breaks. How miraculous! Just a small talisman, and it had such rapid effects. What could be the principle behind it? Miss Jiang appears quite young. One would never expect her to possess such remarkable abilities. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. It's wise to listen more and speak less. There are countless profound and enigmatic matters and people in this world. After her second visit, didn't Xie awake? They cautiously avoided discussing the family's internal affairs, quickly steering the conversation elsewhere. Typically, those knowledgeable in such matters carry an air of arrogance, yet Miss Jiang, a true expert, willingly offers her assistance, showcasing a genuinely compassionate heart. The bodyguard relayed this incident to his wife, who was equally amazed, aware that he had no personal funds. She even transferred money to him specifically, so he could withdraw it to give to Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue accepted the envelope without unsealing it, placing it directly into her bag. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, Half of this will be donated to a charity, and the other half I shall keep. Please, do not feel remorseful. There are rules in our profession. Only in 3 specific circumstances do we not charge. Those within earshot in the corridor quietly perked up their ears to listen to her conversation. The first category of individuals consists of those whose time is nearly up. That is, they are on the verge of death. We do not accept payment from them, as it is a principle not to accept money from the living for the deceased. The second category encompasses those who are beset by calamities. Such individuals are destined to face dire misfortunes, and accepting payment from them would be futile in altering their fate, thus tarnishing our virtue, regardless of the sum offered. We shall not accept it. Lastly, there are those who are under a cloud of bad luck, destined to experience no fortune in the days to come. And receiving money from them would be ill-advised. Therefore, Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow and smiled, remarking that sometimes being able to spend money could indeed be a fortunate occurrence. A group of intrigued listeners could not help but nod in agreement. Jiang Huaixue curved her lips in jest, saying, "All right, everyone, let us get back to work. Otherwise, Mr. Xie may accuse me of leading his exemplary employees astray. And I might not be allowed to return." A chorus of embarrassed coughs echoed through the corridor before normalcy was swiftly restored, and Jiang Huaixue turned to enter the ward. Xie Chongyan was reclining against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing her arrival, he looked up and smiled at her. His features were distinctly defined, with a striking nose and slender lips, exuding a naturally austere demeanor. Yet when he smiled, the corners of his almond-shaped eyes softened, momentarily dispelling the darkness in his gaze and revealing a hint of tenderness. On the bedside table rested a bouquet of fresh lilies, their petals pristine white, glistening with droplets of water, casting a serene beauty around him that would stir the heart of anyone who beheld it. However, Jiang Huaixue regarded it with indifference, as she had long since developed an immunity to beauty from gazing at her reflection daily. She settled beside Xie Chongyan's bed and engaged him in conversation. "How do you feel today?" she inquired. Xie Chongyan set his book aside. "I still have rehabilitation to undergo later." His condition had improved significantly. His upper body had nearly returned to normal, though his lower body still required care. And he was confined to a wheelchair, adhering to a strict rehabilitation regimen. Would it be convenient for the rehabilitation therapist to come to the house? "Yes. I have already arranged everything," he replied. After a brief pause, he added, "Annie mentioned that the Bai Tao courtyard is also ready for us, and we can move in at any time. Then we shall wait for my grandfather to arrive in the capital," Jiang Huaixue said, reviewing her recent schedule, which conveniently allowed her to attend Wanru Man's engagement banquet.
Ruan et Uman?
Xie Chongyan mused, finding the name vaguely familiar. After a moment's reflection, he recalled it belonged to the child from their Wan family who had been mistakenly swapped. Indeed, she is the one. Her fiancé is a promising young man from a branch of your Xie family, Jiang Huaixue teased. "Mr. Xie, if you do not recover quickly, your supporters may abandon you, and you might find your competitors have ascended in your absence." Xie Chongyan chuckled. "My competitors? Those who rely on familial alliances for support? Comparing them to me seems rather demeaning." Jiang Huaixue shot him a sidelong glance, noticing that despite his approachable demeanor and gentle, refined expression, an innate pride shone through. "Are you not upset? After all, Wanru Man was initially intended to marry you," she queried. Xie Chongyan contemplated his response, wishing to express that Wanru Man had no bearing on him, as it was Jiang Huaixue with whom he had a betrothal. However, the implications of such a statement felt ambiguous, so he opted for a different approach, stating, "I am not angry, as it ultimately does not concern me. Had I not fallen ill last year, the engagement would have been dissolved long ago. If you had not mentioned her name today, I would have completely forgotten about her." After speaking, he paused, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, as though he were clarifying a romantic rumor with a girlfriend. It was evident that their status as nominally engaged partners made many of his words resonate strangely. Xie Chongyan reflected that certain matters should be addressed with his family sooner rather than later. Chapter 32. A sibling pact. Shortly after Jiang Huaixue departed, having absorbed the purple energy, Xie Huili arrived to visit Xie Chongyan as usual. After exchanging pleasantries regarding the Xie family's affairs, Xie Chongyan broached the subject of his relationship with Jiang Huaixue. "Although Miss Jiang and I publicly declare ourselves as engaged, we must maintain decorum in private to prevent any impropriety toward her. Miss Jiang has saved my life. I might as well be bold and inquire if she would be willing to acknowledge me as a brother. Once matters are resolved, she shall be the legitimate young lady of the Xie family." Xie Huili was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that the old master recognize Huaixue as his granddaughter?" Xie Chongyan affirmed, "As long as Huaixue consents, grandfather will undoubtedly agree." Xie Huili hesitated, torn between her hopes for a union between the two, given their engagement, and her observations that neither party seemed interested in pursuing the relationship. Sighing with regret, she conceded, "Very well, I had intended to discuss this with the old master today. I believe he will be amenable." Indeed, the elder Xie readily agreed. Calling Xie Chongyan that evening to express his approval of the idea and encouraging him to ask Jiang Huaixue, "Inquire with Huaixue, if she consents, It shall be a blessing for our family, and we must record it in the family genealogy. The Xie family's unabashed confidence in their wealth and status would likely evoke envy in outsiders. It is essential to understand that the Xie family is a venerable lineage, a premier family in the capital, distinct from those who have recently acquired wealth and falsely claim aristocratic status. It takes at least 3 generations to accumulate wealth and 5 to establish a lasting legacy to be deemed a prestigious family. Their foundation runs deep, like the roots of a grand tree, hidden in various domains, revealing itself only at critical junctures to demonstrate their immense stature. When Xie Chongyan relayed this matter to Jiang Huaixue, she had just concluded a conversation with their Wan family regarding her engagement to him. In the midst of organizing Wan Ruman's engagement banquet, Ruan's parents had visited the elder Xie to discuss the terms of the betrothal. Unbeknownst to them, Xie Chongyan had already awoken, and Jiang Huaixue had met with the Xie family, agreeing to temporarily uphold their engagement. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, they entered the Xie family estate. Upon hearing their intentions, the elder Xie maintained an impassive demeanor while probing their motives. This engagement was established as a jest during the elder Ruan's lifetime. Given the current circumstances of my grandson, who lies unaware, are you truly willing to fulfill this engagement? Ruan's father hurriedly replied, "A gentleman's word is his bond. Since my father made a promise, we, as his descendants, must honor it and cannot renege." The elder Xie's brow twitched slightly. "Even if your daughter were to marry into our family, she might end up a widow?" Ruan's father chuckled nervously. "Mr. Xie, fortune favors the noble. This situation is but temporary, and we have faith that it will improve." The elder Xie found the situation ironic. "If you believe Chongyan will recover, why cling to the Xie family?" He raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing barely concealed disdain. Ruan's father, oblivious to the underlying meaning, assumed he was being genuinely praised, his previously tense demeanor relaxing somewhat. "Not at all, it is simply the right thing to do." The elder Xie smirked slightly. "I have heard that you have another daughter, who is set to engage with the son of De Yong's family next week?" Ruan's father responded, apprehensively, "Yes." He nervously explained, "It is quite fortuitous. My youngest daughter has grown up with her betrothed, and given the trend of early engagements leading to marriage, they wish to solidify their relationship, and we, as parents, cannot interfere. Thus, we have acquiesced to their wishes." When discussing Jiang Huaixue and Xie Chongyan's engagement, he had refrained from mentioning the thoughts of the involved parties, but when it came to Wan Ruman and Xie Xian, he readily shifted the responsibility onto the younger generation. The elder Xie slowly sipped his tea, concealing his contempt. It seems the Wan family and the Xie family share a rather profound connection. Wanmu entered the room and remained silent for quite some time. Upon noticing the agreeable demeanor of old Master Xie, she couldn't help but entertain some thoughts. Cautiously, she inquired, "Might I ask if old Master Xie would have the time to grace our banquet with his presence?" Old Master Xie cast a glance in her direction. The Wan family sought to marry their daughter into the Xie lineage, and yet dared to invite him to the banquet. Did they truly think him so senile? He replied coolly, "I must regretfully decline, Madame Wan. My commitments to the company are demanding, and I find myself unable to attend." "Not at all, not at all," Wanmu responded awkwardly. Having been rebuffed, while receiving a warning glance from her husband, she forced a smile and refrained from further conversation. Once they exited the Xie estate and entered the Wan family car, Wan Fu's expression darkened as he chastised, "Have you lost your senses? Our engagement with Third Master Xie is merely a safeguard. The union of Man and Xie Xian is of paramount importance. How do you think De Yong would perceive your invitation to old Master Xie?" Wan Mu, feeling somewhat diminished, replied, "After all, it is known to everyone that we have commitments to both sides." "Known to everyone, yes, but it cannot be openly acknowledged," Wan Fu emphasized. Understanding the distinction between knowledge and public acknowledgement, their leverage lay entirely with Xie De Yong, and thus, he must remain their priority. However, Wan Mu recalled old Master Xie's earlier remark about letting Huaixue reside with the Xie family after Man's engagement banquet. "How could you agree so readily? Are we not holding an engagement banquet? What about Third Master Xie's situation?"
Ruan Fu frowned.
"Let her stay there. It will facilitate our ability to gather intelligence on the Xie family." He reassured Wan Mu, "I understand your penchant for maintaining appearances and your fondness for grandeur. Rest assured, once De Yong and the others establish their footing, we shall reap the benefits alongside them." Thus, upon returning home, Jiang Huaixue found herself with a fiancé approved by both families. Wan Fu and Wan Mu had anticipated that her moving into the Xie residence would raise her concerns. Yet to their surprise, she asked nothing and accepted immediately. With that, Jiang Huaixue's initial plans had come to fruition.
Now.
Third Master Xie expressed his desire to recognize her as his sworn sister. Jiang Huaixue was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had she not considered this? Deepening her bond with Xie Chongyan could be achieved not only through a marriage contract, but also through familial ties. Had she thought of it from the outset, she could have been sworn kin without the need for an engagement. It was only unfortunate that she had never truly experienced parental affection in her lifetime, leaving her oblivious to this avenue. Xie Chongyan remarked, the engagement between the Xie and Wan families is known to many. To abruptly cancel it while I remain in a state of unconsciousness would be quite peculiar. Instead, let us wait until my health is resolved. We can then announce the dissolution of the engagement and hold a formal ceremony for our sworn kinship. For the time being, I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. Jiang Huaixue responded, I believe that is agreeable. Xie Chongyan's gaze softened as he continued, then privately. Consider the Xie family as your own. I have benefited immensely, having received both a life-saving grace and a remarkable sister. Jiang Huaixue teased, being my brother is no easy task. You must empty my shopping cart and indulge my whims. Xie Chongyan replied, what difficulty could that pose? If you desire something, I shall arrange for the shares of your preferred companies to be acquired for you. Jiang Huaixue exclaimed, such financial extravagance. It appears I have struck gold. They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere in the hospital room became notably light-hearted and joyful. In a playful scene, Third Master Xie proclaimed, Huaixue, I am your family. Jiang Huaixue replied, very well, brother. In the future, Third Master Xie clung to Huaixue's leg, calling out, wife, look at me. A wife can also be family. Jiang Huaixue firmly rejected, no, we are siblings. Chapter 33. Gifts on the eve of Wan Ru Man's engagement banquet. Jiang Huaixue received a plethora of gifts sent from the Xie family. The bearer introduced himself as a steward from the Xie household, quite astute, who parked the vehicle outside the villa area. He first called Jiang Huaixue to inquire if it was convenient for her to visit their Wan residence. Upon receiving her consent, he respectfully escorted the guests into their Wan home. Wan Fu, Wan Mu, and Wan Ru Man were rehearsing the engagement procedures at Qianshan Hotel, leaving Jiang Huaixue alone at home. The autumn chill prompted her to invite the steward into the sunlit glass room to prepare tea, while she sluggishly rose from her bed to freshen up. The previous night, she had become engrossed in a suspenseful web series, losing track of time until dawn, and had only just awakened after the steward's phone call. Curious, she pondered why he hadn't handed her the items in person when she had seen Xie Chongyan just 2 days prior. Upon entering the glass room, she was taken aback by the mountain of gift boxes piled upon the sofa. What are these? The Xie steward stood and bowed respectfully, a slight smile gracing his lips. Good afternoon, Miss Jiang. Third Master is aware you will be attending the banquet tomorrow and has instructed me to deliver some seasonal brand new dresses and jewelry to you, to ensure that what you select externally is comfortable to wear. Jiang Huaixue pointed at the 40 or so gift boxes on the sofa. All of these are dresses and jewelry? The steward replied earnestly, indeed, these are styles and colors that Third Master has personally selected, believing you would appreciate them. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Huaixue remarked, Xie Chongyan is quite perceptive. Having known me for such a short time, he confidently claims I would like them. Let me take a look. The steward showed no reaction to her calling Third Master by his first name. He frequently visited the hospital to deliver daily necessities to Xie Chongyan and had heard numerous accounts about Jiang Huaixue from others. It was said that she was a stunningly beautiful young lady with a unique charm and that the Xie family treated her exceptionally well, especially Third Master, who was notably relaxed around her. Today, upon meeting her, all the rumors were confirmed. The steward mused that she was indeed beautiful and noble, and she appeared to have a close relationship with Third Master. He had never seen anyone treat Third Master's gifts with such casual familiarity. Naturally, he had never witnessed Third Master preparing attire and accessories for any woman with such earnestness. It seemed this Miss Jiang was likely to become the future third madam of the Xie family. The steward stepped aside as Jiang Huaixue began unwrapping the boxes. The first box contained a diamond star chain, its slender, shimmering silver links adorned with a deep blue center diamond, resting serenely within plush black velvet. Jiang Huaixue lifted it, feeling its weight, and remarked, is this not quite heavy? How many carats does this hold? The steward, having personally inspected the gifts, was well versed in their details. Miss Jiang, this is from the Lum collection released by Billy Deus this spring, with an official weight of 52 carats. Jiang Huaixue placed it back in the box, sealing it with a snap. It is beautiful, but far too heavy. She opened another box, revealing a handbag, a pure white, envelope-style clutch adorned with a platinum diamond clasp, subtly featuring the logo of a world-renowned luxury brand. This time, she was genuinely surprised. Xie Chong Yan even remembered to prepare a dinner bag for me? The steward smiled. Third Master is particularly attentive to matters concerning Miss Jiang. He believed he was contributing to Third Master's romantic endeavors. Unaware that Jiang Huaixue was contemplating how Xie Chong Yan indeed possessed the qualities of a true older brother. She set aside the box containing the handbag, complimenting, "Excellent taste, I really like this." Hearing her express her fondness, the steward elaborated, "This is a crocodile skin clutch, crafted from the finest Australian Agonia Bay crocodile leather. It is a limited edition and currently out of stock." Third Master assured that you need not worry about encountering anyone with the same design. Xie Chong Yan had even considered the possibility of matching items. Jiang Huaixue had never experienced familial bonds in her past life, and having spent over a decade in a rural southwestern village with Jiang Hongren, her daily life had revolved around studying and discussing esoteric topics. Thus, she had never felt the warmth of familial affection. Xie Chong Yan's meticulous and thoughtful care left her feeling rather intrigued. She had initially thought that their sworn brother-sister relationship would be merely a nominal one, yet she was genuinely experiencing a sense of love and concern. Jiang Huaixue estimated that their one family would be occupied until the late hours of the night. So she eagerly settled herself onto the carpet and began to unwrap the gift boxes one by one. In the past, while browsing various online content, she had come across numerous individuals extolling the joy of unboxing parcels. However, as she seldom shopped online, she could not comprehend the source of this delight. Yet, at this moment, as she witnessed gift box after gift box being revealed under her hands, she began to grasp that sensation. Unwrapping an item yet unseen, still in its pristine packaging, was akin to unveiling a mystery filled with anticipation and surprise. For over 3 hours, she indulged in this activity, draining the tea in front of the housekeeper, Mr. Xie, before finally perusing all the items sent by Xie Chong Yan. She set aside 3 selected outfits along with their corresponding accessories, calling upon Uncle Feng, the housekeeper, to have them delivered to her room. As for the remaining items, Jiang Huaixue pondered, let them be sent to Bai Tao Courtyard. After all, they would eventually need to be moved from here. Mr. Xie complied and promptly summoned those waiting in the car to come in and tidy up, restoring the glass room to its immaculate state within minutes. Since Miss Jiang had made her selections, the housekeeper's task for the day was deemed complete. He rose to check the time, noting that there was still one matter to confirm with Miss Jiang. He had heard that tomorrow's banquet was set to commence at 6 in the evening, and the Third Master had arranged for a makeup studio. Would she prefer them to come to her in the afternoon, or would she like to visit them personally? Jiang Huaixue inquired about the studio's address, to which Mr. Xie provided a location. She replied, "I shall go myself," to spare them the trouble of making a grand entrance at their Wan residence. Mr. Xie bowed and took his leave. Throughout their interaction, he maintained an air of politeness and efficiency, his professional demeanor evident, prompting Jiang Huaixue to admire the Xie family's adeptness in personnel management. After bidding farewell to the housekeeper and enjoying a solitary dinner, she returned to her room and sent a message to someone on her contact list. "I no longer require what we discussed earlier." The response was instantaneous. "I see, but I'm just curious." Jiang Huaixue, reflecting on the day's events as a markedly different experience, smiled and explained, "A friend prepared it for me. The sentiment is precious." The other party responded with a flurry of messages, to which Jiang Huaixue replied in kind. Just then, Uncle Feng entered to deliver fruit and, inadvertently glancing at Jiang Huaixue's phone screen, noticed that her chat partner's name was in English. Crispian. Chapter 34. A dazzling entrance the following evening. At 5:30, the banquet hall on the 6th floor of Qianshan Hotel was alive with opulence. A grand chandelier, adorned with thousands of diamonds, hung majestically from the ceiling, illuminating the room with a resplendent glow. A live band performed soothing piano melodies from one corner of the stage, providing a melodic backdrop to the lively mingling of guests. The room was filled with elegantly attired gentlemen and ladies, their sophisticated attire reflecting the glimmer of champagne towers, creating a unique sense of extravagance characteristic of high society. The young elites were accustomed to such social gatherings. They merely marveled at the exquisite decor of Qianshan Hotel before breaking off into small groups for casual conversation. Initially, The discourse centered around the engagement banquet's protagonists, the union of the Yuan and Xie families, but inevitably meandered to the recent peculiar affair regarding the Yuan family's returned daughter, who had been switched at birth. Have you heard? The biological daughter of the Yuan family has returned and is attending the same school as Yuan Ruman. This incident has been known for quite some time. How can you sound as if you've just discovered the internet? The Yuan family is quite strange. They haven't even hosted a welcome banquet for their own daughter. It would be nice for us to meet her.
Pfft, what's there to see?
This young lady reportedly grew up in a southern mountain village. Just imagine what she must be like. God, raised in a mountain village? She must be some rough, wild girl, an uncouth creature spouting profanity and spitting everywhere. I've heard whispers that she looks decent enough, but coming from such a remote area, she must lack education and manners. If that's the case, it's too late for the Yuan family to cultivate her now. Bringing this daughter back is essentially a lost cause. What cultivation? Can't you see the Yuan family's attitude? Two daughters sharing the same birthday and they don't even mention the biological daughter's name. It's clear they don't value her. Nearby, a group of wealthy young men, each holding glasses of red wine, were engaged in a similar conversation. Let's place a bet. How would you rate the recently returned Yuan family's eldest daughter? She surely can't compare to Yuan Ruman's beauty, haha. I bet she'll score no more than 5 out of 10. 5 is too generous. Given the makeup for this occasion, without it, she wouldn't exceed 4. Brothers, be cautious. Girls emerging from mountain villages are often crude and hideous, dreaming of being with rich heirs. Let's keep our distance, for the sake of our dignity. I can't stand such women. The minimum standard should at least be a social media influencer. Yuan Ruman, passing by the group, couldn't help but smile at their banter. She was adorned in a pink floral strapless gown reminiscent of a wedding dress, layers of delicate tulle enveloping her, truly resembling a princess. Every individual who laid eyes on her today showered her with compliments. Approaching a handsome young man clad in a suit, she affectionately linked her arm through his and softly called out a Xian. Xian turned, planting a kiss on her cheek. Man, you look stunning today. Previously, he had regarded Yuan Ruman's beauty as merely average, and though he had been forced to engage with her due to familial obligations, he had often felt annoyed. However, today, her appearance captivated him. Yuan Ruman's cheeks flushed. A Xian, you look handsome as well. Xian, however, was not particularly fond of women displaying such coyness and submissiveness, as it offered no sense of conquest or challenge. He teased casually, still calling me a Xian? After today's engagement, you ought to change how you address me. Yuan Ruman, blushing, playfully pinched his arm, her lips forming a delightful smile as she cheerfully responded, husband. Xian tenderly caressed her chin, such a good girl. As the two flirted, Ruan's mother approached them, first greeting Xian before turning to Yuan Ruman. Have you seen Huaixue? Why is she so late? Coincidentally, Xian was also present, and Yuan Ruman's heart stirred, an expression of worry and helplessness swiftly crossing her face. Mom, Sister Huaixue said she found the dress I picked for her too plain and wants to prepare her own. I wonder what she will wear today. What? Ruan's mother exclaimed, both astonished and infuriated. The last dress you gave her was a custom piece, and she dares to reject it? What will she wear instead? Where would she find the money to prepare something else? Did she refuse the makeup team I arranged for her? In truth, Yuan Ruman had never discussed this with Jiang Huaixue, yet she nodded without hesitation. Sister Huaixue mentioned that she doesn't share the Yuan surname and doesn't care for the Yuan family's possessions. Ruan's mother recalled Jiang Huaixue's past assertion regarding her lack of connection to the Yuan name and immediately believed Yuan Ruman's words. She truly is a product of the village. Not only is she ignorant, but she also lacks gratitude. Today is such an important occasion. She is tarnishing the reputations of both the Yuan and Xie families. Having listened for some time, Xian discerned that they were discussing the Yuan family's daughter who had just returned from being switched at birth. Uninterested in the raucous village girl, he reassured them. It's of no consequence. If she has wardrobe issues later, we can arrange for someone to escort her upstairs to rest. It won't affect anything. Ruan's mother, her expression darkening, nodded. It seems we have no choice. If I had known, it would have been better not to have her attend at all. Before she could finish her sentence, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd ahead. The three of them had been speaking with their backs to the entrance of the hall, oblivious to their surroundings until they realized that the once vibrant banquet hall had suddenly fallen silent, the grand space devoid of conversation. Even the piano music had ceased. Everyone appeared to have lost their ability to articulate, merely gazing blankly at the individual who had just entered. She was a girl of indescribable beauty. Clad in a flowing gown adorned with feathery sleeves, the gradient starry blue cascaded from her chest down to her feet, while a waist cincher embroidered with clouds accentuated her alluring curves with exquisite grace. Behind the elegantly sculpted jawline lay a long, alabaster neck, and beneath her delicate collarbone was an enchanting allure that captivated the beholder. It was as though a mountain had abruptly revealed a deep vortex, and the undulating waves caused one's cheeks to flush and heart to race, even inspiring a desire to see if such a lithe waist could be grasped in one's hand. Beneath the waist cincher, heavily tinted blue, the hem of her gown billowed like layers of a starry river, shimmering brilliantly under the light with each step she took. The lavishness of the surroundings paled in comparison to her lustrous, slightly curled black hair, her soft, crimson lips, and her eyes, brimming with the essence of moonlight and celestial energy. This was a breathtaking beauty that rendered one breathless. Even the world-renowned diamond crystal chandelier of the Qianshan Hotel dimmed in the presence of her gaze. Wherever her eyes wandered, a chorus of uncontrollable gasps would follow, with some even desperately covering their noses to stem the blood that flowed, yet refusing to avert their gaze from her. In the palpable silence, everyone heard her address a nearby, puppet-like waiter with a voice as cool and elegant as water striking jade. "I am Jiang Huaixue. May I inquire about the seating arrangements?" Chapter 35. The bright moon ahead. The well-trained servers, accustomed to grand occasions, were taken aback by the sudden brilliance of her beauty, stumbling back a few steps, their faces flushed from head to neck. They hurriedly averted their gaze, fixating on the floor, their minds so muddled that their speech became stammered. Jiang what? I apologize. Could you please repeat your name?" Jiang Huaixue, having encountered countless similar reactions that afternoon, displayed no surprise and patiently repeated, "Jiang Huaixue, please check the seating arrangements." The server, dazed, rifled through the documents in hand, finally locating her name among the female guests listed on the first page.
All right, you, please follow me.
Though he no longer dared to look at Jiang Huaixue, he remained enveloped in the aura of her astonishing beauty, moving in awkward synchrony, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Fortunately, these servers had been in their roles long enough to be well acquainted with the layout of the banquet hall. Even with their rationality nearly evading them, instinct guided them to lead Jiang Huaixue to her designated spot. Though Wan Rumen harbored disdain for Jiang Huaixue, she nonetheless arranged for her to sit at the third table within the female family member section, as they were nominally still family, unbeknownst to whether it was intentional or not. Jiang Huaixue's seat was placed a significant distance from the table reserved for Wan's parents and Xie Deong. Jiang Huaixue, indifferent to the arrangement, lazily scanned her table and spotted a familiar face.
Mi Ping?
Mi Ping, dressed in a golden threaded gown with a cat ear collar, appeared elegant and beautiful as she sat there. But upon being called, she abruptly covered her eyes and swiftly turned her head away. "What's wrong?" Jiang Huaixue, puzzled, approached her, leaning in slightly. "Is your eye uncomfortable?" Upon closer inspection, she noticed Mi Ping's ears and profile were flushed to the point of crimson, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Are you having an allergic reaction?" Mi Ping's fingers, still covering her eyes, moved slightly, allowing her to peer through the gaps at the nearby Jiang Huaixue. And she felt a dizzying mix of pain and joy as she let out a muffled cry.
Oh my God.
Jiang Huaixue responded with a serious tone. "You seem to be genuinely allergic. Your neck is redder than before. It looks more severe. Do you need me to take you to the hospital?"
No. Mi Ping hurriedly denied.
"I'm fine, She struggled to articulate her infatuated state, finally mumbling, "I just had a bit too much to drink." In her heart, she silently added, "The drink's name is Jiang Huaixue. No need to imbibe, for anyone who encounters her today is intoxicated." Jiang Huaixue nodded, not questioning further. "Then take a moment to rest. If you feel unwell, you can call a server." Mi Ping, too embarrassed to lower her hand, nodded frantically with her eyes closed. Jiang Huaixue turned back to her seat. After her series of actions, the guests in the banquet hall seemed to awaken from a dream. The once silent hall buzzed back to life as conversations resumed. However, all expressions were peculiar, and every gaze frequently turned toward one direction. Jiang Huaixue took a sip of her drink, finding the flavor rather ordinary, her brow slightly furrowing as she quietly asked the dreamily faced server beside her, "Could you please bring me a glass of lemon water?"
Thank you.
The server stammered, "Why yes, of course." Only then did Jiang Huaixue lift her head to closely observe the individuals at her table. The large round table had 8 seats, yet, as it was not yet dinner time, only 3 others were present besides her. Mi Ping continued to shield her eyes, while the other two, upon meeting her gaze, flushed deeply. One gentleman, especially exaggerated, even knocked over a wine glass in his panic. Jiang Huaixue felt a rare sense of confusion. Since the afternoon, as she had her hair and makeup done, everyone around her seemed to be acting strangely. First, there was the stylist who had murmured as he adjusted her earrings, "Miss Jiang, you really shouldn't go out." Then, throughout her journey from the car to her seat, everyone she encountered bore odd expressions and wandering eyes. Was there something amiss with her? This shouldn't be the case. Is that really Jiang Huaixue, the sister that Man just brought back? Xie Xian gazed in astonishment toward Jiang Huaixue, hesitantly inquiring of one's mother and Wan Rumen. Wasn't she supposed to be an ugly, rude, uncouth village girl? How could she possibly look like this? One's mother, still processing, responded dazedly yes. After a moment of shock, Xie Xian gradually came to his senses, a fervent emotion slowly rising in his eyes. Wan Rumen, oblivious to her fiancé's unusual demeanor, found her gaze inexorably drawn to Jiang Huaixue, unconsciously biting her lower lip until it bled. If one were to observe closely, they would notice she was even trembling slightly. Jiang Huaixue.
How could she?
Wasn't she supposed to wear those dreadful outfits? Wasn't she supposed to lack matching jewelry? Wasn't she supposed to gaze despondently at her own grand engagement? Why had she transformed into this? Why, upon her return to the Wan family, did she cast her in such a poor light? Why did she, upon appearing at the banquet, reduce the supposed protagonist to a mere supporting role? The radiance of the entire banquet hall seemed to pale in comparison to her singular brilliance. An infinite panic surged within Wan Rumen. Having lived as the Wan family's heiress for 19 years, she had long been accustomed to the life of a socialite. She did not wish to be outshone, especially not by a girl raised in a mountain village. She had completely forgotten that she was merely occupying a space that rightfully belonged to Jiang Huaixue, enjoying a life for 19 years that was not hers. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to make a decision. The young ladies, who earlier had discussed Jiang Huaixue with their affluent backgrounds, were now utterly taken aback. They exchanged bewildered glances, attempting to mask their earlier misstep with jokes, but found themselves at a loss for words. Each guest present at the banquet had witnessed countless spectacles and beauties of all kinds, from the enchanting stars of the entertainment industry to hidden gems of the common folk and the rarely seen beauties of high society. While everyone's taste varied, and standards of beauty differed, it was often difficult to reach a consensus on who was the most beautiful. However, after witnessing Jiang Huaixue in person that night, they experienced an epiphany. Indeed, there existed a beauty that could unify aesthetic appreciation. Her features, difficult to articulate, seemed to orchestrate the very essence of creation, embodying the spirit of the world. One wealthy heir, who had previously expressed trepidation about being ensnared, gazed at Jiang Huaixue with a dazed expression, unsure whether he was speaking to himself or seeking others' opinions. "May I ask for her contact information?" Beside her, the brother exhibited a complex array of emotions, bluntly interrupting. "What do you need her contact information for? Didn't you say that people like her are the most prone to daydreaming and should be avoided?" The wealthy scion fell silent, rendered speechless. He weakly defended himself. "I previously mentioned most people, not her. I merely wished to invite her to dinner." Though he was somewhat dazed, he understood the truth of the matter. In the banquet hall, how many among them did not wish to extend such an invitation to her? Indeed, no one contradicted him. With the radiant moon and precious jewels before them, who would not desire to draw closer? Chapter 36. Do not be so rigid with gender roles. Jiang Huaixue pondered for an extended period, attempting to discern what might be amiss, yet failing to arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately, she resorted to sending a message to Mi Ping via her phone. "Have you noticed anything peculiar about the people in the banquet hall?" After her visit to the Mi household for a feng shui consultation, they had exchanged contact information. And during this time, Mi Ping had occasionally sent her humorous videos and engaged in light conversation. While at school, she had even brought Jiang Huaixue milk tea and fried chicken, sharing snacks together. Their current relationship could be described as amicable, perhaps akin to ordinary friends. Just as Mi Ping had begun to regain her composure and the flush on her face subsided, she received Jiang Huaixue's message. Stunned, she thought, could it be true? Are there truly individuals oblivious to their own beauty in this day and age? Tentatively, she replied, "Has no one ever told you that you are quite beautiful?" Upon seeing her question, which diverted from Jiang Huaixue's original inquiry, she cast a sidelong glance before continuing to type. Your question is rather odd. A pang of anxiety struck Mi Ping. Could it be that Jiang Huaixue, having grown up in the mountains, had genuinely never been informed of her own remarkable beauty? Jiang Huaixue promptly followed up with, "Countless individuals have praised my appearance. What is there to question? In contemporary society, unless a beauty lives in seclusion, removed from the world, they are invariably showered with compliments from childhood to adulthood. How could one be beautiful, yet unaware?" Mi Ping mused. It seemed quite logical.
Yet,
The conundrum lay in why Jiang Huaixue appeared oblivious to the stir she caused. Feeling that a brief text exchange could not clarify matters, and with countless eyes upon her, she decided to switch off her phone and beckon Jiang Huaixue to the restroom. The moment Jiang Huaixue and Mi Ping left their table, many at the banquet stirred restlessly, with some audacious enough to follow. Upon entering the restroom, Jiang Huaixue opted against using a stall. Instead, she gestured with her chin towards the small group of onlookers lingering outside. Today, she had encountered nothing but odd individuals, and despite her divinations yielding no troubling insights, she found it perplexing. Mi Ping, having steeled herself psychologically, still felt somewhat breathless in Jiang Huaixue's proximity. She refrained from looking at Jiang Huaixue's face, her gaze instead fixated on the swaying diamond earrings adorning her earlobes. "Have you considered that perhaps it's because you are simply too stunning?" Jiang Huaixue replied with confusion. "I am aware of my beauty. But how does that relate to these people?" Mi Ping was momentarily taken aback, instinctively lifting her gaze to Jiang Huaixue before hastily averting it again. "It's precisely because you are beautiful that this occurs." Jiang Huaixue frowned, bewildered. "I seem unable to grasp the causal relationship here. If that is the case, you are beautiful as well, and there are many attractive individuals present today." Mi Ping's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can that be the same?" Jiang Huaixue countered. "What is the difference?" The restroom fell silent for a moment as realization dawned upon Mi Ping. "Wait a moment. You don't genuinely believe that your beauty is on par with ours, do you?" Jiang Huaixue, with utmost certainty, replied, "There isn't much distinction at all. Beauty is fundamentally similar, isn't it?" She remained impervious to all notions of beauty, convinced that all beautiful individuals, including herself, were essentially alike.
Mi Ping gasped, her mouth agape.
Momentarily at a loss for whether to feel honored or incredulous. After a pause, she weakly remarked, "This must be akin to landing on the moon and claiming it as a stunt. Absurd, utterly absurd." Jiang Huaixue genuinely believed her beauty was comparable to that of the masses. If she voiced such a notion, others might assume she was engaging in self-aggrandizement. Mi Ping lamented, "I implore you, look in the mirror. Is there one family so impoverished that they lack a mirror for you to use, leading to this delusion?" She gestured toward the large mirror within the restroom. "There's a difference. We are distinctly unlike one another. Beauty exists in tiers. If we are a score of 1, you are a score of 15. Jiang Huaixue replied, "Isn't the full score 20? The full score is 10. You are an exceptional outlier." Jiang Huaixue protested. "That seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" As their conversation unfolded, a tall woman in a tailored suit emerged from a stall. Upon seeing Jiang Huaixue, she paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up noticeably. Jiang Huaixue and Mi Ping were engaged in hushed conversation near the sink when the woman gracefully sauntered past them, washing her hands while retrieving hand cream from her bag, all the while casting glances at Jiang Huaixue in the mirror. Her features were sharp, her attire polished, exuding a strikingly assertive beauty that could be described as very A in contemporary internet parlance. Yet, her gaze was the antithesis of her demeanor, soft and inviting, akin to a spider's silk, ensnaring those around her. Jiang Huaixue quickly sensed her scrutiny and turned her head in puzzlement. The woman, noticing the glance, did not shy away. Instead, she playfully winked at Jiang Huaixue, her left eye closing in a flirtatious gesture. Jiang Huaixue was taken aback, her expression one of confusion. The woman chuckled lightly, leaning against the sink as she complimented, "You are truly adorable. I've heard that the style of being both pure and seductive is currently en vogue. I couldn't quite grasp it until I saw you." Jiang Huaixue, bewildered, wondered why a stranger would suddenly begin to praise her, but felt compelled out of courtesy to respond with a simple, "Thank you." Mi Ping, finally comprehending the situation, felt her pupils dilate in shock. Just as she was about to intervene, the woman launched another bold proposition. "Perhaps fate allows us to share breakfast tomorrow?" Mi Ping turned away in distress. Jiang Huaixue blinked, unsure if she had understood correctly. Was the invitation to breakfast meant in the way she feared? Concerned she might misinterpret the situation, she declined politely, "No, I prefer to have breakfast at home." The woman laughed softly, approaching Jiang Huaixue. Her presence enveloped in a fragrant aura. Though Jiang Huaixue stood at 1.72 meters, considered tall among women, this woman towered over her, leaning in with an almost predatory allure. "Going to your home is also an option. I wouldn't mind at all."
Mi Ping gasped in horror.
Jiang Huaixue was left dumbfounded. In her past and present lives, she had never lacked admirers. Declarations of love, whether overt or covert, could encircle the capital city. There had been bold suitors, even those who, upon learning of her fondness for jade, had blocked her family's entrance with carts filled with exquisite jadeite to express their affection. Yet, she had never encountered such a direct and audacious display of interest as this one. Before Jiang Huaixue could respond, Mi Ping hurriedly interjected, "Miss, you may be mistaken. She prefers men." The woman, as if just noticing Mi Ping, glanced her way and replied breezily, "I like men too. What does that matter?"
Mi Ping stammered, "Ooh."
Faced with the question, she nearly began to doubt herself. Was this not significant? The woman smiled at Jiang Huaixue again, "Sweetheart, don't be so rigid with gender roles. Men have their advantages, and sisters have their charms too." Chapter 37. Extend your condolences. Fortunately, the restroom was devoid of patrons, and the three of them had been conversing for quite some time, without interruption. Otherwise, if someone overheard the woman's astonishing remarks, they might assume the three of them shared some chaotic entanglement. Jiang Huaixue found herself both amused and bewildered. While I appreciate the sentiment, irrespective of gender, I currently harbor no such inclinations. All right then, the woman shrugged nonchalantly. She did not linger, but her expression bore a hint of regret as she fished out a business card from her bag and handed it to Jiang Huaixue. "I'll take a number and wait in line. If you consider it in the future, do keep me in mind." Jiang Huaixue glanced at the card, which bore the name Wang Yong. It was a personal card, devoid of any superfluous information, containing only a name and a phone number. However, one could easily surmise that anyone who frequented the Qianshan Hotel was likely to be either wealthy or influential. With a little effort, one could ascertain more by simply inquiring outside. After placing the card away, Jiang Huaixue offered her a faint smile. "All right." Wang Yong adjusted her hair and strode away with a confident gait. Mi Ping quietly remarked, "When she was talking to you just now, I thought of a meme." Jiang Huaixue inquired, "What is it?" Mi Ping pulled out her phone to show her, "This one." I instantly thought, "Hey, wifey, doesn't it look like her?" Upon seeing the amusing cartoonish meme and recalling Wang Yong's flirtation, Jiang Huaixue couldn't help but laugh. The unexpected interruption by Wang Yong caused them to abandon their previous discussion about beauty. The banquet had already begun, and they needed to return to make an appearance. Unbeknownst to them, a little shadow had followed them, lurking stealthily around the corner of the hallway. As Jiang Huaixue exited the restroom, he rushed out before anyone else, standing resolutely in front of her. A collective sigh resonated from those around. Jiang Huaixue regarded the handsome youth before her, her gaze momentarily lingering on his forehead. "And you are?"
I
am Jiang Huaixue. My family owns Jing's enterprises." Jiang Huaixue could not meet Jiang Huaixue's eyes. His face flushed crimson as he stammered his introduction. Only after he finished did he realize that such a direct self-introduction lacked any flair. A sudden thought struck him. He remembered a girl who once pursued him had said his name was derived from a poem, quite elegant and beautiful. He had made a point to look it up and remembered the line. He quickly added, "It's that one Huang Lu Yi Jing, lamenting for you how." He believed this would showcase his cultural sophistication, distinguishing him from the typical wealthy scions. Little did he expect Jiang Huaixue to suddenly sigh. Jiang Huaixue, startled, asked,
"What is it?"
"Did I say something wrong?" Jiang Huaixue paused for a moment before responding, "My condolences." Mi Ping, confused, asked, "Huh?" Jiang Huaixue exclaimed, "What? How did a casual introduction lead to condolences? Is this a new method of rejecting a suitor?" Jiang Huaixue turned to Mi Ping. "Do you have something to write with?" Mi Ping instinctively shook her head. "No, but what about lipstick?" "That will do." Jiang Huaixue took Mi Ping's luxury lipstick, snatched a handkerchief from Jiang Huaixue, and wrote down a series of numbers. She handed the handkerchief back to Jiang Huaixue. "If you need anything later,
you can contact me."
Jiang Huaixue, still grappling with the fact that the goddess had given him her contact information, noticed Jiang Huaixue looking at him with a pitying expression. "If you have time now, you might want to call your mother, though it may be too late." Jiang Huaixue froze. He instinctively glanced at the time. It was 1846. His parents should be home for dinner at this hour, so why would he call? Moreover, what did Jiang Huaixue's words mean? Why did they sound so peculiar? Huaixue, what you just said. Mi Ping, aware of Jiang Huaixue's abilities, began to comprehend the implication and was a bit incredulous. Are you saying? Jiang Huaixue nodded. Yes, exactly as you think. Mi Ping was astonished. How could that be? Wasn't it just about what happened earlier? Jiang Huaixue softly explained. At first glance, I noticed his solar angle was slightly sunken, his brow shaped like a wedge, and the hue of his forehead was dim. All of these signify a crisis for his parents, likely concerning his mother. Mi Ping picked up on the nuances, but it can't be confirmed? Originally, it couldn't be. The two had returned to the banquet hall, and Jiang Huaixue paused her explanation, switching positions with someone next to Mi Ping. However, he said something that allowed me to confirm it.
Mi Ping blinked.
What did he say? Wasn't it just a self-introduction? Indeed, just that self-introduction. Jiang Huaixue recited Jing Yuhao's words. He stated that his name is derived from a line of poetry, specifically Huang Lu Yi Jing, lamenting for Yu Hao, from Su Shi's poem Yong Yu Lu. Peng Chung Yi Su Yanzi Lu, which is a renowned line across the ages. Mi Ping felt a twinge of embarrassment, thinking, I don't believe I have ever heard of that famous line. Jiang Huaixue continued, this poem was inspired by Su Shi's experience as the governor of Shuzhou, composed on a night spent in Yanzi Lu, where he awoke from a dream while wandering the gardens, reflecting the sorrow of fleeting dreams and the emptiness of empty halls. Mi Ping's eyes sparkled with nostalgia, feeling as though she had returned to her high school literature class, engaging in poetic analysis. Fortunately, Jiang Huaixue quickly returned to the core topic. In metaphysics, there exists a divination method known as external response or meihua ishu, which is derived from a tale. It is said that during the Northern Song dynasty, a gentleman named Xiao Kongjie was enjoying the blossoms in his plum garden when he witnessed two sparrows pecking at each other and falling. He confidently predicted that the next day, a girl from the neighboring house would climb a tree to pluck flowers, only to fall and injure herself. A prophecy that came true. People believe that everything in existence follows a certain pattern. The cycles of nature, the sun and moon, the seasons, all embody both fixed and variable elements. Seemingly unrelated occurrences may serve as omens. External response is the practice of divining based on the happenings and movements surrounding a particular time and place. I could not initially ascertain whether Jing Yuhao's mother was truly in trouble, but the fact that he recited a poem about lamenting a beautiful woman at that specific time serves as an external response. As Mi Ping listened, her mouth fell agape. Both shocked and captivated by the profound intricacies, Jiang Huaixue, feeling parched, poured herself a glass of water and drank it all at once. Just then, Mi Ping asked her, I heard my brother mention he is negotiating a business deal, but the outcome is not yet determined. Can you see when he will receive news? As Jiang Huaixue set the cup down, she accidentally knocked over the chopsticks on the plate. She glanced at the chopsticks and remarked, the chopsticks falling at this moment is also an external response. The chopsticks represent sun, which signifies news. The chopsticks point towards Hai, and 2 days from now will be Hai. I anticipate your brother will receive news in 2 days.
Great.
Mi Ping eagerly pulled out her phone and began typing furiously. I'll tell my brother right now. She messaged me Yan. Brother, you need not worry about that contract. Results will be available in 2 days. After sending the message, she felt she had been particularly gentle and considerate today, thinking, this is good. Mi Yan will surely be taken aback. After a long pause, her phone buzzed, and she eagerly opened it to find Mi Yan's reply. Go ahead. How much is it this time? Mi Ping exclaimed. Men are all dogs. Chapter 38. A Beauty's Innocent Power. During the entire engagement banquet, Mi Ping and Jiang Huaixue were oblivious to what was said or done. After receiving Mi Yan's message, Mi Ping seized Jiang Huaixue and began to vent her frustrations. I have noticed that many girls wish they had an older brother, believing that an older brother can protect them or something. Let me tell you, it's all a dream. When I was in 2nd grade, my brother was already in 6th grade. At that time, he was losing his baby teeth, and my parents had restricted him from eating sweets, forbidding him from having candy. So he secretly took my chocolate. Mi Ping recounted, you know those chocolates wrapped in paper kept in jars? My brother was particularly mischievous. After he finished eating, fearing I would find out, he would take a small scoop of sweet potato puree from the kitchen every day, wrap it in chocolate paper, and give it to me. He even lied to me, claiming it was a new flavor. Jiang Huaixue asked curiously, how did you find out? Mi Ping replied indignantly, once. He was too hasty and scooped a huge chunk of sweet potato skin. Even I knew chocolate couldn't possibly have skin. Jiang Huaixue chuckled. In her previous life, the siblings she encountered were always polite and maintained clear boundaries. None had the playful bickering dynamic of Mi Ping and Mi Yan. Yet, she could discern that despite their teasing, the bond between the two siblings was evidently strong. She found herself amused by Mi Ping, unaware of the profound impact her laughter had. It was akin to the moon ascending from the sea, illuminating the shimmering water, or like the gentle caress of spring breezes that instantaneously coax blossoms into vibrant bloom, exuding an irresistible charm. Faced with Jiang Huaixue's smile, Mi Ping momentarily faltered, abruptly forgetting her next words. The table fell into a hush, with all eyes fixed upon Jiang Huaixue, captivated by her presence. Nearby onlookers were utterly entranced. What was transpiring? Xie Xian, holding a wine glass, stood at the table, smiling and surveying the room, puzzled by the sudden silence. His words were directed at the gathering, yet his enchanting peach blossom eyes remained steadfastly focused on Jiang Huaixue. Upon meeting his gaze, Jiang Huaixue mused at the unusual beauty possessed by the Xie family. However, perhaps influenced by maternal lineage, Xie Chongyan's eyes were the quintessential Danfeng style, with double eyelids resembling a partially open fan, when not smiling. The corners of his eyes turned upward, complemented by a high nose and thin lips, exuding a cold, noble aura, one that unmistakably belonged to someone of high stature. In contrast, Xie Xian possessed a pair of striking peach blossom eyes, with light pink lids and alluring curves, making it seem as though he gazed at everyone with profound affection. Previously, when Jiang Huaixue had appraised Wanru Man's visage, she surmised her lover to be quite tender-hearted. Now, observing Xie Xian, she realized he indeed boasted the attributes of a romantic. A young, handsome man, wealthy and influential, gazing at you with such tenderness. Who could resist? No wonder Wanru Man spoke of him with a blend of shyness and pride. As someone at the table caught sight of Xie Xian and quickly rose to greet him, the congratulatory words of union were barely uttered before Xie Xian stepped aside, thus positioning himself closer to Jiang Huaixue, now merely a person apart. He smoothly approached her side, raising his glass with a smile. Thank you all for taking the time to attend this gathering amidst your busy schedules. The ball shall commence shortly. So, allow me to toast to everyone. The guests responded in kind, and Jiang Huaixue raised her own glass of lemonade in acknowledgement. After draining his drink, Xie Xian handed his glass to a nearby server, casually tilting his arm, which inadvertently caused the server's tray to tilt, spilling half a glass of red wine onto the person seated next to Jiang Huaixue. She swiftly sidestepped the splattering liquid, while the server hurriedly apologized to the unfortunate individual. Xie Xian reacted with remarkable speed, instructing, "Please escort our esteemed guest upstairs to change their attire." The individual, glancing at the alluring Jiang Huaixue, reluctantly vacated the seat beside her. Xie Xian seized the opportunity to sit down, offering Jiang Huaixue a gentle smile. "I had not seen you before, so, you are Man's elder sister? Should I then call you sister?" The two words, spoken by him, dripped with a sweet intimacy akin to lovers' whispers. Jiang Huaixue's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, "We are not related by blood. I cannot be considered a sister." Xie Xian, unperturbed, retorted, "How could that be? Since Huaixue has returned to their Wan family, we are all one family now. By the way, may I call you Huaixue?" Jiang Huaixue stated plainly, "My name is right here. You may call me as you wish." Xie Xian's eyes shimmered with intrigue, ensnaring Jiang Huaixue's attention. The name Huaixue is truly exquisite, evoking the romance of wind and snow, along with the beauty of a slender waist embraced within. His words danced along the precipice of propriety. Jiang Huaixue's response was neither warm nor cold. Nothing could be more romantic than Mr. Xie himself. Xie Xian chuckled. "I shall take that as a compliment from Sister Huaixue." As the engagement proceedings concluded, and the ball was set to begin, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement, yet the seating arrangements remained spacious. Xie Xian, emboldened by the fact that outsiders could not overhear, dared to draw nearer to her, despite Jiang Huaixue's apparent indifference. "I have heard that Sister Huaixue is betrothed to my family. Are you willing to marry a man who is nearing death?" Jiang Huaixue finally met his gaze. "Whether I am willing or not, what concern is it of yours?" Xie Xian smirked, playfully responding, "Seeing such a beautiful and youthful sister, Huaixue, I cannot bear the thought of you marrying a worthless man. Why not consider me instead?" Jiang Huaixue remained unfazed, lightly tapping her glass. "And what of Wanru Man?" "Her?" Xie Xian replied nonchalantly, if you are indifferent, let her be the legitimate wife. If you care, then she can be placed elsewhere. Jiang Huaixue acknowledged with a soft "oh." She flipped her phone over on the table, turning off the recording, and courteously remarked, thank you for providing a rather unpleasant audio snippet. I will ensure it reaches the Yuan family. Xie Xian was taken aback, realizing she had been recording him unbeknownst to him. However, beautiful women are always entitled to their innocence. Xie Xian leaned in, his voice teasingly low. You do not believe our families are uniting solely due to my affection for Yuan Ruman, do you? Do you think that even if I publicly declared my feelings for you in front of the Yuan family, it would matter? At that moment, Mi Ping called out Huaixue, loudly, interrupting Xie Xian. The ball is about to begin. Come help me freshen up. Having heard of Xie Xian's notorious reputation, she felt discomfort by his persistent proximity to Huaixue. The Yuan family was already in disarray, and the identities of Yuan Ruman and Jiang Huaixue were already subjects of public speculation. If Huaixue were to associate with Yuan Ruman's fiancé, the gossip would be inevitable. Jiang Huaixue paused before saying, all right. She averted her gaze from Xie Xian, promptly placing her phone into her bag and following Mi Ping upstairs. Xie Xian remained seated, watching her slender waist and supple figure as she rose, her ivory ankles glimmering beneath the flowing fabric of her gown. The tassels of her high heels swayed lightly, echoing in his heart. He lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. In Chapter 39, titled Old Friends, Mi Ping lured Jiang Huaixue away, applying makeup while enlightening her about Xie Xian's romantic escapades. You were not in the capital before, so you might not know that this group of rascals plays quite freely. Have you heard of Zhongling Chun? It is a renowned high-end club in the capital, reputed for its wealth and mysterious background. The last time I heard, Xie Xian and his wealthy friends had a private room there, engaging with celebrities and influencers in questionable activities, even wagering on which girl would become pregnant and who the father was. Jiang Huaixue frowned. How do you know? I was young and naive, eager to explore everywhere. Mi Ping admitted sheepishly, recalling a time she accidentally wandered into a room at Zhongling Chun and saw a group of naked women kneeling on the floor. They didn't even look up when the door opened, simply calling master, which terrified me. I rushed home to tell my brother, who scolded me harshly and spun tales of the dark underbelly, warning me of special rooms filled with whips and toys, where things often went awry. Jiang Huaixue felt discomfort. And the girls? Were they all willing? Mi Ping wrinkled her nose. They say it's consensual, as they are paid quite handsomely. Jiang Huaixue fell silent. After finishing her lipstick, Mi Ping checked her reflection in the mirror and asked Jiang Huaixue, do you need to touch up? After a glance at Jiang Huaixue, she answered her own question. What a silly thing to ask. You don't need any of that. My Huaixue is the most beautiful. She puffed up with pride. When the ball begins, many will surely invite you for the first dance. You must promise me to save it for me. Jiang Huaixue smiled slightly. All right, I will dance only with you today. However, despite their agreement, plans often change swiftly. At the evening ball, Jiang Huaixue ultimately did not attend. The ball commenced at 8 o'clock, but at 7:40, she received a message from Xie Chongyan. He inquired if she could visit by Tao Courtyard, mentioning that the Xie family was present. Rarely does Xie Chongyan take the initiative to request anything from her, so this sudden demand instinctively struck Jiang Huaixue as significant. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Mi Ping, she hastily departed from the banquet hall, overhearing the guests' discussions as she exited. Wasn't it said that the owner of Qianshan Hotel, Mr. Song, would be attending today? Where is he? Some said he wouldn't come, citing pressing matters. Is it indeed a matter of great importance, or is it merely a lack of respect? Yet, none dared to inquire further, as evident by the silence from the Xie and Yuan families. Speaking of Mr. Song, have you heard the recent gossip that he mentioned the CEO of Qianshan Group? Jiang Huaixue recalled that Ruan's father had mentioned that the Xie family had invited Song Junliang to the engagement banquet. However, he had been summoned to pick up his grandfather and was likely still en route to Beijing, undoubtedly unable to attend. Earlier that morning, during their phone conversation, Jiang Hongren had expressed his fondness for the scenery along the way, insisting he would take a close look. Now, it was uncertain whether he had arrived at the hotel to rest. As Jiang Huaixue considered others, someone was also thinking of her. Have we arrived? The rear window of the car lowered, revealing a kind-faced individual with a round visage. Song Junliang descended from the driver's seat, handed the car keys to an approaching attendant, and personally opened the door to the back seat. Jiang Lao, we have arrived at the hotel. We will be staying here for the next 2 nights. The elderly man seated in the back was none other than Jiang Huaixue's grandfather, Jiang Huaixue. With Song Junliang's attentive assistance, he stepped onto the red carpet leading into the hotel, his gaze drawn to the enormous advertisement screen across the street. Displaying a myriad of towering buildings. He remarked how lively it is. Indeed, Song Junliang replied with a smile, for the past couple of days. We have traversed small towns. Arriving in Linen City feels like entering a proper metropolis. Jiang Huaixue, hands clasped behind his back as they walked toward the hotel, reflected on how his granddaughter had been bustling about, organizing various matters, and wondered how many years it had been since he last visited such a vibrant place. 5 years?
8 years?
Never mind. Take your time to enjoy it if you wish. We can stay as long as you like. Song Junliang trailed half a step behind,
Keeping pace with him.
I frequently travel for business and am quite familiar with this area. Zhang Lao must grant me the opportunity to show my respect. You certainly know how to speak, Jiang Huaixue complimented him. Song Junliang, pleased by the praise, was suddenly met with Jiang Huaixue's remark. Those who have known you for a long time tend to be quite reliable. I recall that young man, Xueling, is quite decent. The joy that had just blossomed on Song Junliang's face waned, as he recalled that he was in the presence of Jiang Lao and managed to maintain his composure. That rascal Xueling, how is it that Jiang Lao remembers his name? Jiang Huaixue's mention of Xueling prompted a distant recollection. Is he also in Dijing with you? Song Junliang subtly took a jab at his rival. Xueling is a young man. Rather impatient to spend time with someone like me, an older fellow. He is in Bindu. Jiang Huaixue nodded. Bindu is a fine place as well. This caused Song Junliang to become instantly alert. Could it be? Surely, the elder does not prefer Bindu over Dijing? What if he does like it? And if Jiang Lao gestures to go to Bindu, where would I go to lament? Maintaining his poise, Song Junliang deftly redirected the conversation. Jiang Lao. Dijing has undergone remarkable changes in the past couple of years. I am certain you will appreciate it. Make way, make way. A throng surged from the side, escorting an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair toward the VIP elevator, flanked by 5 or 6 men in suits clearing the path for them. The scene suggested a person of considerable stature. Song Junliang stepped back a couple of paces to protect Jiang Huaixue, who, however, responded with a curious exclamation. Jiang Lao, what is it? He inquired. Jiang Huaixue gazed toward the elderly figure in the wheelchair. That gentleman appears to be a practitioner of mysticism. Upon hearing the term mysticism, Song Junliang instinctively touched his chest, feeling the protective talisman Jiang Huaixue had given him, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Shall I inquire about his background? He offered. Jiang Huaixue shook his head. No need to trouble yourself. I have not been active in the outside world these past years, and there are few who remember me. Song Junliang smiled. How could that be? Jiang Lao was once renowned, and anyone with experience surely knows of you. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they proceeded to the front desk to check in. Meanwhile, the wheelchair was wheeled into the elevator, and just as the doors were about to close, the seemingly frail elderly man abruptly opened his eyes. Before he had opened them, his hair was gray, and his countenance appeared haggard, resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. However, upon opening his eyes, his demeanor transformed dramatically, appearing as if he had regained 20 years of youth. His gaze was sharp as he swiftly scanned the hotel lobby through the partially closed elevator doors. His disciple, who was supporting the wheelchair, inquired, Master, is there something amiss? The elderly man frowned. I sensed a presence just now, akin to the one who disrupted my incantation previously. Yet there are differences. After a moment of thought, he instructed, investigate the individuals who have checked in over the past few days. Ascertain their origins. Yes, Master. Has there been any news from Dijing? Has Sieta Yong discovered the identity of the one who broke the curse? In response, the disciple replied, They say there are still no leads. The elderly man closed his eyes and snorted coldly, his voice sharp. What a bunch of useless fools. The occupants of the elevator bowed their heads in silence. Chapter 40. A year of increasing happiness. Previously, Xie Chongyan had informed Jiang Huaixue that Bai Tao Courtyard was ready for her arrival at any time, yet she had not visited until now. This was her first time arriving at this community, and before even entering, she had already expressed her admiration. What a splendid layout! Akin to a jade belt encircling the waist. As the saying goes, mountains govern the populace, and waters govern wealth. A residence is ideally situated in harmony with both mountains and water, firmly anchored while remaining open to the sky. The former refers to reliance. Whether it be mountains or architectural complexes, as long as they provide support, they are considered solid. The latter, by definition, suggests that the area in front of the residence should be as open and clear as possible, allowing ample space. Otherwise, how can one attract wealth? Bai Tao Courtyard is bordered by lush green mountains, and directly across from the community lies a scenic park. This alone establishes a favorable layout, but it is further enhanced by a crescent-shaped river embracing it. The river flows gracefully, reminiscent of the jade belts worn by high-ranking officials in ancient times, signifying prosperity and nobility. Upon reaching the courtyard arranged for her by the Xie family, she surveyed her surroundings and remarked, "The winding paths lead to a grand hall, surely. A prime minister of the current era must have had this space meticulously evaluated for its feng shui." The attendant from the Xie family, who had met her several times before, was now captivated by her presence and dared not meet her gaze. Upon hearing her words, he timidly added, "I heard that a master was consulted before the development of this community." Jiang Huaixue responded, "The master is indeed impressive. The Xie family is formidable in their own right. The Qianshan group also has a real estate division, and at the outset of their ventures, Jiang Huaixue had eagerly selected several prime plots of land. However, during the bidding process, she discovered that just because she had chosen a plot did not guarantee it would belong to her. The complexities behind the scenes were numerous. The Xie family had access to prime locations where the principles of feng shui could be effectively applied. Unlike Jiang Huaixue, who had to rack her brain on 2 occasions to alter the fortunes of her own unfortunate plots, nearly driving herself to despair. The attendant guided Jiang Huaixue along the stone path before quietly withdrawing. She approached the entrance, feeling a sense of peculiarity. Why was it dark inside? Did Xie Chongyan not come himself as he had asked her to? She pushed the door slightly and found it ajar, easily swinging open with her touch. Is this really the exit? The door is unlocked. Just as Jiang Huaixue was about to call out to the attendant she had just encountered, a sudden sound echoed from the living room behind her, followed by the unmistakable sound of multiple footsteps. She turned around in astonishment, only to see Niayu and Xie Huili wheeling out an exceptionally tall dining cart, while old Master Xie pushed Xie Chongyan's wheelchair to the center of the living room.
Niei Grecu laughed heartily. Huaix, happy birthday.
Xie Huili gently added, Huaixue, happy birthday. May you celebrate this day every year, and may each passing year be as joyful as today. Old Master Xie chuckled, Little Master Huaixue, let us make do this year, but by this time next year, you'll be calling me Grandpa. We must have a grand celebration at the Xie family then. He was referring to Jiang Huaixue's promise to become a sworn sister to Xie Chongyan. Jiang Huaixue stood frozen in place, her gaze fixated on the 6-tiered birthday cake atop the cart, particularly drawn to the golden sign atop it that read Happy Birthday, Huaixue. After a moment, she glanced around the living room, taking in the colorful streamers hanging everywhere. After surveying the scene, she slowly turned her dazed gaze towards the others by the cake, who were all watching her with eager smiles. At this moment, the once tranquil expression in Jiang Huaixue's eyes rippled like water disturbed by the wind, suddenly surging with emotion. The moon had not yet fully risen, and only the flickering orange glow of the candles on the cake illuminated the room, casting a warm light. Jiang Huaixue's eyes sparkled, as if reflecting flowing light. She spoke slowly and earnestly, Thank you all. I truly appreciate this. Jiang Huaixue had long forgotten how many years had passed since she last celebrated her birthday. Perhaps it was the 19 years of this life. Or perhaps it included a few years from her previous life. In her past life, she held a prestigious status. Even as a child, her family elders organized several birthday banquets in her name, which were more social gatherings than true celebrations. Later, as she took command of the family's power, her profound cultivation led her to lose patience with such affairs, and she ordered the cancellation of birthday celebrations. Upon arriving in this world, she lived in the southwestern mountainous region with old Jiang, where the locals did not place much importance on such matters. Old Jiang himself was indifferent to birthdays, even neglecting his own, and he certainly did not consider a young girl's birthday anything of significance. In her childhood, he would simply cook her a bowl of longevity noodles. As she grew older, through various twists of fate, she acquired numerous identities and often found herself traveling, sometimes forgetting her own birthday altogether. Today was indeed her birthday. She had even received a phone call from old Jiang that morning. Jiang Hongren, as he did every year, advised her, just be happy and buy whatever you want to eat. At that time, she had been languid, thinking, what is so special about a birthday? She paid it no mind, nor did anyone else. Today was the engagement banquet for Wan Rumen and Xie Xian, and the Wan family was preoccupied with this significant event. Although they claimed to be combining Wan Rumen's birthday celebration with the engagement banquet, it was evident from the scene that they had overlooked the birthday aspect entirely. Even Wan Rumen, who had lived in their Wan family for over a decade, was neglected, so how could they possibly remember Jiang Huaixue? Everyone had forgotten that there were actually 2 children born on this day in their Wan family. Yet, Jiang Huaixue had not expected anyone to remember, let alone prepare such a heartfelt surprise. The lights in the room had been turned on, and the flickering light she had seen in her eyes was merely an illusion. She still wore her usual gentle smile, albeit with a touch more softness. "How did you know it was my birthday? What a delightful surprise." Upon seeing her demeanor tonight, Niayu blushed and fell silent, his initial boldness dissipating. It was Xie Huaixue and old Master Xie who were momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining their composure. Xie Huaixue sincerely complimented her from head to toe before explaining. It was Chongyan's thoughtfulness. He heard that another young lady in their Wan family shares the same birthday and deduced that it must also be yours. Jiang Huaixue turned to look at Xie Chongyan, her eyes curving into a gentle smile. "Thank you. I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Xie Chongyan, still in rehabilitation and needing a wheelchair for outings, exuded an air of dignity despite sitting lower than the others. He was often cold and sharp with outsiders, yet he had always been gentle with Jiang Huaixue from the very beginning. "If it weren't for the fact that my awakening news cannot be disclosed, I would have hosted a grand banquet for you. I feel bad for having to settle for this year. I promise to make it up to you next year." He handed a gift box to Jiang Huaixue, smiling as he extended his congratulations. "Huaixue, happy birthday. May each year hence be even more blissful than the last." Chapter 41. This night of fireworks, Jiang Huaixue's curled eyelashes fluttered. Every year from now on, as a soul from another world bound by the heavens to a short lifespan, could she truly have a future? "What? You already know you don't like it without even opening it?" Xie Chongyan pushed the gift forward again, his tone light. "Or, do you not want to celebrate with us in the future?" Jiang Huaixue paused for a few seconds, accepting the gift with sincerity. "No matter what it is, I will like it." The members of the Xie family began to produce the hidden gift boxes, presenting them to Jiang Huaixue all at once. "Now that you've said that, we can rest easy." Xie Huaixue smiled as she pushed the cake closer to the dining table. "Usually, I just buy things for that little rascal Niayu, and haven't had the chance to choose gifts for girls, worried you might not like them."
Come.
"Let us blow out the candles before turning on the lights." Jiang Huaixue glanced at the towering 6-tier cake and the scattered 19 candles, her expression hesitant. "Aren't there a bit too many candles?" Upon closer inspection, everyone realized. Xie Huaixue sighed. It's all Niayu's fault. He insisted that having candles on each layer would look better, and made the pastry chef prepare it this way. Jiang Huaixue chuckled. "It's fine. Let us blow them out together." After a moment's thought, she added, "With so many candles, it feels unfair for me to make a wish alone. Everyone can wish together." "Great idea. Let us use Huaixue's wish as a bonus." Xie Huaixue called for everyone to position themselves. "All right, let's all close our eyes and make a wish." Jiang Huaixue and everyone else closed their eyes in unison. The moon was rising in the east, casting its light through the window, corresponding with the flickering candlelight within, illuminating the faces gathered around. For the first time in a long while, Jiang Huaixue's ever-busy figure paused slightly, the tightly sealed door to her heart, which had remained impenetrable through 2 lifetimes, quietly revealed a tiny crack at this moment. It was as if the ice and snow melted under the sun, and the buds on the branches finally trembled and unfurled their delicate petals. In her heart, Jiang Huaixue silently made a wish. After a few people blew out the candles, Xie Huaixue instructed someone to turn on the lights and began arranging for the dishes, and it was only then that Jiang Huaixue realized. "Haven't you all eaten yet?" Xie Chongyan countered with a question. "Did you eat enough at the banquet?" Jiang Huaixue was momentarily speechless. A banquet was hardly a place for a proper meal. She had only sipped a few drops of water. Xie Huaixue laughed. "Based on my past experiences, attending a banquet usually means you've hardly eaten. So having another meal is no problem." She gestured. "Last time I asked what cuisine you liked, you didn't specify. So Chongyan guessed that since you grew up in the southwest, you must enjoy spicy food. Thus, today's menu is primarily Sichuan cuisine, with Shandong cuisine as a complement, and Beijing cuisine as a side." Jiang Huaixue glanced at the table laden with dishes, chuckling. "So there's a variety of styles. It seems I can eat my fill." Xie Chongyan remarked. "The private chef my aunt hired is exceptionally skilled, almost without flaw." From now on, he will be responsible for all 3 meals here. If you want anything, just inform the housekeeper. Due to time constraints, Xie Huaixue had not yet found a suitable housekeeper. So she simply summoned someone from elsewhere for the time being. The housekeeper, surnamed Yang, was in his 40s and appeared to be quite efficient in his work. During the meal, Jiang Huaixue laughed. This isn't just a birthday banquet. It's also a warm housewarming feast. Xie Huaixue replied, Chongyan's things have all been moved over. Do you have much at the Wan family? Jiang Huaixue shook her head. I haven't been at the Wan family for long. I only brought 1 suitcase when I moved in, and I haven't acquired much since. Xie Huaixue inwardly cursed the Wan family for their absurdity. They neglected their own daughter while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Yet, she managed to smile and said, this works perfectly. Next weekend, accompany me on a shopping spree, and we'll indulge in some of Zhongyan's card. Jiang Huaixue glanced at Xie Zhongyan and remarked, I won Tihol back then. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Old Master Xie chimed in, feel free to splurge. He earns so much money just for that purpose. Xie Zhongyan smiled in tacit agreement. Jiang Huaixue couldn't help but reflect. Sometimes, blood ties do not necessarily equate to emotional bonds, as exemplified by her relationship with her Wan family. Fated to be distant, a truth that had been substantiated. Conversely, her connection with the Xie family had initially been parallel. Although she had saved Xie Zhongyan for various reasons, it merely established a familiarity, akin to her relationship with the Mi family. Somehow, the Xie family had taken a step further, venturing into uncharted territory. After dinner, the Xie family exchanged a few more words with Jiang Huaixue before taking their leave. As she saw them to the door and returned, she noticed Xie Zhongyan's wheelchair parked in the garden and cheerfully suggested, shall we take a stroll in the garden? Xie Zhongyan seemed lost in thought and momentarily paused at her words, responding, sure. It was now late October, and the garden was adorned with clusters of osmanthus, their delicate white blossoms exuding a fragrant aroma that uplifted the spirit. Jiang Huaixue leisurely pushed Xie Zhongyan's wheelchair, and the two strolled in silence, the atmosphere devoid of awkwardness. Xie Zhongyan sat quietly in his wheelchair, while Jiang Huaixue relished the rare moment of mental tranquility. Were someone familiar with her to witness her demeanor now, they would surely be astonished by her relaxed posture, so uncharacteristic of her usual self. It was precisely because of this unfamiliar ease that she failed to notice the rustling sounds nearby, only looking up in surprise when a whoosh filled the air. Suddenly, vibrant bursts of red light streaked across the deep blue sky, exploding in a dazzling display that illuminated the night. Soft pinks, deep yellows, purples, and greens erupted like starlight, scattering into a kaleidoscope of shapes. Jiang Huaixue stared in awe, the spectacle eclipsing even the stunning beauty of those around her. Xie Zhongyan had intended to utter words of blessing, but upon witnessing the scene, he found himself momentarily speechless. As Jiang Huaixue lowered her gaze, her eyes met his, reflecting the floral shadows, her lips curving into a flower-like smile. Thank you, she said, marking the second time she expressed her gratitude that day. The words seemed almost inadequate, yet she struggled to articulate her feelings further. Jiang Huaixue possessed an extraordinary intellect in metaphysics and cultivation, a true prodigy. Her insights into human nature and fate were unparalleled. She could intuitively perceive the past and future of those before her, effortlessly deciphering their destinies. Her relationships were often predicated on this unique ability, as seen with Mi Ping and Song Junliang, as well as the Qianshan group. Her gifts fostered connections, yet they also rendered her solitary. Those around her often found her enigmatic and distant, never daring to invite her into the warmth of ordinary life. Although Xie Zhongyan was aware of her abilities, he did not perceive her as particularly different from others. He deduced her birthday from social gatherings and arranged fireworks for her in a manner that seemed commonplace. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently as she knelt beside him, gripping the armrest of the wheelchair, looking him in the eye. Thank you for being so thoughtful, Zhongyan. Behind her, a cascade of fireworks erupted, their vibrant colors cascading down like a waterfall, creating a celestial backdrop just for her. Xie Zhongyan felt his heart race, his voice low and husky. Jiang Huaixue continued softly, from now on, I will truly regard you as an older brother, as family. Xie Zhongyan responded, suddenly, that doesn't seem very joyous. Chapter 42. What did you anticipate? Xie Zhongyan found the fireworks less enchanting, his heart no longer racing as it had moments before. He remained silent for a long time, waiting for the fireworks to conclude before suggesting, the night is getting chilly. Let us head back inside. Jiang Huaixue keenly sensed a shift in his mood, which appeared somewhat subdued compared to earlier. Thinking he might be tired, she began to push him back. Their rooms were both located on the third floor, and as Jiang Huaixue wheeled him to his door, the butler kindly approached. "Miss Jiang, allow me," Butler Yang said with a smile, offering her a glass of warm water while taking over the wheelchair. "Please rest early. Third Master has arranged for a change of clothes and some essentials in your room." "All right," Jiang Huaixue replied, glancing at Xie Zhongyan with a teasing smile. "You've definitely earned the title of the new generation's best older brother in the capital." Upon hearing the term brother again, Xie Zhongyan paused, choosing not to engage in that line of conversation. Instead, he said, "Birthdays should always be joyful. Didn't we say at dinner that you'd be going shopping with your aunt this weekend? The card is on your desk." While Jiang Huaixue was not lacking in funds, she did not refuse and replied with a smile. "I could feel your presence all along. And yet you managed to surprise me with fireworks and a card. I didn't even realize when you arranged everything," Xie Zhongyan explained. "While you were sending Nieyu and the others off, when you returned and mentioned wanting to stroll in the garden, I thought you had discovered my plan." Jiang Huaixue recalled. "Oh, I thought you were just daydreaming." Xie Zhongyan wanted to clarify that he wasn't daydreaming, but suddenly recalled that he had been quite entranced watching her during the fireworks display. He opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent instead. Jiang Huaixue did not notice the fleeting awkwardness in his demeanor. She bid him good night as she prepared to return to her room. "Good night," he replied, a smile gracing his lips. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Jiang Huaixue rose early to practice her cultivation. She had completed the cleansing of her meridians and was now in the foundational stage of qi cultivation. Many might believe that once a task is accomplished, it becomes remarkably easier to repeat. However, that was not entirely true. While repetition might enhance speed, it could not simplify the steps involved. Jiang Huaixue was well versed in the intricacies of her techniques, yet she understood that she could not hasten her progress artificially. She needed to follow the standard cultivation protocols, albeit at a significantly accelerated pace compared to ordinary practitioners. Nonetheless, Jiang Huaixue was not in a hurry. She intentionally sought to build a more profound foundation, repeatedly reciting the incantations for qi cultivation, allowing the energy within her body to circulate. By the time she and Xie Zhongyan finished breakfast together, she employed her familiar methods to draw a talisman for him, infusing it into his body. Xie Zhongyan remembered how she had performed a similar act upon his awakening, which had enabled him to move his arms. Is this also metaphysics? He wondered, feeling a warm sensation in his legs. Though he recalled that the metaphysical masters he had encountered previously did not possess such abilities. Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. "You could say that. It's a fusion of metaphysics with other disciplines." In truth, she was using her cultivation techniques to channel spiritual energy into the talisman, thus activating Xie Zhongyan's innate purple energy. However, the underlying principles were complex, and Jiang Huaixue found it challenging to explain them to someone without relevant knowledge. As news of Xie Zhongyan's awakening was still under wraps, he remained indoors. After bidding him farewell, Jiang Huaixue had the driver take her to school. Just after her first class, a call from Jiang Huaixue came through. His voice was hoarse on the other end. "Miss Jiang, you mentioned last night that I could reach out to you. May I ask how you knew?" Jiang Huaixue sighed and closed her book. "Where is your home? I need to visit and assess the situation." Jiang Huaixue provided an address, and Jiang Huaixue considered the distance, neither too far nor too close. Preferring not to summon the driver, she hailed a taxi instead. As she exited the school gates, Wan Rumen was engaged in conversation with her newly acquainted friend, who was seated in a nearby vehicle, awaiting someone. Jiang Huaixue, with her striking appearance and poise, was instantly recognized by the friend. Man, look over there. Isn't that Jiang Huaixue?" The girl tugged at Wan Rumen's sleeve. Wan Rumen turned her head to glance, and confirmed it indeed was her. Jiang Huaixue had made quite an impression at the engagement banquet the previous evening, and today she had even overheard whispers of someone proclaiming her the most beautiful woman. Feeling resentful, Wan Rumen's expression soured. "What does that have to do with us?" The girl appeared puzzled. "Aren't there many classes in the first year? Doesn't she have any classes today? Why is she loitering at the school gate at this hour?" A thought struck Wan Rumen as she scrolled through her social media. Locating a fellow first-year student. "Do you have classes today?" The junior responded promptly. "Yes, we have a full schedule today. It's exhausting." A full schedule? Wan Rumen bit her lip, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. The address given by Jiang Huaixue was for a high-end community, and without prior notice or the homeowner's consent, entry was impossible. Jiang Huaixue had requested Jiang Huaixue to inform the security personnel in advance, yet upon arrival, she discovered Jiang Huaixue waiting for her at the entrance. Last night, when Jiang Huaixue had approached her in the corridor of the banquet, he had still appeared as the charming young man he was. Today, however, he looked entirely different. Dark circles marked his eyes, and his hair seemed hastily arranged, presenting a disheveled and weary visage. As Jiang Huaixue alighted from the vehicle, he stepped forward, managing a strained smile. "Miss Jiang." Jiang Huaixue scrutinized him, her expression darkening. "In just one night, your misfortune has intensified. Whom have you encountered during this time?"
What?
Jiang Huaixue asked, bewildered. "Misfortune? I haven't met anyone aside from the doctors and nurses at the hospital and my father's friends." It turned out that shortly after their conversation last night, he had felt an overwhelming unease and, unable to shake it off, had called his mother. To his horror, the call connected to a police officer amidst a chaotic backdrop, informing him that his parents had been involved in a car accident in the city center and urging him to hurry to a specific hospital. Arriving in a daze, he was met with the tragic news of his mother's death and his father's critical condition. The unexpected calamity shattered his once happy family like a thunderbolt. "My father is still in a coma," Jiang Huaixue choked out. "My mother." Jiang Huaixue quietly produced a tissue from her bag and handed it to him. Jiang Huaixue murmured his thanks, taking a moment to regain his composure before continuing. "I hadn't thought much of it at first, but this morning, when I changed my clothes at home, I found that handkerchief you gave me, and it reminded me of what you said last night." They had arrived at Jiang Huaixue's doorstep, where he used his fingerprint to unlock the door, allowing Jiang Huaixue to enter. He provided her with a pair of clean, disposable slippers, his heart filled with apprehension and curiosity. "Miss Jiang, after I went to the police to make a statement, I discovered that the accident occurred at 1843, while you and I finished our conversation at 1846. Why did you say take care to me? Did you foresee something from such a distance and mere minutes apart?" Chapter 43. Where lies the issue? As Jiang Huaixue posed this question, he found it absurd. In an era where even the weather forecast could not be accurately predicted, how could anyone foresee another's demise? Surely, that would be the realm of the divine.
Yet.
He could not dismiss Jiang Huaixue's behavior from last night, which was truly perplexing and defied mere coincidence. Jiang Huaixue, taken aback by his precise recollection of time, remarked, "You remember the times so distinctly?" Jiang Huaixue smiled wryly. Events preceding a calamity tend to leave a profound impression. He could vividly recall Jiang Huaixue's tone, his own reactions, and what he had done after she left. He realized he had made a devastating phone call thereafter. Jiang Huaixue nodded in understanding. "Would it be convenient for you to show me your parents' bedroom?" "Certainly, Miss Jiang," he replied. He led her not only to his parents' room, but also to every other room in the house. After their tour, they settled on the sofa, where Jiang Huaixue handed her a bottle of water, and Jiang Huaixue expressed her gratitude. "To be frank, I possess some knowledge of metaphysical practices," she admitted, adopting a more modest demeanor in front of a stranger. Jiang Huaixue paused, sensing an uncanny familiarity in her words. "Hearing you say that, I find it both unexpected and somehow fitting." Jiang Huaixue noted his receptive attitude and decided to recount her earlier conversation with Mi Ping from that night. Jiang Huaixue listened in astonishment, his first reaction being, "If only I hadn't said that." Jiang Huaixue frowned. "Do not dwell on it. Natural disasters and misfortunes are not swayed by what you say or don't say. Your words did not influence the occurrence of events. They merely happened to align with my interpretation." She then added, "There is a reason I came to your home today. Are you currently attending university?" Jiang Huaixue, momentarily taken aback by the abrupt shift in conversation, nodded.
Yes.
He mentioned the name of his university, explaining that he usually stayed in campus housing, returning home only on weekends. "That explains it," Jiang Huaixue remarked. "Your misfortune does not seem to cling to you too heavily." "What misfortune?" Jiang Huaixue inquired, recalling that Jiang Huaixue had previously mentioned this. Jiang Huaixue pondered how to explain metaphysical and feng shui concepts to a young man raised in a modern, socialist environment. While she contemplated, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a perfume bottle on the antique shelf, and an idea struck her. For instance, if you typically wear a herbal-scented perfume, but someone deliberately sprays floral-scented fragrance on your clothes or in your room to disrupt your scent, your own aroma may change, potentially attracting insects. Jiang Huaixue grasped her analogy, but he also seized upon a key phrase. "Someone did this intentionally?" "Indeed. I find the circumstances surrounding your parents' accident rather suspicious," Jiang Huaixue elucidated. "As I mentioned earlier, the moment I laid eyes on you last night, I sensed a collapse in your Yingyang palace, yet you possess a remarkable presence. With a prominent forehead that shows no signs of deviation, indicative of healthy parents and deep familial bonds. The conflicting aspects of your features suggest that something is amiss. Jiang Huaixue scrutinized Jiang Huaixue's face, yet he bore no trace of romantic intrigue. He felt as though he were under some X-ray scrutiny, with everything laid bare. And the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. What problem? What kind of problem? Generally, when issues arise, they can be traced to either the person, the home, or the ancestral residence, Jiang Huaixue explained methodically. If the problem were solely with your parents, you should not be affected. If it were linked to the ancestral home, it wouldn't make sense for such a serious incident to occur to them while you remained unscathed. The most likely scenario is that there is a place your parents frequent, but you do not, resulting in a greater issue for them, while you are merely collateral damage. Jiang Huaixue's spine stiffened as he sat on the sofa in the living room with Jiang Huaixue, suddenly engulfed by a wave of fear. It felt as if a sinister atmosphere was enveloping him, and he hesitated to turn around. Miss Jiang, are you implying that this house is haunted? Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. What are you thinking? Ghosts are exceedingly rare. If your home truly had one, half the Taoist priests and masters in the country would flock here to investigate. Encountering a ghost requires a certain degree of luck. Jiang Huaixue breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he lacked such luck. So, what about my house? It appears that your home does not present any issues, Jiang Huaixue replied. Upon entering, she sensed a clean aura in the house and, after surveying the rooms, confirmed that while the airflow was chaotic, it did not seem as though anything had been deliberately placed there. But where could the problem lie? She inquired. You mentioned that aside from the hospital staff, you also met your father's friends last night? Jiang Huaixue recalled their conversation. Which friends were present? Could you provide a detailed description of their physical characteristics and family circumstances? Last night, Jiang Huaixue's parents were involved in a car accident and admitted to the hospital. Before he could make a call, the police had already contacted the most recent contacts in his father's phone, which alerted two of Jiang Huaixue's father's close friends. The first is a family friend, a connection that has endured since the time of his grandfather, surnamed Liu, who grew up alongside Jiang Huaixue's father, whom Jiang Huaixue has always referred to as uncle. The second is a business associate of his father, with whom he had partnered in a company years ago. But due to certain disagreements, this individual withdrew from the management, and there was a period of discord between them. It was only in recent years that they reconciled. This friend, surnamed Ma, is also quite familiar with the Jing family. Jiang Huaixue remarked, Uncle Liu is quite refined. He suffered an accident in his youth, leaving him with a hidden injury on his foot, which causes a slight limp when he walks. He has a son who is a year older than me, and their relationship is not particularly harmonious, often leading to arguments. Consequently, Uncle Liu frequently praises me, which has caused his son to regard me with disdain. Jiang Huaixue inquired, Does their family engage in any business dealings with yours? Jiang Huaixue hesitated. I am not overly familiar with my family's business affairs. It seems there is no direct collaboration, but my father has facilitated introductions a few times. Uncle Liu has brought gifts in gratitude, and my parents often remark on his excessive courtesy. Jiang Huaixue nodded. He sounds like a person who is quite adept in social dealings. Indeed, he never visits empty-handed. Uncle Ma has become somewhat portly in middle age, is very affable, and frequently travels with his wife on tours for seniors. I often come across their posts on social media. They have a daughter studying abroad, apparently in philosophy. After a moment, Jiang Huaixue added, There was an instance when I overheard Uncle Ma discussing a potential project collaboration with my father, but I am unsure of the details or the current status of that collaboration. Jiang Huaixue pondered, stroking her water bottle thoughtfully. One is a long-standing family friend with a solid relationship, while the other is a more recent acquaintance who has experienced some minor conflicts but has since moved on, now embarking on a new collaboration. From this perspective, it does not appear that there are any hidden resentments. Jiang Huaixue said despondently. Both Uncle Liu and Uncle Ma arrived at the hospital swiftly after receiving the news, comforting me not to panic and to take things slowly. It is hard for me to believe that anyone would wish harm upon our family. Jiang Huaixue replied gently, It may not necessarily be either of them. This is merely conjecture for now. If it turns out to be neither, that would certainly be for the best. She twisted open the cap of her bottle, took a sip, but her expression suddenly shifted slightly. Chapter 44. A way forward. After inspecting the room, Jiang Huaixue handed Jiang Huaixue a bottle of water. Given the current situation of the Jing family, he lacked the spirit to prepare tea and instead retrieved a bottle of water that they commonly consumed. Jiang Huaixue recognized the brand, a luxurious choice in bottled water, quite expensive for an average household. She had tasted it before, but it certainly did not possess this flavor. Remembering something, she asked Jiang Huaixue, "Didn't you mention that Mr. Liu frequently brings gifts and never visits empty-handed?" Jiang Huaixue confirmed, "Yes, sometimes he brings expensive items like jewelry or ornaments, and other times more modest gifts like fruits or snacks, but he never comes empty-handed." Jiang Huaixue raised her bottle. "Is this water also a gift from him?" Jiang Huaixue appeared perplexed. "I am not sure, but I drank this water this morning, and it seems no different to me." So, it was not a person he encountered, but rather the water he consumed. Jiang Huaixue remarked, "No difference? Yet you seem to be experiencing such misfortune? Does your kitchen typically have a cook? Perhaps you should call and inquire." As she probed deeper, Jiang Huaixue sensed something unusual. He retrieved the cook's phone number and made the call.
Hello, Aunt Bao. Yes, it's me, Xiaohao.
I wanted to ask, is the bottled water we always drink from Uncle Liu? He switched to speaker mode, so Jiang Huaixue could hear the response clearly. Yes. It was sent by Boss Liu.
On bao ziplit cheferlin.
He used to frequently send seafood and fruits, but Mr. Jing mentioned that they were going to waste at home. So he stopped sending those and switched to water instead. I heard this water is quite expensive, but it's better for cooking and brewing tea than regular water. Jiang Huaixue revealed a hint of a cold smile. Seeing her expression, Jiang Huaixue hastily ended the call. "Miss Jiang, this water." Jiang Huaixue's fingers tightened. There is something wrong with this water. She casually took a teacup from the table, poured the water into it, and then pulled out a triangular talisman from her bag, tossing it into the water. With her fingers together, she traced several characters above the teacup. The water in the cup suddenly began to churn violently, as if boiling, producing a gurgling sound. Jiang Huaixue watched in astonishment, about to ask, when the water surged higher. Its originally clear and transparent hue gradually transforming. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as if ink had been dropped into it, becoming dark and murky. Jiang Huaixue disdainfully grabbed another teacup and slapped it over the first. "Did you see that?" Jiang Huaixue gestured towards Jiang Huaixue. "This is the source of your parents' misfortune." Jiang Huaixue's expression darkened. Liu is actually the one. The evidence lay before him, and he could no longer bring himself to call him Uncle Liu. "Our families have shared such a close bond for years. My parents treated him like a dear friend. When his company suffered losses during my middle school years, my family lent him millions without a second thought, not even mentioning interest on the loan. Brothers do not behave this way. Why would he do this?" Jiang Huaixue remained silent. She understood that Jiang Huaixue was not asking her. He was simply grappling with his disbelief. Yet, human nature is often inscrutable. The most intricate machinery and the most intelligent individuals cannot truly unravel the thoughts of others. The room fell silent for a moment. Jiang Huaixue clenched his teeth. How dare he? Doesn't he fear being discovered after manipulating the water? He truly could not comprehend how someone could be so audacious as to tamper with food and drink. If anything were to happen to the Jing family, wouldn't he the police be able to trace it back quickly? Jiang Huaixue shook her head, flicking her water bottle. They wouldn't be able to uncover it. She coldly unveiled the truth. If I am not mistaken, the method used involves a wuxia talisman, which activates upon contact with water, gathering misfortune and disrupting one's personal aura. But it leaves no trace. It cannot be detected by scientific means or even food testing tools. She instinctively simplified her explanation for those unfamiliar with the subject. Just like the example I gave you earlier about perfume, you may have a perfectly normal and healthy scent, but after consuming water infused with the wuxia talisman, you would attract foul odors into your body, subsequently increasing the likelihood of misfortunes occurring. This method is far subtler and more difficult to detect than merely placing ominous items in the home or casting spells using your parents' birth dates. Consider your parents' car accident yesterday. Didn't the police initially determine it to be an accident? I assure you it will ultimately be classified as such. Jiang Huaixue's tone was calm and cold. She always appeared composed when faced with such matters. This is a matter of probability. Your parents have simply been consuming this water for an extended period, inadvertently elevating their risk of misfortune. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Huaixue trembled, his expression despondent. So, you mean to say, they have been plotting against our family all along, and we have no evidence? Indeed. Jiang Huaixue placed the water bottle on the table. Do you think presenting this as evidence to the police would result in a conviction? Jiang Huaixue clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Was this how it would end? Jiang Huaixue remained silent. Suddenly, Jiang Huaixue stood up from the sofa and prepared to kneel before Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue raised her hand to interject. Stop. At that moment, Jiang Huaixue felt an ethereal force, akin to both wind and water, gently restraining his bent knees, compelling him to stand upright. He was momentarily stunned, gazing at Jiang Huaixue in disbelief. What was this? Was it some form of qigong? However, Jiang Huaixue showed no inclination to elucidate. With a flick of her hand, Jiang Huaixue's limbs regained their freedom. I seldom accept favors from others. You should remain seated properly. Jiang Huaixue gritted his teeth, but I wish to request Miss Zhang's assistance. Jiang Huaixue inquired. Do you intend to repay malice with malice? She shook her head slightly. I shall not do such a thing. It tarnishes virtue. Having already drawn the attention of the heavenly Tao, her lifespan was already limited, and she was uncertain how much longer her cultivation would extend it. She would never engage in actions that would harm others. Jiang Huaixue spat bitterly. If he can harm my family, why should I not retaliate? What sense does it make to suffer at the hands of a villain without recourse? Jiang Huaixue replied calmly, as you have stated, he has acted against your family. That is your family's karma, not mine. Jiang Huaixue fell silent. Indeed, while Jiang Huaixue had volunteered to assist, she had never promised to help him inflict harm. From his perspective, it was a quest for vengeance for his family. Yet from Jiang Huaixue's viewpoint, it was merely an assault on a stranger. I can offer money. Jiang Huaixue attempted to negotiate. He must have also employed someone for his schemes. I can do the same, can I? Jiang Huaixue observed the redness in his eyes, nearly on the verge of tears, and sighed.
No.
Accepting money to assist in harming others would make me a fool. I cannot act in such a manner. Sometimes, wicked individuals are less constrained than ordinary people. Despairing, Jiang Huaixue exclaimed, is there truly no way? Am I to stand by and watch him evade justice, living freely? Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow and tapped the table. There is a method, but it requires a stroke of luck. Upon hearing that Jiang Huaixue had a solution, Jiang Huaixue leaned forward eagerly. Miss Jiang, if there is any way, I am willing to try anything. His frustration mounted as he thought about Liu, wishing he were in front of him at that moment to exact his revenge. The betrayal from someone familiar was far more intolerable than that of a stranger, and it bred a deeper animosity. While strangers could be dismissed as unrelated, there was a bond of camaraderie that made betrayal from acquaintances far more painful. Jiang Huaixue explained, I have created a talisman that serves as a defense when worn. However, if the bearer encounters danger due to sorcery, it retaliates based on the magic used, entangling the lines of karma. She glanced at Jiang Huaixue's expression and succinctly summarized, you may understand it as a form of rebound. Jiang Huaixue was astonished. Is there truly such a thing as a rebound in this world? Isn't that merely a comforting notion? He hesitated, remembering that he was speaking to a master of metaphysics, and refrained from voicing his doubts. As a child, when he lacked the vocabulary during arguments, he would shout rebound, rebound, yet he understood that it was merely a rhetorical comfort, not an effective solution. Of course there is. Jiang Huaixue noted his unvoiced skepticism with a hint of irritation. You young people are quite peculiar. You believe in fate, in wishing for good fortune by tossing a coin, or in the superstition of striking a well cover 3 times. Yet you do not believe in the concept of rebound and retribution? As a youth who fit the descriptions of those superstitions, Jiang Huaixue found himself at a loss for words. The Buddhist teachings emphasize the cycle of cause and effect, where every phenomenon arises due to interdependent causes and ceases when those causes are absent. Taoism, conversely, speaks of bearing burdens, with the revered text the Taishang Guanyin Pian stating, disasters and blessings have no door, only one summons them. The retribution for good and evil follows closely, a simpler explanation being you reap what you sow. If neither of these concepts resonate with you, think of it as the transformation that occurs when a quantity reaches a critical threshold. Jiang Huaixue pointed to the water on the table, just as the method he used to harm your family was not instantaneous, but rather a culmination of actions over time. Our talisman's function is to rebound and account for karma, enabling swift retribution for the wrongs he has committed. Jiang Huaixue began to comprehend. So, the evil deeds he has enacted will replay upon him? It may not be an exact replication of events, but it would yield similar outcomes. That's excellent, he exclaimed joyfully. What must we do to prepare the talisman? Jiang Huaixue raised a finger. First, you must take me to the antique market. We need to purchase specialized yellow paper, as I must create this talisman on site. She raised another finger. Second, You need to find a way to provoke Mr. Liu into taking action again. Jiang Huaixue's racing thoughts finally cleared. He had forgotten that Jiang Huaixue mentioned that this method required luck because it depended on the other party's initiative to commit harm. Having just succeeded in his malevolent endeavor, would Liu act again so soon? Furthermore, Jiang Huaixue had no idea why Uncle Liu targeted his family, making it impossible to guarantee that he would act again. He anxiously paced in circles. What should I do? How can I provoke him to act against me? I must devise a plan to make him strike. Jiang Huaixue, growing dizzy from his pacing, rubbed her temples. Stop. Cease your circling. Or I might end up harmed before he gets the chance to. Let us head to the antique market and discuss our strategy along the way. Jiang Huaixue steadied his emotions, stating, I will go get the car now. Jiang Huaixue frequented the antique market, but it was Jiang Huaixue's first visit. He had imagined it would be filled with mysterious and ancient shops, enigmatic old men, and indistinguishable antiques. However, upon arriving at the entrance of the antique market and parking the car, he was greeted with a scene reminiscent of a bustling market. The streets were lined with stalls showcasing an array of trinkets, while vendors haggled with buyers as they sat on makeshift stools. Jiang Huaixue even doubted and pulled up his phone's map for confirmation. Did we come to the wrong place? Isn't this supposed to be the antique market? Jiang Huaixue calmly continued forward. We're in the right place. This is it. Jiang Huaixue followed her, looking around with curiosity. Is it? It doesn't match my expectations. Jiang Huaixue halted, noticing his inquisitive demeanor, and pointed out a few reputable shops. These are reliable, if you wish to look. Feel free. I will go to the innermost shop to purchase the yellow paper. I'll find you once I'm done. Jiang Huaixue felt a bit embarrassed. Don't you need me to accompany you? Jiang Huaixue pointed out the reality. You wouldn't be of much help. All right then, he conceded. As Jiang Huaixue observed his despondent mood, she hoped he would take the opportunity to explore and lift his spirits. However, when she returned after making her purchase, she found Jiang Huaixue embroiled in an argument. The shop, named Qilin Pavilion, was tastefully decorated with a wealth tree at the entrance. As Jiang Huaixue pushed the door open, she overheard the young man confronting Jiang Huaixue, mocking, a university student should stick to studying. Don't embarrass yourself out here. What do you know about authenticity? Jiang Huaixue's face flushed with anger. Am I not allowed to ask questions just because I don't understand? The young man, cradling a beautiful girl in his arms, chuckled derisively. Did you even bring money to buy anything with your allowance? He was unaware that Jiang Huaixue's father had just suffered an accident and lay in a hospital bed. And this remark struck a painful chord. Furious, Jiang Huaixue retorted Yang Bo, don't take it too far. Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. Sensing familiarity between the two, Yang Bo smirked, ready to unleash another insult when a clear female voice rang out from the entrance. What is the dispute about? What is it that cannot be afforded? All eyes turned towards her in surprise. Yang Bo's expression brightened as he instinctively pushed the girl aside, who rolled her eyes at Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue felt a wave of awkwardness upon encountering Jiang Huaixue, who had caught him in the midst of a dispute. Despite his earlier claim of merely browsing, Miss Jiang, my apologies. Let us take our leave, he muttered. Wait a moment. Yang Bo interjected, refusing to let the matter rest. He blocked Jiang Huaixue's path and inquired, aren't you going to introduce us? Which esteemed family does this beauty belong to? We could dine together in the future.
Yang Bo?
Captivated by Jiang Huaixue's extraordinary grace, speculated that she must be a daughter of a prominent family. Jiang Huaixue shot him a disdainful glance. What business is it of yours? Step aside. Why shouldn't it concern me? Weren't you just admiring my woody qian? Yang Bo smirked, casually lifting an item from the counter and blowing off the dust. How about this? You introduce this lady to me, and I'll let you have a closer look at the woody qian. Jiang Huaixue retorted coolly, I have no interest. Woody qian? Jiang Huaixue suddenly interjected. Are you referring to the one in your possession? Yang Bo replied, oh, it seems the beauty is intrigued. This woody qian is reserved for me at the shop. It is. Jiang Huaixue smoothly interrupted, it's a counterfeit. Chapter 46, Inside the Qilin Pavilion. Time seemed to freeze, akin to a film abruptly paused. As Jiang Huaixue was about to unleash a tirade upon Yang Bo, he faltered, his words caught in his throat. While Yang Bo's boastful chatter came to an abrupt halt, the shopkeeper, who had been meticulously tending to items behind the counter, furrowed his brow and glanced at Jiang Huaixue. Meanwhile, a girl standing beside Yang Bo erupted in laughter, relishing the unfolding drama. Do you even understand decorum? In an antique shop, you can't just declare something fake without even looking. Are you equipped with divine sight, able to discern its authenticity from afar? Yang Bo, feeling slightly miffed, was not pleased either. No one relishes being told their recent purchase is a forgery. However, he found himself softening towards Jiang Huaixue due to her beauty, refraining from cursing and instead adopting a serious countenance. Young lady, one may eat recklessly, but one must not speak without thought. If you claim it's counterfeit, can you elucidate why? Jiang Huaixue queried. Did you actually pay for it? The shopkeeper glanced at Jiang Huaixue, informing her, Mr. Yang has already purchased it. In antique shops, there are customary rules. The proprietor does not disclose the authenticity of items. Buyers must discern and place their bids, and once a transaction is completed, the buyer bears the responsibility for authenticity. Yang Bo had indeed set his sights on the Wudi Qian days prior, but due to a lack of funds, he only finalized the payment today, thus deeming it his. Jiang Huaixue, having taken a few glances at the item upon entering, found himself caught in Yang Bo's sarcastic remarks. Jiang Huaixue approached the counter, lifting the Wudi Qian to scrutinize it closely. Her ability to declare its authenticity without thorough inspection stemmed from her capacity to perceive the aura surrounding objects. Yet others could not see such things, and she could not articulate her insight in that manner. After a few discerning glances, she had formed her conclusion. The patina was well executed. However, a counterfeit remains a counterfeit, no matter the craftsmanship. Why are you still arguing? I have no desire to bicker with you. Yang Bo straightened his posture, glaring at Jiang Huaixue. I've seen more Wudi Qian than you've had meals. Do you think you understand better than I? Indeed, chimed in the girl beside him. Yang is quite the connoisseur in the antique realm. Some should refrain from speaking out of turn and embarrassing themselves. Jiang Huaixue, genuinely perplexed, asked Jiang Huaixue, what exactly is patina? He had often heard the term but was unaware of its specific meaning. Jiang Huaixue elucidated with scientific clarity. It refers to the oxidation film. Jiang Huaixue's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. Jiang Huaixue continued, strictly speaking, Wudi Qian can be categorized into large and small variants. The large Wudi Qian refers to the Banliang coin of the Qin dynasty, the Wuzhou coin of the Han dynasty, the Kaiyuan Tongbao of the Tang dynasty, the Songyuan Tongbao of the Song dynasty, and the Yongle Tongbao of the Ming dynasty. You must have studied this in high school history, right? Shi Huang unified the 6 states, standardizing weights, measures, and currency, thereby establishing the circular outer and square inner design of copper coins. Shi Huang, the first emperor, is undoubtedly a figure of monumental achievement, while the remaining 4, Emperor Wu of Han, Li Shimin of the Tang, Zhao Kuangyin of the Song, and Zhu Di of the Ming, are renowned emperors whose legacies endure through time. Jiang Huaixue listened intently, and what of the small Wudi Qian? The small Wudi Qian refers to the 5 emperors closer to our time, the Xuanji Tongbao, the Kangxi Tongbao, the Yongjing Tongbao, the Qianlong Tongbao, and the Jiaqing Tongbao from the Qing dynasty. These 5 emperors reigned for a total of 180 years, during which the nation flourished, earning the title of the Kangxi and Qianlong Golden Age. Nowadays, when we speak of Wudi Qian, we refer to this particular set. Furthermore, these 5 emperors correspond to the 5 elements, water, wood, earth, metal, and fire, embodying the essence of yin and yang. Wudi Qian also absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the imperial dragon spirit, and the vitality of a prosperous era, making it a common talisman among the people, believed to attract wealth and blessings while warding off misfortune. Yang Bo felt a sense of unease as Jiang Huaixue narrated the history of Wudi Qian with such authority. Could it be that she was indeed knowledgeable? The thought that she might be serious about her claim of the Wudi Qian being counterfeit crossed his mind. Unable to suppress his anxiety, he glanced at the shopkeeper, but then recalled the rules of the trade. Regardless of authenticity, he could not retract his purchase. The girl beside him fidgeted restlessly. Even if you know everything, you can't just declare it fake. One must speak with evidence. Where's your proof? Proof? Jiang Huaixue shot her a sidelong glance. Isn't common knowledge that Wudi Qian's authenticity is determined by examining its color, measuring its thickness, and listening to its sound? I presume you are familiar with these methods? The girl, merely accompanying Yang Bo, was oblivious to such nuances and hastily nudged him.
Yang Bo's apprehensión intensifié.
Is there something wrong with my observation? Your observation is sound, Jiang Huaixue replied languidly, but did you scrutinize the inscriptions on the coins?
Inscription?
What inscriptions?
Yang Bo, half confinjet.
Raised the coin to scrutinize it closely, nearly squinting. The inscription seemed intact. Shopkeeper, could I have a magnifying glass, please? Jiang Huaixue kindly suggested otherwise. I fear he won't discern any irregular strokes. What? Yang Bo nearly leapt in shock. Which stroke is irregular?
Impossible.
The inscriptions on wudiqian are all meticulously crafted. Jiang Huaixue coolly remarked, "You yourself stated that the characters are bold and vigorous, yet this is not an authentic wudiqian." Without waiting for Yang Bo to retort, her delicate finger had already pressed down on one of the coins, specifically highlighting the character for Yong on the Yongzheng Tongbao. It is said that Emperor Yongzheng chose this name precisely because he was often accused of ascending to the throne through nefarious means. Thus, he sought to assure future generations of the legitimacy of his rule. Should he discover his title misrepresented, he would likely rise from the Qingxi mausoleum in ire to confront you. The shopkeeper handed a magnifying glass to Yang Bo, who examined the spot Jiang Huaixue had indicated, only to find that indeed, one stroke appeared askew. He was utterly devastated. How could this be? His carefully selected wudiqian, which had cost him hundreds of thousands, could not possibly have a flaw here. Who was this girl? Able to discern what the average person required a magnifying glass to see? Jiang Huaixue added fuel to the fire, turning to Jing Yuhao. Did you see that? This item, despite its exquisite imitation, is barely worth 100 or 80 yuan. You can certainly afford that. This was a direct jab at Yang Bo's earlier taunt suggesting that Jing Yuhao couldn't afford it. Jing Yuhao chuckled softly.
Yang Bo fell silent,
his complexion shifting from red to green, and then pale, before he snatched several coins and cast a venomous glare at Jing Yuhao, dragging the girl beside him out of the shop. Once they departed, there was no reason for Jiang Huaixue and Jing Yuhao to linger either. As they were about to leave, the shopkeeper of Qilin Pavilion tentatively called out, "Miss, may I inquire if you are Teacher Jean?" Chapter 47 Teacher Jean?
Upon hearing this,
Jing Yuhao instinctively wanted to deny the claim on Jiang Huaixue's behalf. No, her surname is. However, Jiang Huaixue turned back and responded, "It's a nickname within the circle. You may call me Teacher Jean. I had no idea you were aware of it. I apologize for the surprise." The proprietor merely inquired out of curiosity, harboring little hope, yet was astounded when Jiang Huaixue readily admitted it. Previously unperturbed, he immediately fetched the tea set. "Ah, what serendipity. I cannot believe I have the honor of meeting you, esteemed teacher. Please take a seat. I was wondering this morning upon hearing the magpies' calls, why they seem to herald your presence." Within the antique realm, seasoned connoisseurs are well aware of a certain Teacher Jean, whose discerning eye for appraisal is unparalleled. She possesses an extraordinary ability to discern authenticity at a glance, where others must rely on various instruments. This Teacher Jean is notoriously busy, seldom assisting others with appraisals, nor does she engage in activities within the circle, having only been seen by a handful of venerable masters. Descriptions of her appearance vary widely. Some say she is a venerable elder with snow-white hair, others portray her as a cultured and refined university professor, while the least credible accounts describe her as a middle-aged man fanning himself without a shirt. The rarest and least believed portrayal suggests that she is an exceptionally young and beautiful maiden. The proprietor, however, possessing certain connections, had heard that the least credible description often holds the most truth. Having overheard the conversation between Jiang Huaixue and Yang Bo, he noted her demeanor was distinct from that of ordinary individuals, aligning with the characteristics of youth and beauty, coupled with an uncanny ability to discern authenticity. This prompted him to consider the legendary Teacher Jean. The fact that Teacher Jean graced his humble abode was truly a moment of prestige. The proprietor sought to boil water for tea, exclaiming, "Please have a seat. I never anticipated such fortune to encounter you. Regrettably, I have not prepared any fine offerings, however. This tea is a recent acquisition.
Do sample it."
"There's no need," Jiang Huaixue gently interjected, glancing at Jing Yuhua. "I am merely accompanying someone on a shopping trip. There are pressing matters at home, so I shall not impose further." The proprietor, reluctant to squander this opportunity to befriend Teacher Jean, pressed on, "Pressing matters at home? Are you in search of talismans? What sort do you require? Perhaps I have something suitable in my shop." Jiang Huaixue offered a slight smile. "Your kindness is appreciated. But my visit today is not for talismans. I have just been to Pingan Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the proprietor quickly comprehended that it pertained to either feng shui matters or ritualistic needs. He was surprised to learn that Jiang Huaixue possessed knowledge in such areas and hesitated. "Do you specialize in this? Perhaps you could assist me sometime?" Jiang Huaixue scanned the shop, a smile playing on her lips, "Given the splendid name of your establishment, I believe further examination is unnecessary." The proprietor stiffened, lowering his voice. "You can discern even this?" Jing Yuhua, listening to their exchange, felt as if he were deciphering a riddle, utterly bewildered. What did you discern?" The proprietor, anxious that Jiang Huaixue might reveal too much, hastily chuckled. Nothing of consequence. Nothing at all. He pleaded with Jiang Huaixue. This is my livelihood. I implore you, Teacher Jean, to exercise discretion. If my competitors discover this, I would be ruined. Jiang Huaixue smiled. The work of a master is not easily undone. But rest assured, I shall not divulge the details to outsiders. The proprietor exhaled in relief. Jiang Huaixue, completely in the dark, felt it prudent to remain silent and simply remarked, since Teacher Jean is busy, I shall not keep you. Whenever you are free, do visit my shop. I would be honored to treat you to tea. He personally escorted them to the door, watching until they had departed before returning to the shop. Jiang Huaixue, still perplexed, couldn't help but ask, why does he call you Teacher Jean? Your surname is Jiang, isn't it? Jiang Huaixue walked ahead, laughing. Do you call yourself Jiang Huaixue in both your real life and online? Do you not use a different nickname when gaming or online? Jiang Huaixue found her reasoning compelling. After all, what contemporary youth lacks an alias? One of his dorm mates even had a social media handle as Jiang Huaixue, but it seems he regards you with great respect. It's merely a modest reputation within that circle, Jiang Huaixue explained. She stood by the car, signaling Jiang Huaixue to open the door. It's akin to a leaderboard in gaming. Those ranked highly often carry an aura of prestige, especially if they seldom appear in public, adding a layer of mystique. Jiang Huaixue, unfamiliar with the antique world, was oblivious to the extent of Jiang Huaixue's reputation. He accepted her word without question. Ah, I see. He opened the passenger door, intending to invite Jiang Huaixue inside, only to find she had already stepped into the rear seat. He gently remarked, Miss Jiang, I am the one driving. If he were to drive, would that not make him her chauffeur? Jiang Huaixue realized her oversight, retracting her leg to move forward. My apologies. I am accustomed to riding in the car of a family driver. Jiang Huaixue helped her close the door before returning to the driver's seat and starting the vehicle. Shall we head to my home? Or to another destination? To Bidio Courtyard. Ah? Isn't that the renowned Wanjin district? Jiang Huaixue appeared unfamiliar with the term. What district? Wanjin district? Indeed, Jiang Huaixue replied, setting the navigation. That villa district's property prices are said to exceed gold by 1,000-fold. Hence the jest that it is the Wanjin district. Are we going there for business? Jiang Huaixue smiled. We are going to consecrate talismans. Jiang Huaixue scratched his head. Is there a temple at Bidio Courtyard? I haven't heard of one. By the way, what did the antique shop owner mean when he mentioned discerning something? Jiang Huaixue explained, Pingan Pavilion is quite famous. Upon hearing I had visited to purchase something, he deduced that I had knowledge of feng shui and inquired if I could assist him. After a pause, she continued, he has arranged a particular feng shui setup in his shop. I informed him that it was unnecessary, and he implored me not to disclose it to others. She chose not to elaborate on the specifics of the setup, and Jiang Huaixue, perceptive, refrained from pressing further. The proprietor, in his ignorance, had stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence. He had no inkling of Jiang Huaixue's expertise and sought her assistance merely to cultivate a connection with Teacher Jean. Little did he realize she possessed true insight, capable of discerning the intricacies at a glance. The feng shui arrangement in his shop was a genuine treasure, meticulously crafted at great expense, and must not be compromised. Fortunately, with Teacher Jin's illustrious reputation, he could trust that she would uphold discretion. Before their departure, Jiang Huaixue and Jiang Huaixue had yet to finalize how to prompt Uncle Liu to take action against their adversary. Now, on the return journey, Jiang Huaixue's anxiety resurfaced as he pondered how to incite his involvement. How can we compel him to act? Jiang Huaixue suggested. As a young man, harboring enmity against him seems challenging, but perhaps if we direct his ire towards your father? Chapter 48. If it were not for me, Mr. Liu. An acquaintance of the Jing family, shared a conventional elder-youngster dynamic with Jiang Huaixue, and his actions primarily targeted members of the Jing family, suggesting he bore no personal grudge against Jiang Huaixue. But why would he wish to harm Jiang Huaixue? Their plan to incite him to act against Jiang Huaixue lacked practicality. They could only seek to draw out the true object of his animosity, urging him to strike again. Who did he harbor hatred for? Was it Jiang Huaixue's father or mother? Both were possibilities, but currently, only Jiang Huaixue's father remained alive. My father? Jiang Huaixue instinctively rejected the notion. No. My father is still in a coma in the hospital due to his injuries. You must not let him know the true circumstances, Jiang Huaixue cautioned. If he learns of your family's plight, he may refrain from acting. We need him to believe the situation is not dire enough to deter him. But he visited the hospital last night and knows the injuries are severe. Then, today, You should call him and say your father has awakened and is not as gravely injured. Will he believe that? Whether he believes it or not, you must try. Jiang Huaixue countered. Or, do you have another solution? Jiang Huaixue fell silent. He truly had none. Jiang Huaixue softened her tone. Once we are prepared, we shall see. You need not worry that he will genuinely harm your father. I will be present to monitor the situation at all times. Jiang Huaixue gritted his teeth. All right, I shall heed Miss Jiang. As the vehicle approached the entrance of Bai Tao Courtyard, the unfamiliar license plate prompted the security guard to come forward. Jiang Huaixue lowered the window. It's me. The guard, struck by her visage, promptly granted them entry. Jiang Huaixue was astonished. You are the owner here? Jiang Huaixue pondered briefly. One might say so, begrudgingly. Jiang Huaixue exclaimed. The Yuan family actually purchased a house here? Was it not said that even wealth could not secure a villa in this community? Jiang Huaixue replied. It has nothing to do with their Yuan family. I was merely residing there temporarily. Jiang Huaixue considered asking why she was not the Yuan family's young lady. But upon noticing her indifferent demeanor when she mentioned their Yuan family, he refrained from voicing it. He recalled the extravagant spectacle of Yuan Ruman's engagement banquet from the previous day and, wishing to amuse her, remarked, speaking of their Yuan family, there was something rather amusing. Before you arrived at the banquet, a group of rascals were making a fuss about you. But once you showed up, they were utterly dumbfounded. Their reactions were particularly hilarious. Jiang Huaixue inquired, what were they fussing about? Jiang Huaixue hesitated, responding vaguely. They were just saying you had returned from some mountain village and would surely lack poise and elegance. Being a young lady. Jiang Huaixue felt a twinge of discomfort at his words, so he deliberately omitted the more unkind comments, focusing instead on how those individuals were astonished by her presence, and how they had been put in their place. The initial mockers were few, but the others soon regretted their jeers, which was quite gratifying. Jiang Huaixue laughed softly. Fortunately, there were not many. Otherwise, I might have thought the second-generation circle of Di Jing had met its demise. Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. Jiang Huaixue continued, because of me yesterday, the words they spoke dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace, as if it were all a jest. But what if it were someone else? If it were another individual, someone who had been switched at birth, raised in a mountain village, lacking in beauty and unfamiliar with their so-called noble etiquette, would they deserve ridicule? Should ordinary individuals be scorned for their lack of beauty, their ignorance of superficialities, or for leading lives that do not mirror the ease with which they navigate their privileged existence? In my view, they are less admirable than some of those born in mountain villages, for at least those mountain folk, having witnessed the myriad aspects of life from a young age, possess empathy and compassion, standing tall as genuine human beings. Those who are fortunate enough to be born into privilege, thus considering themselves superior. If this is the prevailing attitude within the second-generation circle, then I fear they are not far from familial ruin. Jiang Huaixue's tone was not vehement. Her pace measured, yet each word struck like a sharp dagger, piercing through the arrogance and filth of societal norms. Jiang Huaixue found himself at a loss for words. He had not participated in the mockery, yet he had never deemed their actions significantly wrong. Having been raised within this circle, he was a beneficiary of its privileges, his perceptions subtly shaped by his environment. But what of Jiang Huaixue? She had not suffered, indeed could have reveled in her triumph, for she was undeniably the victor of yesterday's silent battle. Yet, why did she exhibit not a shred of pride from her elevated status, nor a hint of trepidation at crossing social boundaries? She neither felt inferior for her upbringing in the countryside, nor did she allow her sudden transformation into a wealthy heiress to inflate her ego. Her clarity and composure directly addressed the flaws of the circle. Jiang Huaixue tightened his grip on the steering wheel. In that moment, a complex array of emotions stirred within him, perhaps shame, perhaps confusion. He could not articulate it. He merely felt that he had drifted through the years, older than Jiang Huaixue, yet devoid of any independent thought. He was like a frog in a well, blind to the vastness of the world above, his beliefs dictated by those around him. Yet he was an adult now, with his mother deceased and his father bedridden. While enemies roamed free, he found himself utterly at a loss. Were it not for encountering Jiang Huaixue, he might have remained oblivious until tragedy befell him. As Jiang Huaixue had said, they were merely individuals fortunate enough to have been born into privilege. Arrived, Jiang Huaixue's voice interrupted his reverie. You wait for me in the car. I shall be out shortly. Jiang Huaixue acknowledged her. After Jiang Huaixue entered the courtyard, he took a closer look and realized they were indeed in the heart of Bai Tao Courtyard. Jiang Huaixue was astounded. Was Bai Tao Courtyard not a property developed under the auspices of the Xie family? What was Jiang Huaixue's true background? Not only securing a residence here, but also residing in such a prime location? Meanwhile, Jiang Huaixue, after disembarking, headed straight towards the main courtyard, where she encountered Butler Yang and greeted him. "Uncle Yang, is Zhongyan here?" Butler Yang replied with a smile. "He is in the reception room reading." Thus, Jiang Huaixue redirected her path to the reception room. Upon entering, Xie Zhongyan turned his gaze at the sound, glancing at the clock. "Have you finished your class?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "I skipped it." She then recounted the matters concerning the Jing family to Xie Zhongyan. After listening, he asked, "Since you returned midway, is there something I can assist you with?" Jiang Huaixue's eyes sparkled with amusement. "I do appreciate your intelligence." She produced the yellow paper she had purchased, crafted a talisman on the spot, folded it, and handed it to Xie Zhongyan. "Nothing much, just a small favor. Please keep this for 5 minutes." Xie Zhongyan appeared lost in thought, absent-mindedly not taking the talisman immediately, but instead grasping Jiang Huaixue's fingers. Jiang Huaixue queried. Chapter 49, Brother. Realizing something was amiss, Xie Zhongyan quickly withdrew his hand, hastily placing the talisman into his palm. "My apologies, I was a bit distracted." "That's all right." Jiang Huaixue dismissed it. "It's rare to see you in a daze. What were you thinking about?" Xie Zhongyan thought. There was nothing rare about it. Ever since meeting her, he had frequently found himself in a daze. Just moments ago, when he heard her say she liked clever people, he inexplicably lost himself in thought for a few seconds. He could not help but think, no, he had unwittingly reached for the wrong place. Xie Zhongyan was merely contemplating the matter concerning Mr. Liu that you mentioned. I wonder where he found such insidious methods and whether it has anything to do with the Xie family's affairs. Jiang Huaixue frowned. "You suspect your cousin is behind the plot against you, connecting it to the Jing family situation?" She shook her head. "I find their methods dissimilar. They do not seem to be the same person." Xie Zhongyan replied, "That is good to hear. You haven't encountered any peculiar events lately, have you?" Jiang Huaixue chuckled. "Rest assured, there's been nothing. Even if they were to confront me, it would only be their misfortune." Xie Zhongyan nodded gently, his expression warm. "The matters concerning my cousin are rather intricate, requiring a gradual approach. We have yet to uncover who he is engaged. Once we find out, I will inform you." "Very well." Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. "At that time, I shall bring your auspicious energy to exact revenge." Xie Zhongyan's lips curled upward. "Is the auspicious energy truly so effective? Then I shall share a bit more with you." Just as Jiang Huaixue was about to say that what she absorbed from him daily sufficed, she noticed a thick wave of auspicious energy enveloping her. Jiang Huaixue exclaimed, "You, Xie Zhongyan had indeed given it without jest." Seeing he could not perceive the energy flow, he asked, "What is it?" Jiang Huaixue's eyes brightened. "Nothing, I merely wish to say you are truly a good person." Suddenly receiving a commendation for being a good person, Xie Zhongyan inquired, "What does that mean?" Jiang Huaixue realized the time was nearing, so she retrieved the talisman to inspect it, observing a faint purplish mist enveloping the yellow paper. She smiled in satisfaction and tucked it away into her bag. "It is settled. After resolving the matters concerning the Jing family, I will have Jiang Huaixue transfer some money to me, and I shall share half with you." Xie Zhongyan chuckled. "Then I shall await the arrival of my funds." "Oh, shouldn't you say that such a modest sum is unnecessary for you and give it all to me?" Xie Zhongyan murmured. "The money you offer, I desire." Jiang Huaixue, oblivious to the underlying tension, jested, "Is it not true that you have always been a spendthrift, never having received funds from anyone? It shall arrive soon." Jiang Huaixue replied with a smile, "Then I shall wait for you." As she stepped out of the room, she took 2 steps back and added, "By the way, I will return for dinner tonight. Do remember to save me some food." Without waiting for Xie Zhongyan's response, she departed. Left alone, Xie Zhongyan sat quietly with a book, his gaze fixed on the threshold, as if he could etch the doorframe with his eyes. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Upon returning to the car, Jiang Huaixue was startled to see Jiang Huaixue. "I was only gone for a brief moment. Why do you look as though you've wept?" Jiang Huaixue's eyes were red-rimmed, bloodshot, and his demeanor was grim. He seethed. "That Liu fellow just called, feigning concern about my situation, even suggesting he visit the hospital, which I rebuffed." Jiang Huaixue sighed. "He is not merely pretending, he is genuinely worried. It seems he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards your father, so much so that he wishes to witness the outcome himself." Realizing this, Jiang Huaixue trembled with rage, his fist striking the steering wheel with great force, exclaiming, "Damn! I truly cannot fathom how my father treated him with such kindness." "You may confront him directly about it later," Jiang Huaixue replied, fastening her seatbelt. "Adjust your mood. We are heading to the hospital. Once we arrive, you should call him." After a day filled with errands, they arrived at the hospital in the afternoon. As they entered Jiang Huaixue's father's ward, Jiang Huaixue's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and was surprised to see it was Xie Chongyan, the one she had seen earlier. "Hello?" Xie Chongyan's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "I just realized I forgot to ask you, did you skip lunch?" Jiang Huaixue felt caught off guard. "I'm not hungry yet. I will eat later." After a moment of thought, Xie Chongyan responded, "You have arrived at the hospital?" "Yes, so it's not convenient right now. I will eat when I return tonight." Xie Chongyan said nothing further and ended the call. Jiang Huaixue assumed a silence, signified agreement, and dismissed the matter from her mind, beginning to take out talismans. This one, dissolve it in water, and find a way to administer it to Mr. Jiang. Jiang Huaixue's father lay in bed, his complexion murky and pallid. Following Jiang Huaixue's instructions, Jiang Huaixue performed the ritual, and his father's color visibly improved. Jiang Huaixue handed him another talisman. "This one, place it over Mr. Jing's heart. The heart is on the left side. Where should I place it?" Jiang Huaixue hurriedly moved his hand from the right side to the left. Embarrassed as he confessed, "I am a bit nervous." Jiang Huaixue reassured him, "Do not worry. There will be no mishaps." Jiang Huaixue watched as she made gestures in the air, then lit an incense stick, placing it at his father's bedside. To his astonishment, the stick stood upright, burning without support. He was utterly astonished. How is this possible? Jiang Huaixue, unable to explain, casually dismissed it. It's a form of anti-gravity. Can it truly be explained through scientific principles? Jiang Huaixue inquired. "Call that Mr. Liu," Jiang Huaixue suggested, "and inform him that your father has awakened. If he wishes to visit, tell him your father needs a couple of days of peace and quiet before he can receive visitors." Suppressing his animosity, Jiang Huaixue spoke in a steady tone during the call. "Yes, the doctor said it was just a shock. It is not serious. It's beneficial for him to rest. Let's postpone today. Uncle Liu just visited last night, and it was quite taxing. Moreover, my father needs a few days of quiet. So if Uncle Liu is free in 2 days, he can come back then." "All right, thank you, Uncle Liu." After hanging up, Jiang Huaixue seethed, "Beast." Jiang Huaixue pulled up a chair and sat down. "Now all we need to do is wait." She pointed to the incense at Mr. Jing's bedside. "When the fragrance becomes erratic, it will signify that the other party has taken action." Hearing her mention the meal, Jiang Huaixue apologetically said, "I am truly sorry for making Miss Jiang go hungry today. Would you like something to eat? I can order takeout or send someone to fetch something from a restaurant." "No need," Jiang Huaixue replied. Before she could finish her refusal, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Huaixue opened it to find someone asking, "Is Miss Jiang here?" "I have 2 soups to deliver." Simultaneously, Xie Chongyan sent her a message. "If it is inconvenient to eat, drink some hot soup to warm your stomach." "I ordered 2 portions. Don't feel embarrassed about eating poorly, because of me." Jiang Huaixue paused for a moment before smiling and shaking her head. "Bring them in. They are our meals." Jiang Huaixue brought in 2 well-packaged thermal containers, curious, which friend prepared this? "It's so thoughtful." "Thoughtful?" Jiang Huaixue mused, warmed by the sentiment. "It was my brother." Chapter 50. Life is like fog and dreams. A question mark crossed Jiang Huaixue's forehead. The Wan family had only 2 daughters. Where did the brother come from? Jiang Huaixue showed no inclination to explain. She divided 1 thermal container with Jiang Huaixue, and they both began to leisurely sip their soup. By the time they finished, the incense had barely burned a fifth of its length. Although Jiang Huaixue had never burned incense before, he sensed that the burning rate was amiss. How long can this incense burn? Jiang Huaixue glanced at it and estimated. It should last for about 4 more hours. What if the incense burns out and Liu has not acted? Then we shall light another stick, Jiang Huaixue replied, bemused. What sort of question is that? However, based on what you said earlier, it seems he harbors considerable resentment towards your father. I suspect we shall not have to wait long. Jiang Huaixue was beset by conflicting emotions. He was uncertain whether he wished for the incense to burn quickly or slowly. After a day and night of activity, the quietude allowed him to feel a disconcerting sense of helplessness. He hung his head, ruffled his hair, and fell into silence. Since the moment Jiang Huaixue unveiled the truth of that bottle of water before him this morning, or perhaps since he heard about his parents' car accident last night, His mind had comprehended these events, yet his heart had yet to catch up. He remained trapped in the recollection of the previous weekend when his mother suggested a family trip during the winter break. Uncle Lu had gifted him the latest gaming computer this year, and his father had mentioned that when he married and had children, he would be neighbors with Uncle Lu's grandson. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Uncle Lu had transformed into a villain, intent on harming his family, wishing to kill his parents. He had not fully realized these truths within himself. He remained in a state of bewilderment. It was as though life had enveloped him in a thick fog, and he wandered through it, love and hate separated by a veil. In the midst of this confusion, a clear voice pierced through. It has begun. Jiang Huaixue looked up in bewilderment, following Jiang Huaixue's gaze to see the incense burning halfway. What had once emitted only a thin wisp of blue smoke was now shaking violently, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Jiang Huaixue watched in trepidation, fearing it might snap at any moment. However, his concerns were unfounded. After a tremor, a burst of red light erupted, and a small spark shot forth, extinguishing the flame. Jiang Huaixue raised her eyes. You should sweep away the talisman you placed over Mr. Jing's heart. Jiang Huaixue, puzzled by her choice of words, lifted the blanket to find the talisman he had placed over his father's heart had inexplicably turned to a pile of ash. Stunned, he carefully gathered the ashes in his palm and disposed of them in the nearby trash bin. Now call that Mr. Lu, Jiang Huaixue instructed, and inform him that your father is once again in critical condition, urging him to come to the hospital. Do you not wish to inquire why he has harmed your entire family? Why not ask him directly? Jiang Huaixue took his phone and made a call, and the other party promptly agreed, saying they would arrive shortly. Jiang Huaixue casually crossed one leg over the other, resting her chin on her arm, a posture that, while lacking in elegance, somehow appeared oddly graceful on her. She looked at Jiang Huaixue and asked, "Why do you look so lost in thought?" Jiang Huaixue hesitated, replying, "I feel as though life has suddenly become surreal." Jiang Huaixue frowned. His reaction seemed off, but she hadn't sensed any strange incantations from him. Could it be that she had misjudged him and that he possessed some hidden trump card? Jiang Huaixue retrieved the remaining yellow paper from her bag and, using her spiritual energy, inscribed a purity talisman for Jiang Huaixue. Keep this safe. If you feel unwell later, seek me out. Jiang Huaixue solemnly accepted it, and whether it was merely a psychological effect or not, he genuinely felt a surge of clarity in his mind. When Uncle Lu arrived, it was Jiang Huaixue who opened the door. He paused, surprised. "Who are you?" Jiang Huaixue stepped aside, gesturing for him to enter. "Mr. Lu, is it? I have been expecting you for quite some time." A sense of foreboding filled Uncle Lu as he stepped into the ward, where he found Jing's father, reportedly in critical condition, lying on the bed, while Jiang Huaixue stood before him, coldly glaring. The sound of a door slamming shut behind him made him turn, and he saw Jiang Huaixue locking it. Uncle Lu forced a smile. "Xiaohao, what is going on? And who is this young lady?" Jiang Huaixue sneered. "What do you think we are up to, Uncle Lu? Are you truly unaware?" Uncle Lu played along. "Xiaohao, I don't understand your meaning. Didn't you say old Jing was in the emergency room? You can't joke about such matters. You've worried me sick." "Worried sick?" Jiang Huaixue advanced step by step. "What are you worried about? That our family hasn't died cleanly enough?" Uncle Lu's complexion changed abruptly as he took a step back. "I don't understand what you're saying." Jiang Huaixue interjected lazily. "Sir, if you take another step back, you will collide with me." Instinctively, Uncle Lu glanced back, but in that fleeting moment, Jiang Huaixue had already closed the distance and seized his collar. "Are you still pretending?" Jiang Huaixue's veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth gritting audibly. "I ask you, who delivered the water we used at home? Was it you? I know everything, and you still wish to argue. My grandfather and your father were neighbors. My father grew up alongside you, lifelong brothers. My father always said you were his best friend. Is this how you repay him?" "Lu, what has my family ever done to wrong you? Your wife fell ill 2 years ago and returned from the hospital, and it was my mother who, despite being overwhelmed with her own family, went to keep her company every day. You've struggled to make your business thrive for years. And my father has always looked out for you, never forgetting you. When my family sees any remedies for your leg, we always take note." Jiang Huaixue's barrage of questions escalated in intensity, his voice rising almost to a hoarse shout. "You heartless wretch! Today, you must answer to your conscience. Where has my Jing family wronged you, that you would so meticulously plot against us?" Initially, Uncle Lu appeared intimidated, but as Jiang Huaixue's fervor intensified, his expression gradually hardened. As if finally reaching his limit, he forcefully pushed Jiang Huaixue away. "Have you finished your tirade? His body was taut, seemingly suppressing his fury. Jiang Huaixue, you accuse me of being heartless? Is your father not also heartless? You know nothing. He cast a sidelong glance at Jing's father on the bed, relishing the moment. It's poetic justice. Now he lies on a sickbed, receiving a fraction of the suffering I endured for decades. For all the pain I've suffered, it has finally returned to him. Jiang Huaixue seethed. What nonsense are you spouting? Nonsense? Uncle Lu scoffed, patting his impaired leg. Your father never told you how I came to be injured, did he? Of course not. He wouldn't he dare. Chapter 51. Are you a person of mysticism? Jiang Huaixue stood stunned. His father had indeed never divulged how Uncle Lu sustained his injury, only mentioning some childhood accidents. Could there be more to this tale? When I was 7, I was playing on the street with your father. A neighborhood child suggested we play hide-and-seek, and after a few rounds, it was time for your father to be it. However, he refused to take his turn, and as his closest friend, I had to step in for him. Uncle Lu recounted the old incident, emotionless, laying it bare for all to see. They blindfolded me with a black cloth and then hid. As I stumbled forward, I inadvertently stepped onto the road and was struck by a passing car, injuring my leg and leaving me with a limp. This was not my intended fate. I took the fall for him, a punishment that was rightfully yours. Uncle Lu fixed his gaze on Jiang Huaixue. What did I do? I merely allowed the events that were meant to unfold decades ago to unfold once more. Your father was meant to perish beneath the wheels. And now he has survived for decades. His son is grown. What is so wrong with him meeting his end? This is all a debt your family owes me. You're talking nonsense. Jiang Huaixue stuttered, his lips trembling with rage. Your injury was clearly an accident. It has nothing to do with my father. He merely changed the sequence of events. Wasn't he the one driving the car? Moreover, even if my father bears some responsibility, he has long since made amends. Why do you have to involve my mother as well? You can't accept your own misfortune and choose to blame others. It's absurd. What do you mean my father should have died years ago? If it had been him, perhaps there wouldn't have even been a car. It could have been your fate. You deserve to be crippled. Jiang Huaixue spat. Uncle Lu not only remained unperturbed, but he also laughed heartily. You're correct. That was my fate. And let me tell you, should your entire family perish, that too would be your Jing family's destiny. He maliciously clapped, reveling in the drama. Ah, how wonderful. I've grown weary of your family's pretenses for years. Your father considers me a brother? A brother who never collaborates with my company? He treats me well? Treating me well means constantly reminding me of how inferior I am. Every time he lends me a hand, I must run to your home like a sycophant, grateful for the tiniest favor. Your family revels in my subservience, pretending to be benevolent. He scoffed at the thought. For years, you've claimed to regard me as a brother, but in truth, you view me as a beggar. Recalling what he had done before coming to the hospital, he laughed triumphantly. Good. It's all fate. From this day forth, my destiny is changed, while your Jing family's time has come to an end. He turned, ready to address Jiang Huaixue, but caught sight of a pair of eyes quietly observing him. He froze, his body rigid, slowly turning his head, each joint creaking under the strain. On the bed, Jing's father lay still, silently witnessing the farce unfolding in the room. One was his biological son and the other, his lifelong friend. He had heard every word exchanged between them. Jiang Huaixue finally realized his father was awake and rushed over with reddened eyes. Dad. Jing's father, with a loving gaze, chided. How old are you, and yet you still cry? What a disgrace. You must stop this at once. Jiang Huaixue, with a quivering voice, replied. I am not crying. Jing's father attempted to pat his shoulder but lacked the strength and instead turned his gaze towards the childhood friend who appeared as if paralyzed by the moment. Lao Lu. Uncle Lu trembled at the mention of his name. Jing's father sighed. I have heard everything you both said. I never anticipated you harbored such thoughts all these years. It seems I have not understood you enough. Uncle Lu's lips moved, attempting to speak, but no sound emerged. Jing Fu continued, in truth, I owe you an apology for the events of our childhood, and your resentment towards me is entirely justified. However, I believed that over the years you had managed to let it go. If you desired any form of recompense, you could have expressed that to me earlier. As you mentioned, my son has grown. There is little that I cannot relinquish. Whether you wish for me to endure the same suffering as you, or accompany you into the depths of despair, I am unperturbed. Father. Jiang Huaixue could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, What are you saying? Yet, Jing Fu paid him no heed. his gaze fixed upon the individual at the center of the hospital room. Throughout my life, I have had many friends, but you are my sole confidant, my only true brother. To speak melodramatically, at my age, aside from my wife and children, the only thing that remains is brotherhood. Uncle Liu interjected vehemently. I do not believe you. His chest heaved violently. If you truly thought this way, why have you spent years engaging in business with this person and that, yet never directly collaborated with me? Are you not afraid of my becoming entangled with your affairs? Realizing the depths of Jing Fu's perception, he wearily responded. Because those with whom I can engage in direct business are merely acquaintances, it is the closest friends whom I hesitate to involve in matters of profit. Old Liu. Jing Fu continued, after so many years in the business world, have you ever seen a pair of brothers maintain a good relationship after prolonged collaboration? The deals I have facilitated for you have surely yielded greater profits than any direct partnership with me. Jing Fu closed his eyes momentarily, surrendering to the weight of fate. I had thought we would never allow profit to disrupt our bond, yet here we are, embroiled in conflict over such matters. Uncle Liu staggered, as though struck by a blow, nearly collapsing to the floor. Jiang Huaixue observed him with a cold indifference, finding his demeanor rather amusing. Before Jing Fu awakened, Uncle Liu had appeared invincible, as if the world owed him a debt. Yet, upon Jing Fu's awakening, his bravado swiftly diminished, revealing a man who, deep down, recognized his transgressions and lacked the words to defend himself. He had been merciless in his malevolence, seemingly intent on destroying entire families, yet when faced with confrontation, he retreated, his guilt palpable. It was indeed a peculiar complexity of human emotion. Jing Fu, unwilling to confront him further, instructed Jing Yuhao, let him go, from now on. Let us pretend he does not exist. Jing Yuhao, unwilling to comply, yearned to retaliate but could not defy his father's wishes. He could only glare at Uncle Liu, menacingly commanding, get lost. Jiang Huaixue smiled slightly, saying, it seems Mr. Liu is not in good health. Allow me to accompany him for a few steps. Jing Yuhao looked at her in surprise, unsure of her intentions. Jiang Huaixue opened the door to the hospital room, saying, please, Mr. Liu. Uncle Liu rose from the ground, seemingly tempted to glance back at Jing Fu, but hesitated and ultimately chose to leave without looking back. Jiang Huaixue closed the door behind him, lifting her arm and tracing an arc in the air. Now we can converse. Uncle Liu eyed her with suspicion, instinctively sensing something peculiar about this girl. Who are you? I have nothing to discuss with you. He turned to leave but abruptly collided with an invisible barrier, as if a sheet of rubber had materialized in the air. Though nothing was visibly present, he gasped, clutching his forehead, and once he regained his composure, every hair on his body stood on end, warily scrutinizing Jiang Huaixue. Are you a practitioner of metaphysics? Chapter 52. Regret. Jiang Huaixue chuckled softly. Your reaction is quite swift. It seems you have encountered others of our kind before. Uncle Liu vehemently denied. No. I have never encountered anyone. Yet, where did you acquire your talisman? I stumbled upon it by chance. I merely experimented. Jiang Huaixue shook her head. You are quite obstinate. You deny everything when questioned. When you first entered the hospital room, Jing Yuhao inquired about your misdeeds, and you initially denied knowledge, only to later lash out in fury. This was precisely why Jiang Huaixue had not yet fully mastered her abilities. Otherwise, extracting his memories through soul-searching would have been far more straightforward. I have nothing to confess. Uncle Liu's muscles tensed, pressing against the wall, his gaze fixed on Jiang Huaixue. Paralyzed with fear, he recalled hearing that practitioners of metaphysics often correlate age with experience. Youthful prodigies are a rarity. Jiang Huaixue's display of skills appeared extraordinary. Yet, he dared not relent. What if she merely wielded some enchanted artifact? Jiang Huaixue spoke calmly. There is no need for such tension. I do not intend to harm you. I merely wish to inquire what you did to Jing Yuhao today. After all, Uncle Liu would soon face repercussions. There was no need for her to further complicate matters. Jiang Huaixue simply sensed that Jing Yuhao's demeanor had been amiss that afternoon. Uncle Liu's heart raced. Her inquiry suggested she was privy to the underlying intricacies, but how could that be? Observing his expression, Jiang Huaixue let out a light scoff. Mr. Liu, I advise you to abandon any excuses. Reflect on your actions today and ponder why they were unsuccessful, why the Jing family remains intact in the hospital room, while She smiled slightly. What do you suppose my role was in all of this? Uncle Liu, overwhelmed by the turmoil surrounding the Jing family, found his thoughts muddled. Her question felt like a bucket of cold water dousing him. He stammered, did you disrupt the talisman? Jiang Huaixue smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Uncle Lu quickly refuted, impossible. I cannot believe it. How could you possibly break something like that? Perhaps the day's events had been too overwhelming, causing him to act erratically. Jiang Huaixue studied him thoughtfully. After a few moments of silence, as if struck by an idea, she suddenly declared, "Very well, let us extract a bit of blood." She bit her fingertip, using her blood as a conduit and her energy to inscribe a talisman in the air. Uncle Lu sensed impending danger and attempted to flee, only to once again collide with an invisible wall. Heat radiated from his back, and he felt himself involuntarily turning back towards her. Jiang Huaixue tenderly blew on her fingertip, languidly remarking, "This time, it should all be the truth. Now, tell me, who provided you with the talisman?" Uncle Lu wished to clamp his mouth shut, but found his lips betraying him, opening uncontrollably. It was Master Ding. Master Ding? What is his full name? Ding Yilin. How do you know him? He primarily collaborates with individuals from the entertainment industry. My wife's niece is an agent who facilitated the introduction. The entertainment industry? Jiang Huaixue paused, muttering. Why does it always lead back to the entertainment world? How curious. She continued to probe. What did you do to Jiang Huaixue today? Uncle Lu faltered momentarily. I used a talisman. Jiang Huaixue narrowed her eyes. What kind of talisman? What was its purpose? Uncle Lu's expression was one of struggle, as if being violently torn. He mentioned it was called like a dream, like a mist, and it could render someone disoriented, subject to manipulation. Like a dream? Like a mist? Jiang Huaixue recalled Jiang Huaixue's earlier demeanor and found the name strikingly appropriate. Yet, she had never encountered such a talisman before. It seemed to be an original creation. Who is its creator? Is it also this Ding Yilin?
No.
Uncle Lu managed to utter one word before his lips moved, but no sound emerged. Jiang Huaixue's voice deepened, infused with spiritual energy, as she pressed, Who is he? Uncle Lu trembled violently. He is Jiang Yue. Upon uttering this, he could no longer sustain himself. His eyes closed, and he fell back, unconscious. Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow. He had been placed under a binding spell. Even if she managed to awaken him, he would be unable to divulge any further information. Jiang Yue? Was he connected to the one who had the regret of the soaring dragon? He appeared to be a formidable figure. To think that the Jing family was entwined with two practitioners of metaphysics. Jiang Huaixue waved her hand, dissolving the surrounding barrier, and called to a passing nurse. Hello. Someone has fainted here. Please attend to the situation. The nurse paused. Oh, was there someone here just now? Chapter 53. Clouds of uncertainty surrounding enrollment. Upon returning to the hospital room, Jiang Huaixue found Jing Fu once again asleep, and she exchanged a brief greeting with Jiang Huaixue. The matters concerning your family have been resolved, and regarding you, Jiang Huaixue did not mention to him the issue of being singled out with the talisman. Should you feel any discomfort or encounter other problems later, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Jiang Huaixue sincerely bowed to her, saying, Miss Jiang, thank you. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. My entire family could have been unwittingly harmed. From now on, Miss Jiang, you shall be my benefactor. Oh, please. Jiang Huaixue chuckled. I am not yet 20. I cannot take on the role of a parent to someone as grown as you. She sent Jiang Huaixue a series of account details. This is the payment account. Once you're finished with your business, remember to transfer the funds to me. Jiang Huaixue nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Miss Jiang, I will do so immediately. He intended to escort Jiang Huaixue home, but she mentioned having other matters to attend to, so he could only drop her off at the hospital entrance. Jiang Huaixue did not return to Bai Tao Courtyard. Instead, she summoned a cab to head back to the Ruan family. There were still some of her belongings there that she needed to bring to Bai Tao Courtyard. Upon arriving at the Ruan residence, she discovered both Ruan father and mother were at home. They were engaged in a peculiar conversation, and upon her return, they suddenly inquired, Huaixue, do you still remember the marriage contract with the Xie family we discussed last time? Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. You mentioned prior to the engagement banquet that after the event, I would be moving to the Xie household, correct? The Xie family has already contacted me. I will be moving today. The Xie family has contacted you? Ruan mother exclaimed, turning to Ruan father in surprise. When did this happen? Today, Jiang Huaixue replied. Ruan mother whispered to Ruan father, what is the matter? Why has the Xie family bypassed us to contact Huaixue directly? Do they suspect us? Ruan father shook his head slowly. That shouldn't be the case. I have heard that the Third Master Xie's condition has worsened. He is unlikely to concern himself with us. Ruan mother suggested, should we still allow Huaixue to move there? But what about the Feng family? Wan father pondered for a moment. Let us first arrange for the young people to have a meal together. After exchanging a few words, they quickly reached a consensus. Jiang Huaixue, with her keen perception, caught snippets of their conversation, and a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. Wan mother said, Huaixue, there was an aunt at the banquet yesterday who took quite a liking to you. Why don't we have a meal together with both families? Jiang Huaixue smiled, her laughter illuminating the room, momentarily softening her icy demeanor. She casually remarked, was it the aunt or the young master? Wan mother paused, instinctively glancing at Wan father. Wan father's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Whatever you are thinking, I mean the same, she replied. We are not thinking anything. Wan father retorted with a stern expression. What of your upbringing? When elders encourage you to mingle with those in your social circle, is this your response? Jiang Huaixue regarded him with a sardonic smile. Wan father, unyielding, asserted, you grew up in a small place. Do you truly understand the significance of these connections? Do you realize how vast the capital S circles are? The Wan family is merely at the periphery, just beginning to touch the edges. Encouraging you to broaden your acquaintances for your own good. For my own good? Jiang Huaixue repeated languidly. Is it for my benefit? Or for the Wan family's? Knowing full well of my engagement with the Xie family, you still wish for me to dine with some young master from the Feng family? Wan mother, taken aback by her awareness of the situation, blurted out. How do you know? Jiang Huaixue countered with a question. Mr. Wan, Mrs. Wan, are you raising a daughter or a mere trophy? The remark was undeniably cutting. Wan father bellowed, what nonsense are you spouting? Why must you speak so harshly, young lady? Harsh words are far better than disgraceful actions, she retorted. Huaixue. Wan mother, sensing the escalating tension, revealed a fragment of truth. Your father and I meant no such thing. You cannot renege on your engagement to the Xie family. But the Third Master Xie's health is precarious. Wan mother, believing Jiang Huaixue was unaware of Xie Chongyan's condition, spoke delicately. In the event of any unforeseen circumstance, it provides you with an escape route. Jiang Huaixue's brow twitched. Her patience with this family had reached its limit. She could no longer restrain a cold laugh. Fools. What do these two think of others? They collaborate with the Xie family, while considering the Xie family as a backup. Yet they aspire to climb the social ladder with the Feng family. Do they believe that prominent families are mere fools? Jiang Huaixue found it hard to fathom what gave them the confidence to think that a mere Wan family could manipulate other clans at will. Wan father erupted in anger. Jiang Huaixue. Is this how you speak to your parents? Jiang Huaixue, calm and composed, replied, Mr. Wan, you jest. My parents have long since passed. She referred to the original owner's parents, who had died in a car accident. You, Wan father, livid, pointed at Jiang Huaixue and turned to Wan mother. Look at this. This is the ungrateful wolf raised in our home. He glared at Jiang Huaixue. Do not forget who brought you from the mountains to the city. Who transformed you from an ordinary person into a wealthy heiress, who provided you with your current lifestyle. Even the school you are attending now was arranged by me. Otherwise, a high school graduate like you would never have had the chance to step through the gates of the Imperial Capital University. You would be destined for a life of factory work. Jiang Huaixue could only laugh in disbelief. Please wait a moment. She ascended the stairs to her room, packed her belongings, and returned to the living room with her suitcase. She placed a card on the table before Wan father and mother, smiling faintly. I didn't expect you to be so eager for money. Fortunately, I came prepared. Rest assured, I never intended to take anything for free. All expenses for food, lodging, and transportation during this period have been calculated at the highest rates, and the funds in the card are more than sufficient. As for the title of wealthy heiress, I do not cherish it nor consider it valuable. Feel free to dispose of it as you wish. Oh, and by the way, Jiang Huaixue continued languidly, Mr. Wan, you do not truly believe that one can gain admission to Imperial Capital University merely by donating a building, do you? I do not know who made such a promise to you, but I previously refrained from mentioning it out of laziness. However, if you wish to take credit for it, I suggest you give the person a call to inquire how I actually gained admission to the school. After speaking, she waved her hand, suitcase in tow, and walked out without looking back. Since we're settled, please refrain from contacting me for any matters. I find it bothersome. Wan father and mother were left dumbfounded by Jiang Huaixue's words, taking a long moment to process. Without the party in question present, their anger was futile, leaving them exchanging glances in bewilderment. Wan mother asked, what did she mean by that? Wan father, recalling Jiang Huaixue's last words, dialed a number. It was a mid-level official from a related department introduced to him by someone else at a drunken banquet. The person had promised to assist him and generously mentioned that a donation of a building would suffice, and he had transferred the funds on the spot. After Jiang Huaixue's successful enrollment, he and T followed up on the details. "Oh, it's Mr. Wan," the other party said amicably, chuckling. "I drank too much last time and have been busy lately. I completely forgot about it. Didn't T Mr. Wan say he wanted to arrange for a child from your family to enter a vocational college? Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Shouldn't we arrange that in the next few days?" Wan father felt a heaviness in his heart. Vocational college? Was that what we discussed last time? The other party's voice held confusion, wasn't it? Did I mistake that due to the drinks? He apologized if I said something else, Mr. Wan.
Please don't take it to heart.
My authority only allows me to arrange something similar. I certainly cannot meddle with Imperial Capital University, huh? He thought he was making a joke, but on the other end, Mr. Wan showed no sign of amusement. Wan father stared incredulously at Wan mother. Both instinctively sensed that something had been out of their control from the very beginning. Chapter 54. Wolves. Jiang Huaixue returned to Bai Tao courtyard with her suitcase for dinner, having spent a bit of time at their Wan residence. And the evening had grown late. Xie Chongyan raised his head from the sofa upon hearing the butler call out Miss Jiang. His gaze lingering on the suitcase, she handed to the butler. "You went back to the Wan family? Was it not a smooth visit?" Jiang Huaixue shrugged. Her impression of their Wan family was generally tepid. She could hardly claim to harbor any affection for them, as she could never find herself fond of foolish and selfish individuals. Yet, neither did she harbor any animosity, for in Jiang Huaixue's view, foolishness and selfishness were merely common facets of human nature. As she had previously stated, in her eyes, her encounters with their Wan family were mere coincidences in the fleeting journey of life. Love and hate were extravagant emotions, particularly peculiar when directed toward mere passers-by. When Xie Chongyan inquired about her thoughts, Jiang Huaixue recounted the affairs of their Wan family as if sharing a jest. After finishing her tale, she ascended the stairs to stow her belongings, while Xie Chongyan, with downcast eyes, tapped his fingers upon his knee and subsequently sent a message: "Investigate the Feng and Wan families." The response came swiftly. "Understood." After dinner, Jiang Huaixue suggested a stroll in the garden with Xie Chongyan, hoping to absorb a bit of his ethereal energy. Xie Chongyan asked, "Has the situation with the Jing family been resolved?" On the surface, it appeared resolved. Jiang Huaixue recounted the entire sequence of events with a hint of sentimentality. "What do you think of that, Mr. Liu? Doesn't he seem rather peculiar?" Xie Chongyan pondered for a moment. "Not particularly strange. After all, one cannot expect a person, being human, to be devoid of feelings. Having spent so many years with Mr. Jing, it is only natural that he harbors some emotions. However, due to his leg injury, he has indeed harbored resentment toward Mr. Jing. From your description, it seems he has laid the blame for all his childhood misfortunes squarely at Mr. Jing's feet, which indicates a rather narrow-minded disposition. Had the Jing family been less prosperous, perhaps his hatred would not burn so fiercely. But given the years of their prevailing dominance over him, it is only expected that his resentment has intensified." Jiang Huaixue queried, "Do you think he will regret his actions?" "He will," Xie Chongyan replied without hesitation, "but such a person, if granted another chance, would inevitably repeat his transgressions. Ordinary evildoers possess emotions like everyone else. They may feel remorse, but it does not deter them from wrongdoing." Jiang Huaixue nodded in agreement. She shared the same sentiment. "What about the two practitioners behind him? Would you like me to assist you in investigating them?" Jiang Huaixue declined. "You need to focus on recuperation and should not concern yourself with these matters. I will arrange for someone to look into it." Xie Chongyan smiled. "It seems I am of little assistance then. I can only bestow upon you more of my ethereal energy." Jiang Huaixue was once again taken aback by his generous offering. After wandering for over half an hour, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Xie Chongyan entered his study and retrieved several sheets of paper from a drawer. These documents were provided by someone who had learned of his cohabitation with Jiang Huaixue, containing detailed accounts of her experiences over the years, how she was brought back to the southwest by Jiang Hongren, her studies in metaphysics, her gradual maturation, and her eventual return to their Wan family. It was a comprehensive chronicle of her life events. The information appeared unproblematic, depicting the growth of a low-profile academic achiever. Xie Chongyan's fingers lingered on the final few lines of the last sheet, where it noted that after graduating high school, Jiang Huaixue had taken a year off to search for her family, wandering within the northern territories, her precise whereabouts shrouded in mystery. He pondered over the phrase unknown, reflecting on how naturally she had mentioned she would arrange for someone to investigate when he had offered his assistance. It was so instinctive that he had not immediately registered anything amiss. The everyday words and actions of a person cannot lie. Her tone and demeanor, accustomed to a position of authority, were evidently habitual. Now, upon reviewing her documents, he realized they were excessively meticulous, almost as if they had been pre-prepared for scrutiny. After taking a shower, Jiang Huaixue retrieved a book from the bookshelf, deftly replacing the SIM card nestled within its pages into her phone, and then settled into the rocking chair on the terrace to power it on. As soon as the startup screen faded, a barrage of messages flooded in. She opened a communication app named Wolves and sent a message to a contact labeled Q, requesting an investigation into peculiar individuals in the capital over the past 2 years, along with the name of Uncle Lou. Afterward, she casually browsed through the messages. Jay had inundated her with numerous tracking numbers over the past 6 months, inquiring if any piqued her interest, to which she replied in the negative. In the upper left corner, a video call invitation from the same contact promptly appeared. Jiang Huaixue accepted, and a blonde, blue-eyed beauty appeared on the screen, radiating exuberance. "Hi, my dearest darling. Long time no see. How have you become even more beautiful? It's simply unfair to everyone else." Jiang Huaixue ignored her flattery and greeted her languidly. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Jay tossed her hair playfully and replied, "Not bad. I've been in 12 relationships and shared beds with 16 handsome men, one of whom is stunning. If you ever come to your senses, I'd love to introduce you." Jiang Huaixue politely declined. "No thanks, I'm not interested. Have you resolved your issues?"
J'ai acquired.
"The old friends in WL miss you dearly. A said he has lost 10 pounds since you've been away." Jiang Huaixue chuckled. "I'm still in the process of resolving things, so unless something particularly urgent arises, I won't be leaving the capital just yet." Jay exclaimed dramatically, "Oh, you're in the capital. I must tell A to come find you." Jiang Huaixue groaned. "If you send him here, the capital will be put under martial law." Jay blinked her emerald-like eyes mischievously. "I just want to liven things up a bit." Jiang Huaixue often found herself outmatched in their banter, so she leaned back in her chair. After their video call concluded, Q returned her voice call to inquire about her situation. Jiang Huaixue provided a brief overview, and Q understood. Metaphysics, a mysterious force. "Understood, I'll look into it." Jiang Huaixue acknowledged, feeling confident in Q's information-gathering abilities. Before ending the call, Q remarked meaningfully, "I've heard that the capital isn't particularly peaceful this year, King. If there's any excitement, do remember to call us." Jiang Huaixue replied, "Why does everyone want to join in on the fun?" Chapter 55. Who's being difficult at that moment? If someone well-versed in the world had been present, they would have been utterly astonished. Wolves, the largest underground organization globally, are aptly named. They are wolves traversing the dark realms, ferocious, bloodthirsty, and possessing a strong collective consciousness. The leader of wolves is referred to as the head, not just because of their position but because everyone acknowledges them as the alpha wolf of the pack. However, outside the organization, the leader is known more respectfully and widely as king. The following morning, before Jiang Huaixue even arrived at school, the student council had already placed a call. "Hello. Is this Jiang Huaixue?" A cold voice emerged from the receiver. "Are you aware that since your enrollment, your number of absences has exceeded 10? Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. "Only 10? The other party scoffed and promptly hung up. Jiang Huaixue swiftly added the number to her blacklist. The driver, having overheard the conversation, glanced at Jiang Huaixue through the rear-view mirror. "Miss Jiang, was that about school matters? Do you need assistance in handling it?" He was a designated aide arranged by Xie Chongyan, named Xie Shi. Xie Chongyan had instructed him to follow her. Jiang Huaixue shook her head. "No need. I can handle it myself." She proceeded to her classroom and took a seat beside Niayu. Niayu asked, "Where did you go yesterday?" "The student council came by to check attendance and noted your name." Jiang Huaixue rummaged through her bag for a book. "I had to take care of some matters." She refrained from elaborating, and Niayu did not press for details. Niayu remarked, being marked by the student council could lead to some trouble. They deduct points, and if it reaches a certain threshold, there's a risk of expulsion. Jiang Huaixue seemed to contemplate something and smiled. "That's not entirely unfeasible." "What's feasible?" Miao Zhuzhu approached, leaning on the desk and hopping onto the desk in front of Jiang Huaixue, crossing her legs. Are you referring to the student council checking attendance yesterday? Since the incident with Ruan Rumen's clique seeking out Jiang Huaixue, Miao Zhuzhu had become acquainted with her. Miao Zhuzhu had a doll-like face and a sweet voice. Yet her temper was fiery and her demeanor fierce, something Niayu had grown accustomed to. Niayu also noted, it's rather odd. It seemed like that group was specifically looking for you yesterday. Have you offended someone? Miao Zhuzhu curled her lip. Who else could it be? It's Ruan Rumen. Of course. She's a sophomore in the student council, and I've heard she mingles quite well with the juniors, adept at flattery. I wonder if her talents in that regard were honed on her boyfriend. She cleared her throat awkwardly. Niayu, taken aback, remarked, what are you talking about? Why do you always steer the conversation in that direction? I'm merely speaking the truth, Miao Zhuzhu retorted, rolling her eyes. Curiously, she leaned closer to Jiang Huaixue. Hey, Huaixue, I heard that on the day of her engagement, you stole the spotlight. I saw photos of you on social media. Is she perhaps harboring resentment towards you because of that? Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment. I don't think so. Miao Zhuzhu and Niayu assumed she meant she hadn't overshadowed anyone. However, she continued, it's likely she has always resented me. Miao Zhuzhu clicked her tongue and gave a thumbs up, to be aware that others despise you yet remain unfazed, truly, a demeanor befitting a leader. From now on, you shall not just be Huaixue, but Sister Xue. She scoffed. I wonder what skincare products she uses to maintain such thick skin. How dare she resent you when she has been occupying your spot for over a decade? Niayu sighed, reflecting on the current power struggles within the Xie family. Perhaps people simply wish to monopolize the finest things. Just then, a knock echoed through the classroom door, and someone peeked in. Is Jiang Huaixue here? The student affairs office on the 4th floor is looking for you. Miao Zhuzhu stroked her chin. That was quick. They're already here? She turned to Jiang Huaixue. Do you want me to accompany you? Jiang Huaixue stood up, dressed in a shirt and jeans with a tailored trench coat that accentuated her graceful waist and legs. She adjusted her cuffs. No need, I'll go alone. As predicted, Ruan Rumen was currently seated in the student affairs office on the 4th floor, discussing matters with Chai Linghui, the head of the finance department's student council, who was seated behind the desk. You wouldn't believe how arrogant she was when I called her. She even asked if that was only the 10th time I had called. These newcomers are utterly reckless. Contrary to popular belief, the backbone of the student council is not comprised solely of elite second-generation members. Rather, most leaders here occupy lower to mid-tier positions. The rationale is simple. Truly capable individuals have long since left the school environment to pursue greater arenas, leaving behind those who merely seek to dominate within the confines of academia. Both the Chai and Wan families hold similar standings, existing on the periphery of the elite circles of the capital. However, Chai Linghui was only somewhat acquainted with Ruan Rumen due to their shared involvement in the student council. Previously, Ruan Rumen had associated with the daughter of the Mi family, but for reasons unknown, they have not been seen together lately. Chai Linghui had also attended Ruan Rumen's engagement party 2 days prior and felt a twinge of envy towards Ruan Rumen's engagement to Xie Xian, leading her to adopt a warmer demeanor towards Ruan Rumen in the following days. I'm not sure who reported her, but I see this as a perfect opportunity to take care of her. Chai Linghui leaned closer. You know, at your engagement party, she overshadowed you. And I simply couldn't tolerate it. What a nuisance. Upon hearing her mention the engagement party, Ruan Rumen's smile faltered slightly. It's nothing. She is still my sister after all. Even if she intended to make things difficult for me, we are family. Family? You still regard her as such? Chai Linghui leaned in. Let me tell you, you should be wary of such people. Look at how she competes for everything. You and Xie Xian are merely engaged. What if she tries to seduce him? Ruan Rumen pursed her lips. I don't think so. My sister doesn't seem like that kind of person. Chai Linghui, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, just look at her. She doesn't appear trustworthy at all. Ruan Rumen lowered her gaze. Appearance doesn't define character. In our circle, we do not judge solely by looks. Of course not. She certainly couldn't rely on her looks to break into high society. Just look at which circles would welcome her. Chai Linghui suggested, how about we go shopping this weekend, gather a few people, and have afternoon tea? I heard C brand has released new products. Ruan Rumen smiled gently. That sounds great. The office was filled with others who were listening to the conversation between the two well-known affluent girls. Director, who are you talking about? Does Ruan have a sister? Ruan Rumen subtly replied. She just returned not long ago, having grown up in a village in the southwest. Southwest village? The speaker was also a junior, typically not mingling with these wealthy girls, but eager to join the conversation, chimed in. What do you have to worry about, Director? Someone like that can't possibly compare to Juan. Everyone echoed their agreement. Exactly. Who could dare to trouble Juan? ISNT that handbag, Juan, as a new release from Elbrand? I saw it online. It costs a fortune. What is the name of that girl? If we run into her during student council inspections, let us give her a hard time. The student council operates as a tight-knit group. And since Ron Ruman is quite popular at school, everyone is eager to draw closer to her. With a creak, the door swung open, and a figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, her face obscured, yet her tall stature and elegant proportions were evident. She spoke coolly. Who are we troubling here, me? Taking a few steps forward, she stepped out of the shadows, revealing herself to all. Dressed in a knee-length trench coat, with fair skin and dark hair. Her calm eyes and exquisite features exuded an air of striking beauty. Despite her alluring appearance, there was an unsettling clarity in her gaze that seemed to pierce through pretense. The office fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, someone finally recognized her. Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue turned her head. Do you know me? It was a rhetorical question. Anyone who had any connection to the internet on campus must have heard of her. From the very first day Jiang Huaixue stepped onto this campus, she had become a frequent topic on the campus forum. Her class seating, schedule, favorite dining halls, and usual haunts were all laid bare for scrutiny. Jiang Huaixue remained indifferent to the gazes directed her way, only concerned if any malicious intent lurked within. Thus, she remained oblivious to the growing number of students attending her lectures. Even many professors had heard whispers of a stunning beauty among this year's freshmen. However, her ties to the Yuan family had not been widely disseminated. After all, it was merely gossip within the same social circle, known to very few outsiders. Consequently, the group who had been eavesdropping on Chai Linghui and Ron Ruman's conversation did not realize that the person from Southwest Village being discussed was indeed Jiang Huaixue. Under her scrutinizing gaze, the first girl who had called out her name blushed and replied in a barely audible voice, "I've heard your name." Jiang Huaixue nodded, not inquiring where she had heard it. She pulled up a chair and leaned back gracefully, exuding an air of effortless elegance. What a coincidence. I happened to overhear your conversation about making someone uncomfortable. I wonder, who is the unfortunate soul being targeted? One overly enthusiastic student, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, blurted out, "We weren't talking about you. It's Juana's sister we're discussing." Jiang Huaixue replied calmly, "Although I am not biologically related to Ron Ruman, she often refers to me as her sister out of courtesy." The sudden revelation left everyone stunned. "Wait, you are? You and Juan aren't you surnamed Jiang? How could that be?" "Enough." Chai Linghui, unable to endure the rampant speculation, slammed her palm on the table and directed her ire at Jiang Huaixue. "It's not Juana's fault for being a victim of mistaken identity. She, like you, is a victim. Her calling you sister is a sign of acknowledgement. So, why the sarcasm?" Jiang Huaixue smirked sarcastically. "A victim? Living in luxury for 19 years. Only to emerge as a socialite in a wealthy family after the truth is revealed. I think I shall not recognize such a sisterhood." Wan Ruman stiffened, and Chai Linghui fell silent, leaving the onlookers aghast. Jiang Huaixue reined her smile. "Do you understand what sarcasm truly is? This is what it means." She continued, "Enough chatter. Who is looking for me? Speak plainly." Though the student council had been her stage, in less than 10 minutes after Jiang Huaixue entered the room, she had become the center of attention. Chai Linghui felt as though her dignity had been trampled upon, her expression one of deep disdain. "I sought you out." Jiang Huaixue cast her a sidelong glance. "And who might you be?" Chai Linghui picked up 2 papers from the table, adopting a stern demeanor. "I am Chai Linghui, the head of the discipline department of the student union in the finance department, a third-year senior." Jiang Huaixue chuckled softly. "From your tone, I presumed you were not a member of the student union, but rather a representative of the United Nations." The other individuals in the office exchanged glances, sensing a brewing conflict as if a physical altercation were imminent. Accustomed to her role as a student union officer, Chai Linghui typically held a haughty demeanor, especially towards those without prestigious backgrounds. In contrast, Jiang Huaixue appeared aloof and nonchalant, yet her words and actions were brazenly audacious, clearly dismissing Chai Linghui's authority. A junior staff member, who had a decent rapport with Chai Linghui, timidly interjected, "Can we discuss this civilly? What business do you have in this matter?" Chai Linghui whirled around, glaring at him. "Who do you think you are to speak here?" The staff member, taken aback by her fierce retort, fell silent. His face flushed. Jiang Huaixue slightly furrowed her brows. Chai Linghui shook the papers in her hand, the sound crisp and accusatory. She snapped at Jiang Huaixue. Are you unaware of the consequences of your actions? Skipping classes and residing off campus. Surely that warrants multiple disciplinary actions? Jiang Huaixue languidly replied. Who says I have violated any rules? Are you denying it? Chai Linghui assumed Jiang was attempting to evade responsibility and slammed the papers onto the table, rising to point towards the door. I could easily contact the professors of those courses and the students who attended with you to investigate, and I could even request the surveillance footage. This all could confirm your truancy. Do you believe me? As for the off-campus residents, there are witnesses right here. Chai Linghui turned to Ruan Rumen. Man, tell them, have you seen her at the Ruan residence every day? All eyes turned to Ruan Rumen, who bit her lip in silence. Chai Linghui urged, why are you hesitating? Do you still cling to some sense of sisterhood? Look at how she regards you. Ruan Rumen quietly said, Senior, she returned home because she was struggling with dorm life. It wasn't intentional. Please don't be angry. I apologize on her behalf. Chai Linghui patted her shoulder. Why should you apologize? This is her own fault. Turning back to Jiang Huaixue, she asserted, do you not know the school's regulations prohibit first-year students from living off campus? I don't know how you managed to pass the dorm inspections, but let me assure you, this is a serious matter. Jiang Huaixue glanced at Ruan Rumen. The gentle, delicate demeanor of Ruan Rumen starkly contrasted with the previous altercations where she had hurled insults and thrown her belongings. Anyone listening would likely perceive Miss Ruan as compassionate and virtuous. Indeed, the manipulative tactics of a green tea princess are myriad, yet the act of feigning vulnerability remains unchanged. Jiang Huaixue lazily lifted her eyelids. I did not attend class, and I did not reside in the dormitory, but I did not violate any rules. I followed the proper procedures. You may inquire further. You are lying. Chai Linghui retorted vehemently. You have left classes multiple times unexpectedly. How could that be considered proper procedure? Did you not miss class yesterday? Your counselor was away on business and not present at the school. How could you have followed the correct procedures? Jiang Huaixue smiled enigmatically. Who said I followed the counselor's procedures? Chai Linghui pressed on aggressively. Then tell me, whose procedures did you follow? The principal's, Jiang Huaixue replied. Chai Linghui was momentarily rendered speechless. Her first instinct was disbelief. The principal of a university is entirely different from that of a primary or middle school. Anyone who is even slightly aware would know that the current president of Daijing University is an extraordinary figure. Renowned not only as a distinguished professor but also holding multiple prestigious positions, unlike any ordinary principal. How could a young girl, recently returned to their Wan family and barely a month into her studies at Daijing, possibly have a connection to the principal? You are fabricating lies without any preparation. Chai Linghui scoffed. Do you even know who our school's principal is? You dare to use him as a shield? Jiang Huaixue calmly opened her phone's contact list. Smiling serenely, perhaps you should personally call and inquire. Under the watchful gaze of all, Jiang Huaixue held her phone delicately between her alabaster fingers. At that moment, Ruan Rumen noticed that Jiang's phone did not appear to be from any of the well-known brands on the market. The device was entirely black, thicker than the popular slim models, and subtly glimmered as if made of jade, clearly a custom piece. The room fell silent, and Chai Linghui stared at the screen of Jiang Huaixue's phone, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you not going to call? Jiang Huaixue asked pleasantly. Do you think I lack the courage? Chai Linghui retorted, her bravado faltering. I fear that once I expose your lies, you won't be able to show your face here again. Jiang Huaixue smiled. That would be my concern, not yours. Chai Linghui, rationally compelled to call and expose Jiang Huaixue's deceit, felt an unsettling premonition rising within her. Fine. I will wait for you to dither. Who knows how long this will take? Jiang Huaixue lazily retracted her phone. Under the scrutiny of everyone, she tapped the contact labeled Principal Sure. The phone rang only once before being answered swiftly. Jiang Huaixue activated the speakerphone and a deep, steady voice resonated. Hello, Huaixue. Are you free today? What brings you to call me? Principal Sure, I am currently in the student union office of the finance department and have a few matters requiring your clarification. Principal Sure paused before his tone shifted to one of seriousness. What has transpired? Jiang Huaixue explained. I had previously taken leave during class hours and sent you messages directly without going through my counselor.
Now,
The student affairs office suspects I have been absent without leave and requires proof. Regarding my housing situation, we discussed prior to my enrollment that I would not be residing on campus, and the dormitory supervisor is aware of this. But it seems the student union is not informed. Principal Sure replied. Oh, is this matter on speakerphone? Jiang Huaixue confirmed. Yes, please proceed. Principal Xie inquired. Is the head of the student affairs office present? Although aware that the other party could not see her, Chai Linghui instinctively straightened her posture, responding, Principal, I am here. Hello, I am Shi Zhenlian, the principal addressed her, maintaining a warm yet authoritative tone. Jiang Huaixue's situation is quite unique. Her enrollment and campus activities were processed directly through me. I am fully aware of her previous leaves and her housing arrangements, so there is no need for the student union to intervene. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by my oversight in not informing the student department sooner. Principal Shi's demeanor was neither condescending nor aloof. He took full responsibility for the misunderstanding. Chai Linghui found herself at a loss for words. Her astonishment at Principal Shi's attitude leaving her dumbfounded. She hurriedly replied, No, it was my oversight. I should have inquired more thoroughly. I apologize for wasting your time. Principal Shi offered her a few words of reassurance before concluding with Jiang Huaixue, After I finish this busy period, I will invite you to lunch at school. And then ended the call. As the conversation concluded, the office remained silent. Wan Rumen sat with her gaze lowered, her hair partially obscuring her face, lost in thought. Yet, the tension in her jawline made it clear she was feeling quite strained. The other ordinary staff members were equally hushed, too intimidated to utter a word. They rarely even catch a glimpse of the principal, with some individuals having only encountered him once during the opening ceremony, never to cross paths again. Never did they anticipate that today they would be fortunate enough to hear the principal's voice in a personal conversation. Moreover, they distinctly overheard the principal greet Jiang Huaixue with warmth and familiarity at the beginning of the call, culminating in an invitation to dine together. What kind of person could elicit such treatment from the principal? The onlookers' minds raced with speculation, casting glances at Jiang Huaixue, both overtly and covertly. Jiang Huaixue rose from her chair, casually pushing it back into place, and remarked, May I take my leave now, Minister of Discipline? Is there anything else you require? Chai Linghui, gripping the dark red desk tightly, replied, No. With that, Jiang Huaixue took her phone and made her way to the door, only to be halted abruptly by Chai Linghui's voice calling out, Wait. Jiang Huaixue turned at the sound. After a moment's hesitation, Chai Linghui could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, How do you know Principal Shi? Principal Shi was an acquaintance of her father's generation, far removed from their own. How had Jiang Huaixue achieved something that many scions of distinguished families could scarcely manage? Chai Linghui was perplexed. Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment before responding, That was a long time ago, and I cannot articulate it clearly. Perhaps you will come to know in due time. Chai Linghui opened her mouth but found no words to express herself. Wan Rumen tugged at her sleeve, saying, Linghui, it's nothing to be upset about. Although it may seem embarrassing, you haven't truly lost anything. She was aware of Chai Linghui's sensitivity to appearances. After being publicly humiliated by Jiang Huaixue, resentment would surely linger. As expected, Chai Linghui stated, I understand. There will be plenty of time ahead. Unbeknownst to those present, a notification would soon be issued by the school regarding the rectification of conduct among student council members, aimed at eradicating bureaucratic tendencies. The finance department, being a key faculty, would be the first to face repercussions, with both the Minister of Discipline and the Deputy Minister dismissed due to inappropriate behavior. Although time would stretch ahead, the matter would no longer concern Chai Linghui. Upon returning to her classroom, Jiang Huaixue found that the professional course had already commenced. She knocked on the door, saying, Excuse me, teacher, I apologize for my tardiness. I was at the student office. The teacher picked up the attendance sheet and replied, Go back. What is your name? Jiang Huaixue, she answered. The teacher's brow furrowed slightly, and he instinctively glanced up to remember her face. After the professional course concluded, Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu surrounded Jiang Huaixue. How did it go with the student council? Was it resolved? Did they give you any trouble? Jiang Huaixue briefly recounted the events. Miao Zhuzhu burst into laughter, exclaiming, That's hilarious. Wan Rumen and Chai Linghui got a taste of their own medicine today. They usually act so high and mighty, but they've hit a wall now. Both Xi and Nieyu tacitly refrained from probing into how Jiang Huaixue had come to know the principal. Nieyu had his suspicions, believing it likely tied to Jiang Huaixue's mystical abilities. Miao Zhuzhu, on the other hand, simply viewed it as a private matter between friends. If Jiang Huaixue chose not to divulge, then there was no need for inquiry. After a good laugh, Miao Zhuzhu remarked, Huaixue, you might not be aware, but we were actually supposed to be roommates. Jiang Huaixue was taken aback, having not closely examined the dormitory allocation list. She hadn't realized that Miao Zhuzhu was originally meant to be her roommate. Miao Zhuzhu continued, because you didn't come. There are now only 3 of us in the dormitory, and your bed remains unoccupied, just holding some miscellaneous books. If you ever wish to return, it would be quite convenient. Jiang Huaixue nodded in agreement. Miao Zhuzhu, with a mischievous glint, asked, did you notice Ruan Ruman's expression? Did she look like she was about to spit blood? Jiang Huaixue replied, I didn't pay attention to her afterward. Nieyu glanced at Miao Zhuzhu, puzzled. Why are you so fixated on Ruan Ruman? What if she didn't do anything? Miao Zhuzhu crossed her arms defiantly and rolled her eyes. You boys just don't get it. You can't see through people like her. Her green tea persona has wafted from the capital to the Sahara Desert, okay? Turning to Jiang Huaixue, Miao Zhuzhu declared, Huaixue, just wait. I'm convinced she's behind this, and I'll gather evidence to prove it. I've never liked that White Lotus act of hers. Chapter 58. My goddess once said perhaps it was the impression Jiang Huaixue made by calling the principal in the student office that intimidated Chai Linghui and the others. In the following days, the student council's discipline office ceased to check attendance rates. In the interim, Mi Ping visited Jiang Huaixue twice, once to deliver bubble tea, and once to express gratitude on behalf of her brother. At the last engagement banquet, I asked you when my brother's contract would be finalized, and you told me 2 days later. You were spot on. Mi Ping exclaimed, with excitement. My brother later asked me where I got the information, and I told him you divined it casually. He said he wanted to treat you to dinner. Are you free this week? Jiang Huaixue replied, no need for such courtesy. I merely anticipated the news, not that I did anything to assist. I already have plans for this week. All right, Mi Ping said, visibly deflated. Then I'll have my brother send you some money. Jiang Huaixue chuckled. No need for money. Just bring me bubble tea a few more times. The ones you bring are always delicious. Mi Ping instantly beamed with pride, lifting her chin. Of course. Whether it's mango sago or grape jelly, I've carefully selected the best flavors after comparing various tea shops. Sometimes, a girl's happiness is as simple as receiving affirmation of her taste and aesthetic sensibility, allowing her to bask in joy for an extended period. Upon praising Mi Ping's choice of bubble tea, she eagerly showcased all the items she usually bought. As Jiang Huaixue listened, she suddenly recalled the thoughtful preparation that Xie Zhongyan had put into her birthday and felt she should also buy something as a return gift. Since Mi Ping was present, and the bond between the Mi siblings appeared strong, she thought to inquire about Mi Ping's preferences for reference. What do you usually buy your brother as a gift? Mi Ping paused, pointing at herself in surprise. You're asking me? Yes, Jiang Huaixue affirmed. Mi Ping replied incredulously, why would I buy my brother a gift? Doesn't he get gifts from you on his birthday or during holidays? It's supposed to be him giving me gifts?
Mi Ping retorted confidently.
What does a man need? For his birthday, I'd just spend 100 online to buy him a belt, which is good enough. For holidays, he should be the one giving me gifts, but he's such a miser that I have to pester him to get any money. Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. Realizing this was quite different from her perception of sibling affection. Mi Ping pouted, Huaixue, don't be fooled by those stories online. In reality, siblings often bicker. If he doesn't pick on me for a day, it's a miracle. She began to list 100 grievances about how her brother mistreated her. Jiang Huaixue listened, somewhat lost in thought. So not all elder brothers are like Xie Zhongyan? She had never had siblings before and was unsure how such relationships functioned. She pondered whether different personalities led to such varied behaviors. It was hard for her to imagine Xie Zhongyan being unkind. He seemed like such a reliable and considerate brother. Perhaps she should ask Nieyu, who, as Xie Zhongyan's cousin, would surely have more insight into him. The next day, after class, Jiang Huaixue called out to Nieyu. I want to buy a gift for Zhongyan. Do you know what your cousin likes?
Nieyu looked momentarily stunned. Huh?
He scratched his head and replied. I've never given him a gift, so I don't know. You've never given your cousin a gift?
No, he said.
He seems to have everything he needs, and countless people give him gifts every year. I doubt he would appreciate what I give him. Well, if we must count something. I remember crying and giving him a doodle in kindergarten. Does that count? Jiang Huaixue didn't expect such an answer. After a brief pause, she said, it counts. For a fleeting moment, she felt a subtle similarity between herself and Xie Zhongyan. He appeared to lack nothing, surrounded by countless individuals eager to bestow gifts upon him. She seemed to possess an omniscient understanding, with throngs of admirers extolling her virtues and following her every move. To outsiders, they stood on lofty pedestals, creating an insurmountable distance even from their closest kin. With a decisive thud, Miao Zhuozhu hurled a stack of documents onto the table, exclaiming with unrestrained enthusiasm. See? I told you I could catch that little white lotus, Wan Rumen. Look, it's accomplished. Jiang Huaixue opened the folder and perused its contents. Discovering screenshots of reports received by the Student Council's disciplinary office, complete with the IP address of the informant and details about their commonly used mobile devices. A plethora of information, irrefutable evidence, all pointed unambiguously to Wan Rumen.
Ni Yulinen, kaptivartet.
And marveled at one of the pages. You even managed to obtain footage of Wan Rumen purchasing a black card. Miao Zhuozhu, you're remarkable. Miao Zhuozhu waved her hand dismissively. Oh, in this day and age, where is there no surveillance? Every place she's traversed has left its mark. A little ingenuity, and I had it all. Yu inquired, but if she used a black card, how did you find her information? Wan Rumen was far too naive. Miao Zhuozhu smirked with disdain. She thought the black card could shield her identity, unaware that the network she connected to easily exposed her. Such flimsy disguise was utterly impotent against a skilled technician. Moreover, my goddess has always asserted that every action leaves its trace. There is no escaping it. Upon hearing this, Yu shivered, his spirit ignited as he gazed at Miao Zhuozhu and asked, Goddess? Miao Zhuozhu, observing his expression, felt a sense of recognition. You too? They exchanged glances for a few seconds, and in unison declared, King. Jiang Huaixue suddenly broke into a fit of coughs. Miao Zhuozhu and Yu turned their attention to her. Miao Zhuozhu asked, What is wrong with Huaixue? Do you know her too?
No.
Jiang Huaixue quickly denied, but upon reflection, amended her response. Well, not exactly, her face revealing an indescribable expression. Jiang Huaixue, typically aloof and detached, exhibited limited emotional expression whether in laughter or anger, making such vivid displays all the more striking. Yu thought that if he had to describe her current expression, it resembled those internet memes depicting a split face. Jiang Huaixue slowly queried, What you just mentioned about your goddess, where did you hear that? Miao Zhuozhu replied matter-of-factly. All fans of my goddess know that. Jiang Huaixue countered, but King herself is unaware. Miao Zhuozhu, oblivious to the oddity in Jiang Huaixue's reaction, snapped her fingers excitedly. Let me tell you, my goddess is extraordinary. You know about the major incident 9 years ago, when the information of 300 million users from the renowned communication software Thread was leaked, right? The hackers were incredibly brazen, leaving behind taunts on their official website, calling Thread a joke, provoking their tech department. But my goddess traced them back. Not only did she retaliate with a sharp get lost, but she also collaborated with the FBI to track them down. It was exhilarating. At that time, everyone thought my goddess was a man, calling her a spirited youth. Jiang Huaixue retorted, No, she isn't. She only said that because the person paying demanded it, nothing more. In a playful exchange, Miao Zhuozhu, my goddess said, XXXX. Jiang Huaixue, No, I never said that. Xie Chongyan, wife. You said last night that we could do this again today. Jiang Huaixue, I truly never said that. Forever debunking rumors about herself, Huaixue. Chapter 59. The past of King in truth, that was a long time ago, much like Miao Zhuozhu stated 9 years prior when Jiang Huaixue first joined wolves. At that time, she was not the leader. The head wolf was a European known within the organization as Rolf. The leak of Tourette's user information stirred unimaginable public outrage. With insults and reports flooding the corporate building, the chairman of the group, in a state of despair, sought assistance from the authorities but learned that a quick resolution was unattainable. Consequently, he turned to the underground organization Wolves, offering a substantial sum to track down the culprits within 2 days. At that time, Rolf had sustained an arm injury and was not in a position to take on such a challenging task. Yet, he could not refuse. Countless eyes were fixed on Wolves. The organization was renowned as the Underground King, reigning supreme in the shadows, and if they dared not accept even a task to track down hackers, how could the lesser organizations maintain their respect? Reluctantly, Rolf accepted the assignment and sought out Jiang Huaixue, asking her to give it a try. Rolf was an elite hacker, and Jiang Huaixue was considered his protege. Although he frequently praised her as a universal genius, Jiang Huaixue had never handled such a significant case independently before. This was her first time managing a billion-yuan order. After a grueling 16-hour battle of wits with the hacker, she emerged victorious. The FBI monitored the case closely, solving it within 24 hours and apprehending the criminal. When the hacker was captured, multiple television networks broadcast the scene live, and the hacker defiantly asked on camera,
Who are you?
The audience jeered, You'll never know. Off to prison you go. Someone will tell you, once you're in. Unexpectedly, mere seconds later, the assembled reporters began to chant in unison, "Oh, my God." The hacker turned to follow their gaze, and the camera panned to a massive electronic screen embedded in the building behind him, displaying a stark white background with bold black lettering, King. In an instant, the name King echoed across the globe, and Jiang Huaixue became an overnight sensation. During the confrontation with the hacker, the chairman of Tourette called Rolf, insisting that they must retaliate against the hacker's derogatory remarks. Jiang Huaixue accepted the payment to carry out the task, resulting in the fervent incident where King rebuked the hacker to get lost. The public relished the tale, assuming King to be an arrogant figure, while the truth remained obscured. Jiang Huaixue could not reveal the details, allowing Miao Zhuzhu to indulge in her excitement. Having been classmates for quite some time, Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu discovered they shared the same goddess. Their fervent discussions flowed, exchanging information and showering one another with praises, an endless stream of admiration. Jiang Huaixue, feeling somewhat disinterested, leaned against the side, engrossed in a game. Suddenly, she overheard Miao Zhuzhu tell Nieyu, "Did you know? I heard that my goddess is actually Chinese. Do you think she could be in Dijing?" Jiang Huaixue's hand faltered, nearly causing her character in the game to be hit. Nieyu replied, "That's unlikely. Hasn't it? Dijing has such stringent checks. Hackers have little freedom there. Moreover, the rumor that King is Chinese isn't confirmed, just speculation." Miao Zhuzhu, displeased, countered, "How can it not be confirmed? Isn't it obvious that my goddess once saved people for the overseas Chinese?" 6 years ago, a significant incident occurred in F country, where a plane was hijacked with 53 passengers and 12 crew members, including 34 overseas Chinese, all taken to an undisclosed location. The terrorists set up a live stream on the dark web, claiming they would commence killing after dinner. King acted swiftly, locking down the location in 15 minutes and assisting international law enforcement in bringing all criminals to justice. Afterwards, when asked why King intervened, she responded that more than half of the hijacked individuals were overseas Chinese. This dialogue soon spread, leading many to speculate that King was of Chinese descent. Miao Zhuzhu clearly embraced this notion. Nieyu timidly suggested, "What if King is simply benevolent?" Miao Zhuzhu glared at him, asserting, "It has nothing to do with kindness. My goddess is indeed of Chinese descent, and I know it." Nieyu, noticing her slight anger, felt it inappropriate to argue with a girl and awkwardly rubbed his nose, responding ambiguously, perhaps. He believed the veracity of this rumor was rather low. Miao Zhuzhu detected his indifference and, feeling unconvinced, pinched her fingers and lowered her voice, declaring, "I have insider information." Jiang Huaixue looked up from her game with curiosity in her eyes. She recalled that several high-ranking members within the organization had no roots in the capital, so where could Miao Zhuzhu possibly acquire such insider knowledge?
Nieyu exclaimed in surprise.
"You even have insider information about King?" He added, "You all mustn't speak of this outside." Miao Zhuzhu hesitated before revealing, "My uncle, who is my father's younger brother, is part of HU.
Nieyu inquired, "How?
Hackers Union? Your uncle is that impressive?" "Yes, my uncle possesses an exceptionally high IQ," Miao Zhuzhu elaborated. "He is the head of their group and has quite the connections, confirming that this claim is true. King is indeed of Chinese nationality. Is that truly the case?" The revelation about a heavyweight in the field evidently swayed Nieyu's stance, his eyes sparkling as he leaned closer to Miao Zhuzhu, asking, "Is there more information about King?" Miao Zhuzhu regretfully shook her head, stating, "There's nothing else. King places great importance on personal privacy, and her matters have always been well guarded. If it weren't for the provocations a few years ago, during which King spoke in her true voice, the world wouldn't even know she is a woman. A female of Chinese descent. The external understanding of her is essentially limited to that." Nieyu recalled something and asked Miao Zhuzhu, "Isn't your family in the jewelry business? How does a hacker fit into that?" Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow. "Your family is in the jewelry trade?" Miao Zhuzhu responded with surprise, "Huaixue, I didn't know?" Upon realizing that Huaixue hadn't grown up in the capital and was unfamiliar with this social circle, she quickly remedied, "Oh, it's nothing. My family dabbles in jewelry and jade." Nieyu laughed. "Miao Zhuzhu, you're being modest." He turned to Jiang Huaixue, saying, "Don't listen to her. The Miao family is one of the largest jewelry and jade enterprises in the north, recognized nationally and even globally. Isn't there also a Kayan bag backing them?" Miao Zhuzhu mumbled. "Kayan bag is supported by the Qianshan Group, which is the industry leader. Our family can't compete." Nieyu replied, Your family is merely one tier below Qianbag. Only then did Jiang Huaixue realize that Miao Zhuzhu's family was indeed the renowned Miao family. Connecting this with Miao Zhuzhu's earlier mention of having an uncle in the Hackers Union, she pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that those in the jewelry and jade industry often had to operate in the shadows. Well, being one tier lower is still being lower. Miao Zhuzhu waved her hand dismissively. By the way, next week, I'm going with my uncle to inspect some raw materials. Are you two interested in joining? We have a private jet, and the flight route is all set, so it won't be a hassle. Chapter 60. Shopping at the mall. Inspecting raw materials typically involves examining unprocessed natural minerals, such as jadeite rough, crystal rough, and agate rough. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle was primarily going to look at jadeite rough this time. Nia Yu exclaimed with delight. You're going to see the raw materials yourself. Is it convenient for us to join? Miao Zhuzhu replied, of course, there's an auction happening there. And my uncle was originally going to take me to broaden my horizons. She had just thought of Jiang Huaixue's unfamiliarity with the elite circles of the capital and suddenly realized this opportunity could help her understand. After all, it's all about connections and exposure. Fundamentally, it's all about wealth. Miao Zhuzhu mused that she could gradually introduce Jiang Huaixue into the circle, leveraging her status as the young lady of the Miao family. Initially, Jiang Huaixue didn't grasp her intention and rejected the offer, saying, I'd rather not go. I want to rest at home. Miao Zhuzhu, thinking she meant their one family, huffed, what is so great about staying at home? Huaixue, let me take you out. I'll take you to gamble on stones. Gamble on stones? Niayu exclaimed with anticipation. I want to gamble on stones too. Miao Zhuzhu looked at him quizzically. With your family's wealth, you've never tried it? Don't all the young masters do this now? My family is quite strict, Niayu lamented. They don't allow us to engage in gambling, but I'd like to give it a try. Miao Zhuzhu reassured him, playing occasionally is fine. Besides, my uncle will be there and he has a keen eye, so there won't be any issues.
You can give it a shot then.
She leaned casually on Jiang Huaixue's table, saying, Huaixue, let us go together. Let the Ruan family see that you have your own circle of friends. Jiang Huaixue paused for a moment, looking at her, and then realized her intent. She initially wanted to decline, as she didn't care about the Ruan family's opinions. But upon meeting Miao Zhuzhu's eager gaze, she hesitated and agreed, all right. Miao Zhuzhu exclaimed with joy, then it settled. Jiang Huaixue scrolled through her phone, noting that there were no reports from Qianbag regarding this event. She speculated that it probably wasn't a large auction and likely wouldn't encounter any acquaintances. Without familiar faces, accompanying Miao Zhuzhu wouldn't be an issue. Before long, Saturday arrived. After breakfast, Jiang Huaixue sat on the sofa waiting for Xie Huili. Xie Huili, worried she might forget about their shopping trip, had sent her a message last night as a reminder. Last time, on Jiang Huaixue's birthday, Xie Chongyan had gifted her an unlimited credit card, and now, seeing her about to head out, he feared she and Xie Huili might impulsively visit some obscure place where the card wouldn't be usable. Xie Chongyan called for the assistant, instructing, prepare some cash and ensure you have the money for public payments. You're aware of the shopping malls under the Xie family, right? Xie nodded earnestly. I remember everything. In a while, accompany Huaixue and your aunt, and be mindful of safety. Understood, Third Master. Jiang Huaixue found it amusing. What else with you two? I'm just casually going out with aunt. She initially intended to call Xie auntie but paused and corrected herself. I'm just going to stroll around with my aunt. You're making it sound like we're about to acquire a company. Xie Chongyan smirked. If you happen to find a company you like, do let us know. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. Find what? Just then, Xie Huili entered, with Niayu trailing behind, looking dejected. Did Huaixue find something she wants to buy? Jiang Huaixue replied, ISNT this a case of birds of a feather flock together? Niayu, feeling wronged, lamented, Mom, you won't let me go out with friends. And Huaixue hasn't even said she wants anything, yet you're all about buying. Am I really your biological son? With that level of intelligence? I genuinely don't want to acknowledge you as my own, Xie Huili shot back. Is that remote area somewhere you kids should be going?
Niayu argued.
I'm already an adult. I'm not a child anymore. Besides, Miao Zhuzhu is going too, and her uncle will be there. The Miao family is surely familiar with that place. The Miao family is genuinely in business. What do you think you're adding to the mix? Stumped. Niayu suddenly had an idea upon seeing Jiang Huaixue. I'll go to protect Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue, unwittingly dragged into the battlefield of the Nia family, questioned, does she, the esteemed Jiang Huaixue, need protection from Niayu? Xie Huili was taken aback. Huaixue is going too? Where to? Xie Chongyan turned to look at her as well. Intrigued by the prospect of Jiang Huaixue traveling out of town, Nieyu had successfully diverted attention, sighing in relief. Jiang Huaixue explained. Miao Zhuzhu said her uncle is taking her to attend a jade auction and invited Nieyu and me to casually check it out. Xie Huili hesitated. I'm primarily concerned about your safety. The auction site for the jade stones was renowned for its jadeite resources, located in the border town of Ruishi in Yun province. Historically known for its unrest, adjacent to 3 countries. Xie Huili instinctively glanced at Xie Chongyan. Xie Chongyan pondered for a moment before responding, It's quite all right. Let them go. Aunt need not worry. I shall arrange for someone to follow them. Xie Huili reluctantly conceded. Very well then. Nieyu's grin stretched from ear to ear as he exclaimed. Thank you, cousin. Xie Huili shot him a disdainful glance. Mind your drool. Huaixue, let us depart. We're going shopping. This insufferable brat will carry the bags today. Nieyu cheerfully replied, By whatever you like, I can manage any weight. Xie selected a discreet vehicle from the garage, adhering to Xie Huili's wishes, and headed straight for the Baojia Mall in the city center. The bustling heart of the city on a Saturday was vibrant, yet the Baojia Mall had a notably quieter ambience. This was not due to any shortcomings of the mall itself, but rather because it specialized in luxury goods, attracting only a sparse clientele of average consumers. Xie Huili's insistence on having Nieyu carry the bags was taken quite literally. She linked arms with Jiang Huaixue and navigated from the first floor's cosmetics section to the 4th floor's luggage department. This was Xie's first experience accompanying women on a shopping expedition, and he was utterly astonished by Xie Huili's purchasing prowess. He had already made 2 trips to the car to offload their burdens, but it appeared he would soon be required to make yet another. He cast a forlorn glance at Nieyu, who subtly beckoned him to lower his gaze, revealing 7 designer bags dangling from his left arm and 9 boxes from his right. Resigned, Xie averted his eyes. Nieyu tactfully suggested to Xie Huili mother. Perhaps we could have the staff deliver our purchases to the house for convenience? Xie Huili rapidly pointed at the display rack before her, declaring, this one, and that one, except for these 4, wrap up the rest. She and Jiang Huaixue exchanged amused glances. I believe you can wear all these. Try them on when we get home, and those you don't like can simply be set aside. Jiang Huaixue's initial reluctance transformed into a compliant nod, having transitioned from her earlier objections to this acceptance within just a few hours. In the realm of shopping, Xie Huili reigned supreme. No one dared to defy her. The sales staff, already wearing a warm smile, became increasingly eager. Certainly, madam. Nieyu circled around Xie Huili like a surround sound system, persistently inquiring, Mother.
Hear me out.
In the midst of her busy schedule, Xie Huili managed to glance at him. What do you know? Shopping is about the joy of carrying your own purchases. If we have them delivered, what fun is there in that? Nieyu protested, but you aren't carrying anything yourself. Xie Huili retorted. What? Are we not in a situation where you said you could carry anything at home? You should be able to manage this. She looked at him disdainfully. Your father used to accompany me shopping without uttering a word of fatigue for an entire day. Look at you, after just a few hours. You're ready to collapse. Starting tomorrow, you'll rise early to exercise. Thus, not only did Nieyu fail to alleviate the current predicament, but he also found himself under the added pressure of his mother's exercise regimen, tears welling in his eyes. Oh, I just remembered, Xie Huili continued. I ordered a watch for your father last time. It's right across the way. Let us go pick it up together. She instructed the staff to hand over the wrapped clothing to Xie and Nieyu, ignoring their stunned expressions, and said to Jiang Huaixue, why don't you go upstairs for a coffee and take a break? We can continue shopping when I return. Jiang Huaixue exhaled quietly. All right. I'll sit upstairs for a bit. Before departing, Nieyu piled all his burdens onto Xie. Xie said, Miss Jiang, I shall also head downstairs to place these items in the car. I'll return shortly. Emerging from a mountain of shopping bags, he managed to reveal his head. Jiang Huaixue nodded sympathetically. Go on. The cafe Xie Huili mentioned was on the 5th floor, and Jiang Huaixue took the elevator up. Initially intending to rest in the cafe, her attention was drawn to a high-end men's goods store not far from the elevator. Through the arched entrance, she could clearly see a display of belts, bags, and bow ties. A thought crossed her mind. She had yet to figure out a suitable gift for Xie Chongyan. Perhaps a visit to the store would yield some inspiration. Inside the luxury brand store, only a few patrons were browsing. As Jiang Huaixue entered, a sweetly smiling sales associate approached her, greeting, Good day, madam. How may I assist you? I am looking for a gift for a gentleman. Though I haven't settled on what to get, just browsing for ideas, Jiang Huaixue replied. The sales associate, upon noticing her appearance, was momentarily taken aback, leading to a more respectful demeanor as she suggested, Certainly, madam. May I recommend ties and belts? Jiang Huaixue felt ambivalent. Those items were not within her realm of consideration, as they seemed too intimate in both purpose and implication. For her inaugural gift to Xie Chongyan, she desired something more dignified. Sensing her hesitance, the sales associate inquired, Do you have a price range in mind? I could assist you in finding something within that budget. Staff in luxury boutiques often develop a keen eye for assessing a customer's spending capacity at a glance. However, this sales associate could not quite decipher Jiang Huaixue's financial standing. Her demeanor was strikingly different from the average person, exuding an air of nobility. Yet her attire bore no visible brand. If it were custom-made, it would be understandable that the associate could not recognize it. After all, the way Jiang Huaixue wore the clothing, it could easily pass for haute couture. Yet the sales associate, having observed her for a while, noticed that the soft gray bag she casually held bore no label and appeared somewhat peculiar, akin to something off a street vendor's table. The Baojia Mall was renowned for its luxury offerings, while those who could not afford such items generally refrained from visiting. There were always a few who came merely to take photos or explore the high-end experience. For these types of shoppers, the sales staff had no desire to engage, preferring not to waste their time. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently. Price is of no concern, as long as it is suitable. The sales associate, sensing her ambiguity, cautiously suggested a briefcase. How about this men's briefcase? It is a new arrival for this autumn, crafted primarily from cowhide. You may feel the texture. It is incredibly delicate and comfortable. Jiang Huaixue glanced at the prominently displayed brand logo on the leather tag, shaking her head. The sales associate, keenly attuned to her preferences, asked, Is this not to your liking? Perhaps you would prefer this? Jiang Huaixue's eyes lit up as she pointed to a pair of black interlocking onyx cufflinks displayed in a glass case. The sales associate paused for a moment, then softened her tone. Madam, you have exquisite taste. These cufflinks are a limited edition, and we have very few in stock. This is the only pair available. As she retrieved the box containing the cufflinks from the counter, she placed it gently before Jiang Huaixue. Observe their luster and texture. They stand apart from ordinary cufflinks. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Huaixue deemed them perfectly suited for Xie Chongyan and promptly said, Please wrap them up for me. At that moment, the sales associate was certain she was indeed dealing with a wealthy heiress. Beaming, she replied, Certainly, madam. Please follow me to the payment area. Just as she was about to close the glass case, a hand adorned with sapphire blue glittering nails reached out and snatched the cufflinks, exclaiming, These look quite appealing. Darling, come take a look. The sales associate, startled, looked up to see a familiar stunning face and promptly addressed her, Miss Su. Su Tang, without acknowledging her, called to the man perusing ties not far away, Darling, let me buy you a pair of cufflinks. I think these are lovely. The man approached, glanced at the cufflinks, and remarked, They are indeed nice. If you like them, go ahead and purchase them. Wrap them up, she instructed, casually tossing a card onto the glass counter.
Miss Su.
The shop attendant caught the cufflinks but hesitated to put them away immediately. Instead, she awkwardly remarked, These cufflinks were just purchased. Do you see who bought them? Su Tang then turned around, casting a glance at the attendant before her eyes landed on Jiang Huaixue beside her. I don't care. They are displayed here, which means they belong to this store, and thus I am entitled to purchase them. As she pivoted, Jiang Huaixue, who had been obscured from view, became visible. Su Tang's husband glanced over, and a look of astonishment flashed across his face. Su Tang, displeased, pinched him discreetly and impatiently addressed the attendant. Why aren't you wrapping them up yet? The attendant, remaining motionless, awkwardly replied, Miss Su, it's a matter of first come, first served. Perhaps you could consider some other styles? Or, we could reserve a pair for you when our new stock arrives. Su Tang frowned. Are you familiar with protocol? Ignoring the attendant, she beckoned the supervisor. You there, come here. Supervisor Zhang hurried over, bowing slightly. Miss Su, what seems to be the issue? I wish to purchase these cufflinks, yet your staff insists that someone else has claimed them. However, they're still here. Have you begun to disregard me as a VIP customer due to my absence? Supervisor Zhang, apologetic, said, I apologize. She has not attended to you before and was unaware of your status. Please have a seat, and I will rectify this matter. The attendant's face paled. Jiang Huaixue glanced at Supervisor Zhang, realizing he had a plan to resolve the situation. Su Tang huffed, pulling her husband to a nearby sofa, observing the proceedings with a cold gaze. Supervisor Zhang poured Jiang Huaixue a glass of water, offering a wry smile as he lowered his voice. Madam, the young lady over there is a VIP customer of our store. Could we possibly make an exception? We would be happy to provide you with some complimentary gifts. Chapter 62. Considerate my imposition. Jiang Huaixue's fingers rested elegantly on the counter as she gently pushed the glass away, responding coolly, I require no gifts. Just have the cufflinks wrapped for me. Supervisor Zhang appeared troubled, but you see, Miss Su. He gestured toward Su Tang. Although he understood that Jiang Huaixue had expressed interest first, he could not afford to offend Su Tang, so he was determined to find a solution. Both he and the attendant found themselves in a precarious situation, with Su Tang adopting an aggressive demeanor. Girls often find it difficult to be hard-hearted, typically yielding when others plead, in hopes of not burdening outsiders. If Jiang Huaixue were to step aside, the issue would resolve itself. However, Jiang Huaixue nonchalantly replied, Why should I care what she does? She questioned, Does your store sell not only goods but also people? Supervisor Zhang was taken aback, not expecting this young lady to be so unmoved by their tactics. He quickly pulled the attendant over, chastising, Why aren't you pleading with this lady yet? The attendant glanced at Jiang Huaixue, lowering her head and murmuring, Madam, I'm sorry, but could you? She was reluctant, for the cufflinks were quite valuable, and if Jiang Huaixue purchased them, she would earn a significant commission. Selling them to Su Tang would mean the credit went to the staff member, who typically served Su Tang. She felt she had done her part advocating for Jiang Huaixue. Yet given the circumstances, she had no choice but to yield. Jiang Huaixue smiled, taking her time now. The expressions of Supervisor Zhang and the attendant shifted dramatically. Supervisor Zhang, who had been polite moments earlier, now wore a less friendly demeanor. Madam, you are making unreasonable demands. Jiang Huaixue scoffed, retorting, I am the one making unreasonable demands? The world's logic can indeed be peculiar. Often, it is others who are unreasonable, yet bystanders refrain from criticizing them, instead urging you to let it go and be accommodating. If you refuse to endure or yield, they turn the tables, chastising you for your lack of generosity and kindness. It seems as though everyone forgets who is at fault from the beginning. She tapped her fingers on the glass counter, a slight smile gracing her lips. Then let it be known that I am the one making unreasonable demands. I shall be purchasing these cufflinks today. Don't be ungrateful. By buying them, I am saving you money. Su Tang observed her with a discerning eye from the sofa, her gaze lingering on Jiang Huaixue's bag for a moment. Who are you buying this for? A boyfriend? He doesn't seem like a wealthy man, given he hasn't even bought you a proper bag. She smirked derisively. I advise you not to overextend yourself buying luxury items for others. If you have that kind of money, it would be better spent on yourself. At the very least, you could invest in a decent bag. Jiang Huaixue shot her a glance, removing her shoulder bag and coolly replying, Do you think it lacks value? Su Tang raised her chin defiantly. Are you suggesting it's a brand name? I assure you, I am familiar with every luxury brand in the world, and this one certainly is not among them. Jiang Huaixue nodded. Indeed, it is not a brand name. Su Tang's expression showed her satisfaction in this confirmation. Jiang Huaixue then flipped the inner strap of her bag outward. It's merely designed by Chris Vivian. As for the materials, she smiled enigmatically. I prefer not to disclose such details to outsiders. With a frosty demeanor, Su Tang retorted, So it's just Chris, what? She suddenly stood, stepping directly in front of Jiang Huaixue, fixating on the mark on the strap with incredulity. Impossible. Supervisor Zhang stole a glance and exclaimed, It truly is. The attendant covered her mouth, incredulous as she looked at Jiang Huaixue. Supervisor Zhang, the attendant, and Su Tang were all well-versed in high-end brands, while Su Tang's husband was less informed, merely sensing that Chris Vivian sounded familiar. Who is this person? Why are you all reacting this way? No one answered him, leaving him baffled. He had no choice but to search for the name on his phone. The search engine promptly displayed a multitude of information. Chris Vivian, ranked first among the top 10 renowned fashion designers. The royal family of X country praises Chris Vivian as the queen of design, the mother of fashion. Chris Vivian's path to success. Latest reports on Chris Vivian. Muse change her life. He scrolled through the screen, discovering crucial details. It is reported that limited edition pieces designed personally by Chris Vivian for L brand fetched nearly 60 million. The fact that limited edition works in collaboration with brands could command such high prices left him astonished, realizing the girl before him was indeed holding something extraordinary. He understood the implications, as did everyone present. Su Tang's derisive expression softened slightly as she scrutinized Jiang Huaixue more closely, reluctant to admit it. She realized this girl was remarkably beautiful, strikingly so in a way she had never encountered before. She appeared barely of age, her skin porcelain white under the bright lights, her features dazzling and refined, exuding an air of grace and nobility. She likely hailed from a wealthy family. Yet, in comparison to Su Tang, she still fell short. Su Tang raised her brow. Since you can obtain a custom piece by Chris Vivian, it seems your family is well off. Thus, I shall not hesitate to reveal my surname. Su. I am not just any Su, but one from the Su family, one of the 7 prominent families of the capital. After making her declaration, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Huaixue, anticipating a reaction of shock or fear. However, Jiang Huaixue remained unfazed, her eyelashes gently lowered, speaking calmly. Oh, I have not heard of any 7 major families. I have only heard of 7 gored children. The moment her words slipped out, Su Tang's expression shifted dramatically. And those present wore grim faces. Who among those withstanding in the capital would not know of the 7 prominent families? Jiang Huaixue's words blatantly trampled on their reputation.
Who are you?
What is your surname?
Su Tang interroga.
I would like to see who has the audacity to speak so arrogantly. However, her demeanor had no effect whatsoever on Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue casually remarked, "What is this? Are you a public servant verifying the identities of ordinary citizens? With so many questions, perhaps you should first present your credentials." Witnessing Su Tang's face flush with anger, Supervisor Zhang inwardly lamented the situation. It was merely a trivial matter of purchasing an item. He hoped it wouldn't escalate into a larger issue that could bring trouble to the store. In light of the current circumstances, he knew exactly what choice to make. With a forced smile, Supervisor Zhang addressed Jiang Huaixue. "Madam, our establishment may be unable to provide you with service. I kindly suggest you consider other shops." Before Jiang Huaixue could respond, a cold, unyielding voice echoed from behind the crowd. Unable to provide service? Turning around, they saw a strikingly handsome young man holding the door open for a lady of exquisite attire and regal demeanor. The young man said, "Mother, please be careful. The entrance here is a bit slippery." The lady ignored his caution, scanning the crowd with a displeased expression. "If you cannot provide service, then perhaps this establishment should cease operations altogether." Chapter 63. Making friends. The unexpected voice interrupted the ongoing dialogue. Supervisor Zhang, noting the person's distinguished appearance, surmised she must belong to a wealthy family, yet he was acutely aware that Su Tang far surpassed ordinary nobility and was not someone to offend lightly. When the newcomer spoke arrogantly, suggesting the store close down, his irritation grew. He maintained a serious countenance, stating, "Madam, this is a matter concerning our establishment. I kindly ask you to refrain from interjecting." "Oh, a matter concerning your establishment?" The newcomer replied with an impassive expression. "Given that your store is situated on our Xie family's land, might I also request that you relocate? After all, it pertains to our own property." Her family's land? Supervisor Zhang was momentarily taken aback, quickly piecing together the identity of the speaker. The Xie family? His complexion drained of color as he hastily glanced at Su Tang. She had already recognized the visitor, having encountered her on several occasions at social gatherings. Upon hearing the words spoken, her heart sank. "Madam Nia, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Xie Huili, returning with Niayu. Xie Huili's demeanor and expression at this moment stood in stark contrast to her previous encounters at the Xie residence, particularly in front of Jiang Huaixue. She lazily lifted her eyelids, casting a fleeting glance at Su Tang. Supervisor Zhang was unaware of the specific status of this Madame Nia, nor why Su Tang referred to her as such, but his seasoned perception immediately recognized the disparity between Xie Huili and Su Tang. Su Tang carried an air of arrogance, often tilting her chin upwards, her disdain unmistakably etched across her countenance. In contrast, Madame Nia exhibited a calm demeanor. Her gaze was dismissive, glancing at individuals only to swiftly turn away, as though any prolonged scrutiny would be a waste of time. Those subjected to such a gaze were inevitably struck by a sense of inferiority, akin to being reduced to mere dust. This sensation felt eerily familiar. Supervisor Zhang discreetly observed Jiang Huaixue, realizing the resemblance in their attitudes. The way these two women regarded others was strikingly similar. Madame Nia, with her poise and composure, accentuated the impression even further, while Jiang Huaixue's inherently laid-back demeanor rendered her superiority less pronounced during their confrontation. Apart from Su Tang's sensitivity, Supervisor Zhang merely sensed an underlying tension without grasping its full implications. Su Tang's determination to contest Jiang Huaixue over the cufflink stemmed, in part, from her anger at being overshadowed by someone she perceived as more esteemed. Accustomed to her elevated status as a daughter of the Su family, she found it intolerable that someone appeared to transcend her. Upon realizing this, Supervisor Zhang felt a wave of regret. This was what true nobility looked like, and his constant vigilance had been in vain. He had nearly brushed past a genuine aristocrat. Xie Huili did not recognize Su Tang. Her status ensured that she typically mingled with individuals of her own caliber. Had Su Tang's elders been present, she might have recalled their names. However, Su Tang, a young debutante with no direct involvement in family affairs, had never drawn her attention. "This young lady is acquainted with me? Pray tell, which household do you belong to?" Su Tang awkwardly replied, "I am the granddaughter of Su Jiangua." Although the Su family had largely transferred its business to the previous generation, in terms of reputation and seniority, they still relied on the elder generation.
11e lui lien d'Heiress immediately.
You are the daughter of Su Bo Fu's family?" she inquired. "What is your father's position in the family hierarchy?" Su Tang's voice lowered. "My father is the third eldest." Xie Huili smiled. "In that case, we have not had much interaction. It is no wonder I did not recognize you. I am more familiar with your uncle's family." Su Tang's face flushed crimson, nearly consumed by embarrassment. Though Xie Huili's words seemed innocuous, they carried significant weight. Currently, the family business was overseen by Su Tang's uncle, the prominent figure in external business dealings, while Su Tang's father, relying solely on family dividends, had little clout and presence. Xie Huili's statement that they had not engaged much was, in essence, a veiled assertion of her family's inadequacy, suggesting they were unworthy of association with the Xie or Nia families, thus rendering it improbable for her to recognize someone of Su Tang's status. Su Tang found herself at a loss for words, managing only a forced smile. "It's all right." Supervisor Zhang, unaware of the intricacies of Su Tang's family background and oblivious to the underlying implications, discerned from Su Tang's reaction that Madame Nia had struck a nerve. He silently marveled at how these noble women spoke with a subtlety that concealed barbs, appearing impenetrable while delivering words that pierced the heart. Although the atmosphere in the store was tense, he couldn't help but recall a piece of gossip he had overheard recently. Two customers had been discussing a wealthy family in the capital that had taken back their estranged daughter, but remained indifferent, showering affection only on the child they had raised. One had remarked, from a practical standpoint, this makes sense, but emotionally, the Wan family is truly heartless. Supervisor Zhang had not fully grasped the meaning at the time, but it dawned on him now. Without a foundation of upbringing and familial teachings, how could one navigate the unspoken dynamics of familial affairs or untangle the intricate web of interpersonal relationships? It was likely that while others concealed their daggers behind smiles, one might naively believe in their sincerity, completely oblivious to the hidden meanings. Fairy tales only spoke of Cinderella marrying the prince without addressing whether she could adapt to royal life thereafter or manage palace affairs effectively. Legends recounted the truth behind the switch of heirs, yet they did not mention whether the true heir, raised among commoners, could command respect upon returning to power or govern the nation adeptly. At that moment, Supervisor Zhang was unaware that one of the individuals involved in the gossip was present in the store. He observed Su Tang's silence, myriad thoughts racing through his mind. Should he speak, or remain silent? How to ease the tension in the room? Before he could devise a comprehensive strategy, he heard Madame Nia inquire, "Huaixue, what were you interested in?" Jiang Huaixue nudged the box containing the cufflinks forward, stating, "This."
11e Lily stepped closer.
Discerning that she intended to gift them to someone, and smiled, "I see you are purchasing something for a recipient." Since the news of Xie Chongyan's awakening had not been made public, Jiang Huaixue understood the need for discretion. Xie Huili quickly grasped the situation. After all this commotion, Huaixue was purchasing something on the Xie family's territory, only to be subjected to unreasonable treatment. If this were to reach the ears of the elder Xie, he would surely be incensed. Xie Huili nodded towards the stunned clerk standing by. "Please wrap this pair of cufflinks." The clerk instinctively glanced at Su Tang, recalling how determined she had been just moments ago.
Su Tang Stephen.
"Why are you looking at me? Hurry and wrap them for Madame Nia." The sales assistant, now devoid of hesitation, nimbly gathered the cufflinks. Su Tang could not fathom the relationship between Jiang Huaixue and Xie Huili, yet having regained her composure, she realized the necessity for some form of amends. A touch intimidated by Xie Huili, she offered Jiang Huaixue a warm smile. My apologies, beautiful. It was all a misunderstanding. I had no idea you were acquainted with Aunt Nia. It's akin to the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple, fellow kin failing to recognize one another. Thus, let us pretend we are strangers today. Accept these cufflinks as a token of my regard, a small gesture to initiate our friendship. Chapter 64. Are you certain you wish for me to remain here? As she spoke, Su Tang retrieved her card from her bag, intending to hand it to the sales assistant. However, Xie Huili raised her hand to halt Su Tang's action, her demeanor neither warm nor cold.
Miss Su.
There is no need for formality. How could I allow you to pay? The Xie family can certainly afford this small sum. She glanced back at Nieyu, subtly indicating for him to settle the bill. Obediently, Nieyu approached the sales assistant, stating, I will accompany you to the checkout. The sales assistant, now too intimidated to look at Su Tang, carefully carried the cufflinks and led Nieyu to the payment counter. Xie Huili positioned herself in front of Jiang Huaixue, leaving Su Tang unable to engage with Jiang Huaixue directly, compelling her to smile awkwardly. It truly was a misunderstanding. It's resolved now. Thankfully. One cannot deny that Su Tang was a person of adaptability. Initially haughty and overbearing, treating Jiang Huaixue with disdain, she nearly bore the words I have connections on her face. However, upon encountering Xie Huili and recognizing Jiang Huaixue's backing, she was willing to swallow her pride and offer contrition. Jiang Huaixue cast her a sidelong glance, pondering that this individual was not as foolish as she initially appeared. After Nieyu completed the payment, he returned with a branded bag containing the cufflinks. Xie Huili linked her arm with Jiang Huaixue's and said, Let us continue our shopping. Supervisor Zhang, believing the situation had been defused, relaxed and exhaled deeply. Yet Su Tang, well aware of the cunning tactics employed by affluent women after such encounters, felt her expression shift slightly. Madam Nia, may I have a moment? Her thoughts racing. She smiled and continued, I have long admired you, madam, but have never had the opportunity to meet you alone. Today seems fortuitous. Might I have the honor of treating you to a meal as a gesture of goodwill? Additionally, I wish to apologize for my earlier indiscretion towards this beautiful lady. Xie Huili declined. I have prior engagements for lunch with a few friends prearranged, so there is no need to trouble Miss Su.
Su Tang是my fan.
She was uncertain whether Xie Huili's words were sincere or fabricated, but she understood that if she left empty-handed today, sleep would elude her that night. She altered her strategy, attempting to seize the moment. And what about this beautiful lady? Is there anything else that catches your fancy? Allow me the chance to express my apologies. She was addressing Jiang Huaixue. The items in the store, choose a few, and I shall present them as tokens. No need. Not necessary. Xie Huili and Jiang Huaixue spoke almost in unison. They exchanged astonished glances and Jiang Huaixue smiled. Aunt, please you go first. Upon hearing the term aunt, disbelief flashed across Su Tang's face. Only Xie Sanyi and his brothers could refer to Xie Huili as aunt. Was there another familial connection with Xie Huili? Yet, among the circles in the capital, she recognized most names and faces, yet had never encountered Jiang Huaixue's.
Who exactly was she?
Xie Huili stated, Miss Su, your goodwill is appreciated, but it is unnecessary. This store is about to close for maintenance. Let us proceed to another establishment. Supervisor Zhang, who had believed the remaining matters did not pertain to him, was taken aback. What did I just hear? Closing for maintenance? This store? He abruptly looked up, exclaiming, how could that be possible? They were a brand within a high-end luxury mall, not some roadside stall. How could they simply close? He addressed her as Su Tang had. Madam Nia, are you jesting? Xie Huili smiled slightly. Everyone is quite busy. Who has time for jesting? She took Jiang Huaixue by the arm. Let us go. The remaining matters will be handled by others.
Wait.
Supervisor Zhang's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and without consideration, he stood in front of Xie Huili and the others.
You cannot leave like this, madam.
If her words were false, it would be one thing. But if they were true and the store indeed had to close, he would find himself with no recourse. Having occupied this supervisory position for less than 6 months, his seat was still warm, and he could not afford to lose it so carelessly. He had to stop Madame Nia first. Xie Huili did not display anger. She simply inquired, Are you certain you wish for me to remain here? Supervisor Zhang, puzzled, scanned the room. Jiang Huaixue regarded him with a knowing smile. Su Tang maintained a neutral expression, and Nye Yu was engrossed in his phone. Summoning his courage, he continued, Madam Nye, please have a seat. I will fetch you some tea, and we can converse properly. Su Tang closed her eyes momentarily, thinking, this supervisor cannot be saved now.
11e Lily.
In a good-natured manner, nodded. Very well. Since you insist I sit for a moment, I shall oblige. She turned to Nye Yu. Have you notified Xie? Nye Yu sent a message in response. They will be here shortly. The forced smile on Supervisor Zhang's face was beginning to falter.
They?
Who else is coming? He discreetly observed Xie Huili, Nye Yu, and Jiang Huaixue, confirming that none bore any signs of hostility. As long as there were no signs of trouble, surely they would not cause any damage to the store. He wished to escort them to the VIP area to glean their intentions. However, Xie Huili preemptively took Jiang Huaixue to a nearby sofa. Supervisor Zhang hesitated. Madam, perhaps we should sit inside? It is rather noisy out here. Xie Huili ignored him, handing an unopened bottle of water to Nye Yu. Open this. Nye Yu complied, twisting off the cap. And Xie Huili handed it to Jiang Huaixue. Have a sip. We will resolve this shortly.
Jiang Huaixue smiled. No rules.
Supervisor Zhang grew increasingly anxious, frequently glancing at Su Tang, hoping for some signal or assistance. Yet Su Tang did not once look in his direction. She was preoccupied with engaging in conversation, too absorbed in her own affairs to concern herself with his predicament. Just as he hesitated on whether to report the situation to his superiors, he suddenly heard a polite greeting from behind. Mr. Xie, what brings you here? Turning around, his heart nearly leaped into his throat. The permanent representative of Baojia Mall had entered, accompanied by an assistant. He quickly stepped forward to greet them, but they passed right by him, seemingly unaware of his presence. The representative, beaming, stopped beside the sofa. Mr. Xie, long time no see. You look as radiant as ever. This was one of Xie Huili's capable subordinates, and she graciously returned the compliment. Standing, she shook hands with the representative, courteously stating, It's been a while. I apologize for disrupting your work today. Not at all. It is our oversight, the representative replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. I was informed by Xie that you had left. I didn't realize you were still in the store and had not prepared a drink for you. If you don't mind, would you like to come up to the office for a moment? Xie Huili smiled. No need. I am here at the request of the store's management. Please, attend to your matters. Once resolved, I will guide the children to continue shopping. Only then did the representative glance behind her, first shaking Nye Yu's hand before hesitantly asking Jiang Huaixue, and this lady is? Xie Huili replied, This is Huaixue. With an outsider present, she refrained from revealing Jiang Huaixue's exact identity, yet her affectionate demeanor conveyed a sense of closeness. The representative felt a flicker of curiosity, but wisely refrained from probing further. Chapter 65. Temporary closure for maintenance. Jiang Huaixue, discerning from Xie Huili's demeanor, recognized that the representative before them was likely trustworthy. She extended her hand for a handshake, simply introducing herself as Jiang Huaixue. As the supervisor handed her a business card, he mentally repeated the name several times. To appear alongside Xie Huili, with such an intimate connection, regardless of whether he had previously known her or not, he would certainly come to know her in the future. Su Tang, standing by, also committed this name to memory. Jiang Huaixue. Was it Jiang or Jiang? Which prominent family in the capital was she associated with? After greeting Xie Huili and her group, the supervisor turned to Zhang, his expression laden with complexity as he scanned the latter. Close the doors. We will cease operations starting today. Zhang's heart plummeted to his throat. General Manager Ho. He wished to protest, but the supervisor interjected with unwavering authority. Tax matters, inventory lists, customer feedback, all require thorough review. This is a notification, not a discussion. No further words are necessary. Please proceed. Zhang felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Struggling to suppress his panic, General Manager Ho, this is unacceptable. The supervisor cut him off. You were expecting directives from above, were you not? Just a moment, I will address this matter personally. He certainly had the contact details of the regional heads of these brands. The supervisor stepped into a corner to make a call and returned, nodding to Zhang. All right, you may now report to your superior. Zhang, in a daze, unlocked his phone, but before he could dial, he received a call from his superior. Trembling, he answered, only to be met with a furious reprimand. What have you done? The headquarters called me directly. Are you trying to sabotage my promotion this year? Let me tell you, you are finished. Stand by for your last shift today. Someone will replace you tomorrow. The rest of the tirade faded into incoherence as Jiang felt himself teetering on the brink. The words "you are finished" echoing relentlessly in his mind. In a hazy moment, he seemed to hear General Manager Ho telling Madame Nia that everything was nearly resolved, and then saw her party being escorted out. He thought he even glimpsed the usually haughty Su Tang anxiously chasing after them. The phone call ended, and the staff in the store, upon hearing the supervisor's announcement, wore expressions of trepidation. Jiang watched as the supervisor sighed in his direction.
Jiang.
When you first took office this year, we even had a meal together. I praised you as an intelligent person, yet how could you make such a glaring mistake? In the capital, even tossing a cigarette that can hit several influential figures, how could you not know whom to avoid? You thought you were elevating some while diminishing others. But instead, you were merely playing on a seesaw. Offending someone is one thing, but when they choose to leave, why not rejoice in their departure instead of clinging to them? Keeping the principal around to observe only ensures that the scrutiny will be harsher. Do you not understand this principle? Jiang could only mutter, I didn't anticipate it, I truly didn't. The supervisor sighed again. In this world, there are countless things you cannot foresee. Nothing can be anticipated entirely. Furthermore, if you stood firm in your own principles, such a blunder would not have occurred. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts. It was too late for such words now. He believed that after this incident, Jiang would undoubtedly grasp these truths deeply.
Jiang.
Desperate to comprehend, asked, I just heard General Manager Ho refer to that lady as General Manager Xie. Who exactly is she? The supervisor paused, contemplating the revelation as inconsequential. She is married into the Nie family, but retains the surname Xie. You've heard of Master Xie-san, haven't you? She is his only maternal aunt. I call her General Manager Xie because she is also a major shareholder in our company. Jiang was rendered utterly speechless. Observing the pallor on his face, the supervisor patted his shoulder. It's all right. Do not dwell on this. Perhaps taking some time off would do you good. With that, he felt he had done his duty and departed with his assistant, leaving Jiang standing alone. A staff member approached, about to inquire about the situation, but suddenly noticed Jiang Huaixue and collapsed to the ground with a thud. The staff member gasped, quick, someone call for help. Manager Jiang has fainted. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaixue and her companions remained unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the store. After extricating themselves from the entanglement with Su Tang, they continued their exploration upstairs. Xie Huili linked her arm with Jiang Huaixue's, elaborating on the Su family's circumstances. When it comes to familiarity with the intricate web of aristocratic ties in the capital, who could rival the esteemed Xie family? With effortless ease, Xie Huili untangled the convoluted relationships. Niayu followed behind, feeling a mix of emotions as he listened to her speak with the tenderness of a mother instructing her daughter, reminiscing about his own childhood when he struggled to remember various uncles and would often misaddress them, resulting in a reddening of his ears. Truly, he must have been picked out of a trash bin. In truth, it was not a problem if one did not grasp all these details. Xie Huili gently adjusted Jiang Huaixue's collar, her voice soft. Given our family status, there is no need for you to understand all of this. Others will cater to you. If you are interested, I can share more. If not, simply ignore them when you encounter such individuals. Jiang Huaixue, still adjusting to the proximity of others, tightened her jaw until Xie Huili's hand finally withdrew, allowing her to relax. Hearing Xie Huili's words, she smiled. Rest assured, Aunt. In truth, she was eager to learn but felt no pressing need to do so. Not to mention that the Wolves organization had a dedicated intelligence team capable of providing her with any information she desired. Even Song Junliang from Qianshan Group frequently mingled within elite circles. She just deemed it unnecessary. Her current endeavors required connections, but they were far from the heights these individuals could attain. Xie Huili, relieved that Jiang Huaixue remained unaffected by Su Tang's antics, felt a weight lift from her heart. The grievances caused by Su Tang could not be handled as directly as the store supervisor had, but the Xie family would not let such matters slide. These issues, she decided, would not be shared with Jiang Huaixue. After all, she thought, Huaixue is still young and does not need to be burdened with the convoluted machinations of adults. Jiang Huaixue remained unaware that in Xie Huili's eyes, she was simply a kind-hearted, innocent young girl. Niayu, curious, asked her, by the way, when Su Tang offered to give you something, you declined. What were you going to say? Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment. Oh, I wanted to say that she seemed destined for misfortune, and I did not wish to accept gifts from someone likely to encounter bad luck.
Oh.
Now both Xie Huili and she turned their attention to her.
You tease it? Bad luck? What do you mean by that?
Are you suggesting she has wronged you? Jiang Huaixue shook her head. No, I could tell the moment I saw her that she was about to suffer financial loss. And it would affect her fortune for quite some time. She added, this has nothing to do with me. Her impending misfortune is not caused by me. In their field of metaphysics, many matters concerning oneself could not be precisely predicted. For instance, Jiang Huaixue could foresee her own short lifespan but could not discern the specifics. She knew her life was extended but could not see how long or until which date. Upon first meeting Xie Chongyan, she felt an odd connection. Realizing there was a karmic bond between them, yet she could not foresee the future trajectory of their relationship. It was akin to the proverbial healer, who cannot heal themselves. Thus, if, as Niayu suggested, Su Tang's misfortune stemmed from Jiang Huaixue, then Jiang Huaixue should not be able to perceive the specific signs of her misfortune and would sense the karmic connection instead. The fact that Jiang Huaixue could see it indicated that the events soon to unfold for Su Tang were unrelated to her. She elaborated on this reasoning, and both Xie Huili and she displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. Only Niayu remained curious. I have always wondered why healers cannot heal themselves, and why practitioners of metaphysics cannot predict events related to themselves. Xie Huili shot him a glance. Are you a walking question mark? So many inquiries all the time. Niayu's questions were indeed those of a typical outsider, yet they reflected the common reaction of many ordinary individuals upon first encountering such concepts. Jiang Huaixue exhibited remarkable patience as she elucidated. The adage physician, heal thyself, holds little truth, for medical practitioners often specialize in distinct fields. Some excel in ophthalmology, while others focus on treating common colds. Thus, when beset by illness themselves, they cannot necessarily guarantee their own adeptness at healing. Furthermore, when the matter concerns oneself, emotions such as disappointment, anxiety, and fear invariably cloud one's judgment. It is akin to the notion that those who offer sagacious comfort to others often find themselves lamenting when faced with their own tribulations. She smiled lightly, adding, doctors are often better at aiding others than they are at salvaging their own situations, and those who possess insight into the fates of others can seldom discern their own. Reflecting on her past life, Jiang Huaixue felt a tinge of melancholy. The realm of metaphysics is fraught with complexities, making it difficult to ascertain whether one acts in accordance with destiny or in defiance of it, and it is laden with numerous taboos compared to other professions. Niayu nodded vigorously. Indeed, I reassured my roommate when he failed a course, yet when I found myself in a similar predicament, I fretted daily about my graduation. Realizing the implications of his words, he suddenly halted. Xie Huili, however, had already grasped the situation. What? You have failed a course? Niayu, though surrounded by few people, found himself unable to escape his mother's scrutiny. Xie Huili placed her fingers on his arm, exerting a gentle pressure while maintaining a beaming smile. Do elaborate. When did this occur? Caught off guard, Niayu exclaimed, Mom, please let me explain. Xie, with genuine kindness, intervened, not to shield Xie Huili but rather to restrain Niayu. Consequently, Niayu found himself ensnared in a playful verbal sparring match. Jiang Huaixue observed with a smile, her eyes sparkling as the earlier hint of gloom dissipated. Ultimately, Niayu confessed his academic misadventures, and his mother relented. Xie Huili, adjusting her sleeves, resumed her elegant demeanor. She turned to Jiang Huaixue. Dear, where would you like to dine for lunch? Though she had previously made casual plans with Su Tang, they were merely a pretext. Her intention was to spend the day shopping with Jiang Huaixue, making it impossible to meet with anyone else.
Niayu interjected eagerly, Mom, I fancy Cantonese cuisine.
Jiang Huaixue replied, I am quite flexible. I have no dietary restrictions, and am not picky. Reflecting on Jiang Huaixue's preferences from her last birthday, Xie Huili decisively declared, Then let us have Sichuan cuisine. I know a delightful private restaurant. Jiang Huaixue agreed. Sounds good. Niayu protested, Mom, that seems entirely contrary to my request. Xie Huili regarded him, her left eye marked with the word fail and her right with course, prompting Niayu to fall silent. Very well. It appeared that those with a history of academic failures were not entitled to dictate lunch plans. The private restaurant Xie Huili mentioned was over half an hour's drive from the Baojia Mall. During the ride, Jiang Huaixue perused the information Q had sent her. Previously, she had requested Q to investigate the peculiar individuals who had surfaced in the capital over the past few years, particularly those who had interacted with Uncle Lu, associated with Jing Yuhua. Q had compiled everything neatly and even included updates regarding internal matters. There have been continuous incidents over in E-continent. Would you like to go check it out? Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow slightly, responding, not at the moment. With her grandfather nearing the capital, she intended to spend time with him. Q sent an emoji of someone kneeling. All right then, Jiang Huaixue considered, and added, do not hesitate to contact me if any issues arise. She then opened the extensive dossier. Q's information-gathering abilities were exceptional, with text and images meticulously organized. Over the last decade, the notable masters of metaphysics in the capital were neither too numerous nor too few. Most led average lives, with only a select few achieving prominence. Among those who had encountered Uncle Liu, 2 individuals stood out. One was Ding Yilin, who primarily operated within the entertainment industry, often engaging in dubious dealings. The other was not the individual Liu referred to as Jiang Huaixue, but rather Xiang Sun. Their meeting was fortuitous. Uncle Liu's car broke down, and his phone was dead when he happened upon Xiang Sun, who lent him his phone, thus forging their acquaintance. They met several times afterward, but the specifics of their discussions remain a mystery, and soon after, Xiang Sun vanished. Furthermore, Xiang Sun was exceedingly enigmatic, always appearing in a hat and mask regardless of the weather, more concealed than the average celebrity, as if he had something to hide. Despite Q's remarkable capabilities, he could not locate a photo of Xiang Sun without his disguise. The clearest image was captured from a hotel surveillance camera, showing him dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap, black-rimmed glasses, and a disposable mask. He appeared to be over 6 feet tall, neither stout nor slender, lacking any distinctive features, making him difficult to identify in a crowd. Jiang Huaixue scrutinized this photograph for some time, zooming in on her phone screen, her eyes narrowing slightly. There was something unsettlingly familiar about this individual. Possessing an exceptional memory, she could recall everyone she had ever met. Yet, at that moment, as she rifled through her mental archives for any familiar faces, none matched this one. Others might dismiss such a sense of recognition as mere illusion, considering the multitude of strangers in the world who might share similarities. However, Jiang Huaixue's intuition insisted that it was no mere figment of her imagination. She absently caressed her phone, deep in thought. Her lack of recollection, juxtaposed with the feeling of familiarity, suggested that perhaps she had not encountered this person directly, but had encountered him through some other means. But where could that have been? Huaixue, what occupies your thoughts? Are you feeling tired? Xie Huili leaned over, noticing her daughter's inaction with the phone, and kindly suggested, there are still a few minutes until we arrive. Perhaps you could watch a show to perk yourself up before lunch. Jiang Huaixue did not decline her mother's thoughtful gesture, responding with a smile. She picked up the remote and casually changed the channel, landing on a popular young star participating in a variety show interview. Jiang Huaixue's knowledge of the entertainment industry was limited, yet she recognized the young man's name as he had surged in popularity this year. With his endorsements saturating the market, his face and voice were ubiquitous, making it nearly impossible for anyone to claim ignorance of him. Even Nieyu, a self-proclaimed non-fan, could accurately name him without raising his head from his phone upon hearing his voice. Who is watching Luli? Many girls in my friend circle are crazy about him. In the show, Luli seemed to have just participated in a game and faced a penalty from the host, who asked him to choose between truth or dare. And he opted for truth. The host teased, what does Luli envision as his ideal girlfriend? Luli's expression subtly shifted, yet he adhered to the conventional responses expected from male celebrities. Someone with fair skin, long hair, a gentle disposition, and a deep understanding of me. Appearance isn't paramount. Character is what truly matters. This answer was emblematic of the standard template employed by male stars in the entertainment industry. Out of 100 male celebrities, 99 would respond similarly when asked about their ideal partner, emphasizing fair skin, long hair, and personality. Whether they genuinely adhered to these criteria in their dating lives remained a mystery. The host was aware that she would not extract anything substantial from him. She merely posed the question to generate buzz for the show. The promotional teaser would tout Lu Li's revelations about his ideal girlfriend type, undoubtedly attracting a surge of attention. Xie, seated in the driver's seat, also caught wind of the conversation and discreetly glanced in the rear-view mirror. Noting that it was Jiang Huaixue watching the show, the program transitioned to the next segment. After a while of observing Lu Li, Jiang Huaixue typed his name into the browser, and the screen immediately filled with numerous articles. She clicked on various related photos and watched a few short videos, aiming to gain a general understanding of this rising star. However, before she could delve deeply, they arrived at the private restaurant, prompting Jiang Huaixue to stow her phone and exit the vehicle alongside Xie Huili. Before dining, Xie Huili was brimming with energy, eagerly expressing her intention to continue shopping with Jiang Huaixue in the afternoon. However, as soon as she indulged in her meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. It was midday, and before she even set down her chopsticks, fatigue was already evident on her face. Nieyu, this naive boy, failed to recognize the moment to gracefully retreat, instead playfully coaxing his mother to conclude the shopping plans, jesting, "Mom, you just laughed at me. See, you're tired now. Aren't you?"
Ha ha ha.
Xie Huili's slightly furrowed brows immediately lifted. "Who says I'm tired? I'm not tired. I could shop for another 8 hours this afternoon." "Nie greku." Jiang Huaixue. She turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of Xie's darkened expression. Fearing that Nieyu might utter something incendiary and that Xie might not be able to resist giving him a beating, she hurriedly used the communal chopsticks to serve Xie Huili a piece of meat. "Aunt, why don't you try this?" Jiang Huaixue's calling of Xie Huili as Aunt had become increasingly natural, and her interactions with the Xie family felt more effortless. It must be said that amidst the light-hearted banter of Xie Huili and Nieyu, it was difficult for anyone to remain tense. Xie Huili felt a warmth in her heart, realizing that her long-held dream of having a daughter had now been fulfilled. Jiang Huaixue had already reached about 80% fullness. Yet she waited patiently until Xie Huili set down her chopsticks before pushing her plates slightly forward. Having not been out for a long time, she felt a bit weary after a morning of shopping. Rubbing her temples, she pretended to be tired. "Aunt, shall we call it a day here and continue next time?" Xie Huili had been waiting for someone to offer her an easy exit, but her own biological son was utterly oblivious. Hearing Jiang Huaixue's suggestion, her delight was impossible to conceal. "Are you tired, Huaixue?" "Just in time. I'm feeling a bit weary too. Let us head back to rest, recuperate our energies. And when something fun comes up in a couple of days, we can return to shop." Jiang Huaixue smiled in agreement. Xie Huili asked Nieyu to call the family driver for pickup, explaining that they would need to wait a moment. Then inquired if Jiang Huaixue wanted to head back first. Jiang Huaixue, feeling a bit shy about leaving before the others, replied, "Let us all go together." While they were conversing, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open. A man in his 30s, sporting a crew cut, entered alongside a handsome young man wearing a mask. Upon seeing the occupants of the room, both men momentarily froze. The man with the crew cut, adhering to his professional instincts, scrutinized Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu. Xie stood up, asking, "May I ask who you are?" The man inquired, "Isn't this room reserved by teacher Luli?"
Luli.
Jiang Huaixue's attention sharpened at the mention of the name. "The popular male star was here today as well?" Xie remained polite. "No, you've entered the wrong room. Please step outside and verify." My apologies, my apologies." The man quickly apologized, retreating. Yet his gaze lingered on Jiang Huaixue with unmistakable conflict. He understood that anyone dining here was likely affluent, yet the young woman's circumstances appeared exceptional. As the door was halfway closed, the man gritted his teeth and suddenly pushed the door open again. Xie Huili and the others looked on in surprise, while Xie stepped forward cautiously to block him. "What do you want?" The man's physique was notably muscular, with a hint of visible aggression. Clearly not someone whom an ordinary family could afford. A tremor of apprehension coursed through him, yet he steeled himself, unwilling to leave empty-handed. He presented a business card with both hands, forcing a smile. "I would like to inquire if this young lady," he gestured towards Jiang Huaixue, "is interested in the entertainment industry?" Nieyu nearly spat out his tea, turning to scrutinize the crew-cut man. "Are you a talent scout?" The man introduced himself. "I am a manager from Zhongxing Media. My surname is Guan. I am here to discuss collaborations with my artist," and entering the wrong room was indeed an accident. Zhongxing Media is a well-established entertainment company, one that anyone familiar with the industry would certainly recognize. Xie Huili found the name familiar and uncertainly asked Nieyu, "Isn't that the company owned by the Deng family?" Nieyu pondered for a moment. "I believe so." Manager Guan, hearing them mention the surname of a major shareholder so casually, felt a jolt of astonishment, realizing this family likely had an extraordinary background. He cast another hopeful glance at Jiang Huaixue, hesitatingly stating, "Many people enter the entertainment industry for fun these days, but if this young lady is interested." Jiang Huaixue stood to accept the business card from his hand. Manager Guan felt a surge of joy, only to hear Jiang Huaixue ask, "Is Lu Li one of your artists?" He was puzzled by her question, wondering if she was perhaps a fan of Lu Li. Yet her demeanor did not suggest that at all. Yes, he carefully articulated. Teacher Lu Li is a senior idol to many of our new artists. Jiang Huaixue nodded. I'll think about it and contact you later. Up close, Manager Guan became even more convinced of Jiang Huaixue's natural beauty, her features untouched by cosmetic alterations. Her skin was flawless, her bone structure exquisite. While undeniably stunning, she also exuded a rare aura of coolness, likely a reflection of her upbringing and affluence. Her every gesture hinting at her remarkable poise. He would bet his life that placing this girl in the entertainment industry, even if she were merely a decorative figure, would ensure her rise to fame. Upon hearing Jiang Huaixue's willingness to consider the offer, he was elated. Aware that excessive persistence could lead to annoyance, he sincerely apologized once more before exiting. Once he left, Niayu inquired, Huaixue, you actually accepted his business card. Are you genuinely interested in the entertainment industry? Jiang Huaixue placed the card in her bag. Let us see. But the entertainment industry seems rather chaotic, Niayu remarked. Having witnessed numerous events related to it, and harboring a dislike for the overall atmosphere of that world. Xie Huili playfully smacked him. What's the big deal? If Huaixue wants to go, do you think our Xie family can't protect her? Niayu scratched his head. That is true. After all the commotion, the Nie family's driver arrived. After Jiang Huaixue helped Xie Huili into the car, she rode back to Baitawan with Xie Shi at the wheel. These past few days, Xie Chongyan had intensified his rehabilitation exercises and was practicing walking in the living room. Upon seeing Jiang Huaixue enter, he lifted his head, seemingly momentarily distracted, causing his body to sway as if he might fall. Jiang Huaixue immediately tossed her belongings onto the sofa and rushed forward to support him. Chongyan. Half of Xie Chongyan's body leaned against her, seemingly lacking strength, with his head resting on her shoulder, his thick short hair brushing against Jiang Huaixue's cheek. Chapter 68. Affection and tenderness. It's alright, I'm just not accustomed to it yet. Xie Chongyan shifted slightly, attempting to regain his balance but failing. Almost tumbling off Jiang Huaixue, she quickly wrapped her arms around his waist, helping him lean against her as they moved toward the sofa. She frowned slightly. Why didn't you call someone to accompany you? Xie Chongyan remained silent for a moment. I thought I could manage. Jiang Huaixue paused, sensing a hint of bitterness in his tone. A once exalted individual, unjustly rendered unconscious and nearly losing his life, now had to relearn the most basic ability to walk. The psychological gap was immense, and it was understandable that he would prefer to shield his vulnerabilities from others. Her voice softened, initially intending to guide him to the sofa. She altered her approach. It's fine. Let us walk a bit longer together. Xie Chongyan hesitated. Am I being too much trouble for you? He was so close to her that his warm breath brushed against her ear as he spoke. Jiang Huaixue instinctively stiffened, but, remembering Xie Chongyan's condition, she reassured herself to relax. There's no trouble at all. I'm here to support you. Just take it slow. She pressed one hand against his back while the other held his arm, guiding him to walk slowly. If you can't go on, just rest for a moment. No need to rush, you'll recover gradually. Xie Chongyan seemed to sense her discomfort and instinctively distanced himself slightly, murmuring, Thank you. In the kitchen, butler Yang, who had been peeking through the door, was utterly astonished. No, he distinctly remembers that Third Master left quite briskly yesterday. How could he appear so feeble today? He isn't that old. Surely, he cannot suffer from memory confusion so swiftly? Steward Yang stood with his mouth agape, gazing at the gentle and unassuming Xie Chongyan, who was half leaning, half supporting himself, and then glanced at Jiang Huaixue, who was patiently assisting him in walking slowly. After a moment of realization, he suddenly understood. The art of feigning weakness is indeed an age-old and unfailing tactic. Jiang Huaixue had been supporting Xie Chongyan for nearly half an hour when she noticed a fine sheen of sweat on his brow, mistaking it for fatigue. Would you like to take a rest? She inquired. Xie Chongyan nodded and said, I'll have Steward Yang push me upstairs for a shower. Jiang Huaixue helped him back into his wheelchair, intending to call for assistance, but she was surprised to see Steward Yang emerging from an unseen corner. She greeted him, sensing a fleeting oddity in his expression before he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Steward Yang wheeled Xie Chongyan away while Jiang Huaixue settled on the sofa, resuming her viewing of the video of Lu Li that she hadn't finished in the car. After a while, she switched pages to review the information about Xiang Sun. So that was the source of the déjà vu she experienced. No wonder, she found Xiang Sun familiar, yet could not recall anyone resembling him in her memory. She had indeed never encountered anyone with a similar presence in reality, only catching glimpses of him in ubiquitous advertisements. Lu, the rising star with a promising future, and Xiang Sun, an enigmatic figure shrouded in mystery. Their physiques, heights, and gaits exhibited pronounced differences. Upon closer inspection, it seemed improbable that the two could be related. Yet, Jiang Huaixue enlarged a photograph from the electronic dossier, capturing Xiang Sun seated in a cafe, waiting for someone. It is challenging for individuals to constantly control certain subconscious actions. Some habitually tuck their chins, others walk with an imbalance between their feet, and some maintain a long-term shoulder tilt. Coincidentally, both Xiang Sun and Lu from the variety show exhibit a shared inclination to tilt their heads slightly inward when seated. Such a habit is not particularly unique. But when combined with a similar aura both men exude around Jiang Huaixue, it became a compelling piece of evidence. A rare curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to send another message to investigate Lu. Q replied almost instantaneously. No way, have you also started to idolize celebrities? I've heard that the status of stalker fans in the entertainment industry is rather low. Jiang Huaixue responded, somewhat exasperated. I suspect he and Xiang Sun are the same person. Please verify. This time, Q ceased responding, likely rushing to conduct the investigation. As Xie Chongyan descended the stairs, he heard a clear male voice emanating from Jiang Huaixue's phone. He tightened his grip on the sides of the wheelchair, maintaining a gentle expression. What are you watching? Jiang Huaixue casually replied, a variety show called Poverty Travel. Is it good? It's passable. I mainly watch for a male celebrity named Lu, who is quite popular this year. Xie Chongyan maintained his composure. Does Huaixue prefer this type of male star? Jiang Huaixue often chatted with him casually, not thinking much of it, replied honestly, yes, quite handsome, but I don't have any particular feelings toward celebrities. Just as the camera panned away from Lu, she looked up at Xie Chongyan and remarked, there is something peculiar about him. Xie Chongyan smiled softly. Oh? What is it? Do you need me to look into it? Jiang Huaixue's suspicions remained unconfirmed. She pondered for a moment before responding vaguely. Not for now. I suspect he may have another identity related to metaphysics. I'll observe more closely. Seeing Xie Chongyan's mobility hindered, she poured him a cup of warm water and handed it to him. When he accepted it, their fingertips briefly touched before parting. He lowered his gaze and murmured a thank you, sipping the water slowly. Jiang Huaixue appeared polite and courteous to everyone at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could discern her inherent aloofness. When Xie Chongyan first met her, he felt she regarded everyone as mere clouds, leaving no trace of their presence in her eyes. It was akin to how Xie Huaixue expressed her indignation whenever their one family was mentioned, while Jiang Huaixue herself seemed emotionally detached, treating their one family's parents as if they were strangers. Xie Chongyan could even sense that her disdain for them stemmed not from how they treated her, but rather from their sheer selfishness and foolishness. It was not a deliberate display of indifference. Rather, it emanated from a genuine inner coldness that set her apart. Yet, once she categorized someone within her domain, an unexpected warmth enveloped them. This warmth felt like an enormous, soft cotton cloud. Lying upon it, one would feel infinitely embraced, with a sense that they could be forgiven for anything, an indulgence that could lead one to a boundless descent into oblivion. The rest of the Xie family had yet to grasp such profound insights. Niayu, for instance, simply felt that Jiang Huaixue had become increasingly amiable. Only Xie Chongyan, who spent every day in her company, began to perceive the nuances. A preference for tenderness is most irresistible, especially when bestowed by someone like Jiang Huaixue, who appeared so serene and composed. Xie Chongyan wondered if she had ever treated others in such a manner. Would those who received such treatment become complacent, lost in the indulgence and favoritism? If one were to become ensnared in the exceptional treatment she offered, longing for more, what would she do then? Chapter 69. No one is worthy. The sunlight bathed the living room in warmth, and on the table not far from Jiang Huaixue lay a bouquet of rosemary freshly arranged by the maid, clusters of pale purple flowers blooming closely together, their gentle fragrance invigorating the senses. Both Xie Chongyan and Jiang Huaixue were disinclined to retreat to the study upstairs, instead opting to sit quietly in the living room, tending to their respective matters. The steward, gauging the time, quietly replaced their tea with warm refreshments and presented them with sliced fruit. Jiang Huaixue's train of thought was interrupted by his actions as she lifted her gaze from the computer. Chongyan, my grandfather will arrive 3 days from now in the morning. Let us have a meal together then. Just moments ago, Song Junliang had sent her the remaining itinerary. confirming the time of their arrival in the capital. Xie Chongyan set down his notebook, his expression turning serious. All right, I'll arrange for a restaurant. Does grandfather Jiang have any dietary restrictions? No need for preparation. Jiang Hongren particularly enjoyed the culinary skills of a chef at Qianshan restaurant. And Jiang Huaixue had made arrangements early in the morning. I already have plans. I just wanted to ask if you prefer dining at Qianshan or inviting the chef to our home. Living under the same roof. Jiang Huaixue had overheard much about the Xie family's affairs and was aware that their previous conflicts had escalated to a boiling point. 2 days prior to dinner, she had distinctly heard old Master Xie berating Xie Chongyan over the phone. From a distance, she could hear clearly as the elder expressed his fury regarding a meeting held by the Xie family, where Xie Chongyan's cousin, Xie Deong, had demanded the elder relinquish power. Old Master Xie was not infuriated merely by the power struggle but by the fact that Xie Deong had audaciously revealed some of his clandestine overseas dealings during the meeting to seize control. To procure a batch of materials, Xie Deong had collaborated with the mafia from Country I, boasting about his newfound channels. He claimed that the Xie family's main branch was left with only old Master Xie, who could hardly hold on, while Xie Chongyan's parents had passed away. And his elder brother was serving in the military, hardly returning home throughout the year. Thus, he believed he should lead the Xie family toward broader horizons. Old Master Xie was seething with rage. He thinks he has struck a bargain, being sold while counting the money for others. How could our Xie family have such a fool? Even if the Xie family were to be destroyed, he resolved not to let it fall into the hands of that scoundrel. In the early years, due to circumstances, no prominent family was entirely innocent. The Xie family had also engaged in secretive business dealings. However, as times changed and the domestic situation evolved rapidly, with many members of the Xie family entering the military and politics, those clandestine affairs had long been buried beneath the surface. The Xie family now stands cleansed, while those besmirched by unwholesome deeds have long since fallen from grace. Xie Deong, untouched by such tumult, remains oblivious to the complexities at play and the current circumstances. However, old Master Xie cannot tolerate the thought of him dragging the entire clan into disarray. After listening to the elder's words, Xie Chongyan fell silent for a few moments before replying, "Let him be. I shall manage the aftermath." At that moment, Jiang Huaixue cast a glance at him, wishing to inquire about the specifics, to see if she might lend a hand. Yet, considering her complicated situation abroad, she thought better of it. Should she intervene, the Xie family might find themselves embroiled in her troubles, rendering her assistance counterproductive. Xie Chongyan did not question how she had procured a reservation at the renowned Qianshan restaurant or managed to invite the illustrious chef to their home. "Are you concerned that my going out might leak information?" he asked. "Worry not. We are already prepared to make an announcement." With this in mind, a lingering doubt arose within him. Logically, after she had broken that curse, the one who cast it should have contacted Xie Deong. He had assumed Deong would have known of his awakening by now. Jiang Huaixue replied, "He likely believes that while I can break his curse, I cannot awaken you." Those adept in metaphysics often think this way. Their extraordinary abilities, perceived as supernatural by the common folk, lead them to be lauded over the years, instilling in them a sense of exceptionalism. It was akin to the last time they dealt with the Jing family, when Jiang Huaixue queried Jiang Huaixue. "Since everyone speaks of causality, why do some still dare to assist others in committing wrongdoing?" Jiang Huaixue countered, "If everyone knows that crime leads to punishment, why do you think people still commit crimes?" Jiang Huaixue admitted, "I asked a foolish question. The answer, of course, is humanity's inherent propensity for luck. Perhaps I am the exception, a spell that requires no incantation, compelling countless individuals to risk themselves. However, you have yet to fully recover." Jiang Huaixue hesitated, asking, "Will your appearance have any repercussions?" Xie Chongyan replied, "It is of no consequence. It will not affect anything." After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Huaixue instructed, "Close your eyes." Xie Chongyan, puzzled, complied, and gently shut his eyelids. Jiang Huaixue pricked her fingertip, allowing a drop of crimson blood to fall upon his forehead, and then, drawing upon his fortune, she inscribed a sigil with her blood. Previously, she had utilized spiritual energy. This time, her fingertips' blood proved remarkably effective. Xie Chongyan felt as though his legs were submerged in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting warmth, yet he also detected the metallic scent of blood. His eyelashes fluttered, instinctively opening his eyes. "Huaixue, are you injured?" he inquired. Jiang Huaixue retrieved a tissue and wrapped her fingers with it. "It's merely a small wound." Xie Chongyan said nothing. instead maneuvering his wheelchair to retrieve the medical kit, silently disinfecting her hand, and applying a bandage. Jiang Huaixue glanced at him. Are you displeased? I ought not to be. Xie Chongyan responded, still holding her hand, meeting her gaze. You act for my benefit. If I were to be upset, it would imply I am ungrateful for your kindness. Yet, Xie Chongyan's eyes, dark as night, held a depth greater than most, and when he focused on someone, it felt as though he possessed an undeniable allure. I hope you do not suffer even the slightest injury for such trivial matters. Sensing he had held her hand for too long, he shifted his fingers, releasing her, tidying the medical kit before adding, a young lady ought to cherish herself. Jiang Huaixue chuckled softly. You're quite the character. She jested, a mere fingertip wound? Even if the bandage were to remain a bit longer, it would heal on its own. It is not a matter of the wound size, Xie Chongyan replied. Casting her a glance, it is that no one is worth such concern. Do not broach this topic. Jiang Huaixue paused, her mind flashing back to a previous life filled with thunder and lightning, a landscape of spiritual formations. Had she not known Xie Chongyan could not possibly hail from her era, she might have suspected he possessed some knowledge. Clearing her throat, she redirected the conversation. Let us schedule the welcoming banquet for Elder Jiang at Qianshan Hotel. Xie Chongyan had no objections. Having spent time together, Jiang Huaixue had gleaned a general understanding of the Xie family's preferences without needing to consult him. She sent the dietary requirements and preferences to the contact noted as Chef Xia. Many outsiders believed that Qianshan Group initially ventured into the jewelry business, yet in truth, its first undertaking was in the culinary arts, with its rapid rise later attributed to jade and gemstones. At that time, Jiang Huaixue accompanied Jiang Hongren on a visit to friends in a neighboring province. While Jiang Hongren engaged in conversation with old acquaintances at a tea house, Jiang Huaixue wandered outside. She strolled along the paths flanking the riverbank when she lifted her gaze to see a figure shrouded in darkness standing on the bridge. The now-renowned Chef Xia, at that moment, was a hapless soul driven to the brink of despair by his brother's machinations, contemplating a plunge into the river. To be candid, Jiang Huaixue had not intended to intervene. It was a tempestuous world, and she, an outsider unaware of the circumstances, felt no obligation to meddle in another's fate. Yet, unexpectedly, the man, on the verge of death, called out to her, Little girl, where are your elders? The rain has just fallen, the ground is slippery. You should come up and walk carefully. Chapter 70. Chef Xia weeps bitterly upon hearing his voice. Jiang Huaixue looked up. The man on the bridge finally discerned her features. She was a petite girl, youthful in appearance, yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, reminiscent of snow on a mountain spring, cool and distant. Their gazes locked, and a shiver coursed through him, bringing him back to a state of clarity. Jiang Huaixue remained still by the riverside, and he hesitated before descending from the bridge. Concerned that the girl might be frightened, he stopped a few paces away. Little girl, where are your family? How can they leave you alone out here? Jiang Huaixue paused before responding. Aren't you about to jump into the river? Startled, Chef Xia blurted out, How do you know? Jiang Huaixue did not answer but continued to question him. If you are to die, why concern yourself with the fate of passing strangers? Although she was young, her demeanor exuded calmness. Her voice still bore a hint of childishness, yet it did not come across as naive. Chef Xia instinctively answered her question. Because you are still so young. He was worried that this passing child might meet with misfortune due to her youth. Jiang Huaixue remained silent, remarking, Your child at home is also very young. Chef Xia was taken aback. My family? I have no children. His wife had been unwell, and throughout their years of marriage, they had been unable to conceive. After consulting doctors, they were told that if they wished to conceive naturally, they must take time to recuperate. Perhaps it was destined that he would have no offspring. Over the years, they had gradually come to accept this reality. When he decided to leap into the river, he thought to himself, thankfully, they had no children, otherwise, how would his wife manage the household alone? His brother sought to drive him to despair, constantly creating difficulties, and had already caused his wife much suffering. This could not continue. Once he was gone, his brother would surely relent, and his wife would finally be free from the burden of his failures. Yes, Jiang Huaixue stated calmly, there is one in your wife's womb. Chef Xia stared at her,
Stunned.
In later reflections with Song Junliang and others, he would often argue that his initial reaction was entirely normal. Who would not be bewildered when a stranger on the street informed them that their wife was pregnant? Jiang Huaixue added, It is likely a daughter. Chef Xie and his wife had once dreamt of having a delicate and adorable daughter. His chaotic thoughts began to comprehend the words of the young girl before him, his eyes widening as he trembled. Why you? Jiang Huaixue ceased speaking and turned to leave. Chef Xie raced home, his mind swirling with the child's words. Your child at home is also very young. In your wife's womb. It is likely a daughter. He thought he must be losing his mind, for he had begun to entertain wild dreams based on the casual remarks of a chance encounter. He dashed up the 3 flights of stairs and burst through the door. His wife was seated on a chair, one hand clutching a pregnancy test while the other held her phone, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and anticipation. Upon seeing him burst in, drenched in sweat, she exclaimed in surprise, "What happened?" Master Xie's gaze fell upon the 2 unmistakable red lines on the test, and his heart raced with tumultuous emotions. His wife, suppressing her joy, remarked, "I was just about to call you, but we should still confirm this at the hospital." Before she could finish her sentence, her hand flew to her mouth in shock. Master Xie's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor, sobbing as he clung to her legs. "Wife, I am so sorry." Later, at the dining table, his wife recounted how startled she was, initially fearing that Master Xie had done something to betray her trust. Fortunately, he managed to clarify the situation just in time, sparing himself from an embarrassing confrontation. The following day, he spent the entire day waiting by the riverside until he finally encountered Jiang Huaixue. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he nearly bowed to her, insisting that he must treat her to a meal. Jiang Hongren, who was strolling with Jiang Huaixue, perceived Master Xie's earnest nature but noted his unfortunate circumstances, and thus offered to accept the invitation on her behalf. However, as the meal progressed, Jiang Hongren found himself too preoccupied to speak. Master Xie's culinary skills were simply exceptional. Whether it was humble dishes like tofu, tomatoes and cabbage, or extravagant seafood, fish, shrimp, beef, and lamb, he crafted each dish to perfection. Not only Jiang Hongren but even Jiang Huaixue indulged in an extra bowl of rice. After the meal, Jiang Hongren glanced at the now empty plates and felt a pang of embarrassment. As they sat conversing in Master Xie's modest living room, Jiang Hongren cautiously remarked, "It seems like your luck has not been very favorable these past 2 years." Master Xie sighed with a bitter smile. "It's not merely bad luck, rather. It is a misfortune that has befallen my family." It turned out that Master Xie hailed from a distinguished family renowned for Huaiyang cuisine, with roots tracing back to the last feudal dynasty, boasting a lineage of culinary excellence and several thriving restaurants. As the only son, he had been groomed from a young age by his father to inherit the family legacy. However, tragedy struck when his mother passed away during his teenage years, and his father remarried, bringing home a half-brother. This stepbrother, ambitious and resentful, viewed Master Xie as a rival. While their father was alive, he kept his animosity in check, but after his father's passing, he unleashed his hostility without restraint. Together with their stepmother, they forced Master Xie out of the Xie household, depriving him of any inheritance, and even causing turmoil at his restaurant by spreading false rumors about his culinary abilities, claiming he had caused deaths due to his cooking. In a small town, rumors can be more damaging than the truth. Thus, despite the baseless nature of these allegations, they became widely believed. Unable to sustain his restaurant, Master Xie faced bankruptcy, selling off many possessions to repay debts, and encountered insurmountable obstacles in finding employment. His stepbrother openly declared that anyone who dared to hire him would face his wrath, causing everyone to shun him like a venomous snake. His wife also suffered from the fallout, subjected to whispers and gossip. In utter despair, Master Xie contemplated ending his life, reasoning that since he had no parents or children, his death would liberate his wife from the burden of his misfortunes. Had he not encountered Jiang Huaixue that day, he might have indeed taken that fatal leap. The river was 5 meters deep, and he could not swim. Thus, jumping in would surely mean certain death. Upon returning home and seeing his wife, he trembled in fear, realizing just how close he had come to leaving his unborn child as an orphan. He could not fathom how his wife would manage on her own while pregnant. With a few hard slaps to his own face, he resolved to pick himself up. If one path was blocked, he would find another. If he could not thrive in this city, he would seek a new one. Life was precious, circumstances were transient, and with a loving wife and an impending child, he refused to succumb to despair. Renewed with determination, he expressed his gratitude once more to Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Hongren had not anticipated that before he could speak, Master Xie had already found his resolve. He felt a bit awkward having enjoyed a meal without being able to offer any guidance. He glanced at Jiang Huaixue, who pondered for a moment before addressing Master Xie. Starting anew in a different city requires capital. You don't have any funds at the moment, do you? Master Xie had exhausted most of his savings repaying debts, leaving him in a dire financial situation. How about this? Jiang Huaixue proposed. I will provide the funds, and you can contribute your skills as a partner. We can open a restaurant together. Master Xie nearly leaped in shock, vehemently shaking his head. No, no. That is not possible. I cannot accept your money. You have already done so much for my family. Jiang Hongren was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively turned to Jiang Huaixue, knowing she was no ordinary child. She possessed remarkable intelligence and often had surprisingly astute ideas. At home, he treated her as an equal, and even now, he instinctively sought her opinion when faced with challenges. Yet, he had not expected her to suggest co-founding a restaurant. Jiang Huaixue replied, "Why would that be unacceptable? I am not merely donating. I intend to be a business owner." Master Xie responded with a touch of bitterness. "In my current situation, receiving your investment would be akin to charity. I've already resolved to move to another city and find an honest job to support my family." The trauma from the previous restaurant's failure still lingered in his mind. Jiang Huaixue observed him, about to inquire whether he lacked confidence in his culinary skills when a soft thud caught her attention. She looked toward the television, where a scroll of calligraphy hung, gently swaying in the breeze. The scroll bore the elegant inscription, "The autumn moon in the vast sky. My heart is as serene as a blue lotus." This was a verse by Li Bai, though the handwriting appeared to lack the finesse of a master. Jiang Huaixue asked, "Did you write this yourself?" Master Xie, following her gaze, blushed as he admitted, "Yes, I wrote it casually a while back. My wife hung it up. I hope you don't find it laughable." As the scroll continued to brush against the wall, producing a rhythmic, delicate sound, she felt an intuitive connection. She inquired of Master Xie, "Do you believe in what I say?" Having previously been saved by her, he suspected her to be of mysterious origins. Upon seeing Jiang Hongren, who exuded a certain ethereal quality, his apprehension deepened. Noting Jiang Huaixue's peculiar gesture, he hurriedly affirmed, "I absolutely believe you." Jiang Huaixue pointed at the calligraphy, saying, "The great rock rises with the wind, soaring up to 90,000 miles. I just performed a divination, and it indicates that co-founding a restaurant, like the phoenix taking flight, will soar high, translating to significant profits and achievements." She handed Master Xie a card. "Take this." Master Xie was taken aback. Significant profits? He struggled to believe he could achieve anything great, yet he found himself inclined to trust Jiang Huaixue's words.
Jiang Hongren chuckled.
"Don't think she is merely comforting you. She genuinely has divined this, a phenomenon known as Meihua Weiing." He proceeded to explain the concept of Meihua Weiing to Master Xie, detailing Jiang Huaixue's remarkable insight. While much of it was beyond his comprehension, he fully grasped how extraordinary Jiang Huaixue was. In essence, if she claimed there would be profit, then there would undoubtedly be profit. Like a condemned man unexpectedly receiving a pardon, a flicker of hope ignited within Master Xie. Tentatively, he accepted the card, glancing between Jiang Hongren and Jiang Huaixue, and finally at his anxious wife. "Shall I give it a try?" This leap of faith led to the inception of the Qianshan Group's initial venture. Regarding the name Qianshan, numerous speculations circulated outside. Some believed it reflected the founder's lofty aspirations, encompassing the essence of traversing myriad mountains and rivers, while others suggested it was a name crafted by a consultant to signify wealth and prosperity. Each time Master Xie hears these rumors, he finds himself in a state of bemusement, as if witnessing his daughter tackle elementary school reading comprehension questions. On this blustery night, with the moonlight dimmed, what sentiments does the author convey? The reality is far less intricate than what the public speculates. Master Xie, a man of considerable intellect, enjoys perusing books and listening to lectures, and during festive occasions, he personally composes a few love poems for his wife. When tasked with naming his daughter, Jiang Huaixue, he pondered for an extended period before finally recalling a well-known 5-character quatrain by Lu Zongyuan titled River Snow. Unbeknownst to him, the name Jiang Huaixue had an alternate origin, and as he contemplated, the last 2 characters Jiang Shui seemed fitting for his benefactor. However, upon further investigation, he discovered that the name had already been registered, leaving him no choice but to derive a name from the first 2 characters of the opening line, Qianshan. Thus, Qianshan Jiang Shui was born, subtly linked to the illustrious Qianshan group, a name that signifies rebirth for Master Xia's family. Had they not encountered her, not only would they have missed out on future wealth and prosperity, but Master Xia would have perished in the river, leaving his wife and daughter to suffer in solitude. He even commissioned a longevity plaque to be placed in their home, praying for Jiang Huaixue's health and happiness. After a few days of residing in the city, Jiang Hongren and Jiang Huaixue prepared to return to the southwest.
En route.
Jiang Hongren inquired about Jiang Huaixue's unusually generous actions. Is there a particular reason for this? While Jiang Huaixue frequently assists others, such grand gestures are not her usual style. Their collaboration in running a restaurant has created a bond, albeit one she typically finds cumbersome. Jiang Huaixue replied with a hint of melancholy. Perhaps it is a case of shared suffering. Jiang Hongren, puzzled, questioned the nature of their shared plight, wondering if they both lacked parental figures. He was unaware of the moment when Jiang Huaixue stood by the bridge, posing a profound question to Master Xia. When facing death, should one still consider the plight of strangers? Master Xia's response was inconsequential. What mattered was that, in that fleeting moment, she glimpsed her past self amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Once the venue and time for the welcoming banquet were confirmed with Xie Chongyan, he relayed the information to the elder Xie. While Jiang Huaixue informed Nie Yu and Xie Huili, Xie Chongyan's elder brother, Xie Qingsun, remained stationed with the military, rarely returning home, making his attendance unlikely. Meanwhile, Nie Yu's father was preoccupied with work, leading Jiang Huaixue to request Xie Huili to inquire on her behalf. Intrigued by Jiang Huaixue's grandfather, Nie Yu mused over her impressive feats, speculating on the extraordinary prowess of her master. Anxiously, he fretted aloud. Should I get a new hairstyle? Does your grandfather accept boys with bangs? Or does he prefer a buzz cut? Would he rather see someone in a robe? Should I buy one? If I fail to impress, will he hold it against my family? Jiang Huaixue advised him to temper his expectations, citing, Sun Wukong is the great sage equal to heaven, while Tangxing is merely a mortal seeking scriptures. Nie Yu's attention shifted. You actually read Journey to the West. His expression mirrored the one he wore upon seeing Jiang Huaixue enjoy milk tea. I also watch Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf, she added. Why does he always view her as anything but ordinary? Xie Huili, on the video call, playfully rapped Nie Yu on the head. Get lost. She was considering a more serious matter. What are Mr. Zhang's interests? Is he fond of antiques?
There.
Gardening? What would be an appropriate gift for our first meeting? Jiang Huaixue, understanding this to be a fundamental etiquette of the Xie family, shared a few of Jiang Hongren's hobbies, while Xie Chongyan attentively listened. Upon discussing gifts, Jiang Huaixue remembered she had purchased something for Xie Chongyan, and after concluding the video call, she retrieved the gift box and placed it in his hands. Heiress, a little something I picked up for you today. Do let me know if you like it. In Chapter 72, I am most honored, Xie Chongyan was taken aback by Jiang Huaixue's thoughtful gesture, having not expected her to remember him while shopping with Xie Huili. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she observed him, momentarily rendering him lost in thought. He instinctively opened the gift box to reveal a pair of exquisite cufflinks. With a playful smile, Jiang Huaixue suggested, try them on, let us see how they look. Xie Chongyan reached for the cufflinks, but his other hand was occupied with a laptop, making the task rather cumbersome. He struggled to manage, appearing somewhat pitiable, akin to a large dog unable to perform a simple task. Finding amusement in his predicament, Jiang Huaixue squatted before his wheelchair, gently taking the cufflinks from his fingers. As she drew near, a delicate fragrance reminiscent of bamboo and snowflakes enveloped him. Xie Chongyan's gaze fell upon her tousled hair, his wrist warming under her watchful eyes, causing his breath to hitch slightly. Dressed in a French shirt that had not been meticulously arranged at home, the sleeves hung loosely at his wrists, revealing a strong, pale forearm with long fingers and defined knuckles. Jiang Huaixue guided the cufflink through the shirt sleeve, adjusting its position and fastening it, instantly bringing order to the cuff. She delicately held his wrist, tilting her head to meet his gaze, and asked, How does it look? I thought it suited you perfectly at first sight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows danced in the room, and her laughing eyes sparkled with fragmented light, her lush eyelashes fluttering like a small fan. Xie Chongyan found himself unable to control his gaze, feeling a tightening in both his wrist and heart when she fastened the cufflink. Though separated by a layer of fabric, he could suddenly sense the warmth of her fingertips, an indescribable emotion washing over him, igniting a warmth in his skin. He averted his gaze, hastily glancing at the cufflinks, mumbling, "They look good. I really like them." Unaware of the undercurrents, Jiang Huaixue fastened the other cufflink and admired the overall effect, pleased to remark, "For my first purchase of such an item, I didn't expect it to turn out so well." Xie Chongyan looked at her, intrigued. "Your first time?" "Indeed," Jiang Huaixue replied, returning to her seat on the sofa. "After all, my grandfather seldom wears shirts, let alone accessories like cufflinks or ties." A smile crept onto Xie Chongyan's lips, his deep-set eyes brightening with amusement. He softly remarked, "Then I am truly honored." Following this, Jiang Huaixue noticed that Xie Chongyan seemed particularly cheerful that evening. His demeanor visibly relaxed during dinner and the leisure time thereafter. Even the gardener sensed the change and discreetly remarked to the housekeeper, "Is the third master celebrating something today?" The housekeeper cast a furtive glance at the two strolling in the garden, where Jiang Huaixue crouched amidst the flowers, animatedly discussing something with Xie Chongyan, who regarded her with a focused and tender expression. The housekeeper swore he had never witnessed such warmth from Xie Chongyan towards anyone in private. He whispered, "Perhaps it's nothing significant, simply the company of another." The gardener, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" The housekeeper, with an enigmatic shake of his head, replied, "You wouldn't understand." After their walk, Jiang Huaixue retreated to her room to shower and practice, bidding farewell to Xie Chongyan. He, however, declined the housekeeper's assistance and returned to his bedroom alone, carefully placing the cufflinks in a safe. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the full moon illuminated the night. As he gently traced his wrist, sitting in quiet reflection for a considerable time. 3 days later, upon entering the capital, Song Junliang kept a constant update on their itinerary. After estimating the time, Jiang Huaixue proceeded to the Qianshan restaurant's main location. She greeted Master Xie and checked the seating arrangements in the private room before returning to the entrance to await Xie Chongyan. He had mentioned he would arrive in approximately 3 minutes, and while she was engrossed in replying to messages on her phone, she heard someone call her name. "Huaixue?" Jiang Huaixue turned her head, meeting a pair of affectionate peach blossom eyes. "Xie Xian. It truly is you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." He unabashedly displayed a look of astonishment and extended his hand. "It seems that after a few days apart, you have grown even more beautiful." Jiang Huaixue glanced at his hand suspended in the air, showing no intention of shaking it. "Thank you for the compliment." Xie Xian, undeterred, drew back his hand with ease. "After the last banquet, I inquired about your number from Aunt Wan and sent you a friend request. Did you see it?" Jiang Huaixue replied coldly, "No, I do not entertain friend requests from strangers." Xie Xian chuckled. "Before we were strangers, but once we connect, we become acquaintances, don't we?" Jiang Huaixue chose to ignore him. Xie Xian pressed on. "Are you waiting for someone? Who are you dining with?" "None of your concern." Jiang Huaixue frowned, stepping aside. Though Jiang Huaixue's demeanor was frosty, Xie Xian was increasingly spirited. The allure of a flower easily plucked diminishes. What he craved was precisely this thorny rose. Imagine the satisfaction of one day seeing the aloof flower capitulate to him, the indifferent beauty whispering sweet nothings. It would be an unparalleled sense of achievement. Xie Xian remarked, "This restaurant is quite renowned. It's tough to secure a good table without connections. How about I help you switch to a private room with your dining companion?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "Not interested." Xie Xian moved to stand directly in front of her. Adopting a considerate demeanor, dining in the hall is hardly tranquil. Besides, how could I bear to let you sit at a common table? Is that what dining should be? Jiang Huaixue let out a slight laugh. Xie Xian's eyes lit up, thinking he had finally swayed her, only to hear her say, "Then didn't the authorities issue you an ID card as well?" Xie Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing she meant that possessing an ID didn't equate to being deemed a person. He was openly mocked, yet instead of feeling anger, he found it amusing. How intriguing! He was drawn to witty and articulate beauties. Jiang Huaixue, growing impatient with his persistence, raised her hand as if to push him away. However, her gaze drifted past his shoulder, and her movement slowed. At that moment, Xie Xian also heard a low, familiar voice behind him, accompanied by the soft sound of wheels turning. "Is that so? What else do you fancy? The Xie family?" Xie Xian's reaction was immediate. He turned sharply, his hair standing on end in disbelief. "Xie Chongyan?" "He is not dead." Seated in a wheelchair, Xie Chongyan, despite being positioned lower, exuded an unmistakable air of superiority through his austere brow and piercing gaze. He regarded Xie Xian as one would a mere weed by the roadside. Devoid of emotion, It seems my cousin is quite surprised to see me. Xie, flustered, stumbled over his words. Aren't you supposed to? His father had sought the assistance of a master with exceptional skills, rumored to be a figure of legendary status. Those who encountered Xie often remarked on his extraordinarily unique fate, declaring him untouchable. Save for that master, who claimed to have found a way to bring him down. Recently, he had overheard his father conversing with the master, who had ominously stated that someone had broken the curse, prompting his father to search in the capital, particularly focusing on those who had harbored grievances against him. His father had even inquired anxiously whether Xie would awaken, to which the master had coldly replied, "Impossible. My curse has endured for ages. The one who breaks it is considered a person of exceptional caliber. As for reviving him, a futile dream, unless one is the child of destiny." Only then had his father felt reassured. What, then, was the current situation? How could Xie be here? Wasn't he on the brink of death? Chapter 73. The harmonious voices of Tu Xie replied nonchalantly, "What should I do?" Xie abruptly closed his mouth. He awkwardly stammered, "Nothing. I was merely wondering why no one was notified of my cousin's awakening." Everyone was quite concerned. His voice dwindled to a whisper, eventually trailing off as Xie fixed his steady gaze upon him. From a young age, Xie had harbored a fear of this cousin, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. When Xie had still been compliant, Xie had treated his family with considerably more kindness than outsiders. He was strikingly handsome and seldom displayed anger. Most of the time, his emotions were inscrutable. Yet Xie could sense an underlying dominance and coldness within him. Xie felt this was not solely his issue. To his knowledge, very few within the Xie group were unafraid of Xie. He had witnessed a notoriously irritable senior employee of Xie smiling and showing utmost respect towards Xie, as if even the most arrogant individuals were subdued in his presence. With Xie brilliance casting a long shadow, the rest of the family appeared as mere fragments. Whenever the Xie family was mentioned, it was Xie remarkable talents and profound insights that were extolled. Though Xie, too, was a young talent in his own right, he had long lived in the shadow of Xie, feeling stifled and resentful. He had once believed that with Xie downfall, he would be free from this enduring constraint. Yet now he found himself confronted with the reality of Xie's awakening. Reflecting on the actions taken by his family, Xie secretly believed that Xie's revival was too late. The Xie family would ultimately fall to his father. Yet he could not suppress the urge to shrink back. He hesitantly suggested, "Cousin, may I go in to eat?" Xie replied with a semblance of a smile, "Did I just hear you express your preferences?" Xie realized he was defending Jiang Huaixue, but he was uncertain how she had entangled herself with Xie. Facing a woman and losing face was quite uncomfortable. His complexion shifted from red to pale, then to a sickly hue. "I was abrupt with Miss Jiang." "Xie, if you realize you were abrupt, then you should apologize." Xie's eyes twitched. "Cousin, is that truly necessary?" "It was merely a jest," Xie stated. "If the person involved does not find it amusing, then it is not a jest. Although you may not comprehend this principle," he calmly reiterated, "apologize." Xie glanced at his expression and ultimately dared not defy him, hesitantly nodding towards Jiang Huaixue. "Apologies, Miss Jiang." Jiang Huaixue replied, "You may express your apologies, but I do not accept them." Xie's gaze flared with irritation, contemplating how she was ungrateful. Certain he would eventually win her over. Yet with Xie present, he felt restrained from saying anything. Anxiously, he inquired of Xie, "Cousin, may I leave?" Xie remained silent, and Xie took it as acquiescence. After striding over 100 meters, ensuring he was out of sight, he finally exhaled a long sigh. Xie brushed his hand against his back, realizing his shirt was clinging to him due to sweat. He paid little mind and hastily dialed his father. Once Xie fled in disarray, Jiang Huaixue seamlessly moved behind Xie, taking over the wheelchair from Xie's hands. Over the past few days, she had little to occupy her time aside from reviewing Luli's information and assisting Xie with his rehabilitation. Perhaps with someone's help, the progress had accelerated. Xie's condition was visibly improving, and he could stay on his feet for longer periods. However, the doctor still recommended moderation in activity and suggested using a wheelchair whenever possible. "It seems Xie is quite intimidated by you," Jiang Huaixue jested. Recalling how at Wanru Man's engagement banquet, he had not displayed such trepidation, even towards his father. Xie Chongyan replied, "Perhaps he fears my retribution." He slightly turned his face, lowering his voice. "Has he been persistently bothering you?" Jiang Huaixue clarified, "No. Today is our second meeting." She recounted the events from the engagement banquet. "He must have obtained my number from the Yuan family. He called me once, but I blocked him. And he sent me a friend request, which I also ignored." Xie Chongyan's expression darkened. What a brazen individual. Xie Shi, who had been listening, furrowed his brow in agreement. Once they entered the private room, with only the three of them present, there was no fear of outsiders overhearing. Xie Shi began sharing information from his past investigations into Xie Xian. Xie Xian had a significant flaw. He was lecherous, with a penchant for beautiful women, often engaging in scandalous affairs. Originally, when he was younger, his father, Xie Daong, had hoped that he would pursue a career in the military or politics. However, it soon became apparent that he had inadvertently caused a young girl to become pregnant that year. The constraints of a military or political career were too numerous. Xie Xian was audacious and headstrong, and insisting he follow that path would only lead to his detriment. Thus, Xie Daong had no choice but to relinquish his aspirations. Previously, Mi Ping had informed Jiang Huaixue about the situation at Zhongling Chun Club, and Xie Shi was privy to even more details. Upon hearing of a banquet that severely transgressed moral boundaries, Xie Chongyan raised a hand to signal him to cease speaking, not wanting to sully Huaixue's ears. Xie Shi was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Jiang Huaixue was a girl and might find such topics distasteful. Accustomed to mingling among men, he momentarily overlooked this consideration. However, a furtive glance at Jiang Huaixue and Xie Chongyan, despite his usual dullness, sparked a flicker of doubt within him. Was Third Master genuinely concerned for Miss Jiang due to fraternal affection? Jiang Huaixue, oblivious to his subtle expressions, was engrossed in the menu, furrowing her brow in contemplation. She had an inkling that she had forgotten something important, all thanks to Xie Xian's interruption, which had derailed her previous train of thought. What was it she intended to do? She mentally reviewed the attendees for the day, but could not pinpoint anything amiss. The Xie family had arrived well before the agreed time, and as she engaged in conversation with them, her earlier thoughts faded into the background. If she couldn't recall it, it couldn't have been significant, could it?
Nie leaned closer to Jiang Huaixue.
Eager to share the knowledge he had acquired over the past few days regarding gambling stones. Look, these books are all about identifying and appraising raw stones. While I can't comprehend everything at once, I can grasp the general concepts without much issue. Jiang Huaixue examined the titles carefully. Indeed, these volumes were quite well written. Her words did not sound like those of an amateur speaking about unfamiliar subjects, but rather like a connoisseur providing insights into the expertise of others. Unaware of her perception, Niayu continued, "I think they're quite impressive, though some parts are beyond my understanding and the comprehensible sections are difficult to master. Yet, they are undeniably remarkable." Jiang Huaixue replied, "You are quite impressive yourself." Niayu, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "I've managed to make some headway. Once we arrive in Yunnan, I'll take you along to prosper." Jiang Huaixue replied slowly, "In light of your statement, I would prefer to accompany you, ensuring you do not end up losing so much that you faint from despair." Just then, a knock resounded at the door of the private room. Xie Huili adjusted her attire and called for entrance. The attendant opened the door, bowing to admit the waiting guests, Song Junliang and Jiang Hongren, who entered almost simultaneously. Jiang Huaixue stood and called out, "Grandfather." Xie Huili, puzzled, inquired, "President Song?" Their voices harmonized perfectly. In that instant, Jiang Huaixue's fragmented memory returned. She had a sudden revelation. She had forgotten to inform the Xie family about Qianshan Group before Jiang Hongren and the others arrived. Upon hearing Jiang Huaixue's address, Xie Huili looked in surprise at the kindly elder beside Song Junliang. Could this be Mr. Jiang? She then cast a puzzled glance at Song Junliang, wondering how he came to be here. Song Junliang replied, "I am accompanying Mr. Jiang." He too was curious. What brings President Xie here? As the head of Qianshan Group in the capital, Song Junliang had frequently interacted with prominent families and naturally knew Xie Huili. Yet, neither could comprehend why they were both present in this venue. After exchanging bewildered glances, the entire room turned their attention to Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue, under the gaze of everyone, struggled to articulate, "I can explain this matter." 10 minutes later, Niayu's mouth fell agape. "So you are the legendary behind-the-scenes boss of Qianshan Group?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "It was a matter of chance."
Xie Huili, inadaze, murmured Xue.
The esteemed Xie, I see now. Jiang Huaixue clarified. It was all a misunderstanding. Song Junliang's expression shifted. The Xie family? An arranged marriage? Jiang Hongren's demeanor grew serious. He had never heard Jiang Huaixue mention this. Fiancé? Xie Chongyan, whose interest was piqued by the conversation, straightened his back and declared solemnly, Jiang Huaixue interjected, this is actually a fabrication. It is merely a public declaration of engagement. Privately, Xie Chongyan and I share a sibling relationship, which we will disclose in due time. The elder Xie nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is merely a temporary arrangement. Xie Chongyan queried. Perhaps he can still reconsider? However, it was evident that Jiang Hongren and Song Junliang relaxed upon hearing this, their expressions brightening. Song Junliang chuckled. I told you Huaixue is still quite young. How could she be engaged? Jiang Hongren nodded in agreement. Xie Chongyan pressed his lips together. Only Niayu remained lost in astonishment, resting his chin in contemplation. My deskmate is actually the owner of Qianshan Group. Does that mean my future wife could be Satomi Ishihara? The crowd responded in unison. Xie Huili smiled, placing a hand on his arm, urging him subtly, wake up. Niayu, feeling aggrieved, covered his arm. My deskmate is already so remarkable. Can I not even dream? Yet, Xie Huili herself was filled with emotion, recalling how young Huaixue had been, just in her teens, when she established such a monumental enterprise. If this were to be made public, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Song Junliang remarked, yes, a few years ago we debated whether to disclose Huaixue's information, but considering she was still in school and underage, it could lead to numerous complications, so we decided against it. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that he was vaguely aware of Jiang Huaixue's potentially dangerous international identity, which made him feel it was unsafe to expose her to the public eye, hence the secrecy. Finally, once she reached adulthood, she found socializing troublesome. Song Junliang feigned a helpless expression, resigned to the choice of a boss he had to accept. Laughter filled the room. Though the two parties were meeting for the first time, Song Junliang's humor and charm enlivened the atmosphere, while Jiang Hongren exuded warmth and approachability, devoid of any aloofness typical of a master of metaphysics. Xie Huili, too, attentively catered to everyone present. As the dinner reached its conclusion, it was a splendid gathering, with Jiang Hongren and elder Xie calling each other brother, while Song Junliang and Xie Huili eagerly discussed potential collaborations. As the feast began to disperse, everyone presented the gifts they had prepared for one another. In this moment, Niayu felt a surge of pride, believing he had prepared the most suitable offering. Just as he was about to unveil his luxurious men's watch, Xie Huili presented a set of ivory, tourmaline, and rosewood prayer beads. Stunned, he halted his actions. Turning to elder Xie, he noticed he had gifted a Songpin House 7-piece tea cake, which had fetched an astonishing price of 8 million at an auction a few years prior. Niayu, he cast a final glimmer of hope towards Xie Chongyan. Xie Chongyan opened a rectangular gift box. I heard Mr. Jiang has an appreciation for calligraphy and paintings. This is an authentic piece by Wang Shiji. What do you think? Jiang Hongren stepped forward in astonishment to examine it. Authentic works by renowned artists are priceless.
Nia's vision darkened.
Song Junliang presented several gift boxes, humbly stating, they aren't worth much. Merely some charms added for good fortune from Mr. Jiang to carry with you. As Niayu slowly opened a box, he found a droplet-shaped piece of Hetian mutton fat white jade inside. His fingers trembled. This top-tier jade, now enhanced with a charm from a master of metaphysics, left him momentarily unable to estimate its value. The people in the room continued to exchange pleasantries. Not worth much. If you like it, I'll keep an eye out for you next time. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Consider it a trinket, just something to fidget with. Niayu clutched his watch gift box, wearing an expression of existential doubt. Is this what they call Versailles? Fortunately, the masters of Versailles were soon whisked away in the vehicles arranged by Jiang Huaixue, each returning to their respective homes. On the journey back to the Nia residence, Xie Huili and Niayu sat together. Niayu was initially languidly scrolling through his social media feed when he suddenly heard Xie Huili emit a peculiar laugh. Startled, he nearly dropped his phone, shivering with apprehension. Mom, what's wrong? Xie Huili glanced at him lightly. Oh, nothing much, just lost in thought. Then, why do you laugh in such a frightening manner? Niayu inquired, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms, feeling as though he were in the background of some eerie horror film. To his surprise, Xie Huili did not scold him but instead huffed. I find it laughable that the Yuan family fails to recognize the brilliance before them, mistaking pearls for mere fish eyes. How absurd that the Yuan family disdains their own daughter as humble upbringing, claiming she lacks the sophistication cultivated in the imperial capital over many years. They are oblivious to the fact that Jiang Huaixue surpasses their so-called socialite by countless measures, excelling not only in beauty and grace, but also in career achievements and connections far beyond the average aristocratic level. Xie remarked, "The other day, I saw a forum online where someone posed the question, if you discovered a child had been swapped at birth, would you switch them back? The overwhelming majority answered no. I find it hard to comprehend, particularly given the Yuan family's immense wealth. Why can't they treat Huaixue with kindness?" Xie Huili responded, "Haven't you heard of parents who care little for their unworthy offspring? What does that mean? Parents who do not love their seemingly useless children?" Xie suddenly became serious, contemplating, "Mom, does that mean?" He hesitated, feeling somewhat inadequate himself, pondering what Xie Huili's feelings towards him might be. However, as a university student, he felt embarrassed to inquire about love. Xie Huili, seeing through his thoughts, smiled gently. "Rest assured, you still have some value. Much more than a char siu bun. At least you can alleviate my boredom from time to time." Chapter 75. A familiar scheme. After bidding farewell to everyone, Jiang Huaixue returned to Bitao Courtyard with Jiang Hongren and Xie Chongyan. As anticipated, Jiang Hongren was quite pleased with the surrounding environment and the house. The three conversed in the living room for a while before Jiang Huaixue took Jiang Hongren to the study for a private discussion. The study was equipped with a set of frequently used tea utensils, and Jiang Huaixue leisurely began to brew tea. As the scalding water poured over the tea set, a plume of white steam rose, and Jiang Hongren's previously warm smile faded, replaced by a sigh. "Speak. What is truly going on?" Having lived with Jiang Huaixue for many years, he understood her well. "You, my dear, are cold on the outside but warm inside. You've known for quite some time that your biological parents are different, yet you've never sought them out. Was it out of fear that your existence and short lifespan might cause them pain?" Observing her demeanor today, he queried, "Did the Yuan family do something to you?" Jiang Huaixue pushed the teacup towards him, her expression indifferent. "It's nothing much." She briefly recounted the Yuan couple's sentiments. They were merely concerned with profit, choosing only the most advantageous option in their eyes. She had never overestimated the importance of blood ties. Previously, her decision to avoid her biological parents stemmed from the fear that her existence and brief lifespan might inflict harm upon her relatives. But after meeting the Yuan couple and seeing their true nature, her vague worries dissipated. Since there are no emotional ties, it is better for everyone to remain uninvolved. Jiang Hongren felt his anger surge and slammed the teacup down. "This is utterly intolerable." Jiang Huaixue, attempting to placate him, remarked, "Be gentle. This tea set is quite an antique." Jiang Hongren instinctively looked down to examine it. "Antique? Let me see. Ah, indeed it is a fine piece." Midway through his inspection, he realized Jiang Huaixue was diverting the topic and glared at her. "What? They treat you this way? And you don't allow me to voice my anger? It's not worth it for them." Jiang Huaixue adeptly understood the art of soothing others. "I'm merely trying to prevent you from getting upset. They aren't worth it." Jiang Hongren's expression softened slightly. "And what about the Xie family? What did you mean at the dinner table when you said you were helping Xie Chongyan, which is why you're living together? You might fool others, but don't think you can deceive me with that." Jiang Huaixue replied, "I didn't intend to lie. It's just that the matter of my lifespan is difficult to disclose. Remember when I called you and mentioned I found a way to change my fate?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Hongren grew serious. "Does it relate to the Xie family?" To Xie Chongyan specifically, Jiang Huaixue admitted, "I am transforming his purple qi, assisting him in altering his fate, which in turn also aids my own." Jiang Hongren understood. "You are posing as an engaged couple to strengthen the karmic ties?" "Precisely. The title of engaged couple is quite effective. The bond of marriage carries a more potent karmic connection than mere relationships." Jiang Hongren nodded, piecing together the conversation from the dinner gathering. "Later on, the Xie family genuinely cared for you, and you were moved by compassion, which led to the formation of a bond akin to siblings." Jiang Huaixue smiled. "Essentially, we found each other agreeable. Relationships between people cannot be merely cultivated by kindness or unkindness. Often, fate plays a significant role." As Jiang Hongren pondered while sipping tea, he remarked, "I observed that this family appears commendable, a household known for their benevolence. However, what about Xie Chongyan?" He hesitated, carefully selecting his words. "I perceive a certain ruthlessness in him, which seems out of place." Jiang Huaixue had also noticed this aspect, but found no anomalies upon her observation. replying, "The business world is akin to a battlefield. Perhaps there are other factors at play." Jiang Huaixue could not conjure a reasonable hypothesis and accepted her explanation. That could very well be the case. After discussing serious matters, Jiang Huaixue shifted to more casual topics. This was the longest Jiang Huaixue had been away from home, and Jiang Huaixue often thought of her. Seeing her taller and more mature today, he felt a sense of relief. They spent the afternoon in the study until the butler knocked on the door to announce dinner, bringing their nostalgic conversation to an end. Jiang Huaixue, accustomed to an early bedtime, returned to his room shortly after dinner, feeling somewhat weary from the day's activities. Jiang Huaixue, however, remained in the living room, examining the detailed information regarding Lu Li that had just been sent through Q, which was the most comprehensive yet. The content spanned from Lu Li's grandmother and relatives to his neighbors from kindergarten, classmates from primary school, and teachers from junior high and high school, all meticulously presented with text and images. Even if one were to ask Lu Li himself, he likely wouldn't recall so many details. Jiang Huaixue read through it all. Lu Li's parents were both educators from a well-off family, and having been good-looking since childhood, he pursued a degree in film and television. In his third year of university, he starred in a youth idol drama, gaining some fame for his portrayal of a handsome schoolboy. After graduation, he played a compelling antagonist in an IP film, garnering a wave of fans. Although he had steadily built his career, as a newcomer without connections or capital, it would take years for him to truly rise to stardom. Remarkably, Lu Li achieved meteoric success last year, becoming an omnipresent figure. He first gained acclaim as the male second lead in a phenomenon-level period drama, earning praise from the main cast. He then starred as the male lead in a low-budget comedy, which achieved box office success, raking in billions and winning several awards within the year. Earlier this year, he recorded a variety show that aired, featuring innovative and entertaining content in which he excelled, further elevating his popularity. With talent, works, and a massive following, it was undeniable that Lu Li was a bona fide top-tier star. While the public attributed his success to the strong support of his agency, dubbing him the crowned prince of stars, those within the industry held differing opinions. They believed his rise was largely due to luck, echoing the old adage that minor fame relies on promotion, while significant fame relies on fate. Lu Li was indeed riding the wave of fortune, with no way to stop it. It is worth noting that in that phenomenon-level period drama, the originally cast male second lead was not Lu Li. The prior actor was detained for DUI just before filming, and the ensuing scandal forced the director to seek a replacement. Coincidentally, the day before, the director had met Lu Li and was left with a lasting impression, leading to Lu Li's subsequent rise to stardom. As for the low-budget comedy, the circumstances surrounding its release were even more bizarre, as the film was slated to premiere during a particularly competitive holiday period, with several films prepared to vie for audiences. However, just before the holiday season, one film's male lead was exposed for infidelity, another film's director was arrested for drug use, and a highly anticipated movie was abruptly pulled from release due to its investors' involvement in overseas incidents. Amidst these tribulations, Lu Li's low-budget comedy experienced a significant surge in box office attendance, emerging as a rising star in the tumultuous film industry. This community, already steeped in superstition, began to whisper that Lu Li was the embodiment of the auspicious Ziwei star, with fortune showering upon him like a torrential downpour. In the realm of stardom, visibility breeds more visibility. The less popular one becomes, the harder it is to attain fame. Yet once one achieves prominence, a plethora of excellent opportunities floods in, laid out for selection. Lu Li possesses an exceptional eye for quality, having made impeccable choices in films and endorsements, leading to an exponential increase in his fanbase and renown. Jiang Huaixue's gaze lingered on a particular page of her notes, bemused. The director of the phenomenal period drama, surnamed Dou, had an intriguing backstory regarding his acquaintance with Lu Li. When Dou's car broke down and his phone was dead, it was Lu Li who recognized him and came to his aid. Was this not a familiar pattern? What a remarkable coincidence it was. When Xiang Sun encountered Uncle Lu, Lu's car had also broken down, and Xiang Sun had lent his assistance. Now Lu Li had similarly assisted director Dou. If this were not mere chance, it could only suggest the existence of a rare individual whose charm is universally adored, eliciting admiration wherever they go. But what was Lu Li truly after? Jiang Huaixue rested her chin on her hand, her fingers idly tapping on her dimmed phone screen. His interest in director Dou could be understood as a desire to connect with a renowned filmmaker and partake in distinguished works. However, There was no logical explanation for his desire to befriend an unrelated businessman like Uncle Lu. Lu's wealth was modest, and he offered little of value to covet. Why then did Lu Li seek to be acquainted with him, even gifting Lu a peculiar talisman? This talisman, known as like a dream, like a mist, had no record in the annals of history. Had Xiang Sun created it himself? A master of esotericism capable of crafting talismans had ascended to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry? Such a life was indeed legendary. Jiang Huaixue chuckled softly as she retrieved a business card from her bag. That day while dining with Xie, Hui Li, and Nieyu, an agent mistakenly entered their room, introducing himself as Guan, currently employed at Zhongxing Media, alongside Lu Li. She searched for his WeChat using the number on the card and discovered that his avatar resembled the person she had encountered, with a nickname likely being his real name, Guan Long. She noted her identity as the person he had met that day and sent a friend request. Guan Long, presumably engrossed in his phone, promptly accepted her request and even sent a cute emoji. Hello. Finally, I've been waiting for you. I thought you weren't interested in the entertainment industry. Little girl crying JPG. Jiang Huaixue exited the chat and clicked on his profile to confirm that her conversation partner was indeed the rugged man she remembered, not some delicate, adorable young lady. Was it truly possible for the disparity between online personas and real-life appearances to be so vast? She replied, "Hello, I am Jiang Huaixue." His fingers flew across the screen. Wow, what a lovely name. Are you the Jiang Huaixue from Like a Dream, Like a Mist? Jiang Huaixue was taken aback. This line of poetry was not widely known. It was rather obscure, and few could immediately associate it with her name.
She responded, yes.
As she traced the edge of her phone, preparing to inquire how he had made that connection, he promptly provided the answer. Really? Then you must have a special bond with teacher Lu Li. I remember you asked about him when we met, such is the fate between idols and their fans. Little bear with starry eyes JPG. Jiang Huaixue overlooked the endearing emoticons and honed in on the crux of the matter.
Lu Li.
What connection did he have with Lu Li? She typed. Why do you say that? Guan Long replied, you didn't know? Panda person scratching head JPG. Teacher Lu Li has mentioned multiple times in various settings that this is his favorite poem and line, seemingly having found a way to engage Jiang Huaixue in conversation. He eagerly shared several video links. Video link 1, video link 2. The screen was soon inundated with the shared videos, each featuring Lu Li's stunning visage. Jiang Huaixue casually clicked on one. It showcased Lu Li at a promotional event for drama, surrounded by the director, producers, and co-stars, with reporters clamoring for his attention. A female journalist raised her microphone, inquiring, I heard that the calligraphy in the drama was all done by teacher Lu himself, without any assistance. Does teacher Lu have a deep understanding of this craft? Lu Li humbly replied, I wouldn't call it expertise. It's merely a personal hobby. The comments section erupted with accolades. Amateur hobby turned professional level. Lu Ge is impressive. What a dedicated actor. Lu Ge is so handsome. As if reading from a well-prepared script, the female journalist made a request. Could teacher Lu write a favorite phrase for his fans right here? Lu Li smiled slightly, of course. The staff set up paper and ink, and everyone awaited with bated breath. Without hesitation, Lu Li took up the brush and inscribed a line. As he set down the brush, an assistant rushed forward with a fan to dry the ink, presenting the work for all to see. The camera zoomed in, revealing the bold black characters on white paper, like a dream, like a mist. The striking calligraphy elicited a chorus of admiration. Jiang Huaixue was momentarily stunned. A fleeting thought flitted through her mind, but before she could grasp it, it vanished. She exited the video and opened another. In this one, Lu Li was asked on a variety show if he had a favorite quote. He expressed his fondness for a particular line of poetry. Before he could finish, his fans had already begun to flood the comments with, we know, we know. Lu Ji's favorite is like a dream, like a mist. He's such a cultured person. Clearly, Lu Li had mentioned this line numerous times for his fans to memorize it so well. Jiang Huaixue closed the video, her mind swirling in contemplation. Xie Chongyan sat opposite her, unsure of what she was viewing, watching her smile fade gradually, her expression shifting from relaxed to serious. He shut his laptop. Huaixue. What's the matter? Jiang Huaixue hesitated. I find it a bit strange. Xie Chongyan inquired. What do you find strange? Jiang Huaixue shook her head. I can't articulate it. It feels akin to a physical instinct. Instinct? Xie Chongyan paused. Is there danger? Jiang Huaixue was uncertain. There shouldn't be, right? She reasoned that outsiders required external information, such as the individual's appearance, their name and birth details, and the events occurring at the time. Yet, upon observing Lu Li, she detected no incongruity, nor did she receive any unusual signals. The inexplicable flutter of her heart in his presence, however, left her at a loss. Xie Chongyan contemplated for a few moments before extending his hand to her. "Hold my hand." His palm was pale, fingers long, with faint veins visible on his wrist. Jiang Huaixue, perplexed, complied. "What is this for?" Xie Chongyan shook her hand gently, speaking softly. "You often say I have remarkable fortune. Let me share a bit with you." Jiang Huaixue chuckled but felt her heart soften. "Do you think you're just amusing a child?" Xie Chongyan replied with a hum. "Aren't you a child?" It had been years since anyone had referred to Jiang Huaixue in such a manner, and she found it both novel and delightful, unable to resist leaning back against the sofa, her eyes crinkling with laughter. In the living room, the brilliant lights illuminated her raven hair and snow-white skin, accentuating her astonishing beauty. The once serene and aloof aura she exuded had, unbeknownst to her, dissipated, leaving only a gentle and approachable warmth. Xie Chongyan thought to himself how fortunate it was that there were no others present. He truly wished to shield this moment of Jiang Huaixue from prying eyes. After laughing to her heart's content, Jiang Huaixue noticed her phone's screen flicker, revealing a new message from Guanlong. "Pitiful little bunny JPG. Our last meeting was too hasty. If you're interested, could we have a proper chat again? Give me the duration of a song." Panda hugging a leg JPG. Jiang Huaixue's spirits lifted as she replied. "Certainly. But I will be away for a few days. Can we meet next week?" Guanlong was ecstatic. "Absolutely. You choose a place that's convenient for you. And I will be there." Little Bear in ecstasy JPG. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Huaixue suggested, "I will come to your office. Let us meet next Monday at 10 in the morning." Guanlong affirmed, "No problem." He sent a series of adorable emoticons to convey his elation. Chapter 77. Arrival in Rue City. The reason Jiang Huaixue had scheduled her meeting with Guanlong for the following week was that she was set to depart tomorrow with Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu for Yun Province's Rue City. Concerned for Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu's safety, Xie Huaixue had arranged for bodyguards to follow them discreetly, blending in as ordinary passers-by upon their arrival in Rue City. Miao Zhuzhu's family owned a private jet, a large business aircraft capable of accommodating up to 15 passengers. Besides Jiang Huaixue and the two others, the party included Miao Zhuzhu's uncle and 6 key personnel from the Miao Company, forming an inspection delegation. The itinerary commenced with a morning departure, during which they enjoyed breakfast on the plane, taking the opportunity to familiarize themselves with one another. Having been involved in the company's affairs since high school, Miao Zhuzhu found the inspection team quite amiable, which extended to their treatment of Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu. Miao Zhuzhu's uncle, Miao Rong, had previously accompanied Miao Zhuzhu to 2 jade auctions and understood the mindset of younger generations well. "Once we arrive, feel free to explore. If you find any stone materials you like, just let us know, and if appropriate you may purchase some for fun," he said. Miao Zhuzhu cheerfully replied, "Thank you, uncle." Turning to Jiang Huaixue and Nieyu, she whispered the truth. In reality, they will be too busy once we reach there to pay us any mind. So we can only wander about at our leisure. Nieyu, both excited and anxious, queried, "Aren't we here to broaden our horizons? Can we truly explore on our own?" Miao Zhuzhu reassured him, "The real exposure will come the day after tomorrow. The auction begins then. Today and tomorrow, we have the freedom to arrange our own plans." Upon hearing this, Nieyu's excitement surged. The prospect of free time meant they could indulge in whatever activities they desired. He pulled out his phone to search for travel guides on Rue City, frequently discussing notable locations with Miao Zhuzhu. Jiang Huaixue closed her eyes to rest, opting not to engage in the conversation. 3 hours later, the plane landed, and the group stepped onto the soil of Rue City. As they exited the cabin, the humid air intermingled with a fragrant scent of flowers enveloped them. Miao Zhuzhu took a deep breath, invigorated, and remarked with a smile, "I've heard many come here to propose due to the abundance of flowers available at the most affordable prices. One could easily arrange a display of 99,000 blooms." Nieyu concurred. "I once visited another city in the same province, and it too was filled with flower vendors. It truly is a city of blossoms." They followed the floral scent to their hotel. Miao Zhuzhu was correct. Miao Rong and the inspection team were indeed preoccupied, not even taking a moment to rest before hastily departing, leaving Jiang Huaixue and the others to settle in on their own. As they perused various travel guides, Nieyu hesitated, ultimately deferring to Miao Zhuzhu, who decided on the city's largest jade rough stone trading market. Ruwei City, being close to the kingdom of Pugan, had many residents who practiced Buddhism. The market's architecture resembled a temple, with towering spires visible from afar. Through the red and yellow entrance, the wide exterior streets were lined with stalls spaced 2 meters apart, all arranged in a neat grid, showcasing stones of varying sizes. The sight was indeed magnificent. As Niayu surveyed the scene, confusion washed over him. Why did the actual experience of observing the stones seem so different from what he had read? It appeared that many aspects did not align, as if there were an insurmountable divide between the written word and reality. The bustling market was filled with a continuous flow of people, but Jiang Huaixue and her companion stood out, with Niayu's novice demeanor attracting considerable attention from the stall owners. One vendor, sporting a beard and darkened skin, called out to them as they passed. Interested in some stone materials? Top-quality stones, absolutely reasonable prices. Miao Zhuzhu paused. Top-quality stones? The vendor grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Indeed, never been resold. Miao Zhuzhu crouched down for a closer look. From the auction? The vendor, surprised by her knowledge, replied vaguely, something like that. Niayu, perplexed, asked, what is an auction? Jiang Huaixue elucidated, it refers to an official organization of raw material auctions. Do they actually organize such events? Niayu exclaimed, isn't that contrary to free trade? Miao Zhuzhu echoed his astonishment, no way? She turned to scrutinize Niayu. Haven't you been involved in the Nia family's business? How can you ask such naive questions? Niayu, feeling somewhat belittled, murmured, not yet. My parents say I'm still young and should enjoy a few more years of leisure. Miao Zhuzhu envied. No wonder you always seem untouched by the harshness of reality. Niayu widened his eyes. Hey, wait a minute. Is that a personal attack? Seeing the two poised for a verbal spar, Jiang Huaixue interjected. The government organizes these events because they are of considerable importance. Her response drew Niayu's serious attention, and he turned to listen intently. She continued, the kingdom of Pugan is a significant source of jade raw materials, and the jade industry is a cornerstone of its economy. The government certainly wishes to maintain control. Pugan has regulations stating that jade raw materials must be exported through auctions. Otherwise, it would be considered smuggling. Niayu, still somewhat bewildered, asked, so with so many raw stones here, do they hold auctions every day? Miao Zhuzhu laughed heartily, pointing at him. From now on, you shouldn't be called Niayu. You should be Nia Silly White. What are you thinking? The quantity of items at an auction is far too limited for anyone to play with. Pugan only holds a few auctions each year, and the majority of stones still circulate through illicit means.
Niayu, ignoring her makeri, gasped, illicit.
Does that mean buying them could lead to trouble? Won't they be reclaimed? Even the vendor couldn't suppress his laughter, looking at Niayu as he remarked. After all these years in business, this is the first time I've encountered someone so amusing. Though he called Niayu interesting. The glint in his eyes suggested he equated interesting with foolish. Niayu, feeling aggrieved, turned to Jiang Huaixue, hoping for clarity from the only person who wouldn't ridicule him. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently. There may have been issues before the stones circulated, but once they arrive here, they are considered local items, so you need not worry. What transpires before the stones reach Ruwei City is a matter for Pugan's internal affairs. How they are transported is not for the outside world to concern itself with. Once they arrive in Ruwei City, they become local affairs. Niayu sensed the depth of her words, but found himself unable to grasp their full meaning. He shifted the conversation back to the vendor. Since auctions aren't frequent, the stones must be in high demand. How does the vendor acquire them? The vendor, who had just laughed at Niayu, suddenly wore a stiff smile. Though the naive one may lack industry knowledge, his questions were surprisingly astute. Initially, he had perceived the three young faces as tourists seeking novelty, believing it easy to extract money from such individuals. However, having overheard a few exchanges, he realized that while the boy might be a total novice, the two girls evidently possessed some understanding. He found it increasingly difficult to speak without faltering, momentarily rendered speechless. Niayu, observing his inability to articulate, sensed there was something amiss, and shifted her gaze toward Jiang Huaixue. Jiang Huaixue felt an inexplicable amusement at the thought of babysitting a mischievous child. All vendors claimed to possess direct sources of goods, leaving it to the discretion of the buyer to believe or not. However, in reality, the mines in Pagan were off-limits to outsiders. The stones were typically handed over by the mine owners to long-term intermediaries, who then sold them to large corporations or wealthy individuals, usually through public auctions. She emphasized the word generally and continued, explaining that these companies and individuals did not necessarily process the stones themselves. Most would resell them to artisans or jade shops, eventually dispersing into the market after several transactions. Niayu, enlightened, realized the truth of the matter. It was no wonder he was oblivious, having had no previous exposure to this domain. However, he blurted out, Huaixue, how do you know all this so well? Chapter 78. Daily Maintenance. Jiang Huaixue cast him a glance. What do you think? Upon meeting her gaze, Niayu initially appeared bewildered, then enlightened. What else could it be but the fact that Jiang Huaixue was a hidden powerhouse? Just yesterday, she had revealed herself to be the mastermind behind the renowned Qianshan Group at the dining table. The jewelry sector under Qianshan Group was flourishing, with Qianbao Pavilion rightfully holding the title of industry leader in the country. As the leader of Qianshan Group, such knowledge was likely second nature to Jiang Huaixue. Previously squatting on the ground, Niayu suddenly leaped up like a frog, bounding over to Jiang Huaixue and clutching her calf. Huaixue, please take me with you. Jiang Huaixue quipped. Do your real parents know you're so adept at finding new ones? Having lived in a male dormitory, Niayu was already accustomed to playing the roles of father, son, and even grandson, showing little restraint in his speech. Jiang Huaixue ignored him, yet he persisted, shaking her leg. If you don't agree today, I want to let go. Almost simultaneously, a small boy's voice rang out nearby. No, I want ice cream. If you don't buy it for me, I want to get up. Wah wah wah. Everyone turned to see a 4 or 5-year-old boy sitting on the ground, crying and writhing as he squirmed on a woman's shoe.
Mom.
Mommy, I want ice cream. Niayu remained oblivious to the commotion around him, fully engrossed in his performance. Huaixue, please take me with you. The sounds of the two, one big and one small, created a curious harmony. The vendor, Miao Zhuzhu, and Jiang Huaixue exchanged glances. The boy's mother, hearing the noise from Jiang Huaixue's side, turned around. She glanced at Niayu, then at Jiang Huaixue, momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the misunderstanding, before briskly pushing her son aside and approaching Jiang Huaixue with enthusiasm, grasping her hand. Young lady, I must say, you maintain your appearance remarkably well. Your son looks like he is only 17 or 18, it's truly hard to tell. The woman, brimming with fervor, inquired, could you kindly share what cosmetics or beauty treatments you use? How do you maintain this? Jiang Huaixue felt her eyelid twitch for the first time in her life from being asked such a question, unable to resist rubbing her temples. She wanted to assert that she was indeed only 18 or 19, but the woman's eager gaze made it difficult to speak the truth. Revealing the reality would lead them all into social oblivion. It was better to go with the flow and maintain appearances. Jiang Huaixue struggled to reply. It's mainly because the child is quite manageable. The woman looked confused at Niayu, who had just been clinging to Jiang Huaixue's leg, hesitating. Really? Is that so? Indeed, Jiang Huaixue affirmed, gently ruffling Niayu's fluffy hair, her demeanor soft. Yet her tone was laced with a biting edge as she conveyed to the woman. Isn't that right? Niayu, aware of his embarrassment, trembled under her warning gaze. Stammering yes. The woman marveled. Indeed, he is a remarkable child. Although they all appear to be little rascals, he is simply different. Jiang Huaixue maintained her smile. After conversing a while longer, the woman took her child and left. As they departed, Jiang Huaixue and her companions overheard her quietly tell her child, look at how other mothers don't worry and thus don't age, and then look at me. Constantly fretting over you makes me seem a generation older. The group of them, Miao Zhuzhu and the vendor, had stifled their laughter to the point of contorting their expressions. Once the woman and child were out of earshot, they burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that was priceless.
Miao Zhuzhu exclaimed, playfully punching Niayu's shoulder.
We should have recorded that moment to show you how your face looked just now. Niayu cautiously released Jiang Huaixue, inching away in a frog-like squat, rambling nonsensically. Huaixue, the tolerant can endure, adults should overlook the follies of youth, and friendship transcends love. Business may fail, but righteousness remains. Jiang Huaixue seized his hair, preventing him from retreating, her smile enigmatic. I have attempted many things in my life. Yet there's one thing I have yet to experience. Do you know what it is? Niayu weakly questioned. What? With a gentle pat on his head, Jiang Huaixue replied softly, I have never tasted human flesh.
Wa.
Of course, while Jiang Huaixue had a fleeting desire, she ultimately refrained from truly cooking him. Having created quite the comedic uproar, they decided it best not to linger any longer and opted to walk back to the hotel. Along the way, Miao Zhuju was unable to contain her laughter, glancing at Niayu intermittently, only to burst out again. Niayu, feeling a mix of anger and fear, was hesitant to speak, worried that his words might rekindle Jiang Huaixue's interest in cannibalism. He cautiously shifted his gaze, stealing glances at Jiang Huaixue, only to find her deep in thought, gazing off into the distance. Hey, what's over there? Following her line of sight, Niayu finally noticed 2 men and 2 women conversing as they walked ahead of them. The 4 appeared rather ordinary in appearance and dressed simply, seemingly in their 30s, behaving like 2 couples. One bespectacled man, with a delicate demeanor, remarked, "In my opinion, we should refrain from attending any auctions. You've seen the local news in recent days. Trouble is brewing." The other gentleman dismissed it. "Chao Go, you're being overly cautious. You don't understand this area. It's always been like this. Minor incidents abound, but major crises are rare." The bespectacled man disagreed. "If there are too many minor issues, how can there not be a major event? If we haven't seen it, it only indicates how perilous the waters are here." This perspective only heightened their sense of danger. The other gentleman, growing increasingly annoyed, retorted, "We came here to enjoy ourselves and coincidentally encounter a stone gambling auction. What a rare opportunity. How can we let concerns dictate our actions?" The bespectacled man insisted, "When venturing out, safety is paramount." The other gentleman, exasperated, urged, "Could you please stop being so stubborn?" Seeing the potential for conflict, the nearby women quickly intervened, each grabbing hold of one of the men. "Let us talk it out calmly. What's the rush? We're in public, no need for heated exchanges." The bespectacled man's partner wrapped her arm around his, speaking softly. "I'd like to see it. I've never witnessed stone gambling before. Would it really be so bad for you to accompany me?" Faced with his partner's earnestness, the bespectacled man found it hard to maintain his stubborn stance. "I'm just a bit worried." His partner, not contesting the need for concern about their surroundings, sought to appeal to his emotions. "But I want to go. We've been so busy with work, and it's been ages since we've had fun together. I don't want to head back too soon." The gentleman fell silent, and his partner pressed on. "Don't you want to spend more time with me? We've only got a couple of days off together. Let us just watch the auction and then leave, shall we?" Ultimately, the gentleman capitulated. "All right, fine." He adjusted his glasses and sighed. "Perhaps I am merely overthinking." Chapter 79. Wu and his 3 companions were not positioned far from Niayu and Jiang Huaixue. Yet the bustling streets filled with pedestrians and vehicles rendered some of their conversation inaudible. After straining to listen for quite some time, Niayu, through a mix of guesswork and intuition, managed to decipher the gist of their dialogue. He murmured, "Isn't this akin to setting a flag? Throughout history, whenever someone proclaims they will do something at a certain time, it invariably leads to undesirable outcomes. Waiting until we finish the auction to leave, doesn't that resemble saying I will return home to marry after completing this deal? It all sounds like an ominous harbinger." Miao Zhuju, overhearing his mumblings, cast him a sidelong glance and remarked coolly, "It's already quite dire that your intelligence is lacking. If you also possess a penchant for bad omens, then we are truly doomed." Niayu retorted defiantly, "I was merely voicing an observation. I am not a harbinger of misfortune." The 2 continued their playful banter as they made their way back to the hotel. Upon reaching their accommodations, Jiang Huaixue collapsed onto the hotel bed and began scrolling through her phone. Noticing an active discussion in the Wolves executive group, she typed a message. "Is there any news from Began recently?" A responded, "Is King in Began? What brings you there?" Jiang Huaixue replied, "I am not in Began. I am in Rui City, examining some stones at a private auction." They were all well aware of each other's real-life identities and knew Jiang Huaixue had initially built her reputation in the jade industry. Jade chimed in, "No way. Is King on the verge of bankruptcy? Why else would he be rummaging through stones? Darling, if things are dire, come seek refuge with me. I shall take care of you." Jiang Huaixue coldly typed, "That is acceptable, but I demand your island." Jay had no particular hobby aside from purchasing real estate, be it houses, estates, or various islands. The moment Jiang Huaixue mentioned wanting her island, the screen displayed that Jay had retracted a message and the offer of support vanished from view. Sent a laughing emoji. Is it the demise of humanity or the decay of morals? The moment islands are mentioned, Jay scurries away as if chased by a chicken feather tied to a straw sandal. The group continued their jesting, but Q, being the more sensible among them, addressed Jiang Huaixue's inquiry. "Wu's been lurking around there these past days. It seems he is under the scrutiny of Interpol." Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow. Having never encountered the notorious Mr. Wu, what does he look like? Do we have a photograph? Photos of such individuals are notoriously difficult to obtain, yet the wolves certainly had access. Q soon shared an image. Jiang Huaixue enlarged the photo and scrutinized the features, committing them to memory. Q inquired, "Has he offended you?" Jay teased, "Who dares to cross wolves leader? They must be seeking their own demise. We should deliver him to Interpol's doorstep by tomorrow." I remarked, "There is an old saying in Huagua, when the king of hell calls for you at midnight, who would dare allow you to linger until dawn? Should I intervene?" Jay added, "In this chilly season, the king falls and the ace assassin teams up with the underground king. Wu's demise would certainly be a spectacle." They appeared to revel in the chaos, promptly discussing methods of execution. Jiang Huaixue pressed her temples, declaring, "Why do you all insist on learning such peculiar phrases instead of focusing on the good? Do not act recklessly. I have no connection with Wu." She emphasized, moreover, "We are in Huagua. The law and order are stringent, and we cannot engage in frivolities." A expressed disappointment. "Well, it appears my heroic aspirations shall remain unfulfilled." He had no recollection of where he had picked up the Huagua language, often delighting in using idioms and sayings. Jiang Huaixue corrected him, "You misuse the expression. It should be that your wicked whims cannot be realized." Q, noticing Jiang Huaixue was being led astray, asked earnestly, "What has Wu done?" Wu is quite a prominent figure worldwide, particularly in Wei province, yet his dealings were of a unique nature. The wolves had no collaboration or interaction with him. Jiang Huaixue's sudden inquiry appeared somewhat peculiar. She shared screenshots of several local news reports with them. "Today, I overheard discussions about the increasing frequency of recent accidents. Upon investigating, I found the situation indeed unusual. One report stated that a group of robbers had committed multiple heists, and the police were currently in pursuit. Another report detailed a gas explosion in a certain community in the city center, resulting in numerous casualties, and the police were investigating. At first glance, these reports seemed innocuous. Yet upon further reflection, they appeared strange. For instance, the robbers were supposedly after money, yet no amount was mentioned. The explosion, while causing casualties, seemed far beyond what a mere household gas incident would typically inflict. Most individuals would merely skim over such news, failing to detect the oddities. However, the bespectacled, frail man they encountered earlier evidently possessed a keen sense, subtly sensing the irregularities. Q commented, "It seems he has crossed international borders." I remarked, "Oh dear. He truly is like a mouse in the hearth, scurrying about aimlessly." Jiang Huaixue interjected, "Please speak in a foreign language." A, whether intentionally or not, sent 2 more messages. "I suspect he is searching for the kitchen god in the wrong place. What if he crosses paths with King? That would be akin to a glutton wandering into a herbal medicine store, asking for trouble." Jiang Huaixue thought that if she discovered who had taught the Huagua language, she would certainly confront that individual for a good thrashing. She asserted, in Huagua, "If he does not provoke me, I shall not take any action." After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Huaixue received a message from Miao Zhu, urging her to come downstairs to the restaurant for dinner, as her uncle and the others had returned. Although the Jade private auction was a private organization, its procedures were fundamentally similar to those of a public auction. Before entry, one needed to acquire a membership card, which served as proof of entry. Miao Rong had taken the inspection group out earlier in the afternoon and had conveniently arranged for all their entry passes. He handed Jiang Huaixue and her companions the transparent tags tied with blue ribbons, instructing them to keep them safe, as they would need to wear them the day after tomorrow to gain access. He inquired about Miao Zhu's whereabouts that afternoon and, upon learning they had visited the trading market, chuckled. "Did you not purchase anything?" Due to the limited time, they had not explored thoroughly. Miao Zhu spared Niayu any embarrassment by not mentioning his blunders and casually offered an excuse. "We shall take another look tomorrow." Miao Rong would not have time to accompany them the following day and advised, "If you encounter items priced exorbitantly, feel free to take photos and consult me. There is no rush to make payments." Though the children present came from reasonably affluent families, it was always wise to avoid unnecessary expenditures. Miao Zhu readily agreed, understood. Niayu, overhearing this, discreetly glanced at Jiang Huaixue, aware that she was the true authority in this domain. "Huaixue," he began, wanting to participate, yet reluctant to risk defeat, akin to playing a game where one desires to win without effort. Jiang Huaixue shot him a sidelong glance, ultimately consenting. "Very well." "Consenting to what?" Miao Zhu inquired, confused. Why do I feel as though you two are playing some sort of riddle? Niayu chuckled. Tomorrow you shall find out. After dinner, as everyone prepared to return to their rooms, Miao Rong called out to Miao Zhu and the others, reminding them to exercise caution. Miao Zhu assured him, "Uncle, do not worry. We will not wander off." Miao Rong replied, "Be cautious on the way back. Do not be tempted to crowd around any commotion. Rui City has been quite chaotic lately." Miao Zhu asked, puzzled, "Has something happened?" Miao Rong initially hesitated to explain but reconsidered, realizing these were no ordinary children, and thus divulged a bit of information. There has been a significant crackdown on a head of a drug ring recently. It has gained considerable attention. It has no connection to our family, so there is no need for concern. Just prioritize your safety when going out. Chapter 80. Young Master Feng. They were, after all, in a hotel, surrounded by surveillance cameras. Miao Rong was concerned about being overheard, so he spoke in hushed tones, ensuring only Miao Zhu and her companions could hear him clearly. Jiang Huaixue lowered her eyes, pondering the peculiarity of Miao Rong's words. When he stated that it was unrelated to their family, did he imply that it concerned another family? Who might this other family be? In the imperial capital, there exists an unwritten code, a hierarchy of esteemed families, the illustrious Xie, the 2 Wang families, the 4 noble clans, and the 7 affluent houses. The last time Jiang Huaixue encountered Su Tang while purchasing cufflinks for Xie Chongyan, she realized that Su belonged to one of the 7 affluent houses. The Mi family, where Mi Ping resides, and the Miao family, to which Miao Zhu belongs, also fall within this elite circle. The Wan family, however, is not included, which explains why Wan Ru Man previously played the role of a supporter to Mi Ping. Furthermore, Nieyu's family, the Nie clan, occupies an even higher echelon, being one of the 4 noble families. Now, with Miao Rong's assertion of disconnection from their family, it seems likely that the individuals involved are of a comparable standing to the Miao family. As Jiang Huaixue's thoughts raced, she recalled her earlier communication with Q, who had mentioned the unrest in the imperial capital this year. It was evident that this situation was linked to the current events. She wondered which family had the audacity to engage in such matters. Miao Zhu was startled by Miao Rong's words. A leader? How significant is this leader? Miao Rong's voice dropped further. The entire Y province. Miao Zhu felt a chill run down her spine, exclaiming in dialect, "No way, are we that unlucky? Can we really be dragged into this?" The phrase "that unlucky" implied a stroke of misfortune. Miao Rong replied, "I hadn't anticipated this. Had I known, I wouldn't have allowed you to accompany me." He had only received this information that very afternoon. However, having arrived, they could not abandon the private meeting merely due to concerns about potential dangers. They must be vigilant to avoid any unforeseen encounters. Once Miao Rong departed, the previously bewildered Niayu finally found the courage to speak. Why would someone selling noodles be apprehended? He was aware not to inquire in front of Miao Rong, who had always praised his handsomeness and composure, viewing him as a young master of the Nie family. He feared that asking such a foolish question might tarnish that image. Miao Zhu and Jiang Huaixue exchanged glances, both seemingly at a loss for words. Niayu scratched his head. Is that what you mean? Though he was somewhat naive, he was not entirely oblivious. He simply lacked certainty. Miao Zhu, noting his realization, refrained from mocking him. With one hand pinching her nose and the other gesturing beneath it, she closed her eyes and mimicked an inhaling action, stating, "That's precisely the meaning." This stereotypical gesture of an addict caused Nieyu's expression to break into a smile. He pressed on with his inquiry. Did Uncle Miao just imply that a major drug lord is currently in our city? Upon receiving confirmation, he shuddered slightly. That's a bit frightening. It felt as though those terrifying incidents had suddenly drawn perilously close. Miao Zhu nodded. That's why Uncle advised us to be cautious. Fortunately, we won't be visiting any dubious places, and your cousin has arranged for bodyguards, hasn't he? Miao Zhu was aware of Xie Chongyan's arrangements for bodyguards for Niayu and Jiang Huaixue. Earlier that afternoon, the two of them had even turned back to observe their surroundings, discussing who among the seemingly ordinary people might be Xie Chongyan's assigned personnel. Niayu exhaled in relief. Right, we have bodyguards. His expression suddenly shifted, causing Miao Zhu to think he had remembered something significant. What's wrong? Niayu lamented. I made such a fool of myself this afternoon. They must have reported it to my cousin. If my cousin knows, my mother will surely find out too. Oh no, they might have even taken pictures. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Huaixue's phone vibrated, indicating a new message. Upon checking, She discovered a photo sent by Ms. Xie Huili, depicting the moment from that afternoon when Niayu had crouched on the ground, playfully clinging to Jiang Huaixue's leg. Although it was a candid shot, the image boasted high resolution, capturing the scene with clarity and even a touch of aesthetic appeal. Ms. Xie Huili also sent a heartfelt voice message. Huaixue, we are family, so I won't hide this from you. Niayu is indeed a bit foolish. If he does anything silly outside, feel free to reprimand him, without hesitation. Jiang Huaixue smiled softly, replying, understood. She then raised her phone towards Niayu. Shaking it, you truly have a knack for attracting trouble. Upon seeing the message, Niayu cried out in despair. Delete it, delete it.
Just then Ms.
Xie Huili sent another message. If you're concerned about me, feel free to give him a few more whacks. Feeling defeated, Niayu thought. See? This is what happens when you adopt a stray child. Miao Zhu burst into laughter. I never realized Niayu had such a personality. I like it. The three of them continued to chat and joke before heading into Miao Zhu's room for several rounds of gaming, after which they retired to their respective rooms to shower and sleep. The following morning, after everyone had shared breakfast, they split into two groups. Miao Zhu's uncle, Miao Rong, led a delegation for serious business, while Miao Zhu, Niayu, and Jiang Huaixue ventured out according to a meticulously prepared map to explore the various raw stone markets in the city. After visiting several smaller markets, they found none as impressive as the trading market they had attended the previous day. Consequently, they decided to dine at a restaurant, intending to return to that market afterward. While dining, Jiang Huaixue vaguely overheard a group 2 tables away discussing someone from the imperial capital. However, the distance and the noise within the restaurant rendered the exact conversation inaudible. With over half of Ruwei City's population hailing from other regions and the impending private meeting, the presence of individuals from the imperial capital was hardly surprising. Jiang Huaixue dismissed the notion, merely glancing back as they exited. The group at the table, keenly aware of her gaze, turned to look but only caught a glimpse of a stunning profile disappearing through the door. One member inquired, "What happened to young Master Feng?" The one addressed as young Master Feng paused momentarily before shaking his head. "Nothing, I thought I recognized someone but must have been mistaken." "What a coincidence." Another chimed in. "This private meeting is the largest scale aside from the public auction. Running into acquaintances is entirely plausible." Someone else remarked, "Was young Master Feng just looking at the beauty at table 03? I noticed her as soon as she sat down. She is truly exquisite. More beautiful than any star I've ever seen. Such a grand beauty is a rare find in real life." Another chimed in, agreeing, "I saw her too. I didn't dare to look too long, fearing I'd be mistaken for a rogue." Young Master Feng had his back turned to Jiang Huaixue's table. Thus he did not see her. Hearing his companions describe the beautiful woman as a rare find, he recalled the girl he had seen at Xie Xian's engagement banquet. And then the fleeting glimpse of the profile from moments ago stirred something within him. What did she look like? What was she wearing? His companions described, "Her skin is exceptionally fair, almost luminous. Her hair falls past her shoulders, jet black. Her features are exquisitely delicate. Her entire demeanor carries a hint of aloofness, but upon closer inspection, one discovers her beauty is indeed striking. As for her attire," he hesitated, "I didn't pay much attention. It seemed to be black? Or was it gray?" His vocabulary fell short, and young Master Feng could not ascertain whether it was indeed Jiang Huaixue, resulting in a slight disappointment as he muttered, "Very well." At the table sat an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, garbed in traditional attire, who, noticing the conversation veering off course, rapped the table discontentedly. "Enough. You invited me to view the jade, not to listen to your discussions about women." The group quickly fell silent, eager to appease him. "Please don't be upset. Let's return to our discussion. Young Master Feng traveled all the way from the imperial capital out of admiration for your expertise." With that, the conversation returned to its original topic. Chapter 81. The gamble collapsed. Jiang Huaixue and her companions returned to the largest jade material trading market in the city, where Niayu stealthily avoided the spot that had become a source of embarrassment for him the previous day. As the private meeting approached, the bustling crowd in Ruwei City surged, and the trading market was alive with activity, with throngs of people gathered around nearly every stall. Niayu followed closely behind Jiang Huaixue, mimicking a parrot, incessantly repeating her words. "Huaixue, what do you think of this piece? Huaixue, how about that one? What about this one? And that one?" Jiang Huaixue continuously shook her head. "Not good. Not quite satisfactory. I wouldn't recommend purchasing." Miao Zhu, unable to contain herself, tugged at Niayu, whose tail was nearly wagging out of excitement. Why do you keep calling her Huaixue? Have you really become a baby who hasn't been weaned? Niayu, wearing an expression of inscrutable profundity, replied, I am earnestly seeking the counsel of an expert in this pivotal moment of life. Speak plainly. I just want to coast along effortlessly, Miao Zhu exclaimed, suddenly realizing. Huaixue is quite knowledgeable in this area. Just as Niayu was about to respond, Jiang Huaixue interjected, I possess a modicum of understanding. Miao Zhu, still oblivious to the depth of Jiang Huaixue's knowledge, assumed her words meant she only understood a little, perhaps slightly more than Niayu, and confidently patted her chest. Proclaiming no worries, if she can't, I can. Niayu shot her a peculiar glance. Miao Zhu, undeterred by his expression, excitedly seized both of them and pointed towards a nearby shop bustling with onlookers. Look, there are so many people gathered. Are they about to unveil some stones? Let's go check it out. This trading market is divided into an open-air section and shops, with the open-air stalls being the square, makeshift tables outside, while the shops are situated at the far end of the stalls. As Miao Zhu guided Jiang Huaixue and Niayu closer, they indeed found a woman preparing to unveil a stone. The crowd at the market, primarily drawn to the allure of stone materials, displayed great interest in the unveiling process. So any shop that showcased an unveiling would invariably attract a throng of spectators. The woman preparing to unveil the stone appeared somewhat disheveled, likely in her 30s. Dressed in a sweater and trousers, her complexion reflecting a hint of weariness. The shop owner inquired if she wished to mark the stone herself, but she hesitated. In the gambling stone realm, there exists a saying, one cut can lead to poverty, another to wealth. One cut can reveal the truth. This is due to the high risks involved in unveiling stones. A stone may outwardly appear promising but yield worthless results upon cutting. Conversely, it may be of good quality, but damaged during the process. Niayu overheard some early arrivals discussing the piece. This one is priced at 150,000. It's reasonable for an average person, but this woman doesn't seem to have much money. I think this piece is likely to appreciate. It's best to cut along the mang band. That's not certain. It could just be edge green. Niayu tugged at Jiang Huaixue's sleeve and whispered, What is the mang band? Jiang Huaixue gestured for him to closely observe the stone to be unveiled. It refers to the raised fan-like substance on the surface of the raw stone. Then, why cut along the mang band?
Niayu inquired.
Jiang Huaixue explained, typically, beneath the mang band lies a color root, which is a crystalline structure. During weathering, these roots form the mang band on the stone surface. So if a stone has a mang band, it signifies a strong possibility of containing green. Niayu responded with an understanding "oh." Despite their attempts to keep their voices low, the crowded surroundings allowed nearby individuals to overhear them. Several people cast curious glances at Jiang Huaixue, thinking this beautiful girl, though she spoke coherently, seemed to have a rather peculiar way of expressing herself. Perhaps it was too scientific? Is this how young people nowadays discuss the fundamentals of raw stones? Niayu then asked Jiang Huaixue, what do you think of her chances of a successful cut? Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment before replying, it could be acceptable. Her ambiguous answer prompted Niayu to press further. Will it appreciate? He understood that if the stone's post-cut value exceeded its purchase price, it would be considered a success. Conversely, if the cut value fell short of the stone's worth or was entirely devoid of value, it would be a failure. Jiang Huaixue nodded. It can appreciate. Those around them couldn't help but glance at her again. This beautiful girl spoke with such conviction, as if she had the ability to see within the stone itself. How could she be so certain it would appreciate? As their conversation unfolded, the shop owner began urging the woman, have you made up your mind? The buyer, still uncertain, glanced around for assistance, but those who met her gaze remained silent. In the world of stone gambling, there are rules. One cannot interject opinions while another is selecting stones, as it could lead to unfortunate consequences. If the stone appreciates, it's fine, but if it fails, who would bear the responsibility? Finding no guidance, the buyer reluctantly stated, let us cut along the mang band. It's the most straightforward and least likely to result in error. The shop owner agreed. As the crowd eagerly anticipated the revelation, they surged forward, straining to get a better view. Jiang Huaixue and her companions, tall and effortlessly able to see over the heads of others, chose not to crowd closer. Standing beside Jiang Huaixue, Miao Zhu felt a surge of nervousness, holding her breath as she watched. As the stone was unveiled, a thin layer of green appeared beneath the mang band, while the rest of the stone remained a dull grayish white. Edge green, what a waste. I told you edge green wasn't impossible. It's a failure. Our luck just isn't good. It's normal. Who hasn't encountered a few edge greens? Let us go. There's nothing more to see. Edge green refers to a scenario where, upon cutting the raw stone, only the area near the Meng band reveals green, while the rest is deemed worthless. Such a stone is considered a failure. The crowd erupted in a chorus of regretful murmurs, and the woman who had purchased the stone appeared increasingly dejected. Miao Zhu had witnessed a few unveilings before and understood the unpredictable nature of stone gambling. Thus, although she felt a bit disappointed, she merely sighed. Niayu, however, was taken aback and asked Jiang Huaixue, "Did you misjudge this time?" He recalled their previous visit to the antique street, where she had effortlessly identified a king green stone, and considering she was the founder of Qianshan Group, he had complete faith in her judgment. Miao Zhu, concerned for Jiang Huaixue's dignity, quickly added, "It's perfectly normal to misjudge. That's just how stone gambling works. No one can claim they will always be correct." She cited an example. "I heard that the owner of Qianbao Pavilion, the current big boss of Qianshan Group, once misjudged too. Just think about it. He is a figure of such high caliber, known as the king of gambling stones, and even he can make mistakes. Isn't it only natural for ordinary people to err?" Jiang Huaixue, Niayu murmured, "So there have been past mistakes? That is somewhat understandable." Jiang Huaixue's expression contorted momentarily. Caught in the dilemma of not being able to reveal the truth, she could only reply awkwardly, "I did not." Those nearby had listened to the entire exchange, and upon hearing Jiang Huaixue's stubbornness, one kindly advised her, "It's really nothing to fret about. It's merely a misjudgment. Beautiful lady, don't feel embarrassed. Besides, it's not like you spent your money, so there's no real loss, right?" Miao Zhu, yes. Jiang Huaixue thought that if she didn't speak up today, she might be misunderstood in the future. If one day she were to shed her disguise, wouldn't rumors about the Qianbao Pavilion owner's blunder spread? Standing in front of the stone unveiling machine, the despondent woman gazed at the wasted stone when suddenly, a clear, melodious female voice echoed through the crowd. "This stone can still be saved." Chapter 82. Then you must reflect deeply. The buyer looked up in the direction of the voice and met Jiang Huaixue's gaze, momentarily taken aback. Partly due to Jiang Huaixue's stunning beauty, she was captivated, and partly because she hadn't expected someone to assert that the stone could still be salvaged. The stone had already been cut open, revealing an unmistakable edge green. How could it be saved? The crowd, which had been on the verge of dispersing, turned back at the sound of her words. What's going on? Did someone just say the stone can still be saved? How is that possible? It's already been cut. Even those who had previously reassured Jiang Huaixue were now taken aback. How can it be saved? Jiang Huaixue pushed her way through the throng, making her way directly to the unveiling machine, where she picked up a tool and drew a line on the half-cut stone. "Cut from here." The shopkeeper was taken aback by her calm demeanor, nearly instinctively complying with her request to take action, his hand touching the stone before he realized that it did not belong to her. She could not dictate its fate. He turned to the true buyer, inquiring, "Are we to heed this lovely lady's words?" The buyer, in a state of confusion, replied, I am not certain. Just moments ago, when she had witnessed the outcome of the stone being cut, she had been overwhelmed with regret, wishing she could vanish from existence, loathing the impulsive greed that had possessed her mere moments before. Her savings were meager, and with her family in urgent need of funds, how could she possibly squander money in such a manner? It was all her own fanciful delusion, always hoping for a stroke of luck to bestow upon her a fortune. Now, she faced the grim reality of having lost well over 100,000 without a sound to show for it. Yet this astonishingly beautiful girl before her claimed that the stones still held promise. Doubt gnawed at her. Should she trust her? What if a glimmer of hope was ignited only to be extinguished publicly, rendering her unable to endure the despair? Then you might as well sell it to me. Another voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. Behind him followed a throng of 7 or 8 individuals. Jiang Huaixue recognized them. Recalling the table of people she had glimpsed during her lunch earlier that day, she remembered overhearing them mention coming from the capital. Could this elderly man be one of those from the capital? Before she could ponder further, someone promptly answered her question. A strikingly handsome young man stepped forward with delight, exclaiming, "Miss Jiang, is it truly you?" Thus, it was confirmed that the captivating profile she had caught a fleeting glimpse of belonged to none other than Jiang Huaixue herself. And he had thought his eyes were deceiving him. To encounter someone from the capital in Ruishi, a distance of 1,000 miles apart, felt like destiny. Jiang Huaixue regarded him for a moment. His elegant brows and starry eyes exuded charm, and he possessed a refined demeanor. However, she had no recollection of his face and inquired, "Do you know me? Who are you?" The young man, with a gentlemanly smile, introduced himself. "We met at the engagement banquet at Sichuan. My surname is Feng.
I am Fan Li.
I had hoped to invite you for a meal after the banquet to get acquainted, but Uncle Wan mentioned you were busy with exams. And we never had the chance to meet again. I never anticipated encountering you here today." Feng? Was this the esteemed young Master Feng that her parents had wished for her to meet? One of the 4 great families of the capital? Jiang Huaixue's memory stirred, and she nodded. "I see." Feng Li's words were cleverly crafted. At the engagement banquet, Jiang Huaixue had scarcely exchanged glances with more than 5 individuals. Yet he spoke as though they had shared some history. Jiang Huaixue maintained a polite distance, stating, "I have a poor memory. I do not recall. I apologize." She showed no inclination to extend her hand, clearly indicating her desire to halt the conversation. Yet Feng Li seemed oblivious to her disinterest, replying with a smile, "It is quite all right. If Miss Jiang cannot remember me, it is my lack of distinction that failed to leave an impression, not your fault." What a smooth talker he was. Miao Zhuzhu, with a serious countenance, squeezed Niayu's arm, whispering, "This is it. We have encountered a formidable opponent, a true master." In school, there had been no shortage of suitors for Jiang Huaixue, but they were mostly turned away, some even fleeing at Miao Zhuzhu's indifferent remarks. Yet this gentle and attentive gentleman made it difficult for even her to utter harsh words. Niayu took out his phone, opening a memo to observe the interaction. "Let me learn a thing or two." However, Jiang Huaixue clearly was not swayed by Feng Li's charm. She replied with a subtle smile, "Is that so?"
Perhaps you should reflect on that.
The others around them took note, and Miao Zhuzhu opened her own memo, paying her respects. "I shall learn from this as well." New rhetoric is indeed being added to our repertoire. Feng Li, slightly taken aback by Jiang Huaixue's retort, did not display anger. Instead, a hint of embarrassment graced his features. "Then I shall need Miss Jiang's guidance." He adeptly parried her words, turning the tide back upon her.
Nie y Marveld. Impressive.
Jiang Huaixue, for once, found a flicker of interest in him. Though she remained silent, her previous chill had slightly lessened. The elderly gentleman in traditional garb, observing their verbal sparring, furrowed his brow in irritation. "Enough. Is this a place for flirtation? Speak of such matters privately." He then addressed the buyer, who had just experienced the stone's unfortunate fate. "Since you are uncertain whether to cut it further, why not sell it to me?" The buyer, taken aback, stammered, "Ah? Then you. She wished to inquire how much the elderly man would offer, but his inscrutable expression made her hesitate. However, the elderly gentleman discerned her unspoken thoughts. "You purchased this stone for 150,000. I will offer you 200,000, allowing you a profit of 50,000. Surely that is not a loss." 200,000? The buyer's eyes widened. Was this a glimmer of hope amidst despair? She had thought her savings were squandered on a worthless stone, yet now someone was willing to pay 200,000 for what she believed to be junk. It was nothing short of a delightful surprise. She was on the verge of nodding in agreement when she suddenly heard a fervent discussion erupt around her. "What is happening? I just circled next door. Why is this crowd still here? That worthless stone, someone claims it can be salvaged. Look, that beautiful girl, and the old gentleman is offering 200,000. But the stone has already been cut. What use is it now? I don't know, but someone is indeed buying it. Is there some secret to this stone that we cannot see? Yes, isn't this a worthless stone? Why would this elderly gentleman offer 200,000 for it?" The buyer abruptly regained her composure, observing the elderly gentleman's impatient demeanor. She realized he was not the type to extend a helping hand out of mere sympathy for a stranger. Why would he spend such a sum on what he considered waste? Surely, he wasn't simply flush with cash. Unless, perhaps, there was something hidden within the stone? As this thought crossed her mind, her gaze shifted to Jiang Huaixue, the very girl who had asserted that the stone still held promise, who had drawn a line on the waist. Her expression and actions caught the elderly gentleman's attention, prompting him to sneer. "What? Do you suspect there is a treasure within this waist?" His words struck a chord with the gathered crowd, silencing them. However, the elderly gentleman coldly continued. "With your greedy and foolish disposition, I advise you to stay away from gambling stones in the future. If you are distressed by a loss, do not be surprised when someone else wishes to purchase it. Your ignorance is evident, yet your greed is abundant. Though the buyer was a 30-year-old adult, his words struck at her hidden thoughts, igniting feelings of anger, urgency, and shame.
I.
She wanted to argue that she was not as he described, but her actions seemed to confirm his every word. Her face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between red and pale. Tears welled in her eyes. The onlookers nodded solemnly, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Indeed, those with unstable temperaments should not gamble with stones, lest they face dire consequences. Alas, human nature is inherently greedy. Jiang Huaixue frowned at this, elder sir. One cannot speak so harshly. The elderly gentleman glanced at her, his demeanor surprisingly softened.
What?
Have I spoken incorrectly? Jiang Huaixue replied. Those who gamble with stones all hope to unearth exquisite jade from within. Those without such aspirations would not engage in the gamble to begin with. By your reasoning, is there anyone devoid of greed? She spoke calmly. Perhaps you mean to imply that you partake as a hobby, yet one cannot impose their own circumstances upon others, especially when you remain unaware of the situations others face. Upon first seeing the buyer, Jiang Huaixue had sensed that someone in her family was gravely ill, likely an elderly matriarch. When people find themselves in desperate situations, they may resort to extreme choices, even if those choices appear unwise. Upon hearing Jiang Huaixue's words, the buyer's tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she bowed deeply to Jiang Huaixue, stammering, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Her heartfelt gratitude solidified her resolve. She turned to the elderly gentleman in traditional attire and nodded. "I apologize, sir, but I cannot sell this stone to you." Then, wiping her nose, she addressed the shop owner. "Please cut it according to the lines drawn by that beautiful lady." The shop owner inquired, "Are you certain?" The buyer affirmed, "Absolutely." The elderly gentleman huffed in dissatisfaction, but did not intervene. At that moment, someone from the crowd recognized the elderly gentleman's identity and whispered in astonishment, "Is that Teacher Chu?" Though he did not respond, the crowd began to search online for confirmation. It must be Teacher Chu from Hong Kong. Look, he resembles him perfectly.
Wow.
It really is Teacher Chu. How did he end up here? Didn't Teacher Chu just express interest in that piece of stone? What makes it so special? The atmosphere became lively, with the unexpected presence of Teacher Chu at this private auction. A person beside Teacher Chu cautiously asked, "Teacher Chu, someone has recognized you. Should we find a quieter place to avoid the attention?" Teacher Chu retorted brusquely, "Avoid what? Am I a sheltered maiden who cannot be seen by others?" The questioner felt awkward and was at a loss for words. Feng Li came to his rescue, asking Teacher Chu, "Teacher, you're just about to purchase that stone. Is there something valuable within it?" As Feng Li had invited Teacher Chu, and given his gentle and courteous demeanor, one would expect a degree of politeness in return. However, to everyone's surprise, Teacher Chu treated him no differently, lacking even a smile. "It's not particularly valuable, merely rare. I intended to purchase it to broaden my unaccomplished child's horizons. But if I cannot, so be it." Their conversation was conducted at a normal volume, and they did not attempt to shield their words from the crowd, which listened intently. "Rare? Teacher Chu says it's rare. What could it be that even the well-informed Teacher Chu considers rare?" Speculation rippled through the crowd until suddenly, the shop owner exclaimed in astonishment. Standing closer, Teacher Chu's group observed as the shop owner returned with a half piece of waste stone, revealing a faint purple hue. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before erupting into conjecture. "Is it violet?
No, it must be lotus seed type, right? It doesn't look like that to me."
Incredible. Let me post this on social media. Could waste material actually be valuable? Feng Li exclaimed, "Lotus seed type?" Teacher Chu dismissed it, stating no. He turned to Jiang Huaixue. "Since you can discern that there is something within, you must also recognize the variety, correct?" The crowd awaited her answer, and without hesitation, Jiang Huaixue declared, "It is lotus powder." The onlookers suddenly grasped the situation. So it is lotus powder. No wonder Teacher Chu said it wasn't worth much. It truly isn't a precious variety. Indeed, what may not hold significant value for Teacher Chu is still quite respectable. "I thought it was lotus seed type. It certainly resembles it." The lotus powder jadeite is characterized by its delicate texture and displays a light purple or pinkish hue, often mistaken for the lotus seed type due to their similar structure. Although this variety is not considered precious in the market, its scarcity and the soft, graceful colors of the jewelry it yields have made it particularly beloved among women. The size and quality of the stone before them suggest a value of approximately 200,000. Teacher Chu's initial offer of 200,000 was indeed fair and reasonable. The buyer, astonished that this piece of waste material revealed something within, covered her mouth in disbelief. Speechless, Jiang Huaixue leaned in and quietly advised her, considering the current market price, it's roughly around 200,000. Coming back to her senses, the buyer expressed her gratitude while excitedly grasping Jiang Huaixue's hand. Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful lady. If it weren't for you, this stone might have ended up in the trash. Jiang Huaixue smiled gently. This is your own fortune. It has nothing to do with me. As the buyer touched her hand, she was struck by its delicate softness, akin to grasping a piece of exquisite jade. Although both were women, the buyer felt her face flush, awkwardly withdrawing her hand. Chapter 84. What do you truly desire? Nearby, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and called out. I offer 180,000. Madam, is this jadeite for sale? I bid 190,000. Since Teacher Chu offered 200,000, are you trying to take advantage? I'll match Teacher Chu's offer at 200,000. This jade is intriguing. I'm willing to offer 210,000. Madam, please consider. Indeed. While the intrinsic value of this jade may be limited, its captivating backstory conveys themes of transformation and unexpected fortune. Typically, individuals seek jade not only for decorative purposes, but also due to its esteemed reputation. Since ancient times, jade has been regarded as a symbol of wealth and auspiciousness, believed to ward off misfortune and protect the wearer from calamities. The eventual revelation of this lotus powder jadeite embodies the essence of overcoming obstacles and finding light in the darkness. Once an item possesses a story, it acquires value. And jade is no exception. Ultimately, the buyer sold the jadeite for 260,000. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude to Jiang Huaixue, attempting to offer her 10,000 as a reward, which Jiang Huaixue graciously declined. Jiang Huaixue lightly brushed her shoulder, dispelling the lingering negativity, and softly encouraged, Go on. Everything will be all right. Strangely, the buyer felt a sense of relief from her recent fatigue, her eyes welling with tears as she appreciated the kindness of a stranger. Thank you. She etched the benefactor's face and name in her memory, hoping to express her gratitude once her family's circumstances improved. With the matter concluded, the surrounding crowd either dispersed or were beckoned by the shop owner to select stones. Teacher Chu and his companions also moved on, when someone cautiously inquired, Teacher Chu, why did you stop me from buying that piece earlier? Recognizing that Teacher Chu had initially expressed interest, the questioner believed that spending a little to please him would be worthwhile. Teacher Chu frowned. It's not worth more than 200,000. It's unnecessary. His expression seemed to convey, anyone paying more than 200,000 is a fool, leaving the questioner with an awkward smile. Though they had only interacted for a few days, the group had gained some insight into this master of the collecting world. Teacher Chu was known for his brusque demeanor, giving no regard to anyone's feelings, often speaking harshly. However, his reputation for expertise allowed him to reach a venerable age, frequently leaving others in stunned silence, only for them to later exclaim, So that is how it is. This was precisely why Feng Li had gone to great lengths, offering substantial sums and leveraging connections to invite him to Rui City. It was said that many collectors from Hong Kong had come to join in the excitement due to Teacher Chu's presence, promising a gathering of unexpected esteemed guests at this private auction. As Teacher Chu walked, lost in thought, he turned to Feng Li and asked, Do you know that girl from earlier? Having spoken to only one female that day, Teacher Chu was referring to Jiang Huaixue. Feng Li smiled and replied, I met her at a banquet once. Teacher Chu inquired, Is she also from the capital? Feng Li was aware of the circumstances surrounding the Yuan family, but she hasn't lived in the capital before.
Teacher nodded, seemingly enlightened.
Such a demeanor was rare for him, prompting Feng Li to ask curiously, What are you thinking about, Teacher Chu? Teacher Chu recalled a stone gambling auction held abroad a few years prior, where he had encountered a young woman with an extraordinarily discerning eye, yet he had only heard her voice, never seeing her face. Today, witnessing Jiang Huaixue's demeanor and the tone of her speech, one cannot help but notice a striking resemblance. However, regardless of whether she is indeed Jiang Huaixue, Xu Bo had no intention of bringing this matter up with Feng Li. He refrained from answering Feng Li's inquiry, opting instead to scrutinize him with a cold gaze, remarking, You have enlisted my friend's assistance to summon me to Rui City under the pretense of examining some stones. Yet in these past few days, Your actions hardly suggest an interest in mere stones. Pray tell, what are your true intentions? Feng Li, confronted with such direct questioning, maintained his smile. Old Chu, you jest. I invited you solely for the purpose of observing jade. Otherwise, it would be quite impractical for me to go through such elaborate measures. Wouldn't you agree?
Gibble.
Realizing he could extract no further information, let out a cold snort and ceased to engage with him. Meanwhile, Miao Zhu was taken aback. Coming from a family that dealt with jade, she was acutely aware of the minuscule odds of discovering green within such waste material. And she understood how remarkable it was for someone to discern it with the naked eye, especially since Jiang Huaixue had accurately outlined the individual. It certainly did not appear to be a mere stroke of luck. As she recalled Gu Nieyu's initial attitude towards Jiang Huaixue, a sense of unease crept over her, prompting her to scrutinize Nieyu with suspicion. Startled by her gaze, Nieyu responded, "Why are you looking at me?"
You should ask Huaixue.
Jiang Huaixue remained composed and innocent. I mentioned I have a slight understanding. Miao Zhu retorted. You call that a slight understanding? I can hardly believe it. Just as she was about to inquire further, she heard someone calling her from behind. Zhu. Turning around, they spotted Miao Rong and the members of the inspection team approaching. Uncle, didn't you say you were going to view the stones selected by a friend? After lunch, Miao Zhu had discussed their afternoon plans with Miao Rong, indicating that the three of them would visit the trading market. While Miao Rong had mentioned a friend who intended to introduce a good piece of material to him, Miao Rong chuckled, We've already seen it. I was scrolling through my social media and came across a video mentioning that old Chu from Xiangjiang was here at the trading market. We hurried over, thinking you might be here as well. Miao Zhu nodded. Old Chu is indeed here. We just ran into him. She gestured in a direction. He seems to have gone that way. Miao Rong, taken aback, snapped a photo to send to his friend while asking, You encountered old Chu? Did you get an autograph? Miao Zhu replied helplessly. Though old Chu is highly esteemed, I doubt he would require any autographs. It was evident that her uncle's daughter was an ardent fan, causing Miao Rong to unconsciously fall into a fanboy mode. Miao Rong laughed. You don't understand. Old Chu has genuine fans in the collecting community. I've heard from my friend that there are even fan clubs dedicated to him online. This revelation astonished Miao Zhu. Really? Is everything subject to fandom now? Even the collecting community has turned into a fan culture? Miao Rong waved his hand dismissively. That's beyond my comprehension. By the way, I heard something peculiar occurred here earlier. Someone extracted lotus powder from waste material. Unfortunately, we missed it as we arrived too late. Did you witness it? Miao Zhu replied. Not only did we see it, but the person involved is right in front of you. She forced a dry laugh. Yes, we saw it. It was indeed quite extraordinary. Fortunately, Miao Rong merely asked casually and did not delve into the specifics. Although they encountered each other at the trading market, they did not continue together but rather chose to wander separately. Miao Rong and his companions understood that young people prefer not to remain in the company of their elders for too long, fearing that their presence might induce discomfort. Conversely, Miao Zhu and Nieyu instinctively felt it inappropriate for Jiang Huaixue to be seen with outsiders. As for the reasons behind this sentiment, they could not articulate. Subsequently, at Jiang Huaixue's suggestion, Nieyu and Miao Zhu purchased several pieces of stone, each successfully unveiling one. With Jiang Huaixue's keen eye, they naturally selected fine specimens. Both were in high spirits, aware that revealing stones publicly would attract undue attention. So they opted to transport the remaining stones back to the capital. The following day, Jiang Huaixue and her companions entered the venue for the private auction alongside Miao Rong and the inspection team, donning their passes. Although it was termed an auction, the act of gambling on stones differed from other auctions, necessitating buyers to inspect the items closely. Consequently, all items for sale had been meticulously arranged and were being guarded by personnel. Long tables draped in dark red cloth displayed stones of various sizes and shapes. Upon entering, attendees were provided with flashlights and magnifying glasses. Each stone bore a number, alongside its weight, origin, and starting bid. Interested buyers merely needed to remember the number to participate in the bidding once it commenced. As the crowd dispersed, gathering in small groups around the stones, Chu Bo became the focal point of attention. Miao Rong's earlier assertion regarding his fanbase was evidently no exaggeration, as Jiang Huaixue and her companions observed a group of individuals, averaging 30 years of age, fixated on him. Miao Rong discreetly pointed out a figure to Jiang Huaixue and the others. Did you see that? The gentleman is the financial secretary of Xiangjiang. A well-known fan of old Chu, He follows him everywhere. Miao Zhu gasped the secretary. Such a high-ranking official? Thus, Miao Rong proceeded to recount various gossips and rumors from the Xiangjiang scene, with Niayu listening with rapt attention. Only Jiang Huaixue seemed distracted, scanning the venue with a furrowed brow, feeling that something was amiss, while she examined the stones through her magnifying glass. Discussing the clarity of the water with Miao Zhu, she kept an eye on the comings and goings of those around her. This ominous premonition was only validated when the auction officially commenced. At that moment, the host was introducing a stone from Bagan. As we all know, the dragon pit stones from Bagan generally possess excellent water quality and often yield high-quality jade. The piece currently on display weighs 38 kilograms and exhibits distinct characteristics. Just as the host was halfway through his remarks, a tall shadow suddenly loomed at the edge of the screen. The host paused, momentarily perplexed, before realizing that someone had approached from the side of the stage. Attempting to summon security, he was interrupted when the figure raised something towards the sky. Then, with a thunderous bang, a gunshot reverberated throughout the venue, shattering the momentary calm. The figure stepped out of the shadows, towering at nearly 6.5 feet, muscular and clad in camouflage, with a mask covering his face, leaving only his fierce eyes exposed. He kicked the host aside and slammed his AK-47 onto the podium, barking into the microphone, "Everyone, get down and cover your heads." For several seconds, the hall fell into complete silence, as if all present had lost the ability to breathe. No one moved, no one spoke. The assailant fired another shot into the ceiling, impatiently repeating, "Hurry. Within 1 minute, everyone is to gather here and cover your heads." After the second shot rang out, the crowd finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This was no dream, nor a film. Real gunfire was echoing in the hall. Help! Call the police! Call the police! Panic erupted, and chaos ensued as everyone scrambled for the exits. Then, with another gunshot, a man dressed similarly to the first emerged from the doorway, but instead of firing at the ceiling, he shot the first person to reach the door, a man in a suit. Before he could even utter a sound, blood mixing with an unknown substance pooled around him. The crowd froze in horror, with some unable to control their stomachs and vomiting. The man at the entrance stood firm, AK-47 raised, his voice deep and commanding. 1 minute. All of you, to the stage. The crowd, paralyzed by fear, remained motionless. The man raised his weapon and shot another person, continuing 58 seconds. Amid the clamor, a woman, possibly in a state of panic, screamed uncontrollably, "There's a murderer. Where are the security guards? Someone is killing people. Help!" The man aimed at her and fired for the third time, her scream abruptly silenced. 56 seconds. "I despise delays. Hasten the pace." 3 lives extinguished. The impact was immediate, almost instantaneous, as the crowd ceased their attempts to surge forward in numbers. Faced with the 3 disobedient corpses at the entrance, they immediately rushed towards the podium, weeping and pleading for mercy. "Please, I have money. I can pay you. What do you want? I beg you, spare me. I have elders above and children below. Must I perish here today? I do not wish to die." Miao Rong, amidst the chaos, turned pale, desperately searching for Miao Zhu among the throng. But all he saw were faces filled with panic and dread. Seizing the opportunity while the others wailed, he called out, "Zhu? Zhu?" Yet his voice was swallowed by the cacophony of over 200 voices, like a droplet lost in the ocean, yielding no echo. A burly man at the podium fired a shot. The bullet struck the massive screen, sending shards of glass and plastic flying. Brandishing an AK, he barked, "Silence. Hands up and cover your heads." 2 other similarly attired men emerged from backstage, one of whom chuckled mockingly. "Old Diao, why waste words on them? Just kill a few more, and they'll behave." The man called Old Diao cast a glance at him, scanning the crowd. "Which of you is from Xiangjiang?" No one answered. Old Diao slammed the gunstock against the table. "A bunch of cowards." He proceeded to name individuals directly, pulling them out one by one. It was unclear how they had obtained the list, but they accurately called out the names of Chu Bo and the financial secretary, along with several wealthy individuals. One of them stood beside Miao Zhu, and as his name was called, she trembled uncontrollably, gripping Niayu's arm tightly, her lower lip turning pale from being bitten. The one who had earlier called out Old Diao's name added, "They said someone from the capital has also arrived." Miao Zhu's heart sank as she observed that person hand Old Diao a note. Upon reading it aloud, Old Diao exclaimed, "Miao Rong?" Miao Zhu's eyes widened, about to speak. But Niayu firmly covered her mouth. Miao Rong stood up from the crowd, his expression grim as he struggled to maintain composure. Old Diao scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. Rest assured, if you comply, you will not perish. They had no desire to antagonize the families of the capital. They merely sought assurance. With enough important figures in their grasp, they could afford to be cautious. Old Diao continued reading. Feng Li? Feng Li stepped forward from the crowd. His gaze averted, appearing quite anxious. It's me. Niayu sensed the dire situation. With both Miao Rong and Feng Li singled out, he would surely not be overlooked. However, Miao Zhuzhu, whose uncle had been called out, might be safe. Leaning close to Miao Zhuzhu, Niayu whispered urgently, "Do not make a sound or show agitation. They dare not harm those from the capital." Miao Zhuzhu nodded, and Niayu released her, hesitating momentarily before whispering again. After the second shot was fired, I saw Huaixue head towards the backstage. Jiang Huaixue had been seated beside them, but as the crowd erupted into chaos, Niayu noticed her seemingly vaulting over her seat towards the backstage. Her movement was too swift, and amidst the turmoil, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of her figure. Unable to discern her subsequent actions, Miao Zhuzhu bit her lip tightly and nodded again. In such circumstances, straying from the crowd posed a greater danger than remaining among them. She was unaware of Huaixue's intentions, but she would keep an eye on the backstage direction. Niayu's intuition proved correct. After sizing up Feng Li, old Diao turned to the note once more. Niayu? Niayu gripped Miao Zhuzhu's arm once more, exhaling deeply as he rose. Old Diao remarked, "Oh, so young?" Unsure of how to respond, Niayu followed Feng Li's lead, bowing his head in silence. Old Diao paid no mind, crumpling the paper and tossing it aside. Exchanging words with the two men who had arrived later, as they carelessly pulled up chairs to sit before the crowd. The hall fell into a hush, save for the soft sounds of weeping. In a concealed corner behind the stage, amidst the clutter of sound equipment, Jiang Huaixue silently shifted her position. From the moment she entered the venue, she sensed something amiss, and while feigning interest in the stones, she surveyed the entire hall, realizing there were numerous hiding spots within the arrangement. Moreover, some places seemed too deliberate to be mere coincidences. When the man named Old Diao ascended the podium, the crowd remained still, and Jiang Huaixue followed suit, but as chaos ensued, she swiftly seized the opportunity to conceal herself. These desperate men had not anticipated that someone would dare to stir beneath their noses, entirely oblivious to Jiang Huaixue's presence. In the brief moments that followed, she keenly observed the gear and attire of the four men. They were far from ordinary robbers or criminals. Their proficiency with firearms suggested they were mercenaries. Mercenaries, by definition, do not belong to any formal military or political entity. They are a unique breed of soldiers driven by profit, fighting solely for monetary gain, available for hire by anyone. Had someone employed mercenaries to carry out a kidnapping? For what purpose? Was it for the stones here? Jiang Huaixue internally dismissed that notion. It was too troublesome. To brazenly deploy mercenaries on the territory of Rue City over a mere pile of stones would not be worth the risk. The potential losses outweighed any conceivable gains. As she pondered this, a thought struck her. The balance of risk and reward? What kind of benefit would warrant such a commotion and such great peril? What did these mercenaries intend to achieve by cornering people here? The sound of police sirens echoed from outside the venue, jolting all those trapped within. The police had arrived. Did this signify their salvation? Yet the four men stood with arms crossed, coldly assessing the situation, seemingly unaffected. Crackle. A surge of electrical noise emanated from Old Diao. Closest to him was the financial secretary, who flinched at the sudden sound. Old Diao shot him a glance and retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket. Jiang Huaixue's brow furrowed. They possessed walkie-talkies? This indicated that the four of them had other accomplices with whom they needed to communicate, though their whereabouts remained unknown. The walkie-talkie crackled twice before a gruff voice spoke in a foreign language. "They're coming." Old Diao replied in the same tongue. "Understood. Everything is proceeding smoothly on our end." The voice on the other end switched to Mandarin. "Damn it, there's a kid in the SWAT team with decent marksmanship. He just led them on a wild chase in the city, and I nearly got my leg blown off." He cursed vehemently, sounding very much like a national of Huagua, but soon spat out another curse. "Damn it, I knew it would be harder to operate on Huagua's turf. I've wasted my bullets. Do you have enough magazines over there?" Old Diao responded. "We've only used 2 bullets here." The person on the other end replied, "Got it." The walkie-talkie crackled once more, and then fell silent. The individual who had handed Old Diao the note muttered a few curses upon realizing the other side had gone quiet, The intermediary he sent to contact us is now acting pitiful, pretending to be someone important. Old Diao silenced him. Shut up. We can discuss it later. An intermediary? Speaking fluent Mandarin yet not being a Huagua national. Clearly familiar with Rui City. Jiang Huaixue mused. Could it be someone from Beijing? The most significant recent commotion involving Beijing was the pursuit of Wu. Could this incident be tied to Wu? Wasn't he involved in flower dealings? How could he possibly be linked to jade and gemstones? Jiang Huaixue assessed the four men outside once more, calculating how long it would take her to act if the need arose. If it were just her alone. Eliminating these four individuals would pose little challenge. However, the current predicament is complicated by the presence of numerous innocents at the scene. During their confrontation, the likelihood of bystanders being inadvertently struck by stray bullets is essentially non-existent, particularly for the burly man standing nearest the entrance, who is furthest from Jiang Huaixue. By the time Jiang Huaixue has incapacitated the remaining three, the man at the door could easily unleash a barrage of bullets capable of claiming the lives of at least 20 individuals. She exhaled silently, feeling a twinge of headache. The radio in Old Diao's hand crackled to life once more, this time with a different voice. Old Diao, hold the police off and keep them occupied. The man beside Old Diao scoffed. We four are keeping over 20 at bay, and you still want us to find them something to do? The other party, sounding resigned, replied, Unfortunately, we have something at stake here that complicates matters. The man beside Old Diao cursed under his breath. Damn, this is truly a hassle. Old Diao spoke in a low voice. All right, let us wrap this up quickly and withdraw. He raised his gun, gesturing towards Chu Bo and the financial secretary, then brought Feng Li into the fray, instructing the others. Go. Show those officers who we have here. Our lives may not be worth much. But if anything were to happen to any of these individuals today, it would escalate into a grand scandal. Chapter 86. Conspiracy. Jiang Huaixue was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly grasped the implication of his words. Chu Bo and the financial secretary are prominent figures in Hong Kong. Should anything unfortunate occur here, it would undoubtedly spark a political upheaval. Furthermore, Feng Li, as a scion of a prestigious Beijing family, is connected to a vast network of kinship, which could lead to a myriad of troublesome ramifications. The person on the radio had requested Old Diao to stall the police and find them something to do. By displaying these individuals, the police would think twice about acting rashly and might even call for reinforcements. Wait, reinforcements? A flash of clarity illuminated Jiang Huaixue's mind as she linked the clues together, suddenly understanding the true intentions of the mastermind behind the scenes. The earlier speaker had mentioned they had something to take. If this matter is related to Wu, then what they intend to seize is self-evident. Q had indicated that Wu had been sighted in Beijing, evading capture by Interpol. Why would Wu forsake a better escape route to come here? Is it because he intends to retrieve something? Yet, because he is being monitored, he must distract the police during the operation. It is possible they have split into two, or even several groups. This also explains why they would be willing to hire mercenaries. A cold glint flickered in Jiang Huaixue's eyes. She would not let Wu achieve his goal unimpeded. The burly man beside Old Diao, upon hearing his command, sneered and aimed his gun at Chu Bo and the others. Let us go. Follow me for a little stroll. To keep Old Diao informed about the situation outside, the man kept the radio on, allowing those inside the venue to hear the conversations clearly. The police initiated communication. Listen up inside. You are surrounded. If you surrender now, leniency may be granted. The burly man appeared to find this amusing, laughing heartily. Surrender? You should first consider who you are dealing with. The police could be heard in a flurry of voices. Soon after, the sound of sirens echoed, indicating the arrival of reinforcements. This time, the police directly inquired, What do you want? Old Diao directed his companion via the radio. Tell them we want the Jade inside and a military helicopter. When they mentioned Jade, the police could comprehend, thinking they were motivated by greed, but the demand for a helicopter instigated suspicion. Can you even fly a helicopter? Is it common for regular robbers to possess such advanced skills? The burly man confronting the police retorted, That's none of your concern. Just prepare what we request. After a brief discussion, the authorities acquiesced, but stated that coordinating the military helicopter would take time, hoping they would refrain from harming hostages in the meantime. The burly man, appearing bored, remarked, We have no interest in the hostages. Prepare the items and we will leave. We hope you won't act rashly, as bullets are indiscriminate. He retreated to a concealed position, hiding his frame and aiming at Chu Bo and the others, and indeed, the police dared not act hastily. After listening to the entire exchange, old Diao switched to a different radio frequency, contacting another group. We have over 10 more people here. How is it on your end? Have you secured the items? The response came swiftly. Almost there, we're about to shake off the people. Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow. Pulling out a mask that Miao Zhu had prepared for her that morning, discontent with the persistent male attention directed at Jiang Huaixue.
Now.
It proved to be quite useful. Only 3 individuals remained in the venue, but apart from the one standing at the entrance. Both old Diao and another were pointing their weapons at the crowd. How could she swiftly neutralize one while preventing the other from indiscriminately firing and causing innocent casualties? Was she truly to wait until everything concluded before making her move? Jiang Huaixue's mind raced, striving to devise a comprehensive strategy. However, events rarely unfold in a manner that allows for preparation. Before she could make a decision, her phone unexpectedly rang. Amidst the soft cries in the venue, a sudden, clear ringtone pierced the air from a corner. Old Diao and his companion were startled, immediately raising their weapons to fire.
Who?
Who is there?
Damn.
There are still people in the venue. Jiang Huaixue cursed her bad luck under her breath, yet her movements did not falter. She swiftly kicked a few speakers, effectively blocking the bullets. The shots collided with the speakers, causing a thunderous crash and scattering debris everywhere. Jiang Huaixue did not flinch. She hurled various objects around her to shield herself from bullets and disrupt the opponent's line of sight, all the while advancing towards them by stepping on tables. In less than a blink, Jiang Huaixue vaulted over to the back of old Diao's companion, landing gracefully, her legs wrapping around his neck with a swift twist. And the nearly 2-meter-tall man fell to the ground without a moment's notice. Jiang Huaixue's movements were astonishingly quick. She seized the man's AK-47 and, without a backward glance, began firing towards the entrance, delivering a precise kick towards old Diao. Old Diao had no time to retaliate, nor even to draw his weapon, his pupils constricted, and years of battlefield experience compelled him to instinctively drop back, narrowly avoiding Jiang Huaixue's shoe. However, the companion at the door was evidently not as fortunate, receiving a bullet to his right hand, causing his firearm to tumble. Jiang Huaixue would not grant him the chance to retrieve it, mercilessly firing 2 shots into his chest. The executioner is invariably met with death. The man who had just moments ago taken the lives of 3 innocents bore a final expression of disbelief. The entire encounter transpired in under 3 seconds. Old Diao was unable to save his companion or retaliate against Jiang Huaixue, resorting instead to roll away and hide behind a solid wooden table, swiftly reloading. Jiang Huaixue remarked with a hint of surprise. Not bad for body awareness. She effortlessly held the AK-47 she had taken from old Diao's companion, confronting old Diao from a distance. So, shall we see whose gun is faster, yours or mine? Old Diao did not dare to even blink. Who are you? The speed of this woman's actions was beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension, almost inconceivable for a human being. In an instant, old Diao's mind raced through the names of internationally renowned female assassins and mercenaries, yet none fit the description. Who I am is of little consequence. Jiang Huaixue replied with a faint smile. What truly matters is, where is Wu? Old Diao's finger twitched, nearly causing an accidental discharge. How do you know? Jiang Huaixue glanced at his weapon, countering with a question. You strike me as an experienced gunman. Care to test whose weapon is truly faster? Old Diao, wary, refused no. She was attempting to provoke him into firing, aiming to seize the opportunity to strike. In the fleeting moment deemed futile by onlookers, it could very well be a lethal strike for her. Jiang Huaixue sighed in regret. Very well. Her arm throbbed subtly, a remnant ache from being grazed by a bullet moments prior. She felt a pang of annoyance, genuinely lamenting her slow cultivation of martial arts. Had she progressed more swiftly, her skills would have formed a natural barrier to shield her, rendering her impervious even to bullets. Chapter 87. Resolution. Jiang Huaixue remained immobile, and so did Lao Diao. Both of them locked in a complete stalemate. The venue was engulfed in a profound silence, everyone stunned by the sudden appearance of this girl who had just ruthlessly taken a life. Who was she? Why was she wearing a mask? Was she a foe of these bandits, or perhaps an ally of a new faction? The crowd hesitated, afraid to speak, their apprehension heightened by the fresh corpse on the ground and the tense standoff between the two. Miao Zhu stifled an almost uttered gasp, her gaze fixated on the masked girl. While others were oblivious, she recognized her at once. It was none other than Jiang Huaixue. What was happening? Was this the Huaixue she knew? She had single-handedly vanquished the bandits and now stood defiantly against their leader. Miao Zhuzhu was incredulous yet dared not call out Jiang Huaixue's name, fearing it might attract attention. She instinctively glanced at Nieyu, who also turned to look at her. Their eyes exchanged a silent understanding. Indeed, that person was Jiang Huaixue, not a figment of their imagination. As Jiang Huaixue and Lao Diao were locked in their standoff, Lao Diao's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life, signaling an incoming communication. Instinctively, he lowered his head to respond. In that brief moment, the outcome was sealed. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting shadow. Before he could raise his gaze, agony shot through his arm, and his weapon clattered to the ground. Jiang Huaixue had struck his forearm, then delivered a precise blow to his neck, rendering him unconscious, without a sound. She swiftly removed the magazine from his weapon, gave him a nudge with her foot, and muttered, "We must leave a survivor." Pressing the walkie-talkie, she heard a voice inquire, "Lao Diao, how are things on your end?" "We are close to securing our position," Jiang Huaixue replied. "You might not achieve that." Hearing the female voice, the speaker recoiled in shock. "Who are you?" Jiang Huaixue smiled, "Just an unremarkable, well-meaning citizen." With that, she brandished the walkie-talkie and her gun, forcefully kicked open the venue's doors. Outside the venue lay the hall, where Lao Diao's remaining accomplices were leaning against the wall, AK-47s trained on the police outside. The commotion from Jiang Huaixue kicking open the door startled one of them, who turned just in time to be met with a volley of bullets from her weapon. Jiang Huaixue was adept with her aim, targeting the wrist before striking the ground, causing the force of the bullets to send their fallen weapon skittering several meters away. The police, gathered outside the hall, paused momentarily before surging forward to apprehend the bandits. Amid the chaos, Jiang Huaixue caught a glimpse of the hostages being swiftly surrounded and comforted by the officers, meeting Feng Li's astonished gaze with contemplation. "Hello." A police officer rushed towards Jiang Huaixue, uttering just 2 words before she raised her hand to interrupt him. She handed the walkie-talkie over, stating, "I understand you have many questions, but perhaps you should first concern yourselves with whether Wei Province's most notorious drug lord will be able to retrieve a shipment from Rue City today." "What?" The Special Operations Unit's captain turned sharply, his expression grave and piercing. "Who?" Jiang Huaixue succinctly explained. He deliberately orchestrated multiple disturbances to divert police resources. "Now that this situation is resolved, I cannot ascertain if other incidents are occurring elsewhere, but I trust you are aware?" The captain's expression shifted dramatically as he seemed to connect the dots. "So that is how it is." Jiang Huaixue kindly added, "All the individuals inside have been dealt with. There is nothing particularly pressing left to manage here." The captain scrutinized Jiang Huaixue deeply. "Thank you." He was unaware of her background or how she had managed to breach the situation and neutralize several armed assailants, but it was evidently not the time for inquiries. Without hesitation, he assigned a few officers to handle the aftermath and led the remaining team to the police vehicles, speeding away. Having just engaged in a gunfight in front of so many witnesses, Jiang Huaixue wished to avoid further attention. So she glanced at the officers too preoccupied to notice her and simply hailed a cab back to the hotel. On the way, she sent a message to Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu, initially pondering if they would be summoned for statements. To her surprise, upon returning from a brief shower, she found the two had already returned. Sitting in front of the mirror at her table, she ran her fingers through her hair and inquired, "How come you're back so early?" Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu sat upright on the sofa behind her, their postures straight, hands obediently placed on their laps, resembling 2 schoolchildren. Nieyu stammered, "The police are quite busy and currently have no time for statements. They mentioned something about a major case." Jiang Huaixue nodded in understanding. It must be that cunning Wu who had diverted their attention. She scrutinized her reflection in the mirror, picking up a curling iron to style her hair. "Do you two have any questions?" Miao Zhuzhu hesitated. "Well, just that. It was so astonishing earlier that I'm still a bit dazed. I even wondered if you had employed some supernatural techniques." Jiang Huaixue pondered how to explain. "I received specialized training abroad." Miao Zhuzhu's eyes lit up. "Is that what training can achieve?" Jiang Huaixue replied candidly, "Not necessarily. It also depends on talent and physical condition." Miao Zhuzhu's bright eyes dimmed slightly. "All right then." Both she and Nieyu had learned basic self-defense. Yet those fundamentals were inadequate against true experts. Witnessing Jiang Huaixue's prowess had left them both shocked and envious.
Nie y mermerd, huaix.
Jiang Huaixue turned her gaze towards him inquiringly. Nieyu added, "I want to learn too." Miao Zhuzhu seized the opportunity to chime in, "Me too." Jiang Huaixue contemplated, "Perhaps not now. Maybe next summer, we could spend a couple of months training. Nia Yu and Miao Zhuzhu erupted in cheers. After being terrified just moments ago in the venue, they now radiated youthful exuberance. Jiang Huaixue turned to Miao Zhuzhu, asking, "How is Uncle Miao? Is he alright?" Miao Zhuzhu replied, "Yes, fine. Just a bit startled. Real gunfire is quite intimidating. One of the experts in the delegation is older, and Uncle Miao took him to the hospital for a checkup." Miao Zhuzhu, perceptive as ever, reassured Jiang Huaixue regarding Uncle Miao and the delegation. "Don't worry. I'll explain to my uncle." Although they saw everything, they spread rumors. Jiang Huaixue had no intention of making the incident widely known, so she nodded. Okay. At that moment, Miao Zhuzhu noticed Jiang Huaixue curling her hair, having already done half her head. "What are you doing?" Jiang Huaixue replied helplessly. "Even though I'm wearing a mask, my clothing and hairstyle are still quite noticeable. I need to switch up my style for the next few days." Turning to show Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu, she asked, "What do you think? Is it different?" Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu stared, momentarily at a loss for words. There was a detail I forgot to mention at the outset. The backdrop and political system are entirely fictional. All cities and regions referenced are not real names, although some characteristics may draw inspiration from reality. Chapter 88. Did you come to see me? As the saying goes, Buddha relies on golden adornments, while a person relies on their garments, yet if an individual's beauty and aura are overwhelming, it is the person who enhances the attire. Jiang Huaixue had previously displayed no distinct fashion preferences, donning a trench coat and long trousers typical for autumn. During a shopping excursion, Xie Huili generously purchased an array of garments for her, allowing her to curate her own combinations. Despite the fact that these were merely styles from a brand store, she managed to imbue them with an air of unparalleled haute couture. Thus, Miao Zhuzhu often jested that it scarcely mattered what Jiang Huaixue wore. A true beauty could don a burlap sack and still exude myriad charms. Those who met her for the first time often found it difficult to notice her attire. However, Miao Zhuzhu now felt a pang of realization. Indeed, it did matter. Just moments ago, she and Nieyu were so distracted that they failed to notice Jiang Huaixue was adorned in such exquisite clothing. She wore a long skirt in the Lolita style, a delicate shade of light blue, crafted from tie-dyed chiffon, adorned with floral lace, plum blossom embroidery, tiny pointed water-soluble lace, and gold and silver thread ribbons. The layers of soft fabric billowed around her like the petals of a grand peony. Miao Zhuzhu stared for a moment and mused. "I have always thought such skirts to be rather extravagant, yet upon seeing you in it, it feels perfectly apartment." This dress, meticulously constructed with attention to detail, exuded an ostentatious flair. Strangely, when worn by Jiang Huaixue, the garment's inherent style seemed subdued. Anyone who glanced her way could only appreciate her ethereal beauty, rendering the dress itself inconsequential. Jiang Huaixue continued to curl her hair, explaining, "I bought this at the mall across the street. It was recommended by the sales assistant." Nieyu gasped in astonishment. It's hard to believe that even those unfamiliar with you would struggle to connect the person involved in the shootout this afternoon with you. Who would have imagined that a stunning young lady in a lavish Lolita dress could so decisively eliminate terrorists? Miao Zhuzhu nodded vigorously in agreement. This was precisely the effect Jiang Huaixue desired. She chatted with the two of them for a while before suggesting they each return to their rooms to eat and rest. Today's events were thrilling enough, and tomorrow they would likely need to provide statements, so it was essential to be well rested. As Jiang Huaixue finished curling her hair and began tidying up her belongings, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Miao Zhuzhu and Nieyu returning, she casually approached to open the door, only to be greeted by the striking visage of Xie Chongyan. "Chongyan? What brings you here?" Jiang Huaixue exclaimed in surprise. Xie Chongyan appeared to have arrived in haste, his brow slightly furrowed with concern as he assessed her from head to toe. "Huaixue, are you alright? How did he find out?" The situation in Ruwei City had been kept under wraps, so how did he acquire this information? Jiang Huaixue offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. There's no need to worry." She invited Xie Chongyan into her room and asked, "How did you learn about the incident here so quickly?" With a hint of exasperation, Xie Chongyan replied, "Did you forget about the bodyguards I arranged for you?" Jiang Huaixue sheepishly admitted that she indeed had. The bodyguards who had accompanied her and Nieyu were unable to enter the venue and had remained outside, unaware that an unexpected incident would occur. They contacted Xie Chongyan immediately, but due to the presence of armed assailants, they could not storm the scene and were devising a strategy instead. Jiang Huaixue, however, had burst through the door, eliminated the threat, and returned to the hotel with ease. The bodyguards were left speechless. They were not your typical bodyguards and recognized that the assailant was no ordinary person, further astounded by Jiang Huaixue's nonchalance. The bodyguards reported the latest developments to Xie Chongyan and left 2 individuals to monitor the scene while the rest followed Jiang Huaixue back to the hotel. During the report, the bodyguards informed him that they had seen Jiang Huaixue's arm injured, with a tear in her sleeve that seemed to bear faint traces of blood. The bodyguards had not seen clearly, and their vague description only heightened Xie Chongyan's anxiety about her condition. Although he rationally understood that her return to the hotel suggested she was unharmed, he was still troubled by not having witnessed it firsthand. Xie Chongyan hurriedly flew from the capital to Rui City and made his way to the hotel. "I heard you injured your arm," he remarked, his gaze falling on the intricate sleeves that extended to her forearm. Jiang Huaixue was taken aback that he knew even this detail and rolled up her sleeve to show him. "It's nothing serious, just a minor scrape." She had already taken the liberty of disinfecting and bandaging it herself. Xie Chongyan, still concerned, gently lifted her sleeve to inspect it more closely, only relaxing once he confirmed it wasn't severe. The stern demeanor he had displayed upon entering began to soften. Jiang Huaixue, noticing this, teased, "You're being overly anxious. If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm made of crystal." She observed his travel-worn appearance. "Did you go see Nieyu? You didn't come straight to see me, did you?" Xie Chongyan's expression froze, and he stammered, but could not finish his thought. Jiang Huaixue had merely been joking, but his reaction left her momentarily stunned. "Did you come specifically to see me?" she asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Xie Chongyan struggled to respond, not wanting to lie, and fell into silence. Had he responded normally, the playful banter might have continued, but his demeanor rendered the atmosphere distinctly awkward. Jiang Huaixue felt a flicker of realization. Both she and Nieyu were in Rui City, and given the incident, Xie Chongyan's arrival, though seemingly excessive, was also an expression of familial concern. Especially since Nieyu was Xie Chongyan's cousin, it was only natural for him to come to the hotel. Thus, her initial statement had been a mere jest, but Xie Chongyan's behavior suggested otherwise. He had heard of her injury and had come specifically to check on her, momentarily forgetting about anyone else. Even if Jiang Huaixue was not well versed in the dynamics of sibling relationships, she could sense that Xie Chongyan's reaction was somewhat excessive. This thought flickered through her mind, and she suddenly became acutely aware of how close she was to him. Xie Chongyan was still holding her injured arm, his warm, broad palm resting against her wrist, radiating a comforting heat. His lowered head was mere inches from her ear, their breaths almost mingling. Was this proximity too intimate? Jiang Huaixue instinctively withdrew her hand and took a step back. To mask her emotions, she hurriedly suggested, "Have you eaten yet? I can call the hotel staff to bring up some food." Xie Chongyan replied distractedly, "Sure, I'll go check on Nieyu first and come back." Both of them were clearly out of sorts, and neither had thought to suggest descending to the lobby or dining out. It was precisely because they were both distracted that they failed to notice each other's peculiarities. Once Xie Chongyan exited the room, his tense muscles finally relaxed. He opened his palm, remembering the delicate, pale arm he had just held. He could have easily enclosed it with just a gentle curl of his fingers. Jiang Huaixue was enigmatic, powerful, and elusive. Even with his status and position, Xie Chongyan often felt that she remained frustratingly distant. While at Bitao Courtyard, he had several occasions to observe her standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows or gazing into the distance from the corridor, leading him to feel as if she might vanish at any moment. Was it possible that such a person could only be secured in the palm of one's hand to alleviate the constant anxiety? Xie Chongyan slowly closed his hand, lost in thought for a moment before making his way to Nieyu's room. Little theater. Xie Chongyan, wistfully love drives one to madness. The closer I get to my wife, the more possessive I become. I just want to confine her and keep her all to myself. Jiang Huaixue suspiciously Xie Chongyan seems a bit strange. Nieyu, indignantly, I told you, I wasn't even related by blood. Chapter 89. Not angry, Nieyu was moved to tears, serving tea and water to Xie Chongyan, inquiring about his well-being. Cousin, how did you get here? It must have been tiring for you to travel. Are you hungry? Thirsty? Please drink some water. How long will you stay? Where will you sleep tonight? Did you bring an assistant with you? Xie Chongyan had already learned from his bodyguards that Nieyu was unscathed, not a hair out of place. Thus, upon meeting, he scrutinized him for a moment and, reassured of his good spirits, began to drift into his thoughts. He calculated that spending a mere 20 minutes here would suffice. While Nieyu engaged him in conversation, he offered short responses, his attention divided. By plane. Not hungry, not thirsty, no water. Staying for a day, sleeping at a hotel. No assistant. He was typically reserved and taciturn, and Yeyu did not sense anything amiss. Rather, he grew increasingly animated. Cousin, you should have seen Huaixue today. He looked absolutely dashing, and everyone was terrified. The air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and 3 towering figures were glaring at us. Like wolves eyeing sheep. I almost thought I would lose my life there. Suddenly, a bell rang, and those 2 terrorists opened fire, but Huaixue sprang into action. And miraculously, he wasn't hit. It was astounding. I didn't even see how he did it. It felt like he was here one moment and there the next, effortlessly dispatching the terrorists. Cousin? After a lengthy, excited recounting, he abruptly noticed Xie Chongyan's expression darkening, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure.
Nie cautiously inquired, cousin.
What's wrong? Xie Chongyan frowned. It's nothing. What happened next? The bodyguards could not see the situation inside the venue and merely reported on Jiang Huaixue's status after he emerged. He had not anticipated how perilous Jiang Huaixue's situation had been at that moment. Noticing Xie Chongyan's low spirits, Nieyu whispered after that. All the terrorists were subdued by Huaixue. Xie Chongyan merely grunted in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Nieyu discreetly observed his demeanor, perhaps surmising Xie Chongyan's thoughts, and tentatively suggested, "Are you upset that Huaixue's actions were too dangerous? The son of a wealthy family is not one to sit idly by in the face of peril. It is human nature to seek fortune and avoid danger, developing an aversion to any behavior that could pose a risk." During high school, Nieyu had once traveled to F continent for photography with classmates, much to Xie Huai's vehement opposition. Xie Huai could not fathom why they would choose to visit the most chaotic and tumultuous country, perceiving it as courting danger. Thus, Nieyu speculated that Xie Chongyan's sentiments were likely similar. Just as in those dramas and films, where the protagonists take risks, family and friends inevitably express their concern afterward, exclaiming how dangerous such actions were. Although they may be angry, their underlying motivation is care. However, Xie Chongyan pressed his lips together. I am not angry.
Nie mumbled.
Your expression says otherwise. Indeed, it was not anger, but rather frustration. Xie Chongyan rubbed his temples, regaining his tranquility. You were in such a dangerous situation, with no way for me to assist you. Huaixue resolved the issue on his own. What right do I have to be angry? Nieyu was taken aback. Xie Chongyan continued softly, I merely regret not arranging for additional bodyguards to accompany you into the venue, which might have provided Huaixue some assistance in the event of an unforeseen crisis. Even though he felt a pang of fear for Jiang Huaixue's perilous circumstances, he would not disguise his concern or project his negative emotions onto Jiang Huaixue. Outside the door, Jiang Huaixue halted her steps. She had come to summon Xie Chongyan for dinner, only to overhear the two discussing the events of the day. The corridor was brightly lit, and the shadow cast by the door enveloped Jiang Huaixue as she listened intently to Xie Chongyan's words. So, it's not anger. I failed to protect her properly. Jiang Huaixue recalled the last time she had drawn a talisman for him with her own blood, aiding in his recovery, and he had expressed similar sentiments then. He had said, I should not be displeased. You act for my benefit. However, I hope you do not suffer for trivial matters, not even a little. It is not worth it, regardless of the size of the wound. No one deserves that. Jiang Huaixue lowered her long, dark lashes, pondering that this person, who appeared so stern on the surface, could sometimes display unexpected tenderness. It was quite a striking contrast. Nieyu stuttered, cousin you. Xie Chongyan replied nonchalantly, what about me? Nieyu wanted to express that his manner of speaking seemed to shatter his imposing image, feeling nothing like a domineering CEO. However, as the words formed on his lips, a sudden realization struck him, and he changed his question. Did you really come to see me? That can't be right, he thought. When discussing his own affairs, Xie Chongyan was so nonchalant, yet when it came to Jiang Huaixue, his words seemed heartfelt and pondered. Moreover, when Xie Chongyan had made his last statement, had he not almost said he didn't protect her properly, only to alter it at the last moment? Nieyu regarded Xie Chongyan with suspicion. Jiang Huaixue is outside, she said with a smile, knocking on the door to provide an escape for him. Dinner has arrived. Are you two coming to eat? Scene. Xie Chongyan, though my innate possessiveness often stirs within me, I shall always respect, understand, and cherish my wife. Jiang Huaixue, this person seems increasingly peculiar. Nieyu, so, my cousin really did come to see me? Chapter 90. Snowflake-shaped jewelry. Nieyu indeed had not yet dined. And upon hearing Jiang Huaixue announce that dinner had arrived, he joyfully dashed over. Xie Chongyan lagged behind, walking alongside Jiang Huaixue and speaking in hushed tones. The police will likely want to take your statement tomorrow. If you prefer not to show up, I can handle it. Jiang Huaixue shook her head. I should still go. Given my situation, I won't be doing it alongside anyone else. Besides, I did reveal Wu's plan, so regardless of whether the police ultimately apprehend anyone, they will certainly come to question me. Xie Chongyan, unaware of the details, recognized her determination and replied, Then I shall accompany you tomorrow and return to the capital in the evening. Jiang Huaixue smiled in agreement. All right. She recalled the situation with the Xie family and asked with concern, Is everything going smoothly at home? Xie Chongyan momentarily lost his train of thought. The term home spoken from her lips stirred an inexplicable flutter within him. Maintaining a composed facade, he replied, Everything is proceeding smoothly. In another half-month, it should be settled. He and old Master Xie had coordinated thoroughly. They were merely awaiting the final steps to oust Xie Deong from his position as a shareholder in the Xie family. Contemplating Xie Deong's family, Xie Chongyan felt a twinge of displeasure. The source of his discontent was none other than Xie Deong's son, Xie Xian. Ever since Xie Chongyan had caught Xie Xian audaciously harassing Jiang Huaixue, he had instructed his men to keep a close watch on him. Upon learning that Xie Xian had recently commissioned a set of jewelry designed in the shape of snowflakes, he surmised the intentions behind it. Xie Chongyan felt a mix of bitterness and anger, resolutely deciding that he would not allow Xie Xian the opportunity to meet Jiang Huaixue. Nor would he bring up the matter in her presence. While they indulged in a tender meal here, someone in the capital was angrily confronting Xie Xian. It was no secret that Xie Xian was a notorious womanizer. His longtime companions were well aware of his proclivities. Wan Rumen, though she had not witnessed it firsthand in earlier years, had heard plenty of gossip about Xie Xian's past escapades during social gatherings among the elite. However, since they had established a romantic relationship, she had rarely heard any new rumors about him. This was partly because those around her were savvy enough not to mention it in her presence, and partly because Xie Xian had become preoccupied with handling affairs for Xie Deong, leaving him little time to pursue other women. In addition, thanks to Xie Xian's consistent tenderness and affection towards Wan Rumen, coupled with his incessant sweet talk, she was led to believe that he had truly settled down. Wan Rumen took great pride in this illusion. It is often said that a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. For a young talent like Xie Xian, a fleeting phase of infidelity in his youth seemed inconsequential. Was he not now ensnared by her? After their engagement, Wan Rumen and Xie Xian grew increasingly intimate. She frequently visited his residence, sharing meals and nights together, often bringing along homemade soups and delicacies. One day, having recently mastered a new dessert, she decided to surprise Xie Xian by cooking for him, only to arrive just in time for the delivery of custom jewelry he had ordered. The delivery person, a charming individual, having met Xie Xian during the jewelry's design process, recognized him as a wealthy young gentleman. Upon arriving at the designated address and being greeted by a beautiful young woman, he naturally assumed she was the intended recipient of the jewelry. With a bright smile, he inquired, Hello, is this Mr. Xie Xian's residence? This is a custom piece for Mr. Xie. Could you please sign for it? Wan Rumen, taken aback yet intrigued, exclaimed, Is it women's jewelry? The delivery person, eager to please a valued client, replied with a grin, Yes, it is a stunning and expensive set of women's jewelry, personally customized by Mr. Xie in collaboration with the designer. Upon hearing this, Wan Rumen naturally assumed Xie Xian was gifting it to her. She responded sweetly, I can sign for it on behalf of Xian. Thank you for your effort. The delivery person, further convinced of his assumption, couldn't help but add, It's no trouble at all. A beauty like you must adore snow, right? This entire set is designed in the shape of snowflakes. Mr. Xie is particularly thoughtful. Wan Rumen's smile froze at his words. What? Snowflakes? She despised winter and snowy weather more than anything. Oblivious to the shift in her demeanor, the delivery person continued cheerfully. Not many men today put such thought into their girlfriends. You are indeed fortunate. Wan Rumen's face remained stiff as she managed a forced smile, sending him on his way. Once the door was firmly shut, she tore into the beautifully wrapped gift box, her heart racing with suspicion. Inside lay a complete set of snowflake jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, and hairpins, each piece undoubtedly of considerable value. Snowflakes. Even Wan Rumen, with her naivete, understood she had nothing to do with that imagery. This jewelry must have been intended for someone else. Initially, she didn't even consider Jiang Huaixue as she believed there was no connection between Xie and her. Instead, she assumed he had taken a mistress who fancied such snowflake-themed items. Nevertheless, the thought filled her with resentment. Xie had never bestowed her with such thoughtful gifts. Yet this unknown seductress seemed to deserve them. Wan Rumen was on the verge of calling Xie to confront him, but knew it would be futile to discover the identity of this woman. Therefore, she gritted her teeth, repackaged the jewelry, and tidied up the kitchen before departing. She contacted the cook from Xie's household, offering her a sum to pretend as the recipient of the jewelry, creating the illusion that she had never been there that day. That evening, when Xie returned home, she gracefully approached him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Ah, Xian man," he replied, his charming peach blossom eyes revealing no hint of guilt. Sweet nothings flowed effortlessly from his lips as he remarked, "I was just thinking of you, and here you are. What a lovely coincidence." As Wan Rumen cozied up to him, she discreetly scanned the room and found the jewelry box had indeed been put away, while Xie showed no intention of mentioning it. Her last shred of hope withered away. When Xie went to shower, Wan Rumen swiftly unlocked his phone, delving into his chat history. She first searched for snowflake. Finding no relevant conversations, then searched for gift, which surprisingly yielded hundreds of messages. Most were about Xie arranging for his secretary to select gifts for various women, interspersed with information about flowers, hotels, and travel. Wan Rumen scrolled through in a frenzy, her throat tightening with each revelation. There was no sign of a wayward son returning. Rather, it was clear that old habits die hard. She had believed Xie had matured and settled down, only to realize that he maintained a facade of fidelity while indulging in affairs. His busy nights, she now understood, were spent mingling with other women. As she scrutinized the records, her vigilance regarding the snowflake jewelry intensified. The messages indicated that Xie had always let his secretary handle gift preparations, demonstrating a casual attitude, while his personal involvement in customizing the jewelry stood in stark contrast. Who had inspired such dedication? Taking a deep breath, Wan Rumen changed her search to Jiang Huaixue. Knowing Xie, she was aware that when he took an interest in someone, he would thoroughly investigate their background. The results of her search yielded even more messages, most related to work, but some were personal. Wan Rumen scrolled through, ultimately fixating on a specific message from Xie to his secretary. "Look into Jiang Huaixue and be thorough." Jiang Huaixue? Xie was having his secretary investigate Jiang Huaixue? Wan Rumen read the line twice, confirming her understanding, and felt her vision darken. She could hardly fathom that Xie would harbor any interest in Jiang Huaixue. How could this be? Had they ever met? Steadying herself, she glanced at the timestamp of Xie's message. It was the day after their engagement banquet. The memory of Jiang Huaixue's stunning entrance that night made Wan Rumen's teeth clench in fury. No wonder Jiang Huaixue had presented herself so lavishly. No wonder she had been so ostentatious. Had she been scheming all along to ensnare her fiancé? On the day Jiang Huaixue moved out of the Wan household, Wan Rumen had been absent, and her parents had endured Jiang Huaixue's scorn without disclosing their confrontation to her. They told Wan Rumen that Jiang Huaixue was rebellious and disrespectful, which led them to send her away for self-reflection. Wan Rumen had taken this at face value, believing Jiang Huaixue had been abandoned by her parents and posed no further threat. Little did she know, Jiang Huaixue had clandestinely ensnared Xie, even to the extent of having him commission jewelry for her. Jiang Huaixue. No wonder the jewelry was designed to resemble snowflakes. It was all her doing, carrying such a deep meaning. Wan Rumen felt an almost visceral rage, her heart pounding with a mix of fury and panic. She could not harbor such hatred for anyone else, but Jiang Huaixue was the exception. Their lives had been intertwined for over a decade due to the mistaken identity stemming from the baby swap incident. During Jiang Huaixue's return, Wan Rumen had been constantly on edge, fearing her life would be usurped. Especially with Jiang Huaixue's striking appearance and demeanor, the pressure was immense. Fortunately, her parents had favored her over Jiang Huaixue, and Jiang Huaixue had been unable to penetrate her social circle. After Jiang Huaixue distanced herself from their Wan family, only crossing paths occasionally at school, Wan Rumen had felt a sense of relief. She had been naive. Jiang Huaixue had feigned innocence while secretly pursuing her fiancé. What were her intentions? Did she wish to steal Xie away, gradually reclaiming her place in the Wan family, leaving Wan Rumen with nothing? As the sound of water in the bathroom began to dwindle, Wan Rumen returned Xie's phone to its rightful place and closed her eyes. The dark thoughts that had briefly dissipated after Jiang Huaixue's departure resurfaced with a vengeance. She could no longer afford to be so naive. Otherwise, Jiang Huaixue would inevitably encroach upon her life, completely usurping her position. Wan Rumen contemplated the last piece of news she had glimpsed. Someone had arranged a meeting for Xie Xian at Zonglingchun, explicitly requesting him to bring along Xiao Shui. She scoffed derisively. Xiao Shui? Who else could it be? Surely, it was Jiang Huaixue, the one for whom Xie Xian had specially commissioned jewelry. The intimacy in the name was unmistakable. Tomorrow, she would catch them in the act and drag that wretched woman out for all to see, daring her to continue stealing another's husband. When Xie Xian emerged from the bath, Wan Rumen nestled into his embrace with an air of nonchalance, probing gently, Xian. I've heard about a new film that is quite captivating. Are you free tomorrow to accompany me to watch it? Xie Xian, unfastening the buttons of her nightgown, mumbled. What film? Have the secretary arrange it. Wouldn't it be quieter to watch at home? I have work tomorrow. Wan Rumen felt a weight settle in her heart. Work? Surely. It must be a rendezvous with a lover. As Xie Xian dallied with her, noticing Wan Rumen's distracted demeanor, his enthusiasm waned. He had recently taken a budding star under his wing, a beauty freshly illuminated by fame, whose features bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Huaixue. Coincidentally, her name also contained the character for snow, and she excelled in certain aspects that captivated Xie Xian. Observing Wan Rumen's disinterest only propelled him to contemplate a more pleasurable outing at Zonglingchun the following day, as he rolled away from her, leaving a bedside lamp aglow. Sleep well. We have an early day tomorrow. With that, he fell into a peaceful slumber, leaving Wan Rumen wide awake until dawn. The following afternoon, Wan Rumen waited near the Zonglingchun clubhouse for over an hour before finally spotting Xie Xian's car. He was accompanied by a figure shrouded in layers, obscuring her face. Though her exquisite silhouette was unmistakable, Wan Rumen scrutinized the height and shape of the figure from afar, increasingly convinced it was Jiang Huaixue, her face darkening with rage. She clenched her teeth and prepared to enter the clubhouse half an hour later, intent on catching the two in a compromising position. Inside the Zonglingchun clubhouse, in a specially reserved private room on the top floor, Xie Xian maneuvered through a throng of individuals, leading Li Shui to a seat. Not far away, a young man smoking a cigar glanced up upon their entrance, exclaiming, "Ah, Xie Xiao, you finally made it. I've prepared a little something for you." Xie Xian cast a fleeting glance at the starlet nestled at his feet before surveying the row of women behind him, devoid of any fabric. With a derisive laugh, he remarked, "Lately the quality has been lacking. Isn't that what you sampled?" The man retorted, gesturing to Li Shui, his gaze lingering on her plunging neckline and short skirt. "So, are you willing to let me have a taste today?" Li Shui, a rising star who had recently captured public attention with her exquisite beauty, had gained notoriety for her role as the lead in a popular urban idol drama. Since Xie Xian had taken her under his wing, her opportunities had blossomed. Soon to star alongside the top male celebrity, Lu Li, in an upcoming fantasy drama. Xie Xian playfully patted Li Shui's cheek, grinning. "Did you hear that? Yan Xiao is waiting for your service." The speaker, Yan Nan, was one of Xie Xian's close companions and a shareholder of Zonglingchun, also owning a notable film company. Although Li Shui was originally signed under Yan Nan's company, she had already fallen prey to Xie Xian before Yan could make his move. Unfazed by their teasing, Li Shui boldly extended a leg from Xie Xian's embrace to hook Yan Nan's arm. "Yan Xiao, can you guess what color Xiao Shui is wearing today?" Yan Nan extinguished his cigar on the nearby coffee table and reached out. "What are you pretending for? Haven't you always come over without a stitch on?" The atmosphere in the spacious, bright private room grew increasingly heated. Among the women behind Yan Nan, one exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking she had evaded a potential disaster. After all, not everyone was like Li Shui, willing to engage in such transactions of wealth and pleasure. Some were simply compelled by circumstance. Suddenly, as the revelry continued, Yan Nan, perhaps seeking greater excitement, casually pointed to one of the women. "You crawl over here quickly." Those who had just breathed a sigh of relief found themselves frozen in terror, plummeting from paradise to hell. She watched as Li Shui writhed between them, tilting her head back. Just as she was about to comply, the door to the private room was flung open with a resounding crash. A young, beautiful woman strode in on high heels, not sparing a glance, and hurled her designer handbag towards a sofa. The bag sailed overhead, striking Yan Nan squarely. The woman seethed. "You wretched creature. Just watch me tear your face apart today." Chapter 92. Get out. With the door wide open, the wind from the corridor swept in, sending a chill through the room. Li Shui let out a shriek, scrambling behind the sofa onto the carpet, her immediate instinct to shield her face. Yan Nan, stunned by the abrupt interruption during what was supposed to be a pleasurable encounter, found himself bewildered by the familiar visage before him. Wan Rumen? Having been Xie Xian's close associate, he had indeed seen her before. Usually, he would sweetly address her as sister-in-law, but in his current state of shock and anger, he could hardly afford the courtesy, blurting out her name instead. Once he called out her name, Yan Nan regained his wits. Glancing at the furious Wan Rumen at the door, then at Xie Xian, who now wore an expression of candid surprise. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. The legitimate wife had come to catch them in the act. The thoughts surged through him, leaving him incredulous. Could it be? Wan Rumen had been with Xie Xian for so long. How could she be oblivious to his temperament, character, and lifestyle? Did she not know that Xie Xian was a man who loved to play? Even if she were unaware, she ought not to create such a public spectacle and humiliate him in front of others. In the eyes of Yan Nan and his ilk, the wife was expected to swallow her indignation, regardless of the absurdity she witnessed, always prioritizing the dignity of their men. In their world, nothing held greater significance than face. Wan Rumen's actions now were tantamount to trampling Xie Xian's honor underfoot. Fortunately, only he was privy to the truth. Had more witnesses been present, Xie Xian would surely have become the subject of ridicule and gossip. The service staff, hastily arriving, were equally startled by Wan Rumen's entrance, having no idea how she had made her way to the top floor. Upon glimpsing the scene inside, their faces paled in shock. The two major shareholders of Zonglingchun, along with several prominent stars and influencers, were present. Immediately, someone approached to restrain Wan Rumen, "Madam." Yet before he could finish, Yan Nan called out the woman's name, and she seemed to finally recognize the individuals present in the room. Yan Nan? The service staff, noticing the woman's familiarity with the major shareholder, fell silent. Quickly discerning the underlying tension, and without further ado, they shut the door behind them, leaving the space entirely to the bosses. While gossip may be precious, work was of far greater value. The private affairs of the bosses were not to be overheard. Xie Xian finally snapped back to reality from his stupor. Remnants of Li Shui's lipstick still clinging to his shoulder, yet he made no effort to wipe it away, frowning at Wan Rumen. "What are you doing?" Wan Rumen surveyed the group of women near the door, garishly adorned and posed like canines and felines, her gaze fixating on their collars and submissive postures, incredulous. "You, all of you," Xie Xian and Yan Nan, appearing impeccably dressed, were indulging in such depravity behind closed doors? No matter how she tried to comprehend, she could not fathom the depths of their depravity. Xie Xian's face darkened. "I ask you again, what are you doing?" This was the first time Wan Rumen had heard such a cold, sharp tone from Xie Xian. Typically, she would have recoiled in fear. Yet, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, she was unable to heed his tone. After the initial shock, the foremost thought occupying Wan Rumen's mind was not the betrayal of her fiancé, Xie Xian, but rather the peculiar atmosphere of the private room and how Jiang Huaixue would navigate such a situation. Pondering the lingering chill and oppressive aura that Jiang Huaixue exuded, Wan Rumen felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She chose not to respond to Xie Xian and swiftly made her way toward the concealed location of Li Shui. Instinctively, Xie Xian reached out to obstruct her path, admonishing Wan Rumen, "Have you created enough chaos?" Wan Rumen forcefully pushed him aside, exclaiming, "Step aside." At that moment, her desire to witness Jiang Huaixue's disheveled state outweighed any concern for Xie Xian. Taken aback by her frenzied disregard, Xie Xian was unprepared for her sudden push. Without hesitation, Wan Rumen tore away Li Shui's clothing, sneering, "Well, look at you now." Upon seeing Li Shui's countenance, she was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Li Shui was smeared with an array of unfamiliar substances, the evidence of her recent actions undeniable. Although she recognized the futility of her attempts to deny the situation, she was astutely aware of the close relationship between Wan Rumen and Xie Xian. Despite her confusion regarding Wan Rumen's sudden shift from aggression to astonishment, Li Shui was unwilling to confront her directly. Instead, she braced herself and quickly scrambled into Yan Nan's embrace. "Yan Shao, save me." Yan Nan instinctively wrapped his arms around Li Shui, though he felt considerable annoyance at the unfolding drama. However, with Xie Xian present, he stifled his ire. Casting a troubled glance at Xie Xian as if to convey, "This is your woman. You handle it." Wan Rumen still could not believe that this woman was not Jiang Huaixue. Grabbing a fistful of Li Shue's hair despite her cries of pain, she fixated on her face. Realizing with shock, it truly is not you. As if struck by lightning, Ruan Rumen's expression shifted dramatically. You are not Jiang Huaixue? Where is Jiang Huaixue? Xie Xian's demeanor also altered. What Jiang Huaixue? What does she have to do with this? Why is Ruan Rumen here looking for Jiang Huaixue? Being a shrewd individual, Xie Xian quickly connected the dots. Did you go through my phone? If Xie Xian had been 7 parts angry before, his fury now surged to 12. As Ruan Rumen lunged towards Li Shui once more, Yan Nan had already pulled Li Shui several steps back. Witnessing Ruan Rumen's relentless pursuit, his patience, which had been sustained out of respect for Xie Xian, evaporated entirely. He shielded Li Shui behind him and mockingly remarked, "Sister-in-law, if you continue to disregard propriety, I'm left exposed as Xie Xiao's brother. Aren't you worried about encountering something you shouldn't?" With that, he swayed forward provocatively. Only then did Ruan Rumen realize her surroundings, and her previously pale face flushed crimson, rendering her hesitant to advance further. What are you saying?" Xie Xian, incensed by Yan Nan's words, felt utterly humiliated and, in a fit of rage, pointed toward the door, barking at Ruan Rumen, "Get out." Chapter 93. A turmoil of 10 parts out of 8 in the bustling city of Chongling, Ruan Rumen and Xie Xian had caused a tremendous uproar over Jiang Huaixue.
Meanwhile,
In the elegant confines of the hotel, Jiang Huaixue had just set aside her dishes after dinner. Following her meal, she summoned the hotel staff to collect her belongings and bid farewell to Nie Yu and Xie Chongyan. Xie Chongyan lingered at the door, turning back to speak with her. "You look exceptionally unique and lovely in that outfit." Jiang Huaixue suddenly recalled a humorous quip circulating online and teased, "Oh, do I usually look unappealing?" To her surprise, Xie Chongyan did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered before sincerely stating, "You always manage to imbue these garments with a fresh aesthetic." Bathed in the interplay of light and shadow, his handsome features and aristocratic demeanor radiated a cool elegance, his gaze warm and smiling, as if he found nothing exaggerated about his compliment. Perhaps it was his candid sincerity that momentarily left Jiang Huaixue, who often reveled in teasing others, momentarily speechless. She composed herself and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Xie Chongyan inquired, "Are you planning to stay a couple more days?" He was to return to the capital the following morning, having only recently made his public appearance, with a multitude of matters awaiting his attention at the Xie family estate. Jiang Huaixue hesitated. "It depends on Miao Zhuju's arrangements. We probably won't linger much longer." Since she and Nie Yu were accompanying the Miao family, they could not depart independently. Xie Chongyan nodded. "Once you finalize your itinerary, send it to Xie Shi, and he will arrange for your airport pickup." Jiang Huaixue replied affirmatively. Miao Rong and the inspection team required prompt procurement of materials, and she still needed to compile her statement. The police, having been preoccupied with follow-up matters, had not had the opportunity to question Jiang Huaixue, but they would soon reach out the following day. When the police arrived at her door early the next morning, Jiang Huaixue opened it to find their expressions neutral. "Shall we converse here, or at the police station?" The SWAT team leader she had met previously smiled gently. "There's no need to trouble Miss Jiang. If it's convenient, we can speak here." Clearly familiar with her name before their encounter, it seemed they had done their homework. "Of course," Jiang Huaixue responded, stepping aside to let them in. The Miao family had reserved suites, and the hotel room was equipped with a small living area, accommodating their discussion without issue. Accompanying the SWAT leader were 2 officers, one tall and youthful, who instinctively surveyed the room upon entry, while the shorter officer appeared seasoned, casually assessing the suite's layout before retracting his gaze. Jiang Huaixue recognized that they were likely not in the mood for tea, so she directly offered each of them a can of beverage. "Do you need to conduct any checks here? I don't mind if it's necessary for your work." She noted that, aside from the leader, the other 2 officers regarded her with considerable caution. The leader smiled slightly. "No need. We are primarily here to express our gratitude to Miss Jiang and to inquire about the situation." He placed his business card on the glass table, sliding it toward Jiang Huaixue. "My surname is Lu Shuangku, and I am temporarily stationed in Ruishi for this case." Realizing he was not a local officer but rather one tasked with apprehending Wu, Jiang Huaixue raised an eyebrow, accepting the card but not immediately perusing it, setting it aside. She perceived that Captain Lu was a composed and cautious individual, seemingly attempting a gradual approach. However, she preferred to cut to the chase. "Have you captured Wu?" Both officers exchanged glances, suddenly fixating on her, while Captain Lu calmly shook his head, expressing regret. "Not yet. We are still in pursuit." Jiang Huaixue frowned, then relaxed, contemplating the need for surveillance. It was absurd that he had assaulted her and expected to escape unscathed. Captain Liu added, however, "The items he desperately sought have been intercepted thanks to your alertness. We were able to redirect our forces in time, nearly missing Wu's accomplices without your intervention, which subdued the bandits and saved the hostages." Captain Liu courteously expressed gratitude. "We truly appreciate your assistance," but he paused. "May I ask how you came by this information?" The two officers beside him stared intently at Jiang Huaixue, as if scrutinizing every flutter of her eyelashes. Jiang Huaixue was prepared with her explanation. It was purely coincidental. The auction had not formally commenced. According to her account, she had misplaced an earring before the auction began and was searching for it when the bandits appeared, crouched near the sound equipment, safely out of their line of sight. One of the bandits had conversed nearby with others, allowing her to overhear their discussion clearly. They mentioned flour and such. I didn't quite understand at first. Jiang Huaixue emulated the reaction of Nieyu from that day, creating an impression of remarkable authenticity. However, upon further contemplation, she began to harbor some faint suspicions. As for her ability to subdue the bandits, Jiang Huaixue explained, "As you know, nowadays young people enjoy traveling abroad to engage in shooting sports and horse racing, and honestly, my skills are rather average. I mainly relied on the element of surprise and the fact that my opponents underestimated me initially." One wonders how the cautious and determined mercenaries would react upon hearing her words, as Jiang Huaixue wore an expression of sheer luck, conveying that she herself was astonished by the outcome, attributing it largely to fortune. Captain Liu and his two companions gazed at Jiang Huaixue, who claimed to be frightened, with a sense of awe at her captivating beauty and vibrant demeanor. It's truly hard to tell. Nevertheless, her explanation was indeed plausible and aligned with the accounts of other witnesses present at the scene. Captain Liu feigned curiosity and posed several questions, to which Jiang Huaixue responded flawlessly. Consequently, the three could find little to say, having failed to extract any new information from her. Captain Liu had no choice but to express his gratitude once more before taking his leave. Jiang Huaixue accompanied them downstairs, where she encountered the two couples who had crossed paths with her and Nieyu on the road that day. At that time, the bespectacled, frail man had keenly sensed the unrest in the city from various local news reports and had advised his girlfriend and the other couple to return early. Yet, the remaining three were reluctant to leave, with his girlfriend pleading softly and insisting that he stay to witness the jade auction. Jiang Huaixue glanced at him and noticed that the male companion from the other couple was sporting a cast on his right arm, likely a result of some injury sustained amidst the chaos. She shook her head, inwardly lamenting that, despite the fragile man lacking extensive information channels, he had been astute enough to deduce the unusual circumstances from mere hints. Indeed, he was a clever individual, though regrettably, those around him failed to believe him. Meanwhile, she had capitalized on her luck, having asked Q about the situation upon her return, which had led her to take note of Wu's information. Captain Liu and his two subordinates boarded a public bus, watching Jiang Huaixue return to the hotel through the tinted windows. The shorter of the two furrowed his brow and asked, "Captain, can we trust what she just said?" Captain Liu shook his head. "There's about a 70 to 80% chance of truth in it." 70 to 80%? Is that credible? The taller one interjected, recalling her clear gaze and natural demeanor while speaking, almost believing her claims were entirely factual. Though there were coincidences, there was nothing overtly amiss. Captain Liu clarified, "No. What I mean is that those 70 to 80% are likely fabrications." The tall one was taken aback. 70 to 80% are lies? Captain Liu sighed. While coincidences abound in this world, it is one thing to coincidentally overhear a bandit's plan, but quite another to defeat armed terrorists. The former holds some plausibility, but the latter's level of coincidence, would you dare to believe it? Yet, her demeanor cannot be solely relied upon to ascertain the veracity of her statements. She appeared sincere and composed, suggesting she possesses formidable psychological resilience. Consider this, alone, she managed to eliminate 4 armed bandits, each over 6 feet tall, while safeguarding hostages. Is it conceivable that someone with such mental fortitude would falter in her lies before us? The tall one hesitated, but if it's not merely a coincidence, Jiang Huaixue indeed appeared exceedingly young and beautiful, if it were not a coincidence. He truly could not fathom how she achieved victory. Captain Liu fell silent for a moment. Even he could not claim he would perform to Jiang Huaixue's level under such circumstances. He sighed. Perhaps she is indeed a hidden expert. The shorter one pondered more deeply. Could she possibly have a connection to Wu? Unlikely, Captain Liu denied. She doesn't strike me as a fool. If she had ties to Wu, there would be no need for her to alert us, thereby arousing our suspicion. The shorter one contemplated. Then should we investigate her thoroughly? Or perhaps assign someone to monitor her for a time? Captain Liu gestured for them to observe through the rear-view mirror. Have you not noticed that since we arrived at this hotel, we have been under surveillance?
What?
The tall one abruptly gripped the seat, scanning the rear-view mirror. Who is tracking us? The shorter one queried warily. Could it be Wu's people? Does he have associates that remain undisclosed? Captain Liu reassured them. Calm yourselves. It is likely Miss Zhang's bodyguard. Both subordinates were taken aback. A bodyguard? Why wouldn't they follow her inside the hotel but instead remain outside to monitor? The style of concealment was not typical of ordinary bodyguards, resembling that of military personnel. Captain Liu, unaware that the bodyguard was assigned to Jiang Huaixue by another party, found himself in a state of hesitation. This Miss Zhang's background seemed far from simple. It appeared that uncovering her secrets would be a challenging endeavor. The shorter one suggested, Captain, you have a well-connected friend in the wolves. Their intelligence department is the best. Why not inquire? The tall one scoffed. Is that really necessary? Just because she's a beautiful girl, there's no need to mobilize such significant resources. Captain Liu pondered for a moment before surprisingly agreeing. I'll ask him tonight. It was thanks to that friend that he had managed to trace Wu's whereabouts by procuring some information. Once the captain had spoken, the tall one refrained from further comment. That evening, after inquiring with his friend, Captain Liu received an immediate affirmative response. The following day, he was given feedback. Regarding Wu, wolves can assist you with tracking information. Ensure your manpower is robust. This time, you will surely capture him. Captain Liu was both astonished and elated. Why would wolves be willing to help us track him down? His friend replied, I'm not entirely sure. After I checked the internal network, the higher-ups contacted me, asking whom I was assisting and offering tracking support. Had you not approached me directly, I would have assumed you had connections with the upper echelons. Captain Liu was perplexed. He certainly had no ties to the upper ranks. Could it be that Wu had enmity with someone from the wolves' leadership? It seemed to be a recent grudge, otherwise they would not be settling it now. This was indeed fortuitous. He felt as though fate was on his side. After his initial joy, Captain Liu recalled Jiang Huaixue. What about that girl? Is there any information about her in the internal network? His friend took a long pause before responding. There is. But the information you seek about that young lady is classified at the highest level, and I cannot access it. Brother, when information reaches such a tier, I advise you to tread carefully. Captain Liu was taken aback, and after a moment he said, understood. Wu's willingness to assist Captain Liu with tracking was undoubtedly due to Jiang Huaixue's prior communication with Q. Although Jiang Huaixue was ostensibly the head of wolves, all organizational matters were managed by Q, with Jiang only stepping in during significant events. After Captain Liu requested his friend to look up her information in the internal network, Q naturally informed Jiang Huaixue upon learning of the inquiry. Jiang Huaixue, indifferent to the matter, replied, There's no need to concern yourself. After completing her statement, she returned to the hotel and coincidentally encountered Xie Zhongyan, who had come looking for her. After a brief conversation, Xie Zhongyan prepared to return to Beijing, and Jiang Huaixue insisted on accompanying him to the airport. The incident at the auction had significantly impacted the Miao family's procurement of materials, leading Miao Rong and the investigation team to explore alternative avenues, resulting in their busy and early-to-late schedules. In the following 2 days, Jiang Huaixue had not seen them. Nie Yu and Miao Zhuzhu, having browsed and shopped previously, had momentarily lost interest in the materials and began taking Jiang Huaixue to dine at various highly rated restaurants, sampling different cuisines 3 times a day, following the rankings diligently. Upon reaching the 8th restaurant on the list, they fortuitously encountered Feng Li and Chu Bo, who were also present for a meal. The establishment was elegantly decorated, with floral vines and artificial hills separating the seating areas. As Jiang Huaixue and her companions passed by their table, they initially failed to notice anyone, but they overheard a person beside Feng Li raising a toast to Chu Bo, expressing gratitude for Chu Bo's presence amidst the frightful events. Jiang Huaixue turned her head to glance, and to her surprise, the very person facing her from the main seat was none other than Chu Bo. His visage was distinctly memorable. Upon recognizing her, Chu Bo paused momentarily before calling out, Wait. Jiang Huaixue, puzzled but compliant, halted her steps. Nie Yu and Miao Zhuzhu exchanged bewildered glances, both thinking, could it be that Chu Bo recognized Jiang Huaixue as the one who had saved someone that day? Surely not. Chu Bo rose from his seat, prompting astonishment from those at the table, who exclaimed, Chu Lao, What troubles you? He waved a hand dismissively. I need to step out to meet someone. You needn't follow. Approaching Jiang Huaixue, he finally discerned her attire, a series of Victorian Lolita-style gowns she had donned over the past few days. Xu Bo was taken aback. He recalled that Jiang Huaixue did not dress in such a manner just days prior. Were today's young girls truly so capricious? However, he dismissed the thought and quietly inquired, what is your connection to Qian Baoge? Previously, during a stone gambling auction overseas, he had encountered an exceptionally astute lady. Her insights sharp and her decisions resolute. Later, when he nearly became embroiled in a local financial dispute, she had sent someone to convey a message out of a sense of kinship. He had only heard her voice and learned she was a young woman, eventually discovering she was the owner of Qian Baoge, with others claiming she was breathtakingly beautiful. Xu Bo had planned to visit Qian Baoge in Bangdu next spring, but unexpectedly encountered such an insightful, youthful, and extraordinarily beautiful girl in Rue City. Most importantly, he felt their voices bore a striking resemblance, the more he pondered it.
Qian Baoge?
Miao Zhu abruptly turned to Jiang Huaixue, her gaze piercing. Jiang Huaixue had a connection to Qian Baoge? Faced with the esteemed elder in the industry, Jiang Huaixue did not shy away and candidly replied, Indeed. I had the fortune to participate in the same auction as you. Just as I suspected. Xu Bo's normally stern countenance softened into a smile. So you're the owner of Qian Baoge. Niayu, already in the know, displayed no reaction, yet Miao Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her jaw nearly hitting the floor. What had she just heard? The friend she had perceived as a mere unfortunate soul was, in fact, the formidable owner looming over her family like a mountain? A thunderous realization erupted in Miao Zhu's mind. Of course, the Miao family was not solely engaged in the jewelry business, yet it constituted the bulk of their endeavors. Hence, Miao Zhu was well acquainted with the formidable presence of Qian Baoge. Rising late, but with astonishing momentum, backed by the immense financial clout of the Qian Shan Group, it was undoubtedly the undisputed leader. Although few had seen the owner of Qian Baoge, Miao Zhu had heard numerous tales of their exploits. It was said that in the early years of Qian Baoge's expansion, due to its nascent brand and aggressive emergence, it faced a united front of resistance from established names in the industry. Their method of opposition was not through violence or slander, but rather by attempting to sever Qian Baoge's supply chains. In the realm of gemstones and jewelry, once a business reached a significant scale, its sources of raw materials were typically well established and came with certain affiliations. The old guard conspired to monopolize all accessible supply channels, hoping to force Qian Baoge to retreat. However, Qian Baoge unexpectedly established new partnerships in F and E continents, emerging with newfound confidence. Their collusion not only failed to stifle Qian Baoge's ascension but also prompted smaller brands to seize the opportunity to align themselves for collaboration. When Miao Zhu first heard this history, her elders remarked that the owner of Qian Baoge could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The sheer finesse and connections implied a formidable background. As the Qian Shan Group ventured into real estate, the internet, and even artificial intelligence, its flourishing success rendered any attempts at obstruction futile. Thus, Qian Baoge, as a principal industry, became even more unassailable. It was no wonder Miao Zhu referred to it as a mountain looming over her family. And now, witnessing firsthand and hearing the venerable Xu Bo declare that Jiang Huaixue was indeed that illustrious owner, the enigmatic, elusive figure of Qian Baoge, also the founder of Qian Shan Group, the hidden mastermind, was simply incomprehensible. How could this be? Jiang Huaixue was so young. Miao Zhu, of the same age, had yet to formally enter her family business, while Jiang Huaixue already commanded a formidable empire. This was astonishing. Miao Zhu felt as though the world around her was collapsing. Wasn't it said that Jiang Huaixue had been raised in a remote mountain village in the southwest, due to a mix-up at birth? Wasn't it their one family that chose to raise Wanru Man, believing Jiang Huaixue lacked connections and networks in the capital? What a deceptive facade this all was. Miao Zhu tugged at Niayu's sleeve, her expression frail. You knew all along? No wonder Niayu had exhibited unwavering confidence in Jiang Huaixue's abilities a few days prior, if even the owner of Qian Baoge could not be trusted. Who in the world was trustworthy? Niayu quietly explained, I only learned of it recently. My reaction was much like yours. Miao Zhu felt a modicum of comfort, but as she reflected on her original intention of introducing Jiang Huaixue to broader horizons, embarrassment washed over her. With Xu Bo still standing nearby, she refrained from speaking loudly, instead sighing softly. In the end, the fool was me. Niayu suppressed a chuckle. Look on the bright side. You are the second person in school to know this. Strangely, Miao Zhu found solace in this. True, the biggest fool must be their Wan family, right? They whispered to each other, their voices barely audible, while Jiang Huaixue and Xu Bo remained oblivious. After reminiscing about their previous encounter at the overseas stone gambling auction, Xu Bo and Jiang Huaixue exchanged a few words regarding the recent incident. Although Xu Bo was astute, he genuinely did not recognize Jiang Huaixue as the girl who had saved lives during the gunfight. At that time, he had been held hostage outside, while Jiang Huaixue dealt with the assailants. He had not even discerned whether the rescuer was male or female, learning later from discussions that it had been a masked woman acting with remarkable prowess. Jiang Huaixue's current attire, however, bore no resemblance to that of a daring heroine, and Xu Bo remained unaware, waxing lyrical about how heroes emerge in youth, referencing the young Jiang Huaixue who had led Qianshan Group to such heights and the valiant girl who had single-handedly confronted bandits, completely oblivious that they were, in fact, the same individual. Jiang Huaixue maintained her composure, allowing him to speak for a moment before deftly redirecting the conversation. I heard that you have been cultivating your mind and spirit these past 2 years, rarely making appearances in Xiangjiang. I did not expect that this private auction would draw you out. Xu Bo, reminded of the somewhat peculiar Feng Li, furrowed his brow and candidly replied, to be honest, I did not wish to attend, but Feng Li seemed to imply that you two were acquainted. He asked me to come on behalf of a friend, and out of obligation, I could not refuse. I had no inkling I would encounter such a situation. Jiang Huaixue maintained her facade. Oh, is that so? Mr. Feng and I are not exactly acquaintances. We have only met once. While it was indeed a one-sided encounter from Feng Li's perspective, it sufficed as a statement at this moment. However, as far as I know, Mr. Feng's family does not engage in the jade and gemstone industry. I wonder what piqued his interest in this private jade auction? Xu Bo explained. He mentioned that a senior in his family would soon celebrate a birthday, which is why he wished to personally select jade to design a piece. He held a particular fondness for the younger Jiang Huaixue and, known for his candor, added, however, I suspect he is merely putting on a show for his family, using me as a pretext, without any genuine intention of seeking out anything. His mind is clearly not on examining the stones. Despite Feng Li's outwardly refined demeanor and impeccable manners, Xu Bo could not help but feel discontented that Feng had gone through great lengths to invite him, yet failed to focus on the jade. Jiang Huaixue appeared pensive. Xu Bo likely did not realize that his reputation, while serving as a notable banner in the jade industry, also had other implications. For instance, the financial secretary who had come seeking him, as well as several affluent individuals. Wu, while being pursued, still insisted on retrieving the goods, indicating their utmost importance. To ensure absolute certainty, Wu orchestrated this incident, splitting his forces into 3, intending to divert the attention of the pursuers. The sudden appearance of terrorists at the private auction, with over 200 hostages taken, undoubtedly formed a crucial part of this plan. Yet, among the hostages were significant figures from Hong Kong. One wonders if they were truly part of the scheme. It is important to note that should any harm befall Xu Bo and his companions, it might incite political discord, making the police even more apprehensive and prompting them to deploy greater resources. Xu Bo's presence in Ruishi at this time was, after all, at Feng Li's invitation. What role did the seemingly gentle and gentlemanly Mr. Feng play in this unfolding drama? Was it merely an unintentional act, or was it a calculated move? He appeared to be just an innocent young heir caught in the crossfire, but is the truth really so simple? After bidding farewell to Xu Bo and promising to visit him in Hong Kong at the next opportunity, Jiang Huaixue watched him return to the banquet set amidst the artificial hills and vines. She cast a sidelong glance at Feng Li, seated at the same table as Xu Bo, his eyelashes slightly lowered. It was merely her personal conjecture, unsubstantiated and of little consequence. Ultimately, Wu must be apprehended, and regardless of Feng Li's connection to him, this matter should come to a close. Chapter 96, A Familiar Scheme After Parting Ways with Xu Bo. Jiang Huaixue and her companions returned to their seats. Miao Zhu, though profoundly shocked, refrained from incessant questioning. Niayu found it rather peculiar. Why does it seem you've accepted this so quickly? Miao Zhu pondered. Perhaps it is because of Huaixue's face. What does that have to do with her face? She remarked. Now that she has achieved such stature, what is so hard to accept about her founding Qianshan Group? Niayu was at a loss for words. even finding a modicum of logic in her reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled, but upon reflection, whether Huaixue is a magnate or not, she is already our friend, so it isn't of great significance. Miao Zhu replied earnestly, it is still somewhat important. Nie Yu, puzzled, inquired, how so? It concerns who is treating during these days. Miao Zhu proclaimed, standing tall with a sense of righteous indignation. To celebrate Huaixue's entrepreneurial success, shouldn't she treat us? Jiang Huaixue, who had only recently achieved success, replied, no problem. I will cover all expenses for the next few days. Miao Zhu beamed. While others are kept by beautiful women, I am being supported by a beauty. Victory.
Nie Y.
Begrudgingly impressed, remarked, your audacity is quite remarkable. Miao Zhu shot him a glance. If you have the guts, don't eat.
Nie Y fell silent,
raising his hands in surrender. However, in the following days, Nie Yu truly witnessed Miao Zhu's hidden talent for theatrics. While dining at a restaurant, Miao Zhu suddenly linked her arm through Jiang Huaixue's and nestled her head against her shoulder, whining, Huaixue, I don't like things with broth. Please don't order any. Jiang Huaixue felt a twitch in her eye, but Miao Zhu interrupted her. Am I not your little darling? You said as much yesterday in bed. Boo-hoo, when you wanted to support me, you were so accommodating. Have you forgotten now? The waiter stood flabbergasted, caught between disbelief at the gossip he had overheard and questioning his own reality. He timidly interjected Jiang Huaixue's unfinished sentence. Ma'am. But this is a hot pot restaurant. After Jiang Huaixue paid, she discreetly handed him a cash tip. This is for your trouble. They proceeded to a mall to purchase gifts for relatives in Beijing. As the sales associate approached, Miao Zhu once more dove into Jiang Huaixue's embrace, sobbing. You mustn't converse with other women. No, not even those with hair. The sales associates, all of whom had hair, exchanged bewildered glances. In a last-ditch effort, they summoned a colleague who could use sign language to assist Jiang Huaixue and her friends in completing their transaction. Miao Zhu, reveling in her performance, automatically slipped into the role of a pampered university student whenever outsiders were present. Nie Yu, enduring the strange stares from those around him, wished he could vanish. Relieved that this embarrassment unfolded in unfamiliar Ruishi, where no one he knew would witness it. Meanwhile, he admired Jiang Huaixue's composure, effortlessly playing along with Miao Zhu's antics. What a terrifying spectacle! On the day they departed Ruishi, Nie Yu sat in the Miao family's private jet, exhaling a long breath. He vowed never to return to this city again. Miao Zhu, having had an exceptionally delightful time, remarked, why not come back? I find the city quite interesting, don't you, Huaixue? Jiang Huaixue nodded, clearly indulgent of her enthusiasm. Nie Yu chuckled to himself, thinking it was precisely because she found it interesting that he dared not return. The return journey lasted over 3 hours. They departed in the morning, enjoyed lunch aboard the plane, and arrived in Beijing that afternoon. Miao Zhu arranged to meet Jiang Huaixue and Nie Yu at school before departing in the Miao family's car. While Nie Yu and Jiang Huaixue boarded Xie's vehicle, Xie first dropped Nie Yu off at the Nie residence. With Xie Huili absent, Jiang Huaixue remained in the car, handing Nie Yu the gift she had bought for Xie Huili to pass along. Only then did Xie drive Jiang Huaixue towards Bai Taoyuan. Xie, possessing a steady demeanor, sensed that Jiang Huaixue might be fatigued after several hours of flying, so he refrained from conversing excessively, focusing instead on driving smoothly. However, as they approached within 10 kilometers of Bai Taoyuan, Xie felt the car lurch, sensing something was amiss. Before he could process it, his instincts kicked in, and he promptly hit the brakes. Jiang Huaixue, having been resting her eyes, was taken aback by the sudden stop. What is the matter? Xie replied, I'll go check it out. A few minutes later, he returned, looking perplexed. The car seems fine, but it has stalled. He raised his phone. And my phone is dead too. I distinctly remember having nearly a full charge when I set out. A stalled vehicle and a dead phone. This situation felt oddly familiar. Jiang Huaixue furrowed her brow, about to speak when a camper van slowly pulled up behind them, and a tall young man wearing large sunglasses emerged from the back seat. He approached Xie's car, tapping lightly on the window, his voice melodious. Friend. What seems to be the issue? Do you need assistance? Jiang Huaixue recognized him immediately. As the saying goes, things come in threes. And this individual was indeed rather brazen, employing the same scheme for the third time. Previously, he had staged such antics to connect with Uncle Liu, and then again to reach Director Dou. Now, encountering her, what was his intent? Xie intended to decline the young man's offer. But Jiang Huaixue from the back seat urged, "Go along with him. Let him help." Xie, puzzled, complied, and with the stranger's enthusiastic assistance, borrowed his phone to call Bai Taoyuan for a new vehicle, requesting that they also handle the broken-down car. When returning the phone, Xie expressed his gratitude cautiously yet politely, hesitating slightly. "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Although Lu Li donned a pair of sunglasses that obscured half of his face, his features were unmistakably distinctive. Xie's reaction was anticipated by Lu Li, with a smile. He removed his sunglasses and inquired, "Did you recognize me? It seems fate has brought me here today." Upon recognizing his visage, Xie exclaimed in surprise, "You are Lu Li?" His astonishment stemmed not from encountering a superstar, but from the unexpected sight of Lu Li, who was rather unpretentious, personally stepping out of his vehicle to assist passing drivers. Was this not a touch too approachable? Lu Li hung his sunglasses around his collar, and with his captivating eyes now unobstructed, he glanced at Xie's car and casually asked, "Is there anyone else in your vehicle?" Xie paused, instinctively turning to look inside. The windows were opaque from the outside, yet crystal clear from within, revealing Jiang Huaixue seated in the back, undoubtedly aware of Lu Li's presence and his words. However, she remained stationary, seemingly indifferent to the encounter with Lu Li. It struck Xie as peculiar. He recalled that Jiang Huaixue harbored feelings for Lu Li, having previously watched his videos in the car after shopping with Huaixue. He had even kindly informed San Yi about her affections for Lu Li, hoping to assist San Yi in winning her favor. Why then was Jiang Huaixue exhibiting no reaction now? As Xie hesitated, unsure of how to respond, the back door of the car swung open. Jiang Huaixue stepped out slowly, scrutinizing Lu Li before teasingly asking, "So, is this the esteemed teacher Lu Li?" In Chapter 97, "I Miss You So Much," Xie observed with clarity that before Jiang Huaixue exited, Lu Li had been facing him, slightly turned towards her direction. However, as soon as Jiang Huaixue spoke, Lu Li's expression transformed dramatically, and he abruptly turned his head. Xie heard him exclaim, a mix of joy and sorrow, "Huaixue." And then the scene before him became a blur. In the blink of an eye, the top-tier celebrity had thrown himself onto Jiang Huaixue's legs, crying out, "Huaixue, I finally found you." What was happening? The sight was reminiscent of a child returning home from their first day of kindergarten, clinging to their mother, or that of a pet eagerly awaiting its owner's return. Xie looked at Jiang Huaixue, bewildered. She was equally taken aback. Initially, she had intended to kick him away as he lunged at her, but upon meeting Lu Li's gaze, she felt an inexplicable pull and found herself unable to act. Who could have anticipated that he would cling to her leg and weep so heart-wrenchingly? After a moment's hesitation, sensing Lu Li's warm tears soaking into her clothing, Jiang Huaixue's hand instinctively moved to stroke his hair. "Please don't cry. This is quite the spectacle on the streets," she murmured. Lu Li sniffled, nuzzling against her palm. Xie's expression morphed into one of incredulity. Meanwhile, Jiang Huaixue felt an odd sense of familiarity. Her mind raced as she realized you. Lu Li looked up at her, tears glistening in his eyes, calling out, "Huaixue." Caught in the tender moment, Jiang Huaixue's heart fluttered at the sight of his red, tearful eyes. A flash of recognition struck her, prompting her to think, "Shangjiu?" Lu Li burst into louder sobs, clinging to her legs, exclaiming, "I knew you could never forget me. Huaixue, Huaixue, Huaixue." The scene of a grown man weeping on the legs of a delicate young woman should have been comical. Yet Xie found no humor in it. Instead, he felt a pang of sadness. He was left wondering about the nature of the relationship between Lu Li and Jiang Huaixue, why she called him Shangjiu, and why Lu Li was crying so passionately. However, it was evident from Lu Li's demeanor that he was genuinely heartbroken, calling her name as if he bore an immense grievance, as if he were on the verge of releasing years of pent-up sorrow. Jiang Huaixue did not laugh either. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, and she blinked rapidly to suppress them. She gently rubbed Lu Li's soft hair, and then helped him to his feet, soothingly chiding, "You're quite grown up now. Why are you still clinging to people and crying so much?"
Lu Li sniffled, "Huaixue."
Jiang Huaixue replied softly, "It's me." Lu Li gazed at her, calling out again, "Huaixue." Jiang Huaixue patiently responded, "It's me." Lowering his head, he buried his face in her shoulder, murmuring, "Huaixue, I miss you so much." Jiang Huaixue slightly lifted her neck, her eyes glistening with moisture, and patted his back gently, whispering, "I miss you too." Without lifting his head, he grasped her hand and placed it atop his head, mumbling.
Touch it.
Jiang Huaixue chuckled. You haven't changed a bit. She affectionately ruffled his hair, coaxing him like a child. This isn't the place for a conversation. Shall we find somewhere else? Luli nodded softly, holding onto Jiang Huaixue's sleeve as if fearing that if he let go, she would vanish again. Xie, having observed the entire exchange, found the intimacy between the two both peculiar and endearing, yet he dutifully suggested, shall we take Mr. Lu's car back to Bitao Courtyard? Jiang Huaixue nodded in agreement, sure. Xie turned to Luli, who seemed oblivious to his presence, as if ever since Jiang Huaixue appeared, the world around him had faded away, leaving only her in focus. Xie paused. Jiang Huaixue timely extended her hand. Where are your car keys? Luli slowly fished them out from his pocket and handed them to her, who then passed them to Xie. The distance to Bitao Courtyard was quite short, merely a 10-minute drive. As Xie drove, Jiang Huaixue sat in the back seat, comforting Luli. After the initial wave of infectious sorrow passed, Xie observed the increasingly peculiar dynamic between Jiang Huaixue and Luli. In truth, he had been with Jiang Huaixue for quite some time and had never witnessed her display such intimacy with anyone, yet this connection felt unlike that of family lovers. Or even friends. What could it resemble? Xie furrowed his brow, pondering, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It was not until Jiang Huaixue exited the vehicle, with Luli still grasping her sleeve closely, that he suddenly thumped his forehead, a realization dawning upon him. It resembled the bond between a master and a pet. The elderly lady next door would often take her dog for a walk, and the interaction between that Samoyed and its owner mirrored this very scene. Shaking his head to dispel the unusual thoughts flooding his mind, Xie followed Jiang Huaixue and Luli into the living room, where Xie Chongyan was tapping away at his computer. Upon noticing the unfamiliar young man accompanying Jiang Huaixue, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Who is this? Jiang Huaixue hesitated, unsure of how to introduce Luli, and vaguely stated, this is Luli, an old friend I haven't seen in a while. We just happened to meet today.
Luli.
The male celebrity? Xie Chongyan recalled that the last time Jiang Huaixue mentioned this individual, she had seemed unfamiliar with him and had expressed some skepticism. How had they suddenly transformed into long-lost friends? With the parties present, Xie Chongyan refrained from directly inquiring. His gaze fell upon Luli's hand still gripping Jiang Huaixue's sleeve. And he smiled slightly. Mr. Lu? Xie Chongyan set aside his computer, stood up, and extended his hand politely. Hello, I am Xie Chongyan.
Luli.
Still holding onto Jiang Huaixue's clothing with one hand and clutching her arm with the other, was reluctant to shake hands. Jiang Huaixue sighed, gently patting Luli. This is. Pausing, she realized that introducing Xie Chongyan was also complicated, so she opted for a general introduction. This is Chongyan. At Jiang Huaixue's prompting, Luli reluctantly released one hand and weakly shook Xie Chongyan's hand, muttering, Hello, I am Luli. Once he finished speaking, he immediately withdrew his hand, returning to grasp Jiang Huaixue's sleeve. Xie Chongyan maintained his amiable demeanor, quietly asking Jiang Huaixue, will Mr. Lu be staying for dinner tonight? One might need to prepare in advance, as the kitchen currently only stocks dishes that you adore. Luli's ears perked up, and only then did he cast a proper gaze upon Xie Chongyan. Is he aware of Huaixue's culinary preferences? Who is this? Jiang Huaixue pondered for a moment. Then let us prepare a couple more meat dishes, particularly those rich in chicken. Very well, I shall inform Butler Yang. Xie Chongyan once again turned his attention to Luli, deep in contemplation. How is it that Huaixue is so well acquainted with her own likes and dislikes? Who could this be? The two exchanged glances, igniting a flurry of invisible sparks. Unbeknownst to Jiang Huaixue, who stood at the epicenter of this electric exchange, she led Luli upstairs to the study. After securely locking the door, closing the windows, drawing the curtains tightly, and personally setting up a protective barrier, Jiang Huaixue finally settled into a chair and sighed. Now we can proceed. Let us begin anew. Just as she found her steadiness, Luli suddenly leapt up and dove into her embrace. In midair, a silvery flash swept by, and the youthful figure that once occupied the room vanished, leaving behind a fox the size of a young pup nestled in Jiang Huaixue's arms. Its fur was a pristine white, with a fluffy, soft tail that instinctively flicked and curled around Jiang Huaixue's wrist. Its pair of pointed ears twitched, and a set of eyes, as dark and reflective as mercury, glimmered with a misty sheen. The little fox perked up, exuding joy. Yep,